Millions of years ago, Li Qiye planted a bamboo shoot. 8 million years ago, he nurtured a koi fish. 5 million years ago, he adopted a little girl. Today, Li Qiye awakens to find the bamboo has transformed into a deity, the koi has morphed into a golden dragon, and the little girl has become the Empress of the 9 realms. Prologue. The bleating of sheep echoed through the silent mountains. Li Qiye climbed the hill, the night wind sharp and cold, yet he was drenched in sweat from anxiety. At 13, he scrambled up the slopes, the darkness of the night casting an eerily lonely shadow that sent chills down his spine. Despite the ominous atmosphere, Li Qiye's heart raced with urgency. Born to impoverished tenant farmers, he had been herding sheep since the age of 7. His family bore the surname Li, and he was named Li Qiye after crying for 7 days and nights upon his birth. Today, as usual, Li Qiye was tending to the sheep. However, upon driving them back in the evening, he discovered that one was missing, causing him great distress. He hurriedly returned to the hill to search, but no trace of a lost sheep could be found. The thought of the fierce landlord, Zhang De, loomed over him. Losing a sheep would surely lead to a dreadful punishment. After searching the entire hill in vain, Li Qiye recalled a place he had not yet investigated, the infamous Xianma cave. Looking up at the valley shrouded in night, it resembled a monstrous beast, its gaping maw ready to devour the unwary. The distant howls of wolves sent a shiver down his spine as he gazed at the enigmatic darkness of Xianma Cave. This cave was notorious in the region, rumored to house a demon that consumed anyone who dared enter, leaving no survivor. Yet at this moment, the crack of Zhang De's whip echoed in Li Qiye's ears. He realized that the punishment for losing a sheep would be brutal. Resolutely, he steeled himself and approached the cave, his figure vanishing into the night. In the chilling darkness, a blood-curdling scream erupted from within Xianma Cave, followed by Li Qiye's terrified voice. "What do you want?" The scream abruptly ceased. "Ah, my immortal crow has finally been perfected. It merely lacks a soul. Today, I shall borrow yours." A deep and shadowy voice resonated from the cave. Moments later, the sound of flapping wings filled the air as a crow-like creature emerged from the darkness. "Fly, my crow. I shall use your soul to traverse the burial grounds and soar over the remnants of the past. As long as the 9 realms exist, I shall seek my destiny." The voice echoed ominously within the cave. From that day forth, a mysterious crow soared through the realms, traversing burial grounds, entering celestial cities, and crossing perilous domains. Bound by fate, it flew through the 9 realms, enduring countless trials, surviving for eons. As time flowed and eras shifted, formidable figures rose and mighty beings fell. Gradually, a mysterious crow began to appear, freed from its confinement, embarking on a quest to master its own fate. From the medicine god to the flying immortal emperor, then to the blood seal immortal emperor, the Mingren immortal emperor, and finally the sun-eating immortal emperor and the ice feather immortal emperor. Each invincible figure bore the shadow of a crow seeking to control its destiny. Generations of unparalleled giants emerged, while countless deities faded into obscurity. Yet across millennia, that crow continued to flicker in the river of time. A creature unwilling to be enslaved by fate, it defied the most terrifying forces of existence, shaping the transformation of epochs over countless years. Chapter 1. The 3 Ghosts Part 1. With a splash, Li Qiye, adrift in the river, was pulled ashore. He cried out, jolted awake as someone pinched his nose. Upon regaining consciousness, his first instinct was to leap up, but the sudden movement left him momentarily unsteady, nearly causing him to fall to my body. Looking down, he was astonished to find himself unharmed. After enduring eons as a crow, he had finally reclaimed his form, and even he, who had faced innumerable trials, felt a surge of excitement. Finally, taking a deep breath, Li Qiye looked up to see an old man standing before him. "It was I who fished you out of the river," the old man chuckled, revealing 3 yellowed teeth in a grin that was as repulsive as it was amusing. Gazing along the river, Li Qiye could faintly see the outline of Xianma Cave. The sight sent a chill through him, awakening an ancient power within him that belied his youthful appearance. After a long pause, Li Qiye inquired, "What is your name?" "3 ghosts from the Xian ancient sect," the old man replied cheerfully, his 3 yellow teeth glimmering. "The Xian ancient sect," Li Qiye murmured, memories long sealed in his mind resurfacing from his millennia of slumber as a crow. Who wields the mandate of heaven now? Li Qiye asked, regaining his composure. The mandate? No one can bear it yet, three ghosts replied with a grin. What of the Skywalker immortal emperor? Li Qiye's expression shifted as he pondered whether his slumber had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. The Skywalker immortal emperor vanished 30,000 years ago, three ghosts continued, his smile unwavering. What about the Black Dragon King of Tianhai City? Li Qiye pressed on. Three ghosts shook his head. No one knows the Black Dragon King also disappeared 30,000 years ago. Hearing this, Li Qiye's expression darkened as he looked again at the distant Shinma cave, realizing why he had regained his body. We must leave, he said, his tone somber as he turned away, disregarding whether three ghosts followed. After countless years and trials, he knew what needed to be done. Tianhai City was the most formidable legacy of the age, once dominated by the Black Dragon King, who stood unrivaled. Though the Black Dragon King had been missing for 30,000 years, Tianhai City still loomed like a colossal titan in the world. Outside the city gates stood a 13-year-old boy and an exceedingly lecherous old man, revealing three yellow teeth in a grin. Hastily silently burned paper offerings. He whispered, "Little Black, rest easy. In this life, you helped me reclaim my body. One day, I shall extinguish the realm of evil and avenge you." Finally, Li Qiye lifted his gaze to the monumental Tianhai City, now foreign and unrecognizable. He recalled that it was their collective efforts with Little Black that had once raised this city from the ground. Yet, after 30,000 years, who would remember the hidden shadows of the crow? Hee, let us return to the Qian ancient sect, three ghosts suddenly exclaimed, his three yellow teeth gleaming once more. Let us depart, Li Qiye calmly nodded and declared. Regardless of the elusive nature of the three ghosts, or their origins, none of it could astonish Li Qiye. Having endured countless tribulations and being trapped within the body of shadowy raven for millions of years, experiencing one era after another, having accompanied the immortal emperor and journeyed alongside the divine pharmacist, what else could possibly surprise him? Not long after Li Qiye and his companions set forth, a woman of unparalleled grace emerged from the gates of Tianhai. She resembled a celestial maiden from the azure waves, a goddess of the ocean. She prepared to embark on her journey. Her gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a corner of burnt paper money at the foot of the city gate, upon which a symbol faintly appeared. Upon seeing this symbol, the divine maiden's expression changed dramatically as she intoned, "Who burned paper money here just moments ago?" An elderly servant beside her quickly provided an answer, stating, "The guards reported that not long ago, an old man and a boy of about 13 or 14 were seen burning paper money here. Send someone to pursue them and locate their whereabouts." The divine maiden commanded with urgency. "But your highness is meant to travel to the divine mountain." The old servant hesitated. "Chase them." Before the words had fully left her lips, the maiden had already soared into the air, pursuing them with haste. Ultimately, she was unable to find the individuals who had burned the paper money. Upon returning to Tianhai, the maiden fell into a long silence. That symbol had not been seen in the city for countless millennia. Why had it resurfaced after so many years? Was it friend or foe? "Your Highness, we cannot locate the individuals who burned the paper money," the loyal servant reported at last. "Inform everyone to be vigilant regarding these two individuals. They must not attract attention. Report to me immediately if there is any news," the maiden instructed solemnly. This command left the old servant taken aback. Tianhai wielded great influence in the realm, and their princess, the goddess of the sea, was renowned. It was rare to see her in such a serious demeanor. "The divine mountain," the old servant murmured thoughtfully. "Cancel that plan," the maiden replied with gravity. "I need to consult the ancient texts left by our ancestors. This matter is rather peculiar." With that, she entered the most forbidden depths of Tianhai. The Xiang ancient sect is situated within the territory of the Baoxing Empire. It is a lineage steeped in history, a sect of celestial authority established during the early years of the era of emperors by the illustrious Mingren immortal emperor, who named it the Xiang ancient sect. Regrettably, after countless millennia and the passage of time, the Xiang ancient sect is no longer the dominant force it once was. Though it has seen periods of revival, the decline remains unarrested. Elder A mortal has come to our sect seeking to become our chief disciple, an anxious disciple reported early one morning. Cast him down the mountain. The elder replied without even a glance. Does such a trivial matter require reporting? A mortal wishing to become the chief disciple of the Qiang ancient sect? What a farce! The title of chief disciple held significant implications. It often designated the successor to the sect leader. Although the leader was absent, the elders still held authority in such matters. But he was recommended by the three ghosts, the disciple stammered. The three ghosts? The elder shot him a sidelong glance, saying, he wouldn't be drinking someone else's wine in exchange for favors, would he? Indeed, the three ghosts were affiliated with the Qiang ancient sect, though the sect was reluctant to acknowledge this connection. The name Three Ghosts carried an air of authority, yet it also brought embarrassment to the elders of the sect. This figure was known for his three vices, a love for wealth, gambling, and indulgence. Hence he was mockingly referred to as the Three Ghosts. Despite having scarcely practiced any cultivation, the three ghosts wielded considerable influence within the Qiang ancient sect. Rumor had it that he was the illegitimate son of the previous sect leader, and thus, upon his passing, the former leader had urged the current leader to look after him. Some whispered that the three ghosts was actually the illegitimate child of an even earlier leader, who had received great favors from the previous leader, leading the latter to bear the burden and care for the three ghosts. Upon his demise, he too had instructed the current leader to ensure the three ghosts was looked after. Regardless of his parentage, the disreputable origins of the three ghosts made the higher-ups of the Qiang ancient sect reluctant to delve into his background or speak of it openly. For such a figure, characterized by love for wealth, gambling, and indulgence, and lacking in true cultivation, neither the elders of the Qiang ancient sect nor its other disciples harbored any fondness for him. Regardless of the three ghosts' recommendation, cast him down mountain. The elder, feeling irked, found his morning soured by such news. But he possesses the Qiang ancient token from the three ghosts, the disciple stuttered. The Qiang ancient token, upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he commanded, summon the other elders and have that mortal wait in the grand hall. The Qiang ancient sect had 6 elders, and upon hearing the mention of the Qiang ancient token, the other 5 elders also changed their expressions, compelled to attend. The Qiang ancient token was one of 3 ancient tokens bequeathed by the sect's founder, the Mingren immortal emperor. The other 2 had long been reclaimed, yet for reasons unknown, the last token had fallen into the hands of the 3 ghosts. Aside from the previous leader's directive to care for the 3 ghosts, the elders had no means of expelling him from the sect, largely due to the influence of the token he possessed. The bearer of this token was as if the Mingren immortal emperor himself were present. They could present a single request to the Qiang ancient token. Seated within the grand hall of the Qiang ancient sect, gazing at the ancient structure and the statue obscured by smoke, Li Qiye was stirred by a multitude of buried memories. The statue in the hall depicted the Mingren immortal emperor. Despite the passage of countless ages, the hazy figure still exuded an aura of ancient majesty, inspiring reverence that soared to the heavens. As Li Qiye beheld the statue, myriad emotions swelled within him. Years had passed since the Mingren immortal emperor departed from this world, while he had lived through one era after another. Today, he had finally reclaimed his own body, yet how many remarkable figures had vanished into the mists of time. Chapter 2. The 3 Ghosts, Part 2. Reflecting on the past, as the ancient era of darkness concluded and the age of emperors began. He found his soul trapped within the shadows of the ominous crows. After countless years of relentless endeavor, he had temporarily extricated himself from the clutches of the celestial and demonic cave. In those bygone days, when he first encountered the immortal Emperor Mingren, the latter was merely a young man yet untouched by the profound truths of the universe, a spirited youth with a fervent heart and a penchant for martial arts. It was he who introduced the immortal Emperor Mingren to the world of cultivation. Alas, in the blink of an eye, millions of years had passed, and the once invincible figures of that era had faded into obscurity. When Li Qiye's gaze fell upon a charred wooden stick next to the incense burner beneath the statue, he couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise, followed by a faint smile. After so many years, it was unexpected to see that stick still there. He recalled how he had once beaten those spirited youths into cries of despair, their vigor and enthusiasm palpable. At that moment, The 6 elders of the Qiang ancient sect entered in succession. Though not youthful, they radiated a vigorous aura, each elder emanating a formidable presence. Despite the decline of the Qiang ancient sect, they remained an imperial sect of the celestial realm, and if the elders were to accept titles in the kingdom of Baoxing, they would undoubtedly be recognized as heroes. The piercing gazes of the 6 elders landed upon Li Qiye, yet he remained unruffled, seated with serene composure. What of the Qiang ancient order? The Grand Elder finally spoke, his voice cold and heavy. For the Qiang ancient sect, the Qiang ancient order was of paramount importance. A relic left behind by their founder, the immortal Emperor Mingren. Li Qiye slowly opened his palm, revealing an ancient token. When the 3 ghosts had brought him to the town at the foot of the Qiang ancient sect's mountain, he had not anticipated that the 3 ghosts would plunge into the illustrious scouring tower. As the 3 ghosts departed, they had tossed him the Qiang ancient order. In truth, he had not foreseen that the 3 ghosts possessed such a token. After the immortal Emperor Mingren accepted his heavenly mandate, although he remained a shadowy crow, he had gifted Li Qiye 3 Qiang ancient orders. In the years that followed, Li Qiye had given those 3 orders to others. Now, after countless eons, to behold this order once more stirred profound emotions within him. He had never needed it then, yet today, it found purpose. The 6 elders scrutinized the Qiang ancient order, ultimately confirming its authenticity, leading to exchanged glances among them. In fact, the Qiang ancient sect had long sought to reclaim this ancient order, employing various methods to retrieve it from the 3 ghosts, who recognized the token as a protective charm and refused to return it. Unexpectedly, the 3 ghosts had entrusted it to an inconspicuous mortal. And where's the 3 ghosts? The Grand Elder inquired coldly. The Grand Elder had never viewed the 3 ghosts favorably, despite his status as the illegitimate son of the previous sect master. He has gone to the scouring tower. Li Qiye replied nonchalantly. Such words left the 6 elders at a loss for words. Though they internally denied that the 3 ghosts belonged to the Qiang ancient sect, he was indeed affiliated with them. The scouring tower was well known as the most prominent brothel in the vicinity. And this was not the first instance of the 3 ghosts frequenting such establishments. The 6 elders felt a deep frustration, wishing fervently that their sect were free from such a lecherous figure. What is your demand? Another elder spoke in a low tone. They were unaware of the means by which Li Qiye had persuaded the 3 ghosts to give him the Qiang ancient order, but the authenticity of the order was undeniable. It is said that the position of chief disciple of the Qiang ancient sect is still vacant, and the 3 ghosts have strongly recommended me for this role. Thus, I wish to become the chief disciple, Li Qiye stated gradually. This declaration darkened the expressions of the 6 elders. How could a licentious figure like the 3 ghosts possess the authority to recommend a chief disciple? Moreover, the selection of a chief disciple had always been approached with extreme caution. Otherwise, the position would not have remained unfilled for so long. The position of chief disciple is not to be taken lightly. One elder declared coldly. I am aware, Li Qiye replied calmly. However, the bearer of the Qiang ancient order is entitled to make a request, as established by your ancestor, the immortal Emperor Mingren. The ancient order in your possession may have dubious origins, the Grand Elder retorted coldly. The matter of the chief disciple is of utmost importance and cannot be trivialized. Li Qiye remained unperturbed, responding leisurely. I understand your concerns, esteemed elders. You fear that I may have forcibly seized this order from the 3 ghosts. If you do not believe me, you may send someone to the scouring tower to verify. Upon hearing the name Scouring Tower, the 6 elders' faces darkened. Yet they promptly dispatched a disciple for confirmation. Soon, the returning disciple affirmed that the Qiang ancient order had indeed been willingly bestowed upon Li Qiye by the 3 ghosts. Naturally, details regarding the 3 ghosts' escapades at the Scouring Tower were omitted, lest the elders' countenances grow even darker. Reluctantly, the 6 elders acknowledged the authenticity of Li Qiye's Qiang ancient order. However, as a sect with a rich legacy, the Qiang ancient sect could not afford to lose face, even in its current decline. Bring forth the mirror of true appearance, the Grand Elder commanded. The order was genuine, and the Grand Elder had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit begrudgingly. Soon, a disciple presented the mirror of true appearance, casting its light upon Li Qiye. Any mortal seeking to join a sect for cultivation must pass through the scrutiny of this mirror, which reveals one's constitution, lifespan, and fate. As the mirror illuminated his figure, Li Qiye and Apos' image appeared hazy and flickering, akin to a candle flame on the verge of extinguishing. Behind his shadow, a faint blood light glimmered, and a vague aura hovered upon his forehead. yet both the bloodlight and the aura remained indistinct. Constitution, mortal; lifespan, mortal; fate, mortal. The disciple reported after examining Li Qiye's attributes. Every individual possesses a constitution, lifespan, and fate, with the constitution directly correlating to physical strength, the lifespan determining longevity, and the fate influencing innate talent. Upon realizing that Li Qiye was of mortal constitution, lifespan, and fate, the 6 elders fell silent. Such attributes were exceedingly common among mortals. One could easily find a multitude of individuals possessing similar qualities. The chief disciple of the Qiang ancient sect should, at the very least, be of celestial or sacred constitution, if not an innate one, and the same applied to lifespan. Your attributes render you unfit to become the chief disciple, the Grand Elder stated coldly. I am aware. Li Qiye replied, unfazed, yet my very condition compels me to pursue the position of chief disciple. Li Qiye's assertion incited the ire of the other elders. His attributes were wholly inadequate for the role of chief disciple. He could scarcely meet the conditions for joining the Qiang ancient sect. How could he then aspire to the rank of chief disciple without inciting their wrath? I trust that the descendants of the immortal Emperor Mingren would not engage in actions that betray ancestral teachings or harm the sect, Li Qiye said, slowly displaying the Qiang ancient order in his hand. If this order falls into the hands of another, the consequences could be dire. The 6 esteemed elders present bore grim expressions. The Grand Elder coldly remarked, even so, the chief disciple of the Qian ancient sect, regardless of their lineage or background, must undergo a thorough investigation, otherwise they cannot be deemed worthy of the title. Li Qiye regarded the 6 elders with composure and replied, furthermore, if you suspect that I am a spy from another sect seeking to pilfer your celestial imperial legacy, I need not aspire to become the chief disciple. With this decree in hand, I could directly demand the secret texts. You should be more aware of this than I. His words caused the 6 elders to exchange glances, though doubt still lingered in their hearts regarding Li Qiye's intentions. The robust elder Qiang pondered aloud, if the Qian ancient decree remains outside our control, it poses a risk to our sect. We cannot refuse the demands of the decree's holder. Perhaps we should reach a decision. This matter is not to be taken lightly, the Grand Elder retorted coldly. Historically, the chief disciple has always been a direct disciple of the sect leader. Whether or not this comes to pass, we should consult the sect leader's opinion. Another elder reflected for a moment and added, that is a valid point. After all, this concerns the leader's direct disciple. A third elder concurred. Let us convey a message to the sect leader. After deliberation, the Grand Elder ultimately stated coldly, the 6 elders have sent word to the sect leader, Su Yongwang. To their astonishment, a swift reply was received. And even more surprising was the leader's agreement to appoint Li Qiye as the chief disciple. The leader is deluded. This is absurd. The Grand Elder read the message thrice, confirming its content, and expressed his dissatisfaction with a deep voice. Brother Gu, since the leader has consented, what can we say? Ultimately, the chief disciple is at the leader's discretion, Elder Qiong advised. It is indeed bewildering, another elder sighed, shaking his head. Elder Qiong forced a smile and shook his head, stating, what other course of action do we have? Even recovering the Qian ancient decree would be a significant achievement. Chapter 3, The Ancient Sect of Facial Cleansing, Part 1, 3 days henceforth, upon paying homage to the founder, you shall become the foremost disciple of the ancient sect of facial cleansing. The Grand Elder uttered these words with evident dissatisfaction. Seated calmly, Li Qiye displayed no surprise at this outcome. A serene smile graced his lips as he inquired, as the chief disciple, might I require 1 or 2 defensive weapons? The composure of Li Qiye intrigued another elder. At merely 13 years of age, he exhibited a tranquility and poise akin to that of a sovereign, an aura so profound that it seemed implausible for a mere mortal to possess such gravitas. This elder gazed at Li Qiye and shook his head, stating, while you may be the chief disciple now, I can provide you with some ordinary weapons. However, if you seek treasures, you are indulging in fanciful dreams. To acquire formidable artifacts or celestial techniques, you must demonstrate sufficient merit within the ancient sect of facial cleansing. Such is the rule of our sect. Li Qiye chuckled softly. His aspirations did not lie in celestial techniques or ancient arts. His gaze fell upon a charred wooden stick beside the fire altar. Very well, then. I shall take that wooden stick, he declared. What wooden stick? The elders were momentarily taken aback by Li Qiye and Appo's request. For the stick in question was used to poke ashes when burning paper offerings during the ancestral rites of their sect. It had been there for ages. and no one had shown any interest in it. The elders had anticipated that Li Qiye might request some precious artifact or imperial technique befitting his status. They were utterly unprepared for his choice of a mere stick. Li Qiye continued with a nonchalant demeanor as the chief disciple. I hold a significant position within the ancient sect of facial cleansing, embodying its long-standing prestige. This stick, originating from our sacred hall, bears profound meaning. It symbolizes the authority of our sect and is fitting for my esteemed role. He elaborated extensively on his philosophical musings, leaving the elders gazing at him as if he were a fool. At that moment, they could only think that perhaps only a gambler like Third Ghost would share such foolish sentiments with Li Qiye. Very well, you may have the stick. The Grand Elder interjected impatiently, viewing it as nothing more than a fire poker, unworthy of further discourse. I appreciate the Elder's generosity, Li Qiye replied, seizing the stick and tucking it at his waist. To the elders, his actions mirrored that of a simpleton. Huiran, take him to his quarters. An elder, exasperated, commanded a disciple to escort Li Qiye away. For the 6 elders, the day's events were profoundly disheartening. An inept individual had ascended to the position of chief disciple in the ancient sect of facial cleansing. Although their sect had diminished in stature over the years, it was still unfathomable for a fool to hold such a rank. Li Qiye was led to a solitary peak, not particularly small, with over 10 acres atop. There stood a dilapidated courtyard, overgrown with weeds and vines. Despite its remote location within the sect's territory, it was still a part of their domain. Upon entering the courtyard, the disciple addressed Li Qiye, "You shall reside here, senior brother." Though Li Qiye's tenure in the sect was shorter, as the chief disciple, he warranted the title of senior brother from all third-generation disciples, regardless of age. Li Qiye surveyed his surroundings without complaint, nodding, "The distant shadows of this lonely mountain make for a fine locale." Coincidentally, this mountain was indeed called Solitary Peak. The disciple chuckled and said, "From here, you will eventually move to the main peak." According to the sect's customs, the chief disciple was entitled to reside at the main peak. The ancient sect of facial cleansing possessed multiple main peaks, and the chief disciple could choose anyone to inhabit. However, given the current dissatisfaction of the 6 elders regarding Li Qiye's unmerited rise to prominence, they would not permit him to dwell in the main peak. "Staying here will suffice," Li Qiye stated calmly, showing no inclination to contest the matter. "I have brought the necessary items for you, senior brother," the disciple said, displaying a level of competence and foresight. "Should you require anything, feel free to seek me in the outer hall. What is your name?" Li Qiye called out as the disciple prepared to depart. The disciple hesitated momentarily. He had little faith in Li Qiye's potential. In the hall, Li Qiye's performance had appeared somewhat foolish. Yet his current composure piqued the disciple's curiosity. Was this a mere act of bravado or genuine confidence? "Junior brother, I am Nan Huiran, an outer hall attendant," the disciple eventually replied. "I am Li Qiye," he said with a slight nod. Very few could claim knowledge of his true identity and origins, which had been concealed over countless millennia. After Nan Huiran's departure, Li Qiye busied himself, tidying the courtyard and clearing the surrounding area of Solitary Peak. With his efforts, the long-abandoned peak began to exude a semblance of vitality. Li Qiye's actions were methodical. Were there outsiders present, they might find it hard to believe he was merely a 13-year-old boy. His demeanor and maturity belied his youthful appearance. As dusk approached, wearied and hungry, Li Qiye seated himself at the entrance. After catching his breath, he picked up the charred stick from his waist. Gazing at the blackened wooden stick, memories of a distant past surfaced, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Legends abound that celestial emperors are destined to bear the divine mandate, granting them immortality. Yet, where now are the invincible figures like Emperor Mingren and Emperor Tunri? As Li Qiye ruminated, he began to scrape the ash from the stick, revealing its true form, a 3-foot-long wooden rod, dark and unblemished despite its long service as a fire poker. Beyond this, it bore no extraordinary qualities. Gently, he caressed the rod, murmuring, "The snake-whacking stick." A soft sigh escaped him, and memories flooded back. Grasping this stick once more evoked a unique sentiment. In days gone by, before Emperor Mingren was bestowed with the divine mandate, he had trained a cadre of promising youths as his guides, and to discipline them, he had procured this very snake-whacking stick from the ghost forest. Later, this group of renowned youths, who once instilled fear far and wide, were ruthlessly beaten to a pulp by the serpent-slaying staff. After training these young men, he casually discarded the staff at the wash-face ancient sect, unaware that it would remain in the ancestral hall. Grasping the serpent-slaying staff, Li Qiye fell into a prolonged silence. reflecting on the countless lifetimes of effort it took to reclaim his body, finally escaping the clutches of the eternal shadow. Yet, many souls faded away, his kin, former friends. The divine pharmacist, the blood seal immortal emperor, and the Mingren immortal emperor. Even the Black Dragon King, who had lived 3 lifetimes, ultimately departed. In those distant years, during that wild era, he was merely an ordinary 13-year-old shepherd boy. However, in his quest to retrieve a lost sheep, he stumbled into the abyss of immortals and demons, where his soul was ensnared within the eternal shadows, reincarnating time and again. Initially filled with trepidation, he transformed into a shadowy raven, compelled to endlessly traverse the realms according to the abyss's predetermined path. He visited burial grounds, traversed ancient lands, and crossed the 9 realms. Each lifetime he was forced back to the abyss once more, though he had become a shadowy raven. The countless perilous journeys through the mysterious and treacherous burial grounds, which even the great sages feared, revealed innumerable secrets and fortified his resolve. Eventually, unwilling to remain an immortal puppet of the shadowy raven for eternity, he devised a grand scheme to sever the path bound to his soul within the abyss. In his relentless pursuit of freedom from the raven and Apos' curse and the reclamation of his body, he made tireless efforts, leading numerous promising youths onto the path of cultivation, guiding them towards invincibility and fulfilling their destinies. Although he finally succeeded in reclaiming his body and returning to humanity, how many had already departed? With a gentle sigh, Li Qiye pondered this, but soon took a deep breath, clenching his fists resolutely. In this lifetime, no matter the cost, he must ascend to the pinnacle, unmatched by any. For one day he shall reign supreme over the abyss of immortals and demons. Chapter 4. The Ancient Sect of Facial Cleansing. Part 2. Li Qiye ascended to the position of the chief disciple of the Ancient Sect of Facial Cleansing. A piece of news that swiftly spread throughout the sect. The mid-level and senior members of the sect harbored little resentment regarding his promotion, faced with the sect commander's decree. They had no choice but to accept that Li Qiye, despite being deemed a waste, was simply fortunate. However, the younger third-generation disciples reacted quite differently. Traditionally, the chief disciple was selected from among the promising talents of the third generation, having proven themselves through rigorous assessments by the elders and achieved notable accomplishments for the sect. Attaining the title of chief disciple not only granted one the privilege of direct teachings from the sect leader and exposure to imperial techniques, but it also significantly increased the likelihood of becoming the next sect leader. In the current era, the lack of a chief disciple from the second generation signified that the title would fall upon the younger third generation. This sparked considerable backlash among the exceptionally talented disciples, who felt wronged by Li Qiye's ascension. A disciple lamented, "How can a mere mortal, lacking any extraordinary qualities, be worthy of such an honor? His being named chief disciple is a disgrace to our sect." Older and more seasoned disciples, though less vocally resentful, muttered about Li Qiye's luck in possessing the sect's decree, stating that even the elders were powerless against it. They reasoned that the title of chief disciple alone did not guarantee a claim to the leadership position, as it was not a foregone conclusion that the chief disciple would become the sect leader. Some confident disciples scoffed, "Should this waste of a chief disciple overstep his bounds? I would gladly teach him a lesson, even if Li Qiye lacked the power to contend for leadership." His mere presence as their senior brother was a source of discontent among them. Curiosity also arose regarding the sect's decree, which had long been in the possession of the notorious Yi. How had it ended up in the hands of this young man? Whispers circulated that Yi was engaged in his usual debauchery when the elders sought to reclaim the decree, leading some to speculate that Li Qiye had somehow charmed the rogue into relinquishing it. The disciples collectively expressed disdain, linking Li Qiye with Yi, a figure viewed as a disgrace within the sect, despite the rumors of Yi being the illegitimate son of the previous sect leader. The sect's members held little respect for him. If not for the sect leader's favor, he would have been expelled long ago, in a mere 3 days. Before Li Qiye could even pay his respects to the ancestors, the 6 elders of the sect received alarming news from the 9 Holy Demon Gate. The elders were taken aback upon learning that the 9 Holy Demon Gate wished to conduct an assessment. One elder, dissatisfied, remarked, "Isn't it a bit hasty for the 9 Holy Demon Gate to demand an assessment? Li Qiye has just become the chief disciple." Another elder speculated that the 9 Holy Demon Gate intended to renege on their past agreements, believing that someone of Li Qiye's caliber could never pass their scrutiny. The Grand Elder, after a moment of silence, spoke with resignation, acknowledging the current power dynamics. The 9 holy demon gate now wields significant influence. We can no longer negotiate with them as we once did. His words plunged the council into silence as they reflected on the glory days when their sect once dominated the realms. What shall we do now? One elder inquired. Fully aware that someone of Li Qiye's unremarkable status stood little chance of passing the assessment. Perhaps we should treat this as a last resort, another elder suggested. If this assessment truly comes to pass, it might lead to an alliance with the 9 holy demon gate, granting us leverage against the likes of the heavenly saint sect and the precious holy upper nation. The other elders exchanged wry smiles, recognizing the improbability of such an outcome. Yet they still yearned to explore the possibility. Meanwhile, on the isolated peak, Li Qiye awaited the day of his ancestral rites when Nan Huiran arrived with urgent news. Senior brother, the elders request your presence at the ancestral hall, he informed Li Qiye, who appeared unfazed. Is it something significant? Li Qiye asked casually, observing Nan Huiran's anxious demeanor. With a nod, Nan Huiran explained, the 9 holy demon gate has sent word. They intend to assess you. Li Qiye's interest peaked at the mention of the 9 holy demon gate, stirring up forgotten memories. Be aware, senior brother, that the 9 holy demon gate is a formidable faction in the central domain, having substantial influence over the ancient borders. Nan Huiran elaborated, their founder, the 9 holy sage, was once the foremost warrior under our own ancestor, the immortal Emperor Mingren, during a time when they paid homage to us. I am familiar with the 9 holy demon gate, Li Qiye responded with a smile, his demeanor calm. He recalled the days when he guided Mingren in his cultivation, having invested considerable effort in subduing the 9 holy sage for Mingren's sake. What is this about a fiancé? Li Qiye inquired, intrigued by Nan Huiran's revelation. Nan Huiran continued, legend has it that when our ancestor Mingren ascended to become an immortal emperor, an agreement was forged with the 9 holy sage. If their successor were a female disciple, she would be wed to our sect's chief disciple. He lowered his voice, adding, at that time, it was considered an honor for them to align with us. It seems the old rooster had a female disciple, Li Qiye remarked, contemplating the implications. Upon hearing the words of Nan Huiran, Li Qiye was reminded of certain matters. In his recollection, it seemed that the 9 saints had taken a female disciple later on. But he had since fallen into slumber and had not inquired further into such trivialities. What did your senior brother say? Nan Huiran inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Li Qiye snapped back to attention, shaking his head as he replied, it's nothing. So, the current heir of the 9 saints is indeed a female disciple? Nan Huiran continued, it is said that the Xiyang ancient sect has not formed a union with the 9 saints for a considerable time. In this generation, there happens to be a female disciple. Speaking of which, he cast a glance at Li Qiye. I've heard that the heir of the 9 saints, Li Shuangdian, possesses a natural imperial body. Upon hearing this, Li Qiye instantly grasped the implications. The Xiyang ancient sect had fallen into decline, and naturally, the 9 saints would be reluctant to marry such a promising heir to them. Intriguing. A smile crept across Li Qiye's face as he suddenly understood the myriad of connections at play. Nan Huiran was taken aback. Li Qiye's calm demeanor did not resemble that of a mere wastrel. Strangely, despite being merely 13 years of age, his composure made him appear as though he were a seasoned noble, weathered by the tempests of life. In Nan Huiran's eyes, had it been anyone else, they would surely be at a loss upon hearing such news. Yet Li Qiye seemed utterly unfazed, which struck Nan Huiran as peculiar. Has Huiran explained the specifics to you? Upon Li Qiye's arrival at the ancestral hall, the 6 elders were present, and the Grand Elder spoke coldly. To be frank, the 6 elders held little regard for a wastrel like Li Qiye. However, today, they harbored a glimmer of hope that he was not truly a wastrel, wishing for him to pass the 9 saints assessment. The Xiyang ancient sect desperately needed a formidable ally like the 9 saints for a union. Of course, the elders were well aware that the chances of success were negligible, yet they remained undeterred, eager to give it a try. Returning to the elder, I understand. Li Qiye nodded in acknowledgement. Excellent. As long as you can pass the 9 demonic saints assessment, the sect will reward you handsomely, the Grand Elder stated coldly. Li Qiye chuckled softly, leisurely responding, I am willing to partake in the assessment, but I have 3 conditions. Another elder present scoffed. How dare you speak of conditions in the presence of the elders? A new chapter, a fresh beginning. Soon, everyone shall be introduced to Li Qiye's fiancée. And I encourage all to lend their support through votes. Chapter 5, The Fiancée Part 1. In response to the elder's furious shout. Other disciples would likely tremble in fear. However, Li Qiye merely smiled and calmly replied, Elder, please do not be angry. Junior brother Nan has informed me of the situation. If I truly pass the assessment for the Qiang ancient sect, it would indeed be a significant contribution, and merit should be rewarded. It is only reasonable that I present my conditions, and that shall wait until you pass. The elder retorted coldly, clearly displeased with Li Qiye's provocation. This can be negotiated. The Grand Elder interjected, nodding slightly. Rest assured, provided you succeed. You may choose any technique from the sect, aside from the Heavenly Fate secret art and the core Immortal Emperor techniques. But first, you must pass the assessment. I believe none of the elders would object to this. The other elders exchanged glances. If Li Qiye were truly capable of passing, such demands wouldn't be unreasonable. However, the likelihood of his success was practically nil. I can discuss other conditions once I pass, Li Qiye smiled. Nevertheless, I must mention one specific requirement now. I will need a portion of sacred body ointment once I reach a certain level of cultivation. Such a bold request. The 6 elders' expressions shifted, with one elder exclaiming in outrage. Unfazed, Li Qiye replied leisurely, Elder, that remark is unwarranted. Consider the alliance with the 9 sacred demon gate. What a tremendous achievement that would be. While sacred body ointment is indeed precious, I believe it is worth the value. Humph, sacred body ointment is not easily obtained. The elder snorted in dissatisfaction. The Grand Elder regarded Li Qiye for a moment before speaking solemnly. If you succeed, then a portion of sacred body ointment would not be excessive. However, the sect currently cannot fulfill this request, as we still lack many spiritual herbs to refine even a single portion. Upon hearing this, Li Qiye sighed inwardly. It appeared he had overestimated the current state of the Qiang ancient sect, which had indeed fallen into decline. In the past, when the immortal Emperor Mingren established the sect, its treasures were abundant. Not to mention sacred body ointment, even sacred body ointment would have been easily obtainable. Very well. I shall compromise and request royal body ointment instead, the finest available. Li Qiye conceded. The 6 elders exchanged glances, and ultimately, the Grand Elder nodded. I can agree to this, provided you succeed. Li Qiye simply smiled at the Grand Elder's words, then added, however, before heading to the 9 sacred demon gate, I have one more minor request. No one can predict whether the journey will end in life or death, so I require some techniques and a couple of weapons for protection. You are quite clever. Seeking to profit from this situation, Elder Xiong scoffed, displaying his dissatisfaction. Yet, the Grand Elder maintained his impartiality, nodding. How about this? You may select one technique and one weapon from those available below the rank of Hall Master. What do the other elders think? Although the other elders were displeased with Li Qiye and Apos' bargaining, they ultimately acquiesced to the Grand Elder and Apos' proposal. They understood that the chance of Li Qiye passing the assessment was virtually non-existent. Thus, any weapons or techniques offered would be as inconsequential as a dog's bark at a passing meat bun. Nevertheless, they remained hopeful and wished to test their luck. The elders worried too much. How could I dare to make such bold demands? Li Qiye chuckled, fully aware of the elders' thoughts. I have heard that there exists a technique known as Shaman Blade within the sect, reputed for its rapid mastery. Therefore, I shall choose this technique, along with a pair of dual blades suited for its application. The 6 elders exchanged surprised glances, having expected Li Qiye to make grandiose demands, even desiring imperial techniques. They were taken aback by his choice of a mere technique. Shaman Blade? The Grand Elder pondered momentarily before responding. Another elder remarked, Brother Gue, that is merely a martial skill within the sect. It is not particularly impressive. He, responsible for the distribution of techniques, was well acquainted with the sect and Apos' offerings. Upon hearing this, the elders unfamiliar with the Shaman Blade were momentarily taken aback. To cultivators, martial skills were indeed trivial, overshadowed by even the most ordinary techniques. The elders regarded Li Qiye's choice of a martial skill with skepticism, believing him to be yet another fool who could not discern value. Very well, Huiran. Deliver the Shaman Blade manual to Gushin, and allow him to select the finest dual blades suited for this technique. The Grand Elder granted Li Qiye's request without hesitation. Do you have any other minor requests? Seeing that Li Qiye had not made outrageous demands, the elders expressed a modicum of satisfaction and inquired. I have none for now. Li Qiye replied with a smile. Good. Return and prepare well. We shall set forth in 3 days. Upon your return, you shall pay respects to the ancestors. The Grand Elder instructed solemnly. Of course, whether he would return alive remained an open question. After returning to Gushin, Huiran brought Li Qiye the manual for the Shaman Blade along with a pair of well-crafted dual blades. Li Qiye weighed the crescent-shaped short blade in his hand, feeling quite pleased. The blade, with its moonlit curve, emitted a faint glimmer, though it was not a true artifact for cultivators nor a treasure. It was forged from a blend of ordinary materials, including a hint of red moon gold. In the mundane realm, it could be considered a razor-sharp weapon, yet to cultivators, it was hardly significant. Once Nan Huiran departed, Li Qiye slowly perused the Qimen blade manual, reading each word meticulously. As he did so, the techniques began to resurface in his mind. In the past, when he had transformed into the Shadow Crow, he had devised a brilliant strategy to escape the control of the immortal Devil Cave. However, his state had remained unstable, occasionally influenced by the cave. Thus, during periods of instability, he would seal himself away and succumb to slumber. He had endured countless hardships through numerous lifetimes, traversing the realm of immortals and entering the burial grounds. In an era fraught with chaos, he had once fallen into the hands of an invincible powerhouse, enduring innumerable trials. It was precisely due to this that he had encountered countless techniques, some even imperial or celestial secrets. Fearing that one day he might lose control and be dragged back to the immortal Devil Cave, he would erase all memories of the techniques he had learned in each lifetime, lest any astonishing secrets fall into the cave and Empress' possession. Yet, he and the divine apothecary, along with the blood-seal immortal emperor, had employed a profoundly mysterious method. Although these memories were wiped clean, whenever he had the opportunity to study these techniques again, the essence of those techniques would resurface vividly. As Li Qiye read the Qimen blade manual, all the profound insights he had lost regarding the Qimen blade slowly reemerged in his mind. After spending considerable time, Li Qiye finally regained all the insights he had previously erased from his memory regarding the Qimen blade. Taking a deep breath, he carefully compared the manual in his hand and discovered some discrepancies, which caused him to feel a twinge of concern. In truth, it was not uncommon for techniques like the Qimen blade to be incomplete. After all, martial skills were trivial in the eyes of cultivators, mere trifles. Throughout the millennia, it was likely that only a handful of disciples had practiced the Qimen blade within the Xiyang ancient sect. In no time, Li Qiye fully comprehended the essence of the Qimen blade that had resurfaced in his mind. With a smile, he embraced his newfound understanding. Although his physique, longevity cycle, and fate palace are of a mortal and Empress' caliber, insufficient to be deemed significant, and certainly inferior to those prodigies, the countless memories he possesses. Having encountered innumerable techniques and even astonishing celestial secrets, endow Li Qiye with insights, comprehension, and perspectives on cultivation that far surpass those of mere geniuses. More importantly, transformed into a shadowy crow, he has endured countless tribulations, even being imprisoned for millennia, deprived of sunlight. These relentless sufferings have forged within him an unparalleled resolve. A heart as steadfast as granite, impervious to any external influence. Gently caressing the Qimen blade in his hand, Li Qiye could not help but sigh, as it stirred within him a cascade of memories. The Qimen blade harbors secrets unknown even to the disciples of the Xian ancient sect. In the days before he embarked on his path of cultivation, the Mingren immortal emperor was but an ardent youth devoted to martial arts, practicing precisely this technique. Later, when he ascended to his destined role, reigning over the 9 realms, he found himself reminiscing about his youthful days. He even refined the Qimen blade he had once practiced. Of course, this martial technique pales in comparison to the imperial arts created by the Mingren immortal emperor, let alone the fabled techniques of destiny. The Mingren immortal emperor himself did not wish for future generations to pursue martial arts. Thus, the Qimen blade was carelessly placed within the scripture repository of the Xian ancient sect. For countless millennia, few disciples have practiced this blade technique, let alone grasped its true essence. When the Mingren immortal emperor refined the Qimen blade, Li Qiye, as a shadowy crow, jokingly remarked that although this blade could, at its zenith, cleave through kings and nobles, it was merely a trivial martial technique, likely to be neglected by future generations. The Mingren immortal emperor merely smiled at this. Indeed, Li Qiye and Empress' words proved accurate, as few within the Xian ancient sect later chose to practice the Qimen blade. Recollecting these thoughts, Li Qiye took a deep breath, wielding the short blade in both hands, and gradually began to practice the Qimen blade technique. Each move was executed with meticulous precision. He eschewed the pursuit of rapid mastery, ensuring that every gesture was executed with impeccable timing. As today is the weekend, I shall update another chapter, allowing for a brief burst of creativity. While you enjoy your reading, do not forget to support the author with your votes. Chapter 6, The Fiancé, Part 2, at the onset. Li Qiye was exceedingly unfamiliar with the art of swordsmanship. Despite possessing an intimate understanding of all its intricacies, he would still tremble at the moment of drawing his blade, unable to meet the standards of perfection. However, undeterred, he practiced relentlessly, repeating the movements over and over. Through his diligent efforts, he gradually became adept. Within a single night, he performed the sword technique 300 times, slowly mastering its essence, and soon his strikes became remarkably precise. Though Li Qiye was burdened with countless memories and harbored many astonishing secrets within his heart, a resolute determination propelled him forward. He understood that to traverse the realms of immortals and demons, he must exert tenfold or even 100-fold more effort than others. Otherwise, no amount of resources would suffice to conquer the immortal demon cave. In this era, none understood the immortal demon cave better than he. For 3 consecutive days, Li Qiye remained in seclusion, diligently honing his swordsmanship in the courtyard. He recognized the imminent dangers of his upcoming journey to the Nine Saints demon sect and deemed it essential to prepare adequately. As the 3rd day swiftly passed, Li Qiye set forth towards the Nine Saints demon sect, accompanied only by Nan Huiran, who had been responsible for delivering messages, and a guardian named Mo. The Xiyang ancient sect consisted of 6 elders, 12 guardians, and 36 hall masters. Yet, for this significant expedition to the Grand Nine Saints demon sect, only 1 guardian led the team, which was rather insufficient. Just the 3 of us? Li Qiye remarked, glancing at the meager assembly before their departure. Mo, the leading guardian, was a man of few words and was also Nan Huiran and Appo's mentor. He cast Li Qiye a sidelong glance, choosing not to elaborate further. In contrast, Nan Huiran was well-versed in the art of diplomacy. With a forced chuckle, he responded, "Brother, the elders have recently retreated for cultivation and have no plans to attend." Li Qiye smiled lightly, maintaining his composure. Retreating for cultivation? Perhaps they fear embarrassment. After all, I lack the opportunity to pass the assessment. As elders, should they personally participate and fail, it would be a trivial matter, but they cannot afford to lose face. Caught off guard by Li Qiye's bluntness, Nan Huiran awkwardly chuckled a few times. Indeed, Li Qiye's observation held truth. He had not even begun his cultivation journey, and to face the assessment at the Nine Saints demon sect would likely lead to repeated disgrace. For the 6 elders, failure is a foregone conclusion regarding my assessment. But they cannot tolerate the humiliation, he added. Brother, you worry too much, Nan Huiran chuckled nervously. The Nine Saints demon sect is not particularly friendly towards us, and the elders prefer to avoid conflict, hence their absence from this matter. Li Qiye smiled indifferently, saying, the Nine Saints demon sect is merely a shadow of its former self. The Xiyang ancient sect is not what it used to be. Even in the past, when the Nine Saints were in their prime, they could only bow before the Xiyang ancient sect. At Li Qiye's audacious words, Mo let out a cold snort, casting Li Qiye a fleeting glance and choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, Nan Huiran, feeling the tension, awkwardly shifted the topic, introducing, Brother, this is my master, a guardian of our sect. I ask for Mo's guidance during this journey. Li Qiye bowed respectfully, exhibiting decorum with grace and ease. Mo regarded him with a fleeting glance, remaining reticent as he stated, let us set forth. With that, he turned and departed. Mo, being one of the older guardians within the Xiyang ancient sect, possessed commendable abilities but was known for his taciturn nature, lacking social skills. As a result, his standing within the sect was relatively modest, and he could not be compared to other guardians. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned this arduous task of leading the expedition to the Nine Saints demon sect. The higher-ups of the Xiyang ancient sect were well aware that this journey to the Nine Saints demon sect was destined for ridicule. They anticipated that Li Qiye would undoubtedly embarrass himself and might even inadvertently invite peril upon himself. This mission was bound for failure. Not only did the 6 elders shy away, but even the other guardians were reluctant to take the lead, resulting in the burden falling upon Mo. Mo was also cognizant of the impending embarrassment, which surely dampened his spirits, hence his reticence. He guided Li Qiye and Nan Huiran into the grand platform of the Xiyang ancient sect. The platform was immense, capable of accommodating thousands. Its sheer scale was daunting. Across the vast domain, few sects could boast such a monumental platform. The platform, ancient and profound, was constructed from divine stone pillars, inscribed with the characters of the immortal emperor, exuding an air of grandeur and unfathomable depth. Each inscription possessed the power to obliterate time and space. This platform alone was indicative of the Xiyang ancient sect and Appo's formidable foundation. This very platform had been personally crafted by the Mingren immortal emperor, who had once used it to embark on expeditions across the 8 desolations, traversing the 9 realms. Such a platform could only be possessed by the imperial sects within the vast domain. With a resonant hum, the platform was activated by the disciples of the Shiyang ancient sect, and a colossal gate rose within its confines. The gate, meticulously forged from divine gold, bore intricate inscriptions of formidable imperial script. Along its surface, a series of grooves were designed for embedding the crystalline walls, which were formed from the essence of heaven and earth. These crystalline walls were immensely valuable, one of their purposes being to facilitate the opening of the gate and to traverse the void. The more crystalline walls embedded, the higher the rank, and the further the distance one could cross. Regrettably, the current gate only possessed a scant few crystalline walls, and their quality was limited. Witnessing this scene, Li Qiye Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the Xiang ancient sect had fallen from grace. In years past, this gate had been filled with crystalline walls sourced from the land of immortals. It had once possessed the ability to bridge the 9 realms, reaching any desired destination, provided one had precise coordinates. As Mo led Li Qiye and Nan Huiran through the gate, they were instantly transported away. The central region was vast, stretching billions of miles, with countless sects scattered throughout, including numerous nations. Among these nations, the upper country and the ancient country were colossal entities, each spanning millions, even billions of miles. Thus, crossing such nations required more than mere flight. It necessitated the use of gates to traverse the void. Naturally, only a few sects possessed the capability to traverse various domains, predominantly those that governed large territories. With a resonant hum, in the blink of an eye, the trio was transported to the 9 Saints demon sect, emerging from the gate within their domain. Upon stepping through, both Mo and Li Qiye were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of celestial essence, revealing a breathtaking, ethereal landscape. The territory of the 9 Saints demon sect spanned thousands of miles, boasting majestic mountains and rivers, with cascading springs suspended in midair, divine trees reaching for the heavens, and ancient palaces floating amidst the clouds. At the heart of this land, beams of divine light surged skyward, hinting at the presence of astounding treasures hidden within. Within the 9 Saints demon sect, celestial beings traversed through the mist, exhaling clouds of ethereal vapor, while divine beasts soared across the skies, embodying the essence of nature. Such grandeur could only emanate from a great sect, making it unsurprising that they held dominion over the nations. In stark contrast, the Shiyang ancient sect appeared as a frail, fading elder, unable to compete with such magnificence. Overwhelmed by the sight, both Mo and Nan Huiran momentarily lost their composure. Although it was not their first visit to the 9 Saints demon sect, witnessing its splendor left them feeling despondent. In reminiscence of the past, even a colossal entity such as the 9 Demon Holy Gate had to pay homage to the ancient cleansing sect. Alas, the grandeur of yesteryears has faded. Today, the ancient cleansing sect has fallen into decline, now having to rely on the 9 Demon Holy Gate for support. It turns out that Brother Mo has graced us with his presence. It has been quite some time. As Brother Mo and his 2 companions descended from the platform, an elder from the 9 Demon Holy Gate, accompanied by a disciple, awaited their arrival. The matter of the assessment had already been communicated between the ancient cleansing sect and the 9 Demon Holy Gate, hence the latter was well prepared. The welcoming party consisted of a hall master from the 9 Demon Holy Gate, surnamed Fu. This hall master bore a cold visage, making it difficult for him to muster even a semblance of a smile. He radiated a formidable aura, and his eyes glimmered with a terrifying chill. Each piercing gaze as tangible as ice, instilling fear in those who beheld him. "I am deeply honored by your personal reception, Brother Fu," Mo Huafe said with a respectful bow upon meeting Hall Master Fu. Unconsciously, he found himself diminished in presence before the latter. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Although Hall Master Fu was merely a Hall Master, the extraordinary aura he exuded indicated his remarkable strength. One could only imagine that in the ancient cleansing sect, only an elder would possess the might to be deemed powerful, while this Hall Master already wielded such prowess. Mo Huafe addressed Hall Master Fu, "Brother Fu, we have come regarding the assessment." Hall Master Fu managed to force a semblance of a smile, albeit insincere, and replied, "This matter has been instructed by the elders." He then cast a glance at Li Qiye, quickly losing interest, and remarked, "This must be your sect and Oppos' chief disciple." "Indeed. Li Qiye is our chief disciple at the ancient cleansing sect," Mo Huafe said, somewhat helplessly forcing a smile. However, possessing talent like Li Qiye and Appos was not something to be overly proud of. The assessment is merely a friendly exchange. Hall Master Fu, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, responded, "There is no need for you to force it, Brother Emo." At that moment, he regarded Li Qiye as nothing more than an insignificant insect. "It is merely an assessment. It holds little significance," Li Qiye said languidly, uninterested in further engaging with Hall Master Fu. The Hall Master scoffed, disregarding Li Qiye entirely, and addressed Emo Hu Fa, "Please, Brother Emo, follow me." To him, conversing with a junior like Li Qiye was beneath his dignity. Emo Hu Fa couldn't and Appos helped but cast a glare at Li Qiye. Acknowledgements to the reader, Time-Space Plunderer. For the cover art. Regarding updates, the first update will be at 9 a.m., the second at 5 p.m., and if there is an outburst, it will be before 10 p.m. Chapter 7, The 9 Sacred Demon Gate, Part 1. In this chapter, Deputy Hall Master Fu escorted the three of them, including Protector Emo, into a courtyard of modest size. In the context of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, such accommodations were merely intended for the reception of ordinary guests. The matter of the alliance was treated with little seriousness, as only a Hall Master had been sent to preside over the occasion, and the three were hosted with the status of common visitors, indicating their lack of significance in the eyes of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate. After settling Protector Emo and his companions, Hall Master Fu exchanged only a few polite words before departing, his demeanor notably indifferent. As for Protector Emo, aware of the potential for embarrassment in this mission, he had steeled himself against anger, choosing instead to remain silent. Once Hall Master Fu had arranged for their stay, he hastily ventured deeper into the sacred grounds of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate. In an ancient temple, he encountered one of the elders, who sat majestically in the air, radiant halos swirling behind him, surrounded by ethereal chains of divine law, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to that of a deity. "How fares the eldest disciple of the Washing Face ancient sect?" The elder and Appos' voice resonated like thunder, yet this fearsome sound was confined within the ancient hall. Outside, Hall Master Fu, who appeared imposing to others, now trembled as he bowed low, responding, "Elder, merely an ant, a mere mortal, an ignorant and arrogant youth, is of no consequence." "Understood. You may leave," came the elder's commanding voice, imbued with thunderous authority that instilled fear, even without his eyes opened. Hall Master Fu, cautious and deferential, retreated, drenched in sweat upon exiting the ancient hall. As a Hall Master, it was a rare privilege to meet with an elder. Even those of noble birth might not receive such an audience, choosing a commoner, a mundane being. As the chief disciple reflects the dire state of the Washing Face ancient sect. After Hall Master Fu and Appos' departure, the elder seemed to address someone unseen. "What a pity for the imperial arts of Emperor Mingern. It is said that the secret techniques of his celestial mandate may still reside within the Washing Face ancient sect." At this moment, a mysterious and authoritative voice echoed. "To the Demon Emperor, as long as the imperial arts of Emperor Mingren remain within the Washing Face ancient sect, given time, we shall seize them." The elder proclaimed, "Such commoners, like those from the Washing Face ancient sect, are unworthy of our 9 Sacred Demon Gate and Appos' legacy." The mysterious voice fell silent, and the elder ceased speaking. Had there been outsiders present, they would surely be astounded. For the Demon Emperor of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate is an entity of unparalleled terror. Legend has it that he possesses a formidable lineage, and under his reign, the 9 Sacred Demon Gate flourished, maintaining dominion over the vast territories of the ancient Bull Kingdom, unchallenged by any sect. This supremacy is not solely due to the strength of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, but also the indelible contributions of its Demon Emperor. Within the ancient Bull Kingdom, few dare to challenge the Demon Emperor's might. After being settled in the small courtyard, Protector Emo chose to seclude himself, remaining indoors, while the sociable Nan Huiran had vanished elsewhere. Upon settling in, Li Qiye wasted no time and immediately commenced rigorous practice with the Chiman blade. He understood that the 9 Sacred Demon Gate would not easily let him off the hook. Preparation was imperative. He practiced the blade techniques repeatedly, striving for peak performance in each move, leaving no room for error. As he continued, his garments became soaked with sweat, drying and saturating in a relentless cycle, until his nerves felt nearly numb. Yet, he persevered, driven by an unwavering pursuit of perfection. Having lived countless years, Li Qiye comprehended that grasping profound principles was one thing, but executing them flawlessly was another. Even the most extraordinary talent, if it does not undergo relentless practice, may falter in achieving peak execution. Enduring countless trials and tribulations had instilled in Li Qiye an insatiable quest for excellence. With a swish, the short blades slipped from his grasp, dancing like butterflies. Their movements fluid and elusive. Though he had practiced the same technique countless times, when the blades returned to his hands, he let out a soft sigh. Despite his understanding of the essence of the Qimon blade, he still felt he had not reached the pinnacle of perfection. The technique remained just shy of the precise execution he envisioned. Such excellent swordsmanship, my senior truly embodies diligence. In comparison to my efforts, I feel quite inadequate. Just then, Nanhuiren entered, accompanied by a young man. Noticing Li Qiye and Amp, Oppos, as intense training, Nanhuiren Kuden and Amp, Oppos, help but express his admiration, genuinely moved. Although he had initially doubted Li Qiye's potential, witnessing his diligence had significantly altered his perception. Hard work can compensate for lack of talent, Li Qiye replied. Sheathing his short blade, still composed despite the sweat-soaked attire, Nanhuiren chuckled, responding, I shall remember your words, and use them as motivation. He then introduced the young man beside him. This is Brother Zhang from the Nine Sacred Demon Gate, a dear friend of mine. While Nanhuiren may not have been a prodigy, he was amiable and socially adept, in stark contrast to his reticent mentor, Protector Mo. As an outer hall master, he had made several trips to deliver messages for the elders, forging connections with various disciples, albeit none of significant stature. Brother Zhang, however, was not a prominent figure within the Nine Sacred Demon Gate. To him, Li Qiye, a mere mortal, was hardly noteworthy, and he barely acknowledged him, nodding only out of respect for Nanhuiren. In his eyes, those who practiced martial arts like Li Qiye were inconsequential. Since it is your first visit to the Nine Sacred Demon Gate, why not accompany us for a tour to familiarize yourself with the surroundings? Nanhuiren kindly invited Li Qiye. Upon hearing this, Li Qiye contemplated and smiled. That sounds agreeable. Nanhuiren promptly turned to Brother Zhang, saying, Brother Zhang, we would appreciate your guidance on this occasion. Of course, Brother Zhang replied, though he was reluctant to engage with Li Qiye, treating him as an afterthought. In truth, as the host, the Nine Sacred Demon Gate should have extended the courtesy of a proper introduction to Li Qiye. However, they regarded him as inconsequential, neglecting even the most basic etiquette. Had it not been for the promise made by the great sage of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate in years past, they might not even acknowledge this union. The reluctance of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate to engage in this alliance prompted them to impose the requirement of testing Li Qiye, aimed at dissuading the washing face ancient sect and Amp, Oppos, aspirations for a union. As Brother Zhang led Nanhuiren and Li Qiye on a tour of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate, he showed little interest in conversing with Li Qiye, occasionally speaking with Nanhuiren while treating Li Qiye as invisible. However, as they traversed the paths of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate, they attracted the attention of several disciples, who whispered amongst themselves, Is that truly the chief disciple of the Washing Face ancient sect? One disciple remarked, casting a distant glance at Li Qiye, noticing his mortal status, and frowned. Some disciples of the Nine Holy Demon sect scoffed disdainfully, remarking, The Washing Face ancient sect has become an insignificant faction. A mere commoner can rise to the position of chief disciple. Their chief disciple is hardly worth much. How can such a mundane individual be worthy of marrying sisterly? This is akin to a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, completely oblivious to his own pitiful appearance. Another disciple of the Nine Holy Demon sect echoed this sentiment with contempt. Li Shuangyan, the heir of the Nine Holy Demon sect, not only possessed unparalleled talent but also unmatched beauty. Countless young disciples within the sect harbored affection for her, and throughout the entirety of the ancient Bull frontier, young elites vying for her attention could be lined up from east to west. How can such a commoner be deemed worthy to be Sister Li's fiancé? It is nothing but a daydream, exclaimed a disciple, filled with indignation, with some even wishing to spit in Li Qiye and Amp, Oppos, face. The disciple Zhang, acting as a guide, felt particularly awkward, acutely aware of the disdainful glances from his peers. Consequently, he quickened his pace, distancing himself from Li Qiye, adopting an air of indifference as if to signal that he had no association with him. As for Li Qiye, he remained entirely unfazed, leisurely surveying the landscapes of the Nine Holy Demon sect, seemingly unperturbed by the opinions of others. Senior brother, you must exercise caution. The heir of the Nine Holy Demon sect has countless admirers. Be wary of their ill intentions. Nanhuiren kindly cautioned Li Qiye in a hushed tone. It is merely a woman. Is there really a need for concern? Li Qiye replied, casting a casual glance at Nan Huiran. He had encountered women of extraordinary beauty before and paid no heed to this so-called fiancée, viewing it as an inconsequential matter. Nan Huiran was taken aback by Li Qiye's words and quickly urged, "Senior brother, we are in the 9 holy demon sect. One must not act recklessly." Li Qiye merely smiled, disinterested in further discussion. Since the 9 holy demon sect sought to assess him, he too wished to ascertain the extent of their remaining heritage. Unbeknownst to them, Li Qiye and his companions had arrived at the dueling arena of the 9 holy demon sect, a place accessible to all. Upon entering the arena, one was immediately struck by a sense of insignificance. The dueling arena was vast, standing within its expanse made one feel remarkably small, akin to an ant on an immense earth. Chapter 8, The 9 Sacred Demon Gate, Part 2. The dueling arena was suffused with a mysterious and formidable energy. The vast expanse was paved with black stones, each pulsating with the inscriptions of the great sage. The power permeating the arena emanated from these stones, enveloping the entire area to prevent its destruction during combat. This was a dueling arena of great sage caliber, although it was not his first visit. Nan Huiran was once again awestruck by the grandeur and solemnity of the atmosphere. The disciple surnamed Zhang could not help but feel a sense of pride, proclaiming, "This dueling arena was crafted by our founder, capable of withstanding the might of great sage battles." Indeed, the existence of such a formidable arena underscored the profound heritage of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, a source of pride for many sections. Nan Huiran could not resist mentioning, albeit in a hushed tone, that his own sect, the Shiyang Ancient Sect, once possessed a legendary dueling arena. However, he quickly fell silent, unwilling to elaborate further. It was said that this arena was brought back by the immortal Emperor Mingren from the farthest reaches of the cosmos and could even bear the weight of the Emperor and Apos, unparalleled power. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, this arena had been sealed off, and no one from the Shiyang Ancient Sect had been able to unlock it since. Meanwhile, standing beside them, Li Qiye was oblivious to their conversation, his gaze fixated on the enormous stone sculptures at each corner of the arena. Each towering statue, reaching a height of 100 feet, resembled giants. Their expressions varied yet remarkably lifelike, as if crafted by a master sculptor with impeccable skill. This was what Li Qiye yearned to see most. Since the passing of the great sage, he had not returned to the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, and he had little inclination to do so. Astonishingly, after countless years, these 4 stone figures still stood resolute. While Nan Huiran was engaged in idle chatter with his companions, he momentarily overlooked Li Qiye. However, soon after, the disciple surnamed Zhang furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is that fool doing?" Nan Huiran turned to see Li Qiye attempting to climb one of the massive stone sculptures. Yet, with limited strength, he struggled to ascend the 100-foot statue, failing repeatedly. At that moment, several disciples outside the arena observed Li Qiye, who appeared like a country bumpkin, poking and prodding the giant stone figure, even murmuring to himself as if he had never seen such a colossal sculpture before, which prompted laughter among the onlookers. This scene left Nan Huiran feeling embarrassed. Although these stone sculptures were not sacred relics of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, Li Qiye's antics made him resemble a rustic simpleton. It was awkward for him to call out to Li Qiye to stop or to remain silent. Just as Nan Huiran felt the weight of embarrassment, Li Qiye beckoned him over amidst the crowd's gaze. Caught in a dilemma, Nan Huiran had no choice but to approach Li Qiye. This statue was rather tall. "Help me up," Li Qiye instructed, displaying an air of nonchalance despite the multitude watching. Nan Huiran was momentarily at a loss for words, questioning whether Li Qiye was merely oblivious or truly foolish. In front of so many disciples of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, Li Qiye continued to act like a country bumpkin, trying to scale the enormous statue, which could only tarnish the reputation of the Shiyang Ancient Sect. "Are you going to help me up, or shall we continue to entertain the crowd?" Li Qiye asked, unfazed, as if he were the true spectator in this farce. What could Nan Huiran do? He could only steel himself, grasp Li Qiye, and leap onto the colossal statue. Li Qiye, unfazed, sat comfortably on the shoulder of the giant stone figure, surveying the vast expanse of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, taking in the breathtaking scenery. Nan Huiran, lacking the same audacity, jumped down to stand aside. At that moment, he contemplated leaving, yet he could not abandon Li Qiye alone, fearing that if Li Qiye were to fall, it would further disgrace the Shiyang Ancient Sect. As for Nan Huiran and Apos, his friend surnamed Zhang, he was even less inclined to remain and witness the embarrassment. Without a word, he turned and departed. "Humph, The people from the Xiang ancient sect are nothing but rude bumpkins, scoffed some disciples of the nine sacred demon gate, observing Li Qiye perched upon the statue. Huh, does he truly believe himself a person of importance, daring to sit up there without a moment of self-reflection? Another disciple remarked disdainfully. Many disciples of the nine sacred demon gate felt deep discontent with Li Qiye's audacious behavior. Yet, Li Qiye remained unconcerned, swinging his feet leisurely from the statue's shoulder while engaging in what appeared to be a conversation with the stone figure. To others, Li Qiye and Apos' actions were those of a fool, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This left Nan Huiran feeling acutely uncomfortable, wishing to escape the scene. But he could not simply abandon Li Qiye. As time dragged on painfully, Nan Huiran was on edge until, at last, Li Qiye seemed to tire of his perch and waved for him to come over. Relieved, Nan Huiran hastily leaped up to assist Li Qiye down. Once on the ground, Nan Huiran quickly suggested, "Senior brother, it's getting late. We should return." He was eager to avoid further mischief from Li Qiye, fearing what else he might do. In response to Nan Huiran's insistence, Li Qiye merely chuckled and nodded lightly. Huh, look at how calm he remains. A disciple from the nine sacred demon gate sneered at Li Qiye. The Xiang ancient sect is merely a minor sect. A mere turtle thinks it can aspire to court a swan. Huh, just a useless fool thinks he can win over our senior sister. Provoked, Li Qiye slowly turned to face the disciple and replied leisurely, "Win over your senior sister? That is truly flattering. Even if a celestial maiden were to propose to me, I would still ponder whether to accept, let alone your senior sister." Li Qiye's audacious words instantly ignited the ire of many present, as numerous male disciples of the nine sacred demon gate harbored affections for Li Shuangyan. Consequently, a multitude of furious glares were directed at Li Qiye. Peace is paramount. Peace is paramount, Nan Huiran thought, chilled by the atmosphere, as he hastily pulled Li Qiye away. He had no desire to remain in such a precarious situation. "You coward. If you have the guts, Dawn and Apos, run." Some disciples of the nine sacred demon gate shouted in indignation. They would have pursued Li Qiye relentlessly had he not been a guest, intent on teaching him a lesson. With great urgency, Nan Huiran dragged Li Qiye back to their small courtyard, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He could not shake the feeling of dread, questioning whether Li Qiye was simply arrogant or truly a foolish, reckless individual. "Senior brother, the nine sacred demon gate is not a force we can provoke. Sometimes retreating is wise. Patience will yield greater horizons," Nan Huiran urged, not only for Li Qiye's sake, but also to protect his own life. "What is there to endure?" Li Qiye smiled calmly and remarked, "When soldiers come, let the generals block. When water arrives, let the earth conceal." Nan Huiran was momentarily rendered speechless. Having such a leader was akin to courting trouble. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for undertaking this task. The proposed union between the Xiang ancient sect and the nine sacred demon gate had incited considerable dissatisfaction among many young disciples of the nine sacred demon gate. Li Shuangyan, the paragon of the nine sacred demon gate, stood in lofty esteem, adored by countless young male disciples. The possibility of her being betrothed to the chief disciple of the Xiang ancient sect ignited fury among these young men. To the youthful disciples of the nine sacred demon gate, the Xiang ancient sect was merely a declining, inconsequential sect, utterly unworthy of an alliance with them. Especially considering that the chief disciple of the Xiang ancient sect was an ineffectual mortal. This proposed union was a disgrace to the dreamlike figure they revered. And many young male disciples harbored a fierce desire to crush Li Qiye. Among them was Du Yuanguang, a disciple who held a particular disdain for Li Qiye. As an outer disciple of the nine sacred demon gate, Du Yuanguang was notably talented, heralded as a small genius. In merely 5 years since his initiation, he had already reached the pinnacle of the palace opening realm. Once he endured the assessments of this year, he would become a key disciple of the nine sacred demon gate. Du Yuanguang was unequivocally one of the most infatuated disciples regarding the divine maiden, Li Shuangyan. During the selection of disciples years ago, it was Li Shuangyan who presided over the process when Du Yuanguang was admitted into the nine sacred demon gate. Upon first encountering Li Shuangyan, he was utterly captivated, believing that her selection of him indicated a modicum of favor. Possessing considerable talent, Du Yuanguang was brimming with confidence, yearning for the day he could cultivate alongside Li Shuangyan as her partner. Now, an inexplicable union with the Xiang ancient sect had kindled animosity within Du Yuanguang towards Li Qiye, a man he had never met. Particularly infuriating were Li Qiye's dismissive words towards Li Shuangdan in the duel arena, igniting a fiery rage within him. How dare this insignificant mortal, a mere waste, speak so brazenly? If he were not taught a lesson, he would remain oblivious to the vastness of heaven and earth. Thus, upon hearing those words, Du Yuanguang's gaze turned icy, and a murderous intent surged within him. Chapter 9. Unflinching Murder, Part 1. The following day, Li Qiye rose early and dragged Nan Huiran along to stroll around the periphery of the Nine Saint Demon sect. He sought to discern what remnants of heritage the sect still possessed. Nan Huiran was utterly reluctant, whether Li Qiye was a fool or merely oblivious. His instincts told him that Li Qiye was undoubtedly a troublemaker, and accompanying him could only lead to misfortune. Nevertheless, Li Qiye paid no heed to his unwillingness and turned to leave, leaving Nan Huiran with no choice but to follow him with a grimace. For he could not afford to explain any mishaps that befell Li Qiye prior to their assessment. However, not long after they stepped outside, they were confronted by Du Yuanguang, an outer sect disciple renowned as a prodigy. Moreover, Du Yuanguang was not alone. He was accompanied by a dozen disciples from the Nine Saint Demon sect. Many of these disciples had long harbored grievances against Li Qiye, but had refrained from taking action until now, emboldened by Du Yuanguang's presence to finally reprimand this so-called waste. "Ah, it's Brother Du. A pleasure to meet you," Nan Huiran exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of concern upon perceiving the hostile intent from Du Yuanguang and his entourage. He stepped forward in a bid to placate them. Du Yuanguang, casting not a single glance at Nan Huiran, coldly retorted, "Nan Huiran, this matter does not concern you. Step aside, or you shall face the consequences alongside him." Such words caused Nan Huiran's countenance to darken, yet being a person skilled in navigating delicate situations, he managed to suppress his anger and bowed slightly, inquiring, "Brother Du, what has transpired?" Du Yuanguang's gaze remained fixed on Li Qiye, his eyes glinting with a chilling malice. Li Qiye merely glanced at him, leisurely stepping forward, and calmly stated, "Good dogs do not block the way. If you do not wish to act like a dog, then step aside." Upon hearing this, Nan Huiran instantly sensed the impending danger. Indeed, the murderous glares directed at Li Qiye were palpable. How dare such an ignorant fool from the insignificant washing-face ancient sect dare to prance about in our Nine Saint Demon sect? "It seems you are tired of living," one disciple bellowed in fury. As Li Qiye prepared to respond, Nan Huiran frantically pulled him back, whispering urgently, "Senior brother, let it go. Do not stoop to their level. Du Yuanguang is a key disciple groomed by the Nine Saint Demon sect. He is the designated disciple of Protector Su, and if he survives this year's assessment, he will ascend to an inner sect disciple." Nan Huiran and Oppos' words served as a caution to Li Qiye, emphasizing that they could not afford to provoke someone of Du Yuanguang and Oppos' stature, especially given the backing of Protector Su, whose status eclipsed that of the elders of the washing-face ancient sect. Du Yuanguang's eyes flashed with cold light, but he did not yet take action. He spoke icily. "Our Nine Saint Demon sect holds dominion in the ancient kingdom of Gujiang. Although the washing-face ancient sect is but a minor sect, we shall still treat our guests with courtesy. However, we recently lost a treasured item." Du Yuanguang and Oppos' slow, deliberate words caused Nan Huiran and Oppos' expression to shift dramatically. "Brother Du, what do you mean by that?" he asked, bewildered. Glancing contemptuously at Nan Huiran, Du Yuanguang replied, "It means nothing. It is merely that our sect has had no outsiders of late, and the only guests here these past few days are you from the washing-face ancient sect." The implication was unmistakable. Du Yuanguang was accusing the disciples of the washing-face ancient sect of thievery. This was not merely a matter of personal honor. It tarnished the reputation of the entire sect, leaving even a diplomat such as Nan Huiran unable to mask his dismay. "Brother Du, please choose your words carefully." Nan Huiran sought to mediate, but with the integrity of the washing-face ancient sect at stake, he could not simply brush the matter aside. Du Yuanguang shot a disdainful glance at both Nan Huiran and Li Qiye, sneering, "Choose my words carefully? The washing-face ancient sect is already in decline and destitute. Who can guarantee that you will not allow rogues to infiltrate your ranks? Even a mere mortal can become your sect's chief disciple. It is hardly surprising if you accept petty thieves as your disciples." Nan Huiran's face flushed with anger. Such insults were intolerable for any disciple of the washing-face ancient sect. "Brother Du, we demand to see your hall master. We must have an explanation for this affront to our sect's honor," he declared, resolute in his stance. Du Yuanguang, brimming with confidence, chuckled coldly, "See the hall master? Nan Huiran, it is not that I refuse you, With you and your waste of a chief disciple, you lack the qualifications to meet our hall master. You are but a small, insignificant sect, while our hall master could easily command respect. If your elders sought an audience, that might be feasible, but you are simply unworthy. Especially with a waste like him. He fixed a cold gaze upon Li Qiye as he spoke. Indeed, what is the washing-face ancient sect compared to us? And as for that waste of a chief disciple, he is nothing but filth. Having him linger at our 9-saint demon sect would merely tarnish our threshold. The other disciples chortled mockingly. For Nanhuiren and the washing-face ancient sect, this was an unparalleled humiliation, inciting a tremor of fury within him. Yet Li Qiye remained unfazed, regarding Du Yuanguang with a calm demeanor. Whether this is your intention or that of your hall master matters little. It is clear you are enamored with the 9-saint demon sect and Appos' disciple, the one named Li Qiye, though I have yet to meet your so-called goddess. It is evident you are short-sighted. If she were to desire my company, it would be a matter of your sect's delusion. With your sect's current standing, I might consider her as a mere maid, but as for you? Li Qiye shot a sidelong glance at Du Yuanguang, leisurely continuing. You are such a fool that if your goddess had any semblance of talent, she would not deign to look at you, even if I were to overlook her. You are far from qualifying to compete with me for her affections. Go find a cooler place to linger. You seek death, and I shall grant it. Du Yuanguang roared, his fury igniting as a divine light manifested behind him, brandishing a divine sword. Du Yuanguang, if you seek to fight, I shall oblige. Li Qiye's audacity prompted a cheer from Nanhuiren. Though he was acutely aware that Li Qiye had never undergone cultivation, he promptly positioned himself before Li Qiye. Very well. Nanhuiren, I shall deal with you first before slaying this little fool. Du Yuanguang's eyes blazed with rage. In his mind, Li Qiye was an unparalleled goddess. And Li Qiye and Appos' insult to her was more infuriating than an affront to himself. Li Qiye slowly pushed Nanhuiren aside, calmly stating, Huiren, since someone seeks my life, I shall personally end it. Just watch. Good, good, good. Du Yuanguang laughed maniacally, gazing at Li Qiye as he declared, this is the most amusing joke I have ever heard. A mere waste with the skills of a novice dares to claim he will kill a practitioner of the palace-breaking realm. Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity for a duel. Ha! The other disciples of the 9-saint demon sect erupted into laughter, pitying Li Qiye, with one disciple mockingly exclaiming, martial skills against techniques? The disciples of the washing-face ancient sect lack even the most basic knowledge. How tragically ignorant. Li Qiye could hardly be bothered to cast them a glance, leisurely stating, very well, we shall meet at the dueling arena. He was disinclined to utter a second word and made his way promptly to the designated location. This left Nanhuiren utterly astonished. He hurriedly grasped Li Qiye and Appos' arm and whispered urgently, Junior brother, you must end Appos'. Du Yuanguang has already attained the Pill Palace realm at the pillar level. You are no match for him. What and Appos'? That's the big deal about the Pill Palace realm. He is not a king. Even if he were a king from the 9 holy demon sect, should he provoke my displeasure here, I would crush him into a pulp. Li Qiye replied with a nonchalant smile, brushing aside Nanhuiren and Appos' concerns. Nanhuiren was momentarily stunned, his first thought being that Li Qiye had lost his mind. Having joined the Xiang ancient sect only a few days prior, Li Qiye had yet to cultivate even the most fundamental of Taoist techniques, at most. He had practiced a peculiar knife technique. An individual who had never practiced Taoist methods, even if skilled in martial arts, could not possibly challenge a cultivator. The disparity between martial skills and Taoist techniques was as vast as heaven and earth, not to mention that Du Yuanguang was a master of the Pill Palace realm. While Nanhuiren was lost in thought, Li Qiye had already walked far ahead, his voice echoing back, the duel awaits. Ah, the ignorant, how pitiful. Du Yuanguang replied coldly, if you seek death, I shall oblige. I have no qualms about using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Brother Du, a single strike will suffice to end him, chuckled the disciple beside Du Yuanguang. Whether it was Du Yuanguang or the disciples of the 9 holy demon sect, they all regarded a martial artist daring to challenge a cultivator as nothing short of folly. In their eyes, martial skills were mere trifles when pitted against Taoist methods. Moreover, Du Yuanguang was a prodigy of the Pill Palace realm, effortlessly capable of dispatching a waste like Li Qiye with a mere flick of his wrist. Snapping back to reality, Nanhuiren shivered involuntarily. He turned on his heel and rushed to seek out his master, protector Mo, determined to safeguard Li Qiye at all costs. He understood that if Li Qiye engaged Du Yuanguang, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. As the plot began to unfold, the call for precious recommendations echoed forth. Chapter 10. Unblinking Murder, Part 2. The news of Li Qiye challenging Du Yuanguang spread swiftly among the disciples of the Nine Holy Demon sect. Thanks to the intentions of those close to Du Yuanguang to challenge Du Yuanguang? Within the Nine Holy Demon sect, he had already gained a modest reputation. Having entered the sect for 5 years, he had reached the palace-breaking realm, certainly a budding genius. Such talent, if placed within the Qian ancient sect, would be regarded as a true prodigy. Even the senior disciples, upon hearing this news, expressed their astonishment. Du Yuanguang is a disciple favored by Protector Su. His golden wolf physique, though an acquired trait, is formidable. What realm has the chief disciple of Qian ancient sect reached? Some of the recently emerged senior disciples, unaware of Li Qiye and Apos' circumstances, curiously inquired. Brother Sheng, you worry too much. Not to mention that the Qian ancient sect is a second-rate sect incapable of nurturing any true experts. Besides, you are unaware that the chief disciple of Qian ancient sect is a waste, an ordinary body, an ordinary wheel, an ordinary fate. He has only been in the sect for a couple of days and has merely practiced martial skills, lacking even the most basic understanding of Dao techniques, one disciple chuckled. Upon hearing this, the uninformed senior disciples found it hard to believe. A martial artist challenging a cultivator? Was he not asking for death? The ignorant are fearless. How tragic. One senior disciple remarked, losing interest in witnessing the bout, as the outcome seemed predetermined. Du Yuanguang could slay a martial artist with a single stroke. Meanwhile, some disciples of the same age as Du Yuanguang were excited about the spectacle. Let us go and watch Brother Du slaughter this chick. The Qian ancient sect's people are oblivious, a group of bumpkins daring to provoke our Nine Holy Demon sect. They are asking for trouble. Such news soon reached the ears of some hall masters and protectors within the Nine Holy Demon sect. One hall master shook his head, exclaiming, "This is ridiculous." Yet, another protector, with ulterior motives, said nonchalantly, "Perhaps this is a good thing. Killing a waste is meaningless." But the ignorant juniors of the Qian ancient sect are insulting our Nine Holy Demon sect. If this escalates, they will have to pay for their insolence. This statement caused some hall masters and protectors to exchange glances. Although the Qian ancient sect had fallen from grace, it was still an imperial sect. It was rumored that they possessed imperial techniques, and many coveted the inheritance of the Mingren immortal emperor. The Nine Holy Demon sect had long been eyeing this treasure. For the Nine Holy Demon sect today, even if the protectors took action, they might be able to seize imperial techniques from the Qian ancient sect. However, the demon emperor had never publicly stated his stance on this matter, and the elders in the sect remained silent. Otherwise, at the emperor's command, someone might have already moved to snatch the imperial techniques, let alone consider marriage alliances. As the mid-level and higher echelons of the Nine Holy Demon sect harbored their thoughts, Li Qiye had already taken his place in the duel arena, where many young disciples rushed over to join the excitement. For the younger generation of the Nine Holy Demon sect, the slaughter of a waste like Li Qiye was an unquestionable outcome. Many simply wished to witness how Du Yuanguang would obliterate such a weakling. When Du Yuanguang stepped into the arena, a disciple shouted, "Brother Du, behead him with a single stroke." Another disciple chimed in, "Just one stroke would be too merciful. He insulted sisterly. He deserves to be slowly dismembered." Especially those enamored with the Nine Holy Demon sect's disciple Li Yinshuang, upon hearing that Li Qiye had insulted her, were filled with rage, wishing to see him tortured. Those who offend our Nine Holy Demon sect must be exterminated. Brother Du, don't rush to kill him. First, sever his hands and feet, and let the Qian ancient sect come to redeem him. Let the middle domain, and even the entire imperial territory, know that opposing us is a path to ruin. A senior disciple declared. In an instant, the disciples of the Nine Holy Demon sect clamored, viewing Li Qiye as mere meat on a chopping block, ready for Du Yuanguang to slaughter. In the duel arena, Li Qiye cast a sidelong glance at Du Yuanguang and said, "Are the disciples of your Nine Holy Demon sect merely loudmouthed, without substance? You ignorant wretch, my first sword shall pin you to the ground." Du Yuanguang and Apos' countenance darkened, his voice icy. Li Qiye, unperturbed, replied leisurely, "If you're going to strike, do it quickly. Don't waste my time." With that, he gripped the short blade in his left hand, pointing it at Du Yuanguang. "Make your move. Embrace death." Du Yuanguang, seething with rage, unleashed a sword strike that sliced through the air like thunder, aiming directly for Li Qiye's heart, fueled by his fury. Contrary to expectations, Li Qiye advanced rather than retreating. Taking a step forward, his left-hand dagger, like a swift serpent, coiled around Du Yuanguang's long sword, slightly deflecting its trajectory. with a sharp sound. Though the sword did not pierce Li Qiye and Apos' heart, it swiftly embedded itself in his left shoulder. Du Yuanguang sneered, but his voice abruptly cut off. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye's right wrist moved silently, and before Du Yuanguang even realized it, his right-hand blade had already been unleashed. That strike was astonishingly swift and incomprehensibly profound, its trajectory nearly invisible. The disciples of the 9 holy demon sect, witnessing Du Yuanguang's sword pierce Li Qiye's shoulder, erupted in cheers. However, at that moment, blood seeped from Du Yuanguang's throat as his body staggered backward. Yet, Li Qiye was merciless. In an instant, 2 short blades flew from his hands. As Du Yuanguang's long sword pierced Li Qiye's shoulder, Protector Mo finally rushed over, having brought reinforcements. From a distance, he saw Li Qiye's shoulder wounded and shouted. In the moment Du Yuanguang fell, the 2 short blades, with their remarkable and intricate movements, sliced through Du Yuanguang's body. By the time he hit the ground, he had been cleaved into 5 pieces, blood spilling everywhere. Protector Mo, arriving just in time to save him, found his words faltering as he entered the arena. Du Yuanguang's eyes widened in disbelief. He died without ever comprehending how he had met his end. How could he have known that Li Qiye's unique blade technique had been honed by the Mingren immortal emperor? Even a casual refinement would be unfathomably terrifying. A technique polished by an immortal emperor. What kind of horror was that? Even if it could not compare to imperial arts, it was not something ordinary Dao techniques could rival. More alarming was that Li Qiye had grasped the ultimate mysteries of this blade technique. For eons, apart from the Mingren immortal emperor, only Li Qiye understood its ultimate essence. It was said that when mastered to perfection, this technique could slay kings and lords. Du Yuanguang, in his arrogance, had underestimated Li Qiye and ultimately could not evade this unparalleled blade technique. A lethal strike. This was the price Li Qiye paid, trading a shoulder wound for victory. In that instant, the entire duel arena fell into a profound silence. All mocking voices ceased abruptly, and everyone gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Nan Weiren's mouth gaped wide. He had summoned help to save Li Qiye's life, yet he never anticipated that Li Qiye would so effortlessly dismember Du Yuanguang. The notion of a martial artist killing a cultivator was utterly unfathomable, save for the possibility that Li Qiye had become an expert. Yet, Li Qiye was not an expert at all. This is truly an impossible feat at this moment. Li Qiye slowly extracted the divine sword that had pierced his shoulder. The sound of the blade grinding against bone was excruciatingly sharp. However, Li Qiye did not even furrow his brow. He had endured far worse pain. And this was but a trifling inconvenience. As he withdrew the divine sword, blood gushed forth, and he casually discarded it, casting a glance at the crowd as he lamented. It seems my swordsmanship still lacks refinement. One sword, one lesson learned. Nan Weiren's mouth could easily accommodate a goose egg, and he remained speechless, unable to comprehend the situation. The fact that Du Yuanguang had been cleaved in 2 was a source of profound regret for him. It was utterly unfathomable. This surpassed the limits of his understanding. As for the disciples of the 9 holy demon gate present, they were momentarily stunned, unable to process the scene before them. Du Yuanguang was a prodigy among their outer disciples, a master of the palace-breaking realm, and yet he had been effortlessly dismembered by his opponent. The visual shock left them in a state of bewilderment. Imo Hufa was the first to regain his composure. He sprang into action, swiftly attending to Li Qiye's wounds before solemnly declaring, "We must leave." With that, he seized Li Qiye and turned to depart. Nan Weiren, having regained his senses, dared not linger and promptly followed his master out. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Imo Hufa remained silent, seated in contemplation. His mind too preoccupied to consider how Li Qiye had slain Du Yuanguang. The death of a disciple from the 9 holy demon gate was a grave transgression. Nan Weiren, coming back to himself, immediately applied healing ointment to Li Qiye and Apos' wounds, wrapping them carefully. This was inconceivable. The Qimen blade was merely an ordinary martial skill. How could it possibly slay a master of the palace-breaking realm? After attending to Li Qiye's injuries, Nan Weiren found himself troubled by the events that had transpired. In truth, Nan Weiren had previously perused the Qimen blade, finding it merely a technique unworthy of his practice. It was simply a matter of lacking comprehension. Li Qiye reclined comfortably in the master's chair, at ease and composed. Indeed, the Qimen blade's secret manual of the Xin ancient sect was incomplete, yet the entirety of the technique and its profound mysteries began to materialize in his mind. Had Li Qiye made such claims before this moment, Nan Weiren would have undoubtedly deemed him mad, spouting nonsensical bravado. Chapter 11. My Arrogance and My Dominance. Part 1. Though Ninhuayren was not a genius, his aptitude was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of a hall master. He had once perused the Qieman blade, which, in his estimation, was merely a conventional martial technique. Yet today, in the hands of Li Qiye, it exuded a remarkable power that could transmute decay into the extraordinary. Li Qiye and Apos' assertion left Ninhuayren skeptical. However, witnessing the truth with his own eyes compelled him to voice his thoughts. No matter how formidable one and Apos' martial skills, that could not be compared to the Tao. Martial techniques were but auxiliary branches. Indeed, even now, he found it hard to believe that such a trivial skill as the Qieman blade could slay a practitioner of Du Yuanguang and Apos' caliber. Yet, paradoxically, this was an event he had witnessed firsthand. In response to Ninhuayren and Apos' incredulity, Li Qiye offered no extensive explanation, merely stating with an air of calm. It all depends on whose martial skill and whose Tao it is. Unbeknownst to Ninhuayren, although the Qieman blade originated from the mundane world, it had been refined by the immortal Emperor Mingern. While it could not rival imperial arts, it surely surpassed ordinary Tao techniques. Ninhuayren, filled with uncertainty, would have deemed Li Qiye as arrogant and ignorant had this been before. However, he now observed that Li Qiye and Apos' nonchalant demeanor spoke volumes of his confidence and assuredness. This left Ninhuayren perplexed as he regarded the 13-year-old Li Qiye, who was, at such a tender age, merely a novice in the Xin ancient sect. Typically, such disciples are exuberant and naïve, yet Li Qiye emanated an unfathomable depth and a tranquil stillness, evoking an indescribable sensation. Just days prior, Li Qiye had claimed the title of chief disciple of the Xin ancient sect with the decree of the three ghosts elder, a being of mundane essence. He seemed inconsequential even to the six elders, and Ninhuayren initially perceived him as somewhat deranged, perhaps even arrogantly ignorant and fearlessly reckless. However, upon closer reflection, the audacious actions that once appeared foolish now seemed entirely justified from Li Qiye and Apos' perspective. At this moment, Ninhuayren and Apos' master, Emo Hufa, was at a loss. Having killed a disciple of the nine sacred demons sect, particularly one favored by Su Hufa, they had unwittingly invited calamity upon the Xin ancient sect. Disaster loomed. Emo Hufa, feeling utterly helpless, declared, "Let us abandon this assessment and return to the sect." At this juncture, the trio found themselves ensnared within the lair of the nine sacred demons sect. They were utterly ill-equipped to contend with such a formidable entity. Emo Hufa and Apos' only thought was to flee, escape the nine sacred demons sect, and return to the Xin ancient sect. What was but a trivial affair had escalated to a crisis. Yet, the unfazed Li Qiye reclined leisurely in the grand chair, exuding an air of authority, and languidly remarked, "In my view, there is no place safer than the nine sacred demons sect." Emo Hufa shot an incredulous glare at Li Qiye, his arrogance infuriating him to the point that he wished to slap some sense into the brash youth. However, faced with impending doom, he lacked the temperament to chastise Li Qiye. "You know nothing." Even Emo Hufa, a man of few words, could not help but utter a curse, stating, "Do you truly believe that by fortuitously slaying Du Yuanguang, you have become invincible? You remain utterly oblivious to the might of the nine sacred demons sect, let alone their elders and demon monarchs. Even a single protector could rival the six elders of our Xin ancient sect. The nine sacred demons sect could extinguish us as easily as crushing an ant." Emo Hufa's words rang true. The six elders of the Xin ancient sect, while formidable in the upper realm, paled in comparison to the leaders of the nine sacred demons sect. Their demon monarch had achieved unfathomable feats over the past 3 millennia, with tales of the Wheel Sun demon monarch suggesting an unapproachable depth of power. "Do not fret," Li Qiye replied with a calm demeanor. "The nine sacred demon sect is but a trifling matter. If we were outside, I might indeed feel some trepidation. However, within the confines of the nine sacred demon sect, it will be a matter of who will crush whom. The might of nobles and kings is negligible." Li Qiye's audacious proclamation sent Emo Hufa into a fit of rage. Their six elders were merely figures of prestige, and here was a greenhorn who dared belittle the authority of the nobility. Emo Hufa yawned to deliver a sound reprimand to this ignorant upstart. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Ninhuayren's expression turned grave as he dashed out to investigate, only to return hastily, his face ashen. "This is bad. Our courtyard has been sealed by the disciples of the nine sacred demons sect." Emo Hufa and Apos' countenance darkened. and he leapt to his feet. Just then, several figures entered, led by the grim-faced Hall Master Fu. Brother Fu, there appears to be a misunderstanding between our sects. Upon seeing Hall Master Fu's icy demeanor, Mo Hufa understood escape was futile. He inhaled deeply and braced himself to confront the situation. A misunderstanding? If it were a misunderstanding, you should discuss it with our disciple Su. Hall Master Fu retorted coldly, stepping aside to reveal a young man beside him. This youth, clad in golden robes, exuded a vitality that seemed to radiate golden light from behind his head. Though appearing no older than 20, he possessed an astonishing aura. Upon sighting this young man, Mo Hufa felt a shiver run down his spine. This youth was likely at the true fate level. Achieving such a realm at such a young age was indeed remarkable. He had taken 50 or 60 years to reach this stage himself. This was Su Huan, the esteemed disciple of Su Hufa. With Du Yuanguang having been poised to enter Su Hufa and Empress as tutelage and now tragically deceased, Su Huan sought to exact retribution. Hall Master Fu spoke coldly. Su Huan has come to seek justice for the death of Du Yuanguang. As Su Huan stepped forward, his eyes shimmered with golden light, and he emanated a commanding presence akin to a drawn sword, radiating an aura that seemed poised to devour. Certainly, Su Huan surpassed Du Yuanguang by leaps and bounds. While not an unparalleled genius within the 9 sacred demon sect, he was nonetheless a highly accomplished disciple, capable of standing on his own. One must pay for blood with blood. There is nothing to discuss. Su Huan declared ominously, his gaze fixed upon Li Qiye with the ferocity of a predatory beast. As if he yearned to tear him apart, Mo Hufa hastily attempted to mediate. Friend Su, there has been a misunderstanding. Our disciple did not intend to kill Du Xianshi. It was merely an unfortunate accident. One must pay for blood with blood. Su Huan reiterated, his tone chilling. There is nothing to negotiate. Your Xin ancient sect must immediately surrender the culprit, or you will find yourselves courting annihilation. As merely a third-generation disciple, Su Huan and Empress' audacity was remarkable. Mo Hufa, a protector, was of equal standing with Hall Master Fu, yet here was a mere third-generation disciple exerting such pressure. More critically, as a guardian, Mo Hufa could not possibly hand over his disciple for slaughter. Thus, his expression shifted as he gravely asserted, Su Xianshi, the rights and wrongs must be judged fairly. Judged? Su Huan's expression turned cold, and he replied with a menacing smile. In the 9 sacred demons sect, there is no room for judgment. Those who kill our disciples must pay with their lives. At that moment, Li Qiye slowly rose to his feet, exuding an air of calmness as he stepped forward. Casting a glance at Su Huan, he remarked, no wonder the 9 holy demon gate is shrouded in chaos. It is filled with fools like you. His words left Nan Huiran and Mo Hufa speechless. In his heart, Nan Huiran silently lamented, Dear ancestor, speaking less would not lead to your demise. By insulting Su Huan directly, are you not merely adding fuel to the fire? With such words, you could perish 1,000 times. Su Huan and Empress' fury surged like a tidal wave, and before he could finish his retort, a large hand lunged towards Li Qiye. As the protector of the Xiang ancient sect, Mo Hufa could not allow Su Huan to succeed. He stepped forward and intercepted Su Huan's hand with ease. Mo Hufa, you are courting disaster. At this moment, the cold voice of Chief Fu rang out, his entire being radiating an ominous glow as he advanced, blocking Mo Hufa's path. The terrifying aura he emitted left Mo Hufa gasping for breath. Mo Hufa and Empress' expression changed dramatically. Chief Fu and Empress' strength was formidable, far surpassing his own. Unless an elder arrived, no one in the Xiang ancient sect could contend with him. Yet, at this juncture, Mo Hufa had no option but to stand firm. Chief Fu, is this how you entertain your guests at the 9 holy demon gate? Mo Hufa could not yield. Regardless of his character, he was resolute in protecting his own in the face of adversaries. Chief Fu coldly replied, if you surrender the sinner, Mo Hufa, you shall remain a valued guest of the 9 holy demon gate. However, should you believe that the Xiang ancient sect can stand against us and continue to shield the sinner, it may well lead to your own demise, and potentially the annihilation of your sect. Annihilation of the sect? At that moment, Li Qiye, who had been left to the side, smiled faintly and said, the 9 holy demon gate thinks too highly of itself. It is you who shall face annihilation. Both Mo Hufa and Nan Huiran shot a fierce glare at Li Qiye, realizing that the threat of death loomed large. Yet he continued to speak boldly. Li Qiye and Empress' audacious journey had only just begun. Chapter 12. My arrogance and domineering. Part 2. It was utterly insane for someone who had only recently joined the 9 sacred demon sect to dare proclaim their annihilation. Nan Huiran had initially regarded Li Qiye with a sense of enigmatic depth, yet now he found Li Qiye's ignorance appalling. Nevertheless, Li Qiye paid no heed to the likes of Deputy Master Fu and Su Huan, sauntering away with an air of nonchalance, declaring, "Regardless of who leads the 9 sacred demon sect, be it the demon emperor or a true sage, if you wish to adhere to the rules, then let us proceed accordingly. I shall gladly oblige. Should you choose to disregard the norms, I will reciprocate in kind. Today, I shall eradicate your 9 sacred demon sect and send you to meet the old rooster. Good, good, good. You ignorant child. I shall first strip your tendons and peel your skin, and then we shall see how you intend to obliterate my sect." Su Huan laughed in rage, finding this the most ludicrous jest he had ever encountered. Such brazen ignorance was a rare sight indeed. At that moment, both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and bury themselves. Li Qiye had never even practiced any form of martial arts, and yet had the audacity to boast about eradicating the 9 sacred demon sect. How profoundly ignorant. The 9 sacred demon sect was an immensely powerful faction in the great central domain, capable of governing an entire nation. Who could possibly annihilate them? However, Li Qiye remained unmoved by Su Huan's words, ignoring him completely as he continued to stride forth. Su Huan, infuriated by Li Qiye's arrogance, bellowed, "Little beast. Prepare to die." With that, he swung his sword at Li Qiye. "Stop." At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from above, akin to the roar of rolling thunder, infused with unparalleled authority that compelled obedience. The sound sent both Su Huan and Deputy Master Fu trembling, their legs weakening as they felt a tremor in their hearts. The elder's voice echoed in the sky, declaring, "In a fair duel, should one be slain, it is merely a consequence of inadequate skill." This proclamation startled many disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect, including mid-level hall masters and guardians. They were taken aback that such a trivial matter had reached the attention of the Grand Elder. Both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran quivered internally. The Grand Elder of the 9 sacred demon sect was reputedly a true sage. Over the years, the Xiang ancient sect had engaged with the 9 sacred demon sect numerous times, with the Grand Elder and even the sect leader visiting in person. However, it was exceedingly rare for Xiang's elders to meet with someone of the Grand Elder's caliber, let alone the Grand Elder or the Solar Demon Emperor. The fact that such an incident had attracted the attention of the 9 sacred demon sect's foremost Grand Elder, Elder Yun, held significant implications. The marriage alliance between the 9 sacred demon sect and the Xiang ancient sect was a matter of sect regulations. At this juncture, the Grand Elder made no mention of Du Yuanguang, but his thundering voice proclaimed, however, a marriage alliance must not be treated lightly. If the Xiang ancient sect wishes to wed the heir of the 9 sacred demon sect, it must demonstrate the requisite strength. At last, a figure of responsibility emerged from the 9 sacred demon sect. Li Qiye, unfazed by the Grand Elder's words, calmly remarked, "Of course, if you adhere to the rules. I shall do the same. You seek to test me, do you? Very well, I shall oblige. There is no time like the present. Let it be today. Whether or not I wed the heir of the 9 sacred demon sect is my own affair, but should anyone underestimate me, I shall not hesitate to teach them a lesson." Li Qiye's audacious declarations were so outrageous that even Protector Mo and Nan Huiran wished to kneel and plead with him to cease his bravado before he inflated his claims beyond measure. Both felt a profound sense of shame, wishing to disappear from sight. In that moment, both Nan Huiran and Protector Mo regretted taking on this task. The Grand Elder of the 9 sacred demon sect had intervened to resolve the issue with Du Yuanguang, and had it been anyone else, they would have seized the opportunity to defuse the situation, smoothing over the relationship with the 9 sacred demon sect. Even if Li Qiye could not wed Li Shuangdian, it would not have mattered. Yet, Li Qiye continued to boast of teaching the 9 sacred demon sect a lesson. This was sheer folly. Let it be today. The Grand Elder of the 9 sacred demon sect proclaimed with gravitas, and after uttering these words, fell silent. Su Huan seethed with fury, trembling at Li Qiye's arrogance. He yearned to slay Li Qiye for his provocations and disdain, but dared not defy the Grand Elder's decree. "I shall await you. I will ensure that you suffer beyond belief." Su Huan spat bitterly, departing with his entourage, unaware of your own insignificance. After Deputy Master Fu and his group left, Protector Mo resolutely refused to let Li Qiye leave. He disregarded his own status as a protector, dragging Li Qiye back forcefully. "Is it really necessary for you to be so anxious? Li Qiye remarked with evident exasperation as he pushed aside Protector Mo's hands upon being brought into the courtyard. Fuming, Protector Mo glared at Li Qiye, his desire to chastise him nearly overwhelming. Yet, he suppressed his anger for the sake of the upcoming assessment. "You ignorant fool." Protector Mo seethed. "You are courting death. If you wish to throw away your life, do not drag the Shiyang ancient sect down with you." Protector Mo viewed the situation with excessive seriousness. It was merely a trivial matter. Li Qiye remained composed, treating it with indifference. "Enough with your incessant drivel," Protector Mo retorted. Infuriated and at a loss for words, gasping for breath due to his frustration with Li Qiye, Nan Huiran stood speechless, convinced that Li Qiye had lost his mind. His ignorance and arrogance reaching an irredeemable level. He felt compelled to slap Li Qiye in the face. "Do you have any idea how powerful the Nine Sacred Demon Sect is now? Many of their protectors are qualified to be nobles, let alone their elders and the Solar Demon Emperor. If the Solar Demon Emperor were to intervene, he could easily annihilate our Xiang ancient sect." Nan Huiran lamented. The Grand Elder of the Nine Sacred Demon Sect had just resolved the issue with Du Yuanguang, and Li Qiye should have seized the opportunity to step back gracefully. Whether or not he wed the princess of the Nine Sacred Demon Sect was trivial if he could establish a good rapport with the Grand Elder. It would benefit not only him but the entire Xiang ancient sect, and he could earn great merit for himself. "What of it?" Li Qiye replied languidly. "I prefer to resolve matters with my fists." Li Qiye certainly could not divulge his innermost thoughts. If the Nine Sacred Demon Sect chose to act outside the rules, he would seize the opportunity to exploit their foundation. Although he had once promised the Nine Sacred Sage, he cared little for the recklessness of his descendants. He was unperturbed by the prospect of cleansing the Nine Sacred Demon Sect in this manner. He would also seize the chance to utilize the entirety of their resources. Nan Huiran rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage further. He felt he was casting pearls before swine. He had no desire to waste more breath on such a foolish individual. Inwardly, he scoffed at Li Qiye, thinking, with your meager skills, even if you were fortunate enough to kill Du Yuanguang, it would amount to nothing before the Nine Sacred Demon Sect. With such limited ability, you dare boast of resolving matters with your fists? Nan Huiran believed that after Li Qiye fortuitously killed Du Yuanguang, his confidence had swelled to an uncontrollable extent, truly convinced of his invincibility. Mo Hufa was rendered speechless with anger, ultimately exclaiming with resentment, "You must conduct yourself properly during the assessment. If you cause any more trouble, you shall never return to the Xiang ancient sect. At that moment, no one will be able to save you. If the Nine Sacred Demon Gate is not safe, then nowhere else is secure." Li Qiye, with an air of calmness, simply laughed. Mo Hufa, infuriated to the point of spitting blood, found this fool unbearable to converse with. Speaking to him was akin to playing music to a cow. Such an imbecile, if not made to learn a lesson, would remain oblivious to the vastness of heaven and earth. In the midst of Mo Hufa and Nan Huiran's fury, the assessment was held atop a principal peak of the Nine Sacred Demon Gate. Strangely, not a single elder from the Nine Sacred Demon Gate made an appearance. Only two protectors presided over the event. One was Su Huan and Apos, S-Master, Su Hufa, and the other was the most formidable chief protector, Yu He. Su Hufa radiated a terrifying brilliance, his presence akin to that of a being forged from divine gold. As for the chief protector, he exuded an even more intimidating aura, with a regal presence that was overwhelming, embodying immense vitality. At this level, he could be said to wield power that could summon clouds or summon rain at will. The judges for the Nine Sacred Demon Gate were Su Hufa and Chief Protector Yu He, while Mo Hufa acted as the judge for the Xiyang ancient sect. At that moment, the main peak was encircled by throngs of eager young disciples, all there to witness the spectacle. The union between the Nine Sacred Demon Gate and the Xiang ancient sect was met with the fiercest opposition from the younger male disciples. For Li Shuangyan was regarded as their goddess, and Li Yinshuang was their princess. They deemed a minor sect like the Xiang ancient sect utterly unworthy of such an alliance. Let alone someone like Li Qiye, a mere mortal, a commoner, a useless waste, who was not even fit to carry the shoes of their princess. Chapter 13, The Fractured Heart Forest, Part 1. In this gathering, the younger generation of the Nine Sacred Demon sect was aflame with fervor. Countless disciples were consumed by rage, especially upon the appearance of Li Qiye, whose very presence ignited a firestorm in their eyes. "Kill him! How dare this audacious wretch come to our Nine Sacred Demon sect?" One disciple shouted vehemently. Another, with a voice sharp as a blade, proclaimed, "Killing him would be too merciful. We should cripple him and use him as a lantern for our sacrifices." To insult our 9 sacred demon sect is a crime deserving of 1,000 deaths. To use him as a lantern? Such leniency. We, the 9 sacred demon sect, command the ancient realm of Gunyo, instilling fear throughout the central domain. How can a mere insect dare to defile our princess? He should be imprisoned on the Eagle Cliff, subjected to a century of torment as eagles peck at him. Crying out in agony for 100 years, his blood staining the cliff for a century. Another disciple roared in fury. Not only must we slay this wretched beast, but we shall also eradicate the Qiye ancient sect. Another disciple howled, as the sounds of death cries filled the air, a wave of anger threatening to overwhelm the gathering. The disciples were seething, their hatred for Li Qiye palpable, wishing to rend him to pieces for his affronts against their princess and his threats to annihilate their sect. They aimed to demonstrate to the world the inviolable might of the 9 sacred demon sect. Both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran felt a chill run down their spines. If the protector of the 9 sacred demon sect were to speak, the disciples would surely tear Li Qiye apart. The shouts of vengeance echoed loudly. The disciples' wrath an impending deluge, yet Li Qiye remained unperturbed, strolling forward with the ease of one taking a leisurely walk, exuding arrogance and audacity. Though Mo and Nan Huiran perceived Li Qiye as mad and irredeemably arrogant, they could not help but admire his bravery. In such a tempest of fury, most would have been paralyzed by fear, yet here he was, strolling forward with nonchalance. Just then, the chief protector He coughed lightly, the sound reverberating like thunder, instantly silencing the clamor. An overwhelming aura of authority descended, making it difficult for anyone to breathe. With the chief protector's voice, the disciples dared not act recklessly, falling into a hushed silence. However, countless glares, filled with rage, were enough to drown Li Qiye. If mere gazes could kill, he would have perished countless times. This assessment will determine your fate. Should you succeed, a union between our sects will be established, adhering to ancestral vows. Should you fail or lose your life, you shall have no one but yourself to blame for your lack of skill. Protector Su's eyes glinted like cold steel, fixated on Li Qiye as he spoke icily. Protector Su harbored deep dissatisfaction towards Li Qiye. As a protector, he was reluctant to act against him. Yet he would not hesitate to crush this arrogant insect if given the chance. Li Qiye sat confidently in his seat, slowly casting a glance at Protector Su. Smiling as he shook his head, "It appears your 9 sacred demon sect has significantly diminished in stature. What was your purpose for that vow made by the great sage of your sect, when you sought to unite with the Qiye ancient sect? Was it not merely to bask in their glory and secure a better position?" Li Qiye showed little interest in delving into past grievances, for he was not in a stable state back then. The desire for union had not solely been the will of the great sage and the Mingren immortal emperor, but rather the ambition of the disciples from both sections. Times have changed, and it seems you have reneged on your promises, Li Qiye remarked, eyeing Protector Su. It appears your lineage has declined through the generations. Humph. Protector Su scoffed coldly. You have already acknowledged that times have changed. If we are to speak of decline, it is your Qiye ancient sect that has faltered. Today, the 9 sacred demon sect commands the realm, and the empires that seek to unite with us are numerous. Our princess is not one to be matched with a mere waste. Before the assembled disciples, such insults towards the Qiye ancient sect unsettled both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran. However, the circumstances favored Protector Su's claims. The Qiye ancient sect could not compare to the 9 sacred demon sect of today. Let the past be bygone. Boasting will change nothing, Chief Protector He interjected coldly. The 9 sacred demon sect extends this opportunity to the Qiye ancient sect precisely because we honor our ancestral vows. Should you wish to withdraw out of fear, we shall not hinder you, and the ancient promises will consequently be void. Since I am here, let us proceed with the challenge, Li Qiye replied nonchalantly. What sort of assessment do you propose? Bring it on, I am ready. You are utterly unaware of your own limitations, Protector Su retorted icily. The disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect glared at Li Qiye in disdain. A mere martial artist dares to speak so boldly, ignorant of the consequences. One disciple muttered under his breath, wishing they could punish Li Qiye were it not for the presence of the protector. Your abilities are lacking. Our esteemed prince has decreed that you shall have one chance. The first round will be a literary assessment, followed by a martial assessment. As for the third round, the chief protector began. 2 rounds are sufficient, Li Qiye interjected, eager to hear more about the assessments. Such arrogance, Protector Su thundered, his imposing presence crashing down upon Li Qiye like a tidal wave. What, do you intend to strike before the assessment even begins? Li Qiye narrowed his eyes, locking gaze with Protector Su. At that moment, Chief Protector He coughed again, interrupting the tension that hung thick in the air. Protector Su glared at Li Qiye, seething with contempt for this brazen fool who dared to stand before him. The literary assessment is straightforward. Enter the fractured heart forest, and whoever goes the farthest shall be deemed the victor. As for the martial assessment, it is merely a contest of strength. There will be 3 rounds, win 2, and the union between our sects will be established. Yuhi declared, his gaze intimidating. Very well, let us proceed. I am eager to witness the abilities of your princess. Li Qiye stood, unyielding in his challenge. Huh, you? You are not worthy of our senior sister and Appo's attention. Su Huan scoffed dismissively. I can handle you easily enough myself. Yuhi nodded in agreement. It is said you have only recently joined the Qian ancient sect, thus we shall not overwhelm you. Within our 9 sacred demon sect, if our prince were to engage directly, you would likely not even have the chance to face him. Among the younger generation, our prince stands unrivaled. And even our esteemed disciple Lung would be the strongest contender against you. Should any of them assess your abilities, you would surely find it hard to accept your defeat. Su, while competent, would not tarnish your honor in facing the Qian ancient sect's chief disciple. The 9 sacred demon sect refrained from sending their strongest disciples to oversee the challenge, leaving a glimmer of hope for the Qian ancient sect. If Li Shuangyan or their mightiest disciple were to participate, not only would the chief disciple of the Qian ancient sect falter, but even the elders or the sect leader would undoubtedly face defeat. In response to Su Hui and Appo's bluster, Li Qiye could hardly spare him a glance. Instead, he turned his attention to Yuhi, nodding earnestly before leisurely proclaiming, "It seems that your 9 holy demon sect still possesses a glimmer of hope. Although you have reneged on the promises of your, at least you have not entirely abandoned your dignity. Very well, if you concede an inch, I shall grant you a yard, lest you accuse me of bullying the 9 holy demon sect." Li Qiye's audacious words left both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran blushing with embarrassment. They wished for nothing more than to burrow into the ground, silently pleading with him to temper his bravado. Such profound ignorance was indeed lamentable. At that moment, the enraged disciples of the 9 holy demon sect found themselves torn between fury and amusement. One disciple, seething with indignation, scoffed. The washing countenance ancient sect is not only in decline but has also lost its sanity, appointing a lunatic as its chief disciple. Is this truly the legacy of the immortal gates? What a disgrace to 18 generations of ancestors. Many outraged disciples of the 9 holy demon sect could not help but burst into laughter at Li Qiye's blind arrogance. His ignorance was not merely foolishness. It bordered on madness. The derision from the disciples left Protector Mo and Nan Huiran unable to hold their heads high, too ashamed to face others. Protector Su chuckled derisively, recognizing the pitiful nature of such ignorant insects. Yuhi, a figure seasoned by countless trials, gazed at Li Qiye as if he were an aberration. He could hardly fathom how one could be so profoundly ignorant. Truly, a worthless fool. Was it possible that Li Qiye was oblivious to the immense power of the 9 holy demon sect? Did he lack a clear understanding of strength? Yuhi could not help but find amusement in encountering such a quintessential embodiment of ignorance. Finally regaining his composure, Yuhi cleared his throat and declared, "Let us commence the assessment. Enter the heart-disturbing forest. The further one ventures, the greater the victor." As the examination began, all gathered moved towards the heart-disturbing forest. And soon, the periphery of the forest was teeming with countless disciples from the 9 holy demon sect. Chapter 14. The Chaotic Heart Forest, Part 2. Entering the Chaotic Heart Forest? Can a useless nobody from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect even manage that? A disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate sneered from outside the forest. Another chimed in, when senior brother Su underwent the assessment. He once ventured into the 5th level of the Chaotic Heart Forest. Now, having reached the True Fate realm and with aspirations towards the Divine Canopy realm, his cultivation and Tao heart far surpass what they once were. I dare say, reaching the 7th level will be no issue for him. The realms of cultivation, from lowest to highest, are knocking palace, expanding territory, nurturing body, opening palace, strengthening longevity, true fate, divine canopy, nirvana transformation, heavenly origin, and nurturing divinity. The ultimate goal is to become invincible, to bear the mandate of heaven, to become an immortal emperor. Immortals are unheard of, let alone an emperor who commands them. Yet, there is a saying, "My fate is mine to control, not heaven and Appo's. The mandate of heaven is coveted by immortals. Thus, when a cultivator reaches the pinnacle of invincibility, they strive to seize the mandate of heaven, to bear it themselves, and truly achieve a state where their fate is their own to command, not heaven's. Only an immortal can seize the mandate of heaven, and an emperor is immortal. So an immortal emperor would be an immortal being who can bear the mandate of heaven. Whether an immortal emperor is truly immortal remains a mystery. Furthermore, in any given era, the mandate of heaven is singular. The ascension of an immortal emperor is a unique event. At this moment, countless disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate were gathered outside the chaotic heart forest, discussing this matter. In their eyes, Li Qiye was no match for Su Hn in this literary examination. A martial artist, bereft of a Tao heart. What grounds does he have to enter the chaotic heart forest? Someone scoffed. The chaotic heart forest serves as a proving ground for the Nine Saint Demon Gate and Oppos as disciples, testing their aptitude, wisdom, and, most importantly, their Tao heart. The forest comprises 14 levels. It appears no different from an ordinary grove, but it was personally crafted by the Nine Saint Demon Gate and Oppos as founder, the Nine Saint Sage. Once inside, one is assailed by illusions so vivid they seem real, impervious to even the most discerning eyes. Unless you surpass the Nine Saint Sage himself, the illusions are indistinguishable from reality. For instance, upon entering, you might find yourself in a sea of fire, truly feeling the searing flames and experiencing excruciating pain. As you venture deeper, the agony intensifies. Of course, you can employ techniques to mitigate the torment and unleash extraordinary abilities to resist the burning. However, these methods will not guarantee passage through the entire forest unless you are more formidable than the Nine Saint Sage himself. Only then can you completely negate the illusions with your techniques and pass through unscathed. Ignorant whelp, you go first. Su Hn sneered at Li Qiye from outside the forest, his contempt palpable. He possessed unwavering confidence in this examination, certain that he could reach at least the 8th level. Li Qiye smirked, regarding the chaotic heart forest. It was crafted by Old Cock, a place designed to test one and Oppos' Tao heart. Me? Li Qiye drawled. The chaotic heart forest poses no challenge to me. If I go first, you might not even get a chance to participate. You proceed, lest you accuse me of denying you an opportunity. Li Qiye and Oppos' audacious words infuriated Protector Mo and Nan Huai Run, who wished they could gag him. Can you not boast for once? Must you brag all the time? Ignorant fool. Protector Su scoffed. A wretch who doesn't even comprehend the Tao heart dares to speak so arrogantly. Su Hn trembled with rage. How dare a mere mortal belittle him? He chuckled in fury. Very well, such arrogance. I shall see how many levels you can conquer. Levels? That's hardly a challenge. Passing through all 14 is nothing, Li Qiye said nonchalantly. That's why I suggested you go first, to spare you from being too discouraged. Li Qiye and Oppos' boastful words were too much for the disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. One sneered, are all members of the cleansing incense ancient sect so shameless? Spouting lies without a second thought. Protector Mo and Nan Huai Run were mortified, wishing they could abandon Li Qiye. His boasts were becoming increasingly outrageous. They knew the chaotic heart forest of the Nine Saint Demon Gate intimately. Reaching the 7th level was already a remarkable feat for a young disciple to achieve this. They must possess either an exceptionally steadfast Tao heart or profound cultivation. Even Chief Protector Yu, he shook his head. How could the cleansing incense ancient sect accept such an extreme individual as their chief disciple? Passing through all 14 levels? That was an utterly preposterous claim. Beyond even his own capabilities. 14 levels? Su Hn guffawed, mocking Li Qiye. If you can pass through all 14, I'll call you father. I have no such unfilial son. Li Qiye retorted calmly, casting a glance at Su Hn. Enraged by Li Qiye and Oppos' taunt, Su Hn glared at him and said, very well. Since you speak so boastfully, dare to wager with me. Wager? On what? Li Qiye asked with a smile. Su Hn sneered. If you can pass through all 14 levels, I will concede defeat. If you fail, you will crawl between my legs on your knees. Protector Mo and Nan Huai Ren paled at this proposition. This was more than an assessment. It was a blatant humiliation of Li Qiye and the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, they could only shake their heads in resignation. Li Qiye had brought this upon himself. And if I pass through all 14 levels, will you crawl between my legs as well? Li Qiye asked, eyeing him dismissively. Su Hn's face flushed with rage. If you pass through all 14 levels, he will crawl between your legs on his knees. If you fail, you will crawl between his legs. Protector Su interjected coldly. He wished he could kill Li Qiye for murdering Du Yuanguang. Since he couldn't and Oppos' kill him now, he would at least humiliate him thoroughly. Li Qiye glanced at Protector Su. then nodded earnestly. Very well, since you are so eager to wager, I agree. Senior brother Su, show him what and Appos. What? Take the wager. The disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate clamored. Su-Hin glared at Li Qiye with a sinister smile. I await the sight of you crawling between my legs on your knees. With that, he turned and stepped into the chaotic heart forest. This time the cleansing incense ancient sect will lose all face, their chief disciple crawling between senior brother Su's legs. The disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate cackled. Protector Mo and Nan Huai averted their gazes, unwilling to witness the spectacle. It would be a miracle if Li Qiye could defeat Su-Hin, let alone pass through all 14 levels of the chaotic heart forest. This was nothing short of a pipe dream. They wished they could leave immediately. If Li Qiye truly crawled between Su-Hin's legs, the cleansing incense ancient sect would be utterly humiliated. Protector Mo couldn't help but resent Li Qiye, wishing he could give him a severe thrashing. As Su-Hin stepped into the chaotic heart forest, darkness engulfed him, and he found himself in a ghastly realm. The vast land was filled with ghostly energy, and skeletons rattled as corpses emerged from the earth. Su-Hin took a deep breath, circulated his techniques, steeled his Tao heart, and ignored the ghostly realm as he slowly ventured deeper. Outside the first level, everyone watched Su-Hin intently. As expected, he quickly passed through the first level. In the second and third tiers, Su-Hin indeed excelled, both in his cultivation and his resolve, swiftly traversing the third layer. Upon reaching the fourth layer, his pace began to wane as the malevolent specters of the ghost realm launched their assaults. Initially, he could disregard them. Yet after several encounters that left his arms torn asunder, he cried out in agony, instinctively fighting back. Upon arriving at the fifth layer, Su-Hin found himself fully ensnared within the ghost realm. With a thunderous roar, he summoned his treasured artifact, the divine sword skyward, and he unleashed a torrent of true artifacts that fell like cascading laws, sweeping away all in their path. A life will manifested behind Su-Hin, exuding a tempest of vitality as he invoked the unparalleled laws, charging forth with unyielding ferocity. To everyone's astonishment, Su-Hin had indeed mastered the formidable and Appos, flame butcher sword technique and Appos, of the great sage. Witnessing Su-Hin and Appos' overwhelming prowess as he cut through the chaotic heart forest of the fifth layer, disciples from the Nine Sacred Demon Gate felt both envy and awe. The techniques he employed, steeped in the lore of life and vitality, were complemented by his physical prowess. The life arts, primarily focused on slaughter, particularly resonated with the sage-level techniques left behind by the great sage of the Nine, rendering them immensely powerful. As Su-Hin pressed through the fifth layer, Li Qiye gently shook his head. The chaotic heart forest, renowned for its disorienting nature, had been designed by the great sage to temper the resolve of his disciples. Finally, Su-Hin breached the seventh layer, a feat that left countless disciples in awe. Even Protector Su was thoroughly impressed. As his disciple, Su-Hin was indeed a source of pride. Although Su-Huan's innate talent paled in comparison to Princess Li Qiye, and his cultivation was no match for his senior disciple, Lung Qingfeng, the achievements he displayed today were a testament to his growth, leaving his master quite content. With a resounding thud, just moments after entering the seventh layer, Su-Hin could no longer withstand the overwhelming force of the chaotic heart forest and was ejected from its depths. So close. After being disoriented by the tumultuous energies of the forest, Su-Hin took a moment to regain his senses, letting out a howl of frustration. He had believed he could step into the eighth layer, only to find himself still within the seventh, having gravely underestimated the forest and Appos' might. Chapter 15. Miracles at My Fingertips, Part 1. You have performed admirably. There is no need for undue pressure, comforted guardian Su to his disciple. Yui nodded in agreement, remarking, at such a young age, achieving the seventh tier is already exceptional among our sect's younger generation. Su-Hin, recovering from his disappointment, took a deep breath and coldly fixed his gaze on Li Qiye, stating, "It is your turn now. Hey, it's not too late to concede." At this moment, a disciple from the Nine Sacred Demons sect jeered, "With your lack of even the most basic cultivation, merely crossing the first tier would be a miracle." Su-Hin spread his legs, leering at Li Qiye, and said with a sinister smile, "If you crawl through on your knees now, I won't make it difficult for you. But if you wait and crawl later, that would be a different story." Guardians Nan Huiran and Mo turned away, unwilling to witness this scene any longer. It was clear that Li Qiye was destined to fail. Even if by some miracle he managed to traverse the chaotic heart forest of the seventh layer, he would still have to crawl through Su-Huan's legs. Yet, Li Qiye remained unfazed, responding slowly, No, I am waiting for you to crawl through my legs. With that, he stepped into the chaotic heart forest. As soon as he entered, a sea of flames engulfed him, plunging him into a world of erupting magma. The sizzling sounds echoed around him as the heat scorched his feet, causing painful smoke to rise. However, Li Qiye did not utter a single sound, resolutely continuing forward. To him, the chaotic heart forest held no terror. He had endured countless tortures over millions of years. In the primordial age, transformed into a shadowy crow. He had known immense suffering, having fallen into the clutches of celestial demons and ancient fiends, imprisoned for millennia without seeing the sun, and subjected to unimaginable tortures. Although his shadowy crow form was immortal, the pain was ever present. For countless eons, he had traversed burial grounds, celestial lands, and realms of demons. These places were the true dangers of the world. Compared to them, the chaotic heart forest was trivial and insignificant. The meager trials of the chaotic heart forest could not shake his resolute heart in the slightest. Hey, a mere mortal who has never cultivated a single technique. Passing the first tier? A disciple scoffed. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, Li Qiye had already crossed the first tier. In the illusion, the flames dissipated, and Li Qiye fell into an icy world of desolation. Outside the chaotic heart forest, countless disciples of the nine sacred demon sect eagerly anticipated Li Qiye and Empress's emergence. However, what unfolded next left them all in utter disbelief. Guardians Mo and Nan turned away, unwilling to witness Li Qiye's humiliation. Yet, silence fell. The sound of a falling silver needle could be heard, prompting them to turn back in confusion. What they saw was beyond comprehension. First, second, third layer. A disciple stammered, following Li Qiye and Empress's progress in awe. 9th, 10th, 11th layer. An incredulous spectacle unfolded as Li Qiye strode through the chaotic heart forest with the ease of a leisurely walk, as if he were traversing a garden path, his pace unimpeded. Finally, with calm and composure, Li Qiye emerged from the 14th layer of the chaotic heart forest, as if he had just taken a stroll through a serene garden. At that moment, all present were petrified. He had traversed the 14th layer of the chaotic heart forest. This was an impossibility. Throughout the ages of the nine sacred demon sect, no young disciple had ever accomplished such a feat. Even the renowned Li Qiye, hailed as the most talented with the most steadfast heart, had never crossed the 14 layers. This cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. Su Huan was thrown into disarray, unable to reconcile the reality before him. Guardian Su and Empress's mouth hung open in disbelief. Crossing the 14 layers was something even their leader, the Sun-Will Demon Emperor, could not achieve. What kind of resolve must Li Qiye possess to accomplish such a feat? Just an appetizer, barely flavorful, Li Qiye remarked as he returned, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely strolled through a garden path. So, how about you crawl over here? He cast a sidelong glance at Su Huan, speaking with utter indifference. No, this is absolutely impossible, Su Huan exclaimed, and at that moment, not only he but everyone present struggled to believe what had transpired. This was unfathomable. Even Guardian Su could hardly believe it, questioning, could there be an issue with the chaotic heart forest? That must be it. The restrictions of the chaotic heart forest must have failed, Su Huan exclaimed, as if grasping at a lifeline. This round does not count. The chaotic heart forest must have malfunctioned. That is impossible. Guardian Yuhi, the chief protector, finally regained his composure and shook his head. The chaotic heart forest has never malfunctioned since its inception. Let me give it a try. He stepped into the chaotic heart forest himself. Yuhi was indeed formidable, a testament to his position as chief protector. He easily traversed the first 9 layers, his resolve unwavering. However, upon reaching the 10th layer, his speed began to wane. With a resounding thud, he found himself unable to complete the entire journey through the chaotic heart forest. He was expelled before he could finish the 11th layer. His heart unable to withstand the forest's interference. The chaotic heart forest had not failed. Ultimately, Yuhi shook his head, affirming the truth of the situation. He looked at Li Qiye with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Here was a mere 13-year-old boy who had traversed the 14 layers of the chaotic heart forest. Either there was something supernatural at play, or his resolve was unshakable. Yet, how could a 13-year-old possess such unwavering determination? The trials one must endure to cultivate such a heart were beyond comprehension. At this moment, all present were left in stunned silence, unsure of how to proceed. You possess a hidden treasure? Guardian Su glared at Li Qiye, refusing to believe that a mere 13-year-old could conquer the chaotic heart forest. It was simply impossible. That must be it, Su Huan loudly proclaimed. The Qiang ancient sect is a celestial lineage. Perhaps he possesses a celestial artifact. Countless eyes turned towards Li Qiye, and many disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon sect considered the possibility, recalling that the Qiang ancient sect had once been founded by the Min Jin celestial emperor. Perhaps they still held a celestial artifact or two. If such an artifact enabled him to cheat his way through the chaotic heart forest, it would indeed be plausible. Using treasures to cheat, this round does not count. Guardian Su stated coldly, adamant that Li Qiye had engaged in deceit. Guardian Su, such words are uncalled for. As Mo Hufa regained his composure, he realized that there was no time to ponder how Li Qiye had traversed the chaotic heart forest. He spoke in a grave tone. The test was established by you, and the chaotic heart forest belongs to your Nine Sacred Demon sect. Now that you have lost, you refuse to acknowledge it. Cheating with treasures is certainly not acceptable. Su Hufa replied coldly. At this moment, Mo Hufa was determined to defend Li Qiye. He asserted, whether or not treasures were used to pass through the chaotic heart forest is inconsequential. Your Nine Sacred Demon sect has not stipulated that one cannot use treasures to navigate the forest. Our disciples have successfully passed through, thereby winning this round. Shameless. Cheating. The Qiang ancient sect is a bunch of scoundrels. At this juncture, the disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon sect did not believe that Li Qiye could have traversed the chaotic heart forest, and many began to mock. Mo Hufa, unwilling to engage further in their disputes, turned to Yu He and asked, Yu Hufa, did our disciples from the Qiang ancient sect win this round? Yu He found himself in a dilemma. He hardly believed that Li Qiye could have passed through the forest. Yet the Nine Sacred Demon sect had no rule forbidding the use of treasures. I act righteously and sit upright, without guilt before heaven and earth. Li Qiye said leisurely at that moment. Unlike those from the Nine Sacred Demon sect, who can gamble but cannot bear to lose, and when defeated, refuse to acknowledge it. Since you believe that I possess treasures, then go ahead and search for them. If you find such treasures, they shall be yours. Yui pondered for a moment before raising his head to speak solemnly. If you truly wish to clear your name, our Nine Sacred Demon sect possesses a method. Our ancestors left behind a treasure known as the Immortal Bone Mirror, which can reveal all origins. If you are willing, we can use the Immortal Bone Mirror to see if you carry any treasures from the Immortal Emperor. I agree to use the Immortal Bone Mirror. Su Hufa was the first to concur, stating, if the Immortal Bone Mirror does not reveal anything, it means you carry no treasures. Indeed. To refuse the examination would indicate cheating. Other disciples of the Nine Sacred Demon sect chimed in agreement. You are truly pitiable, Li Qiye remarked with a smile. Surveying the crowd. Very well, if you wish to examine me, then let us proceed. Bring it forth. Seeing that Li Qiye had consented, Yui promptly dispatched someone to summon the Immortal Bone Mirror. The Immortal Bone Mirror of the Nine Sacred Demon sect had a significant heritage, said to have been passed down from the primitive era and even refined by the Immortal Emperor. This mirror could reveal origins, far surpassing the basic reflection mirror by countless magnitudes. Chapter 16. Miracles are within my grasp. Part 2. The Celestial Bone Mirror was summoned, its smooth surface adorned with flowing celestial patterns, exuding a terrifying aura. Even a figure as formidable as Yuhi could not help but feel a sense of reverence in the presence of the Celestial Bone Mirror and Apos' energy. As the mirror's light fell upon Li Qiye, his longevity wheel and life palace manifested one by one. The longevity will turned slowly, pulsating like blood, while the life palace remained unopened, a mere reflection of mortal existence. With an ordinary body, an unremarkable wheel, and a life palace yet to be awakened, it appeared that he had not embarked upon the path of cultivation. He bore no treasures of the Celestial Emperor. Ultimately, Yuhi reached a conclusion. The life palace is the most basic threshold for cultivators. Even those of poor aptitude can achieve an awakening within a few days at most. Yet, Li Qiye and Apos' life palace remained dormant, indicating a lack of cultivation experience. Under the scrutiny of the Celestial Bone Mirror, Li Qiye could not hide. Everything was laid bare before everyone. Are you satisfied now, Protector Su and Protector Yu? Mo Protector remarked coldly, forced to reveal themselves through the Celestial Bone Mirror. This was indeed a disgrace for the Qiang ancient sect. My apologies, Yuhi, possessing a degree of grace, nodded and stated, Li Qiye is not cheated. With Yuhi's acknowledgement, the crowd fell silent, yet disbelief lingered. How could a 13-year-old boy traverse the chaotic heart forest, a mere mortal without any signs of cultivation? Such a being was deemed a waste by all cultivators. Yet, this so-called waste had crossed the chaotic heart forest. This was incomprehensible. Su Huan struggled to accept this reality. Li Qiye cast him a glance and slowly said, "It seems you remain unconvinced, but I shall ensure you crawl over in due time." The chaotic heart forest was nothing remarkable. Only a fool like you would reach the 7th layer. Keep your eyes wide open. I shall traverse it again for your benefit. With that, he turned and stepped into the chaotic heart forest. At this moment, countless eyes were fixated on the forest, all fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. The 1st layer, the 2nd layer, the 3rd layer. Southwiren followed Li Qiye's steps, counting layer after layer. The 14th layer. Finally, Southwiren cried out in astonishment. Though he witnessed this miracle once more, he was still stunned. It was utterly bizarre. All present were rendered speechless. Even someone like Yu He remained in profound silence. After observing through the celestial bone mirror, Yu He understood that Li Qiye and Apos' innate qualities were insignificant. Yet he possessed an unparalleled Tao heart, an unshakable resolve. What trials must a 13-year-old endure to cultivate such an indomitable spirit? Yu He found it hard to believe. After cultivating for over a millennium, he could never claim such a heart. "Come and crawl over," Li Qiye beckoned, adopting a casual stance and casting a sideways glance at Su Huan. Su Huan trembled uncontrollably, his face pallid, in front of countless onlookers. He was to crawl beneath Li Qiye and Apos' legs. Where could he hide his face? "We of the 9 sacred demon sect can concede defeat. Since we wagered, we must abide by the terms." Yu He nodded, stating, "Su Huan, you proposed this wager. Now fulfill your promise." Su Huan felt as though he might faint. With Yu He speaking up, even his master could not save him. His face changed colors, flushed with shame and anger. Finally, gritting his teeth, he knelt before Li Qiye, his body stiff for what felt like an eternity, experiencing the most humiliating moment of his life. Ultimately, Su Huan had no choice but to crawl beneath Li Qiye. After Su Huan passed, Li Qiye stepped onto him, looking down and declaring, "I respect those who respect me. If someone offends me, I will return the offense tenfold. A talented disciple means nothing to me. The 9 sacred demon sect is likewise inconsequential." With that, he turned and departed, leaving in his wake a sense of awe. Su Huan trembled, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, overcome by rage. Protector Su rushed to support Su Huan, attending to him. At this moment, all present were dumbfounded, astonished by the audacity of this mere mortal, a waste of a body. This was utterly inconceivable. Yet, Li Qiye, with his ordinary physique, continued to speak with reckless abandon, daring to disregard the 9 sacred demon sect despite his lack of any cultivation. Upon returning to the main peak, Protectors Su, Yu, and Mo resumed their seats, with Li Qiye sitting at the lower end, appearing relaxed and composed, inciting the ire of countless disciples who wished to strike him. Protector Su fixed his gaze on Li Qiye, a terrifying malice flickering in his eyes. His beloved disciple had been humiliated, and as a master, he naturally shared the same enmity. Li Qiye's disgrace towards his disciple was equivalent to a direct affront to him. Meanwhile, Mo Protector and Southwiren felt a strange sensation. Li Qiye, a disciple who had only recently joined the 9 sacred demon sect, was audacious enough to evoke a sense of disbelief in others. Yet upon reflection, it appeared that his words were merely a statement of truth. This left Mo Protector and Southwiren perplexed regarding Li Qiye and Apos' true nature. A mere mortal, not yet a cultivator. With no backing, what grounds did he possess to act so boldly? "The literary examination has been passed. Let us proceed to the martial examination," Li Qiye said, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, speaking leisurely with a faint smile. Such arrogance from Li Qiye was astonishing, had it not been for his earlier display. The disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect might have drowned him in their scorn. However, now they fell into silence, as Li Qiye's actions not only humiliated Su Huan but also struck a resounding slap across the face of the 9 sacred demon sect. Even Yu He gazed at Li Qiye quizzically. As a formidable figure capable of commanding respect, he had faced countless storms. Previously, he deemed Li Qiye frightfully ignorant and arrogantly mad, yet upon reflection, he appeared to possess genuine merit. What power could a mere mortal, without a cultivation background, wield to provoke the 9 sacred demon sect? Was there some hidden advantage within the Shiyang ancient sect? As the chief protector, Yu He dismissed this thought immediately. Over the years, the 9 sacred demon sect had a clear understanding of the Shiyang ancient sect and Apos' circumstances. If they had any means to challenge the sect, they would not have endured such hardship, nor would they have been relegated to mere subservience to the Baoxing Empire. Moreover, the 9 sacred demon sect was well informed about Li Qiye and Apos, S entry into the Shiyang ancient sect. He merely held the Shiyang ancient order as the chief disciple. And even the 6 elders were dismissive of him. A person without support or backing. What abilities could he possibly possess? This left Yuhi entirely baffled. Regaining his composure, Yuhi slowly said, "Given that Su Shitzi is unwell, if you wish to proceed with the martial examination, the 9 sacred demon sect can provide you with a different opponent." "No need. I am fine," Su Huan interjected, standing tall despite his pale complexion, his head held high. When his gaze fell upon Li Qiye, it was filled with malice, wishing he could tear him apart, even fantasizing about ending his life. Having endured such humiliation from Li Qiye, he swore to slay him personally, ensuring that Li Qiye would suffer beyond measure, using his blood to cleanse his own disgrace. Su Huan stood upright, clinging to the last vestiges of his confidence, raising his head high as he resolutely addressed Yui. "Guardian, I am prepared for battle once more." Yui could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He was well aware of Su Huan and Apos' determination. He spoke softly, "Su, you are not suited for combat at this moment. This matter is of great significance to the 9 sacred demonic sect, and Li Qiye has already secured a victory. Brother Yu, this child Su Huan possesses a steadfast spirit. Even after facing setbacks, he will not succumb to despair. He is someone who rises to challenges. Let us grant him this opportunity," urged Su Huan's guardian, advocating for his disciple. With a firm resolve, Su Huan gritted his teeth and declared, "Guardian, if I falter during the martial examination, I shall offer my life as an apology to the sect." In his pursuit of vengeance, he had sworn an oath of military service. Yuhi pondered for a moment. Among the younger disciples, Su Huan had attained the true fate realm and was on the path to Huagai, making him exceptionally gifted for his age within the 9 sacred demonic sect. There were few among the younger generation who surpassed him, especially considering his mastery of the Grand Sage level technique, the fierce slaughter sword art. Yuhi understood the formidable power of this sword art. If Su Huan truly fought with his life on the line, defeating him would not be an easy feat. Not even the ancient Xian sect could claim such a victory among the younger disciples, save for true prodigies like Long Feng. "Brother Yu, this child Su Huan has always been strong. He will not falter. Allow him this chance," insisted Su Huan's guardian earnestly. After careful consideration, Yuhi realized that if Su Huan could not prevail, their only recourse would be to rely on talents like Long Feng or to have Princess Li Yinshuang intervene to ensure a certain victory. Moreover, given that Li Qiye had never cultivated any Dao techniques, Yuhi found it hard to believe that Li Qiye could triumph over a true Fate Realm expert, especially one who practiced Grand Sage level skills. "Very well, you shall face the challenge." Ultimately, after much deliberation, Yuhi acquiesced to Su Huan and Apos' request for battle. Chapter 17, The Monarch of the Sun Demon Part 1. In the arena, Su Huan and Apos' gaze was filled with venom as he fixed his eyes on Li Qiye, harboring a desire to dismember him utterly, to flay his skin and extract his tendons. The atmosphere was tense as Yuhi and the others stood witness, holding their breaths and focusing intently on the 2 combatants. At that moment, neither Law Protector Mo nor Nan Huiran believed Li Qiye could triumph over Su Huan. After all, Su Huan was a formidable master of the true Fate Realm, and even more daunting was his mastery of the Grand Sage level technique. Li Qiye had only recently joined the Shiyang ancient sect, and he had yet to even cultivate any Dao arts. Defeating Su Huan seemed utterly implausible. Could he truly overcome senior brother Su? Having traversed through the 14 layers of the chaotic heart forest, even the disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect began to feel a pang of uncertainty. One senior brother shook his head, stating, "Impossible. A mortal defeating a cultivator has never happened throughout the ages, unless he possesses a true artifact of the immortal emperor, which is also highly improbable. Even with such an artifact, he lacks the formidable vitality to wield it." Indeed, a person who had yet to cultivate any Dao arts could never hope to harness an immortal emperor and Apos' artifact, even if he truly possessed one. Su Huan and Apos' Flame Slayer sword technique was exceptionally fearsome, profound, and overwhelmingly powerful. If he were to unleash his full force within our 9 sacred demon sect, only the princess or the eldest senior brother could hope to stand against him, as no one else could hope to defeat him. A senior brother who had once sparred with Su Huan nodded in agreement. The disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect also expressed skepticism about Li Qiye's ability to defeat Su Huan, remarking, "Although senior brother Su and Apos' golden eagle body is considered an acquired physique, it is incredibly agile and fierce. In terms of speed and offense, he is renowned among our fellow disciples. Cultivators place immense importance on physique, which can be categorized into innate and acquired types. The hierarchy of physiques ranges from the weakest to the strongest: mortal body, acquired body, innate body, imperial body, sacred body, and immortal body. Mortal bodies are the most common, with the majority of humanity falling into this category, Li Qiye included. Mortal bodies are the weakest in terms of both vitality and physicality. With a resonant roar, Su Huan unleashed a powerful cry, and in an instant, sword lights erupted from his being, transforming the arena into a vast sword field, with sword lights swirling around him like divine blades. The barriers he erected were as impenetrable as an ethereal fortress, rendering any assault futile. At that moment, Su Huan exhaled, and a divine sword emerged from his mouth, instantly multiplying into 8 majestic swords, each towering 100 feet high and seemingly capable of cleaving the earth in two. Flame Slayer Sword Technique, the Flame Gold Divine Sword, exclaimed a disciple enviously. Senior Brother Su's true artifact is forged from the complete Tao patterns of Flame Gold Divine Stone. The Flame Gold Divine Sword excels in offense, while the Flame Slayer Sword Technique provides defense. Within our 9 sacred demon sect, aside from the eldest brother, there are few who can easily defeat Senior Brother Su. Cultivator artifacts can be classified as true artifacts and life artifacts, with true artifacts representing genuine fated instruments, while life artifacts are ordinary ones. True artifacts are inherently more powerful than life artifacts. Witnessing this spectacle, Law Protector Mo fell silent, and Nan Huiran sighed softly. With such cultivation, such techniques, and such a true artifact, Li Qiye seemed devoid of hope. In such a scenario, not even Nan Huiran, let alone Law Protector Mo, could breach Su Huan and Appo's defenses with a mere move. Should they fail to penetrate Su Huan and Appo's defenses from the outset, they would soon be subjected to the relentless onslaught of Grand Sage techniques, an even more terrifying prospect. Come forth, little beast. Today, I shall rend you into pieces. Su Huan bellowed, pointing his sword at Li Qiye. Bah! Li Qiye spat into his palm, rubbing it as if dismissing the gravity of the situation. This crude gesture starkly contrasted with his usual nonchalant demeanor. Render me into pieces? You're not capable of that. I shall transform you into a pig's head, so your parents won't even recognize you, he retorted lazily, slowly drawing forth his snake-slaying staff. Upon witnessing Li Qiye brandish the staff, Nan Huiran nearly fainted. Wasn't this the firewood stick from their Xiang ancient sect's ancestral hall? He had hoped Li Qiye would wield the mystical Chiman blade, which might offer a chance to turn the tide. However, Li Qiye opted for the firewood stick instead. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Such a humble stick could be easily severed by Su Huan's Flame Gold Divine Sword with a mere flick. As for Law Protector Mo, he felt even more dismayed. Li Qiye had no chance left. His only hope was to rescue Li Qiye if he genuinely faced life-threatening peril. Truly, the Xiang ancient sect had fallen into disarray, daring to confront Senior Brother Su with a mere broken stick. Scoffed a disciple of the 9 sacred demon sect. Due to Li Qiye and Appo's passage through the chaotic heart forest, Yuhi was left with a deep impression. He focused intently, activating his heavenly eye to scrutinize Li Qiye and Appo's stick, genuinely concerned it might be a treasure forged by an immortal emperor. Yet, no matter how he examined it, it remained an ordinary stick, neither refined through Tao arts nor empowered by techniques, merely a common stick devoid of any special attributes. At that moment, Yuhi Kuden and Appo's helped but wonder, how could a mere stick dare to contend with a true artifact of the true fate level? This was sheer folly, a reckless pursuit of demise. Law Protector Su chuckled coldly. Li Qiye was indeed courting disaster, for his disciple could effortlessly cleave him in two with a single sword strike. Come here, boy. Let me whip you until your skin splits and your flesh tears, Li Qiye proclaimed, casually directing the snake-slaying staff towards Su Huan. Seeking death, Su Huan roared, as the 8 divine swords converged into one, emitting a resounding cry as it descended, enveloped in fierce flames, threatening to incinerate the entire arena. Seeing this strike, Nan Huiran was reluctant to witness the outcome. Should that sword fall, Li Qiye would likely be reduced to nothing more than ashes. As Su Huan intended to slay him with a single blow. Bring it on. Li Qiye, however, remained unfazed. With a wild cry, he charged forward, swinging his snake-slaying staff with nonchalance. Senior Brother Su, kill him. The disciples of the 9 sacred demon sect were exhilarated at the prospect of Li Qiye and Appos' self-destructive path, knowing that should Su Huan slay him, it would sufficiently cleanse the shame they had endured. With a resounding crash, however, the anticipated carnage did not unfold as everyone had imagined. The sword did not obliterate Li Qiye. Instead, his snake-slaying staff struck with incredible precision against the weakest point of the flame gold divine sword. With a clang, Su Huan and Appos' sword was sent crashing to the ground. Akin to a venomous serpent struck at its vital point, rendered limp and powerless. "You little brat, I shall turn you into a pig," and Appos' head. Su Huan could hardly believe his eyes. Yet at that moment, Li Qiye surged forward, swinging his staff with casual ease towards Su Huan. "Kill!" Su Huan roared, refusing to retreat, his entire being transformed into a sea of sword light, barreling towards Li Qiye as he dismissed any notion of defeat. With a thunderous clash, even Su Huan's Grand Sage-level Flame Slayer sword technique proved futile. The snake-slaying staff penetrated the flaws of the technique and struck Su Huan's face with tremendous force, sending blood spraying forth. Su Huan was left dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. In an instant, Li Qiye unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one targeting Su Huan and Appos' most vulnerable spots. Su Huan found himself unable to retaliate, akin to a snake stripped of its bones, blood vitality waning, techniques unraveling, and his body succumbing to weakness. In the blink of an eye, Su Huan was struck down to the ground, his face bearing the marks of several blows, blood oozing from wounds all over. The snake whipping rod was neither a treasure nor a divine artifact. It was merely a wooden stick. Aimed at the vulnerable points of the human body, it was designed to exploit weaknesses with precision. Only those who had attained the celestial origin realm could hope to evade its strikes. For the majority, it was a harbinger of suffering. This 3-foot-long snake-whipping rod was a rarity in the world. In the early years of the various emperors, Li Qiye, who transformed into the Crow of Darkness, had expended considerable effort to acquire this rod from the treacherous depths of the Ghost Forest. It was said that even Su Huan, an insignificant figure, could not compare to the trials endured by the future immortal Emperor Mingern, who, before ascending to his celestial status, had faced immense torment under the very same rod. In his youth, the invincible generals under immortal Emperor Mingren had screamed in agony as they were mercilessly whipped, their skin torn and flesh lacerated. Evading the snake-whipping rod was not an insurmountable challenge. Once one broke through to the celestial origin realm, dodging its strikes became significantly easier. Until then, however, one could only brace for the inevitable blows. Not a treasure, nor a divine implement. This rod was fashioned from a sapling that had thrived for eons in the perilous depths of the world. Despite the potential for severe injury even after reaching the celestial origin realm, the snake-whipping rod was not lethal. It was precisely for this reason that Li Qiye had painstakingly retrieved it from the Ghost Forest, eager to teach a lesson to the likes of immortal Emperor Mingren and his companions. With a resounding crack, Su Huan was knocked to the ground, and Li Qiye showed no mercy, striking relentlessly with the snake-whipping rod. In an instant, Su Huan lay battered and bruised, unable to rise. This scene left all onlookers in shock. Yu He, astonished, employed his heavenly eye to scrutinize the snake-whipping rod, yet it remained merely a wooden stick, devoid of any divine power or mystical energy, devoid of any arcane seals, just an ordinary wooden implement. For more thrilling developments, readers are encouraged to support the author with votes and donations, as such encouragement fuels the creation of even more captivating tales. Chapter 18, The Sunwheel Monarch, Continuation. Naturally, Yu He was unacquainted with an item such as the serpent-striking staff. Throughout the ages, exceedingly few had truly laid eyes upon such a thing. Were it not for Li Qiye and Appos' millennia of existence and his ventures into countless perilous grounds, privy to a myriad of astounding secrets, he too would have remained ignorant of the staff and Appos' mysteries. Those uninitiated in its secrets would merely perceive it as an ordinary wooden stick. "I shall slay you." Despite being battered and bruised, Su Hui remained ferocious. With a savage roar, 2 immensely sharp claws suddenly emerged from his ribs, lunging fiercely towards Li Qiye's chest. These claws could effortlessly pierce through his sternum. Su Hui possessed the constitution of a golden eagle, his father being a Tao-cultivating eagle. Within him lay a pair of incomparably keen eagle talons, capable of delivering a lethal strike at any moment. Bang! The serpent-striking staff effortlessly struck the golden eagle claws. Upon impact, akin to a snake struck at its vital point, The razor-sharp claws instantly became limp and powerless. Courting death, Li Qiye and Appos' gaze turned frigid. With a clang, two short blades instantaneously pierced Su Hui's shoulders, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. You dare attempt to assassinate me? Today, I shall thrash you mercilessly, Li Qiye declared coldly, brandishing the serpent-striking staff. Enough. At this juncture, Protector Su could no longer stand idly by. He descended into the dueling arena, bellowing sternly. Li Qiye merely glanced at him, replying with composure, "What is it? The younger one cannot prevail, so the elder steps forth personally? Insolent whelp." Protector Su and Appos' gaze could kill. He uttered icily, "Release him, or this venerable one shall personally execute you today." Upon hearing these words, Li Qiye slowly turned his gaze towards Protector Su, remaining utterly calm and unhurried. "If it were just now, I might have spared his life. But now that you threaten me, I shall slay him." As the words fell, he instantly gripped the short blades. "Ah!" Su Hui shrieked miserably. The daggers impaling his shoulders twisted in unison, instantly cleaving his body apart. In a flash of lightning, he was dismembered into 5 pieces, his blood staining the earth crimson. "Huir!" Protector Su cried out in anguish. He had never imagined that Li Qiye would kill so decisively. With utter disregard, he had slain his disciple even in his presence. "Despicable beast, meet your demise." Protector Su roared furiously. Instantly, his blood essence surged skyward. In that instant, a divine sword of immeasurable length descended, cleaving directly towards Li Qiye and Appos' head. At this moment, Protector Mo was petrified with terror. With his strength, it was already too late to save Li Qiye. Boom! Just as the sword was about to rend the heavens, an enormous foot descended. Beneath this colossal foot, none could resist. Be they heroes or monarchs, even true gods or saint emperors, they were but ants beneath its weight. Protector Su emitted a wretched scream as he was instantly crushed to death, the gigantic foot pulverizing him into a pool of gore. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. For the foot that descended was not Li Qiye and Appos', but rather that of one of the 4 colossal stone statues that stood erect within the dueling arena. With a single stomp, Protector Su, a figure possessing the strength of a hero king, was instantly crushed to death. An unforeseen aberration. "Chief Protector Yu," he exclaimed in shock. His blood essence swept across the heavens as he slashed at the stone statue, attempting to rescue Protector Su. However, at that moment, the stone statue that had crushed Protector Su raised its foot and kicked out. With a resounding bang, even Yu He, a monarch of immense power, was sent flying, crashing into the main peak. Blood gushed forth ceaselessly. "Presumptuous!" A thunderous voice echoed, and in an instant, laws as torrential as a celestial cascade swept across the heavens. Divine light permeated the entire firmament as a figure materialized in the sky, an endless halo of divine radiance behind his head. His every gesture could stir oceans and overturn rivers. Grand Elder. This person's sudden intervention sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the 9 Saint Demon Gate. The Grand Elder formed a hand seal, suppressing the 8 directions, pressing down upon the stone statue with unparalleled divine majesty. Bang! However, the stone statue raised its hand and delivered a savage chop. With a single strike, the precious seal shattered, and the 9 Saint Demon Gate and Appos' terrifyingly powerful Grand Elder was sent sprawling, drenched in blood. Even he could not withstand the stone statue and Appos' blow. This scene astounded everyone. The Grand Elder had been sent flying with a single strike. In that instant, everyone within the 9 Saint Demon Gate was dumbfounded, be they protectors or elders. The stone statues within the 9 Saint Demon Gate and Appos' dueling arena had suddenly attacked, crushing Protector Su with a single stomp, sending Yu He flying with a kick, and striking the Grand Elder with a chop. It was simply too terrifying. And after striking the Grand Elder, the stone statue returned to its original position, as if nothing had transpired. I have stated, should your 9 Saint Demon Gate refuse to act reasonably, I would not hesitate to raze it to the ground and rebuild it. Li Qiye stood calmly in the dueling arena, as if nothing had occurred. Protector Mo and Nan Huiran were both petrified with fear. Such a turn of events was beyond their wildest dreams. A stone statue, suddenly so terrifying, and even more terrifying. The 9 Saint Demon Gate and Appos' stone statue had actually struck down the sect and Appos' own Grand Elder. This completely defied their understanding. Boom! The Grand Elder, wounded and his blood essence surging, once again stood in the firmament. He strode across the sky, one step at a time, intent on battling the stone statue once more. In truth, even as the Grand Elder, he was thoroughly alarmed. One of the 9 Saint Demon Gate and Amp, Oppos, own stone statues had actually attacked them. Elder, do not act rashly. That is our 9 Saint Demon Gate and Amp, Oppos, guardian deity. At this moment, an imperious voice reverberated from the deepest recesses of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Sectmaster. Upon hearing this voice, everyone within the 9 Saint Demon Gate knew who it was. The 9 Saint Demon Gate and Amp, Oppos, Sectmaster, the Sunwheel Monarch. A peerless prodigy of his generation. The Grand Elder abruptly halted in his tracks, staring at the stone statue with a mixture of shock and uncertainty. In fact, upon hearing the Sectmaster's words, all the disciples of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were filled with doubt and bewilderment. Even the high-ranking elders found it difficult to believe, for they had never heard of the 9 Saint Demon Gate possessing a guardian deity, and even more astonishing, their guardian deity had actually attacked them. Elder, Protector you. Please invite young Master Li to the Celestial Hall for a discussion. I wonder, young Master Li, what are your thoughts? The Sunwheel Monarch and Amp, Oppos, dignified and imperious voice echoed once more. Upon hearing the Sunwheel Monarch and Amp, Oppos, words, Li Qiye remained composed, a slight curl appearing at the corner of his lips. He chuckled and said, since there are those who recognize value, what harm is there in a discussion? With great reluctance, Chief Protector Yu he stepped forward to invite Li Qiye. At this moment, he could not help but shudder at the sight of Li Qiye. He felt that the 13-year-old youth before him was far too uncanny. The Celestial Hall was a place of utmost importance within the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Within the sect, all major decisions were made within its confines, and only elders were qualified to attend. Protector Imo and Nan Huiran were not qualified to enter the Celestial Hall. Moreover, the hall floated above the deepest reaches of the 9 Saint Demon Gate's ancestral lands. Li Qiye, of course, could not fly, but today, Yu He, a powerful monarch, personally stooped down to carry him. Within the Celestial Hall, all the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were in attendance, including the Grand Elder. Each elder present exuded divine light, their lifespans vast and profound. The laws swirling around them seemed to manifest a world of their own. These were not mere monarchs, but true gods. A single monarch could likely obliterate the cleansing incense ancient sect, and as for a true god, they were unimaginably terrifying. The 9 Saint Demon Gate and Amp, Oppos, foundation was frighteningly deep. No wonder they held dominion over the ancient Ox Kingdom in this era. With such strength, the cleansing incense ancient sect stood no chance of competing. A single true god from the 9 Saint Demon Gate could easily suppress the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even with so many true gods present, Li Qiye remained composed, sitting within the Celestial Hall with ease and leisure. Throughout the ages, no one has ever been able to communicate with our 9 Saint Demon Gate and Amp, Oppos, guardian deity. The Sunwheel Monarch and Amp, Oppos, voice echoed once more, but his person remained unseen. Li Qiye shook his head and said, I do not converse with those who hide their heads and tails. Such pronouncements caused the assembled elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate to pale, for Protector Imo, were he present, would surely have been petrified with terror. The sun-turning demon emperor, a being of such formidable stature, before whom even all the elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect would stand in trepidation, was being treated with utter disregard by Li Qiye. It is not that I am unwilling to meet with young Master Li, but rather that I am currently in seclusion and unable to receive visitors. The sun-turning demon emperor, a figure of supreme authority who reigned over the entirety of the ancient Ox Kingdom, explained without a hint of anger. Very well, I shall not press the matter, for I pride myself on being reasonable. Li Qiye responded with a smile and a nod. Li Qiye's audacious demeanor filled the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate with suppressed resentment. Their demon emperor was an exalted figure, before whom countless monarchs and even true gods of the ancient Ox Kingdom dared not act presumptuously. Yet, a mere 13-year-old boy dared to behave so insolently in the presence of their sovereign. I am curious to hear how young Master Li communicated with the guardian deities of our 9 Saint Demon Gate, the sun-turning demon emperor inquired. At this moment, the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were filled with astonishment and uncertainty, for they had never heard of such guardian deities. Despite their positions as elders, they were unaware that their 9 Saint Demon Gate possessed such protectors. The sun-turning demon emperor elucidated, our 9 Saint Demon Gate is protected by 4 guardian deities. embodied by the 4 stone statues within the dueling arena. They were personally invited by our founder to safeguard our sect. Moreover, beneath the dueling arena lies the terrestrial vein of our 9-saint demon gate and Apos, as spiritual essence, personally guarded by these deities. However, since the establishment of our 9-saint demon gate, these 4 guardian deities have never manifested their divine powers, save for today. As he spoke, even the sun-turning demon emperor and Apos' voice grew solemn. At this juncture, all the elders turned their gazes upon Li Qiye, unable to believe that the guardian deities, who had remained dormant for countless ages, would act on behalf of Li Qiye. It was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 19. The Arrogance Unbound by Place. Part 1. At this moment, the elders of the 9 sacred demons sect gazed at Li Qiye, their hearts brimming with frustration. How could a mere mortal, bound by flesh, will, and destiny, communicate with their guardian deity? Such an occurrence seemed utterly devoid of reason. If Li Qiye were a disciple of the 9 sacred demons sect, it might be somewhat acceptable. However, he adamantly rejected such an affiliation. Their guardian deity was protecting an outsider, having first crushed Protector Su and subsequently severely injuring Yu He and the Grand Elder. How could this not infuriate the elders of the 9 sacred demons sect? Could young Master Li share the secret of how he communicates with our guardian deity? Inquired the voice of the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor. Li Qiye chuckled softly, shaking his head as he replied, "A secret to communication? I possess no such secret. Since it is your guardian deity, you should understand it better than I do." Of course, Li Qiye had no intention of revealing the true secret to the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor and the others. During the chaotic era, he had transformed into a shadowy crow, expending countless efforts to devise a grand scheme to escape the immortal demon cave. However, over the course of millions of years, he endured immense suffering and witnessed countless epics. He understood one fundamental truth: to seize control of his own destiny, he must be sufficiently powerful. During the time when his soul was trapped within the shadowy crow and he could not cultivate, he was compelled to resort to various means to protect himself. Fortunately, he had ventured into places that others could hardly fathom, uncovering innumerable earth-shattering secrets. Thus, he meticulously planned, calculating through the ages to safeguard his existence. The 4 guardian deities of the 9 sacred demons sect had once been one of his means. The 4 symbol stone men, from which he had drawn immense effort to extricate from the ancient earth, had provided him protection for an extended period. Later, the founding ancestor of the 9 sacred demons sect, the 9 sacred sage, had served the Ming-Ren immortal emperor and had contributed countless merits by bearing the heavenly mandate. The 9 sacred sage had long coveted Li Qiye and Apos' 4 symbol stone men, pestering him numerous times for them. Eventually, after the Ming-Ren immortal emperor ascended to power, Li Qiye, recognizing the 9 sacred sage's unwavering loyalty and notable achievements in rescuing the emperor, lent the 4 symbol stone men to the 9 sacred sage to safeguard the sect and protect future generations. Upon acquiring the 4 symbol stone men, the 9 sacred sage placed them atop the earth's veins of the 9 sacred demon sect, allowing the stone men to nourish themselves from the essence of the land. However, there had been an agreement between the 9 sacred sage and Li Qiye. Unless the 9 sacred demon sect faced total annihilation, the 4 symbol stone men would not emerge. They were not the personal enforcers of the 9 sacred demon sect and would not safeguard its descendants. The 9 sacred demon sect had fared well, initially under the protection of the Grand Xiang Ancient Sect. Even after the decline of the Xiang Ancient Sect, the 9 sacred demon sect had managed to stand independently without falling into ruin. Thus, though the 9 sacred demon sect experienced fluctuations, it had never attracted the calamity of total destruction. This was precisely why the 4 symbol stone men remained dormant atop the 9 sacred demon sect and Apos' earth veins, never revealing their powers. Li Qiye had brought the 4 symbol stone men from the ancient earth, and thus he knew how to communicate with them. The previous encounter, where he had sat upon the stone man and Apos' shoulder and engaged in casual conversation, was indeed a form of communication. Naturally, the astonishing secrets behind it were unknown to outsiders. If young Master Li is willing to share the secret of communication, our 9 sacred demon sect will undoubtedly treat you well. Whatever you require, just say the word, and we will comply without hesitation. The Wheel Sun Demon Emperor persisted, fully aware of the value of the 4 guardian deities. The potential to communicate with them was indeed monumental. At this moment, the elders of the 9 sacred demons sect looked at Li Qiye, envisioning the ease with which a single stone man had dispatched Elder Yun. If all four were to awaken, the implications were unfathomable. If the 9 sacred demon sect could truly communicate with all 4 guardian deities, it would be a matter of immense significance. There truly is no secret, just casual conversation. Discussing daily matters and reminiscing about the past, Li Qiye replied with a smile. His words held a grain of truth, though he withheld the underlying reality. The elders of the 9 sacred demon sect and the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor could hardly accept Li Qiye and Appos' assertions. However, they found themselves powerless to compel him. The consequences of such actions would be dire. However, there is one matter I must address with you. I require a drop of blood from the 4 guardian deities. Li Qiye stated nonchalantly, as the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor fell silent. Li Qiye's words sent a tremor through the hearts of the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor and the elders. The significance of drawing blood from the guardian deities was profound. They are the guardian deities of our 9 sacred demon sect, the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor mused. Li Qiye waved his hand dismissively, replying, "They will remain your guardian deities, continuing to guard the veins of your 9 sacred demon sect. However, at times, I will need to borrow their power. The 4 statues are the guardians of our 9 sacred demon sect. No outsider may lay claim to them." An elder could not restrain himself from exclaiming. The thought of their guardian deities being borrowed by another was utterly intolerable. Li Qiye cast a sidelong glance at him, relaxed and composed, and said, "This matter is beyond your control. If you are displeased, feel free to discuss it with your guardian deities. Had it not been for my previous promise to the 9 sacred sage, I would have taken the 4 symbol stone men with me, and the 9 sacred demon sect would not have been able to stop me." The elder's anger surged, a sense of deep dissatisfaction swelling within him. Since young Master Li can communicate with our guardian deities and awaken their presence, this may not be such a bad thing, the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor reflected, realizing he had little choice. It was evident that the 4 guardian statues were siding with Li Qiye, a reality beyond their influence. Although the 9 sacred demon sect possessed sufficient strength and heritage, the ease with which a single statue had dispatched the Grand Elder left even the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor feeling uncertain. "This is the action of a wise man," Li Qiye remarked with a faint smile. "Do not assume that my communication with your guardian deities will lead to your detriment. If I truly wished to harm the 9 sacred demon sect, you would not have the opportunity to sit here. If I were to unleash my full might upon you today, barring the resurrection of your ancestor, who could withstand my advance?" The 9 sacred demon sect was immensely powerful, ruling over the ancient bull territory, where countless sects bowed in reverence. The elders of the 9 sacred demon sect were formidable, capable of shaking the heavens with a stomp. As for the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor, since the celestial upheaval 30,000 years ago, attaining the status of a true being had proven challenging. Yet he had risen against all odds, reaching astonishing heights. Yet, before the elders of the 9 sacred demon sect and the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor, Li Qiye and Appos' audacious declarations were nothing short of brazen. His words stirred dissatisfaction among the elders, who shot him furious glares, while Li Qiye remained unperturbed, seated calmly, with a smile that exuded confidence. "Very well, young Master Li may proceed with the bloodletting." The Wheel Sun Demon Emperor reluctantly consented. Being a person of extraordinary talent, he sensed that refusal might result in the guardian deities departing with Li Qiye, though he could not fathom why the guardian deities chose a mere mortal. The situation was undeniably complex. "You adhere to your protocols, and I shall adhere to mine," Li Qiye smiled and stated. "The 4 guardian deities will remain your guardians." Such a result left the elders of the 9 holy demon sect feeling a sense of frustration. However, they found themselves powerless to alter the situation unless they chose to confront Li Qiye. Yet, regarding the 4 guardian deities, the elders were utterly uncertain. Surely, the Grand Elder was formidable enough, but a single strike from a guardian deity could send him flying. What if all 4 guardian deities acted simultaneously? They dared not contemplate the consequences. If all 4 were to join forces, it was likely that no one from the 9 holy demon sect could withstand them. At this moment, the Solar Demon Emperor pondered for a long while before finally speaking. "Our 9 holy demon sect possesses a sacred ground that has remained sealed for ages. I wonder if young Master Li would be interested in exploring it." "Your Majesty, that is unwise," one elder interjected hastily. "Allow young Master Li to have a look." "It would be harmless," the Solar Demon Emperor interrupted, his voice resonating with authority. Upon hearing this, Li Qiye and Appos' eyes sparkled with interest as he responded. "You mean the sacred cave, left behind by your ancestor, the 9 holy sage?" This remark prompted him to recall a previous conversation. Long ago, the old rooster had mentioned this matter after the Ming-Ren immortal emperor had received his divine mandate. At that time, his condition was quite unstable, and he was poised to enter a deep slumber. The old rooster had half-jokingly alluded to this issue, but at that time, he had little interest, even though he had been capable of nurturing an immortal emperor. Now, all the elders of the 9 holy demon sect turned their gaze towards Li Qiye, for very few were aware of this matter. Indeed, said the solar demon emperor, his spirits lifted by Li Qiye's words, if young Master Li can unlock the sacred cave, our 9 holy demon sect shall express our profound gratitude. Li Qiye tilted his head in contemplation, meticulously recalling the old rooster's words before finally nodding in agreement. As for unlocking the sacred cave, I can certainly endeavor to do so. However, should I succeed, I must insist on one condition. A particular item within must belong to me. All other treasures shall remain the property of the 9 holy demon sect. This proposition left even the solar demon emperor in a state of deep contemplation, causing some elders to remark, Your Majesty, perhaps this matter requires further discussion. Chapter 20. The Arrogance Requires No Context, Part 2. The Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor decisively declared, Very well, open the sacred cave. Within it, young Master Li may take any one item of his choosing. An astute individual indeed. Li Qiye nodded and replied, Prepare yourselves, and then seek me out. I shall take my leave for now. With that, he turned and departed from the heavenly palace. The Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor instructed he to escort Li Qiye home. After Li Qiye and Appo's departure, an elder within the heavenly palace could no longer restrain himself and remarked, Your Majesty, the matter of the sacred cave seems rather hasty. Not necessarily, the Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor responded. Since the establishment of our 9 sacred demon sect, has anyone ever opened the sacred cave? It has remained sealed all along, untouched. Perhaps this is an opportunity, in alignment with the words left by our ancestral master. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement with the Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor, stating, It would be wise to give it a try. Since Your Majesty has made a decision, let young Master Li have his attempt. Your Majesty, why have we never heard of the guardian deity? Another elder interjected. Is the guardian deity of our 9 sacred demon sect the celestial beast or the longevity essence? I am uncertain of that as well, the Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor admitted. Records regarding our sect's guardian deity are scant. Only a few lines are mentioned in the Ancestral Master's secret tome, which states that only in times of great peril for our 9 sacred demon sect does the guardian deity exhibit its powers. This tome is accessible solely to the successive sect masters. Yet this time, it has indeed manifested its powers, another elder remarked. That is also a point of confusion for me, the Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor replied. The guardian deity has chosen him for a reason. This young man is indeed enigmatic. Elder Yuan, the Grand Elder, could not help but say. As Yuhi mentioned, he effortlessly traversed the chaotic heart forest twice with ease. Such a feat is nothing short of impossible. Now, the guardian deity has chosen him. This is truly perplexing. Such words rendered the other elders silent. They were all too aware of the implications of passing through the 14 layers of the chaotic heart forest. They understood its significance all too well. This is indeed bizarre. An elder remarked, Our 9 sacred demon sect is currently thriving. Among the younger generation, in terms of cultivation, it is Cold Master Nephew who stands out. While in terms of talent and potential, the princess reigns supreme. Yet the guardian deity has not chosen Cold Master Nephew nor the princess, but rather a young lad with no cultivation, a mere mortal. At this point, the elder could not restrain his grievances. Their sect's guardian deity had chosen an outsider. Even if they were to concede that the guardian deity selected an outsider, it would be acceptable if it were a peerless genius. At least they could feel some sense of respect. However, it was chosen instead a lad deemed a waste. Matters of the ages are beyond our comprehension. The Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor finally conceded. The events of the day had been exceedingly strange, even for one who had navigated countless significant matters. He too found himself at a loss. Your Majesty, if by some chance Li Qiye does open the sacred cave and is permitted to select a treasure? Another elder could not help but query. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is said that there may be an imperial treasure within the sacred cave. The elders were reluctant to concede, for it was an imperial treasure. If he truly can open the sacred cave, then it would indeed be destiny, the Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor remarked. Sword Elder has proclaimed that in this generation, no one can open the sacred cave. Li Qiye might just be a miracle, since it cannot be opened. Why not allow him to try? Upon hearing the name of Sword Elder from the Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor, the elders of the 9 sacred demon sect held their tongues. For none held greater authority than Sword Elder within their ranks. A decree was issued. Henceforth, no disciple of the sect was to reveal a single word regarding today's matters, lest they face severe punishment. This was an ironclad rule. Ultimately, the Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor issued such a command, as the 9 sacred demon sect preferred to keep matters of their guardian deity from outsiders. Upon Li Qiye's return, they found their lodgings had been relocated. They had been ushered into the residence reserved for the most esteemed guests of the 9 sacred demon sect, a privilege typically afforded only to the kings of great nations or the emperors of ancient realms. Such treatment left Nan Huiran and Protector Mo utterly astonished. It was not merely their humble status that left them in disbelief. Even the elders or the sect master of the washing-face ancient sect would not receive such honor. Now, both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran understood that this treatment was solely due to Li Qiye. When Li Qiye was escorted back by Yuhi, both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran gazed at him, yet found themselves at a loss for words. At this moment, even Protector Mo dared not inquire about Li Qiye's conversation with the Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor in the Heavenly Palace, for such matters were beyond his station to question. Now, all that Nan Huiran and Protector Mo could manage was silence. Over the past few days, Li Qiye and Apos' words had been exceedingly brash. First, he had slain Du Yuan Guang. Then he had disdained Su Huan, even audaciously proclaiming his intent to extinguish the 9 sacred demon sect. Especially today, Protector Mo felt time and again that Li Qiye had lost his senses, exhibiting an alarming ignorance. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that Li Qiye was far from ignorant. He was merely stating a fact, fully prepared and self-assured. Nan Huiran remained puzzled, and Protector Mo shared his confusion. How had Li Qiye traversed the 14 layers of the chaotic heart forest in one breath? Why had the invincible stone guardian chosen to protect Li Qiye? All of this was beyond their comprehension. However, at this moment, Nan Huiran finally understood something. When Li Qiye had sought to scale the shoulder of the colossal stone guardian, it had not been merely for amusement. He had come fully prepared. Reflecting on this, Nan Huiran could not help but feel that his understanding was somewhat superficial. Speak freely, Li Qiye encouraged, noticing that Protector Mo and Nan Huiran were hesitant to express themselves. He sat casually, as if nothing of significance had transpired. Protector Mo opened his mouth to speak but faltered, unsure of what to say. He was naturally a man of few words. Ultimately, he simply sat down beside them, choosing silence. In contrast to Protector Mo's reticence, Nan Huiran was much more versatile. He looked at Li Qiye, hesitated, and finally mustered the courage to ask, "So, has that matter been resolved?" "What matter?" Li Qiye was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Nan Huiran referred to. The matter of the alliance, the marriage to Princess Li." Nan Huiran stumbled over his words. "You mean Li Shuangyan?" Li Qiye chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "I haven't inquired about it, and have no desire to. She is merely a woman. Why trouble myself?" Li Qiye's audacious words rendered Nan Huiran speechless. He was acutely aware of who Li Shuangyan was, the heir of the 9 sacred demon sect, the future demon emperor, and the princess of the ancient Nyojian kingdom. Her unparalleled beauty aside, her royal physique, royal wheel, and sacred destiny had captivated countless admirers. It was worth noting that not only in the ancient Nyojian kingdom, but throughout the entire central domain, young talents vying for Li Shuangyan's hand could be lined up from the eastern to the western borders of the kingdom. Yet now this goddess, admired by thousands and stunning to behold, was reduced to merely a woman in Li Qiye and Apos' eyes. Such arrogance was unparalleled, and such dominance was astonishing. However, at this moment, Nan Huiran no longer perceives Li Qiye as arrogant. Even if Li Qiye were to utter more audacious words, Nan Huiran would regard them as entirely justifiable. The actions Li Qiye undertook today have utterly subverted his perceptions and shattered his common sense. Nan Huiran could only silence himself. Yet his eyes could not help but glance at the snake-whacking stick in Li Qiye and Apos' possession. This seemingly inconspicuous wooden stick had left a profound impression on him, having rendered Su Huan, a master of the true fate realm, utterly helpless. "Feel free to take a look," Li Qiye said nonchalantly, noticing the peculiar gaze from Nan Huiran as he removed the snake-whacking stick and tossed it to him. Nan Huiran received the stick eagerly, cradling it in his hands and examining it closely. At that moment, even his master, Protector Mo, leaned in to investigate the stick alongside him. Nevertheless, regardless of their scrutiny, It remained merely an ordinary wooden stick. Is this truly the firewood stick from the ancestral hall? Nan Huiran could not restrain himself from inquiring, struggling to believe that such a stick could have caused Su Huan to wail in despair. Indeed, Li Qiye affirmed with a nod. Nan Huiran swallowed hard, mustering his courage to ask, "Brother, may I try using it?" "Look at your timid demeanor," Li Qiye chuckled upon hearing Nan Huiran and Empress's words, encouraging him. "Go ahead and give it a try." With Li Qiye's approval, Nan Huiran eagerly began to wield the snake-whacking stick, while Protector Mo watched intently, curious to witness the stick and Empress's potential. However, after some attempts, Nan Huiran found that the stick lacked the formidable power it exhibited in Li Qiye and Empress's hands. It did not strike with the same precision and force. "Brother, why does it work wonders in your hands?" Nan Huiran could not comprehend why this ordinary wooden stick became so formidable when wielded by Li Qiye. Li Qiye regarded him with a glance before responding slowly. "Sincerity brings forth power." He left his statement deliberately ambiguous, as he could not easily divulge the true essence of the snake-whacking stick. Undoubtedly, the stick could not unleash its full potential in Nan Huiran and Empress's grasp, for it was Li Qiye who had brought it from the ghost forest, and no one understood its mysteries better than he did. Tonight, as the hour grows late, a small surge of energy has emerged. I kindly remind everyone to cast their votes. Chapter 21, The Sacred Cave, Part 1. On the following day, the elders of the 9 sacred demon gate were prepared, and thus they invited Li Qiye to proceed. The chief protector, Yuhi, served as Li Qiye's charioteer, escorting him deep into the heart of the 9 sacred demon gates territory. Yuhi, a figure of considerable strength, was a prominent figure, not just within the 9 sacred demon gate, but throughout the entire ancient Nyojiang kingdom, capable of shaking the earth with a mere stomp. Yet today, such a formidable individual was relegated to the role of a charioteer for Li Qiye, a notion so outrageous that few would believe it if spoken aloud. The 9 sacred demon gate, founded by the revered sage of the 9, has flourished through generations of diligent stewardship, emerging as a powerful force. A first-rate sect in the central domain. The extensive veins of the 9 sacred demon gate are rich and vibrant, suffused with the essence of heaven and earth. Resembling a thick mist that envelopes the sect, particularly within its sacred grounds where the richness of the celestial energy is palpable. At the innermost sanctum of the 9 sacred demon gate stands a solitary mountain, atop which lies an ancient cave, long sealed and shrouded in mystery for countless ages. The gnarled vines nearby twist like dragons, while the purple mushrooms tower like umbrellas. The entrance to this ancient cave is weathered and worn, bearing the scars of time. This place is a forbidden ground within the 9 sacred demon gate, accessible only to those of elder rank and above. The sacred cave has long been the subject of intrigue for the sect, as it is rumored to house extraordinary treasures. This cave was bequeathed by the sage of the 9, and for millions of years, no leader or elder of the 9 sacred demon gate has succeeded in unlocking it. Legend has it that after establishing the 9 sacred demon gate, the sage of the 9 imparted his teachings and numerous martial arts to his disciples. Yet he intentionally sealed certain secrets within the sacred cave. Some believe that the sage feared the disloyalty of his descendants, so he preserved a legacy, ensuring that as long as the sacred cave remained, the 9 sacred demon gate could one day rise again. The exact treasures hidden within the sacred cave remain one of the great mysteries speculated upon by the disciples of the 9 sacred demon gate. However, it is widely believed among the elders and leaders that there lies a divine artifact crafted by the immortal Emperor Mingren. According to legend, after the immortal emperor ascended to power, he bestowed a divine artifact upon the sage of the 9 in gratitude for his protection. Yet, the sage did not pass this artifact down to his disciples, leading many to conclude that a divine artifact still resides within the sacred cave. This divine artifact, forged by the immortal emperor, is said to be an unrivaled weapon, having once accompanied him in battles across the realms, far surpassing the might of any ordinary artifact. Although it may not be an authentic imperial artifact, the mere notion of such a treasure ignites fervent desire in the hearts of all. Before the sacred cave, the elders of the 9 sacred demon gate held their breath, the cave's ancient facade marred with time. Towering trees outside stood like sentinels, their bark split and rugged like dragon scales. On the left side of the cave, a line of characters remained, glowing with an enduring brilliance despite the ravages of time. Tian Yao Wei Wa, heavenly demon, only I. These 4 characters, inscribed by the sage of the 9 himself, radiated power and majesty, each stroke resonating with the cosmos. Although they had weathered countless years, they still exuded the aura of greatness. The disciples believed that unlocking the sacred cave hinged upon these words. While the left side bore the inscription Tian Yahweh Wa, the right side remained blank, leading the disciples to speculate that it might serve as a couplet, requiring a corresponding phrase to unlock the cave. Others theorized that the phrase contained profound truths of the Tao, with each character intertwined with the essence of the universe. And understanding its true significance might reveal the way to open the sacred cave. Regardless of the theory, every attempt made by the disciples over the millennia had proven futile. The most gifted among them had meditated here, seeking enlightenment from the four characters, while past leaders had even sought the most talented scholars from the mortal realm to devise the missing phrase for the right side. Yet, for countless years, none had succeeded in unlocking the sacred cave. Upon seeing the inscription Tian Yahweh Wa, Li Qiye couldn't and oppose. He helped but smile, memories of the past surfacing. He recalled the time he had summoned the Sage of the Nine to protect the immortal Emperor Mingren. Back then, the sage had not yet been known by that title, but had called himself the heavenly demon of the Nine, exuding an air of arrogance. When Li Qiye had invited him, the sage had vehemently declined, proclaiming, "Heavenly demon, only I." Thus, witnessing this moment again brought a smile to Li Qiye and Apos' face. After the immortal emperor ascended, his state grew unstable, and he prepared to enter a deep slumber, sealing himself away. During his retreat, the sage had hoped the 9 sacred demon gate would endure, leaving behind the sacred cave as a testament to that hope, urging Li Qiye to look after the sect in the future. Upon seeing those 4 characters, Li Qiye instantly understood how to unlock the sacred cave. However, under the watchful gaze of the elders, he could not reveal his insights just yet. He approached the sacred cave, touching and tapping various surfaces, feigning seriousness as he contemplated the meaning of Tian Yahweh Wa. As he fumbled for a considerable time without any sign of movement from the sacred cave, the elders began to grow anxious, though they remained silent, their breaths held as they observed Li Qiye and Apos' every action. Eventually, Li Qiye settled into a meditative posture before the cave, the hours slipping by from morning to afternoon until the sun dipped low, painting the sky with hues of orange and crimson. Li Qiye sat there for an entire day, and even the elders, figures of great renown, could no longer contain their impatience. Is this working? Perhaps this fellow is merely playing tricks, one elder muttered under his breath. Seeing Li Qiye's stillness, the other elders felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in. Yet, they could not deny the strange occurrences surrounding him. He had traversed through the treacherous forest of confusion and communicated with the guardian spirit. An unfathomable feat, he is likely just fortunate. Another elder grumbled, their dissatisfaction palpable. After all, the sacred cave was a forbidden area, and the mere presence of an outsider attempting to comprehend its mysteries ruffled the feathers of several elders. "Bring me ink and brush." At last, as the elders grew restless, Li Qiye rose, exuding calm and composure. After sitting for so long, he felt quite uncomfortable. An elder quickly provided the requested materials, and Li Qiye, still feigning seriousness, remarked, I see. The Sage of the Nine is indeed remarkable." He dipped the brush into the ink and boldly wrote on the right wall, "A ground of chickens and feathers." Li Qiye and Apos' script was hardly worthy of recognition. Casual and uninspired, utterly failing to match the formidable aura of the Sage of the Nine. The phrase Tian Yahweh would juxtaposed with a ground of chickens and feathers created a comical contrast, a juxtaposition that could only be described as mockery in the eyes of others. When Li Qiye inscribed the 4 characters "a ground of chicken feathers," an elder's expression immediately changed dramatically. These 4 characters were a blatant affront to their 9 holy demon sect, a grave insult to their scholarly decorum. Utterly unworthy of being compared to the phrase "heavenly demon, only I that resided before the sacred cave." "Such audacity to humiliate my 9 holy demon sect," exclaimed an elder, his countenance darkening as he spoke. Li Qiye cast a sidelong glance at him and calmly remarked, "You, a mere martial artist, comprehend nothing of the profundities of language. You are oblivious to the conscience of your ancestors. What right have you to make a ruckus here?" Li Qiye and Apos' arrogance flushed the elder and Apos' face crimson, and his eyes glinted with fury, as if he were on the verge of exploding. Just as the elder was about to unleash his wrath, a heavy sound resonated, and the sacred cave began to slowly open. In an instant, the elders of the 9 holy demon sect widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Throughout the ages, The leaders and elders of the 9 holy demon sect had endeavored to have their most gifted disciples grasp the essence of heavenly demon, only I, and had even invited the most talented scholars to compose couplets in response. Yet, no method had ever succeeded. However, today, the seemingly nonsensical ground of chicken feathers had miraculously unlocked the sacred cave, a feat so astonishing that it defied belief. The phrase "a ground of chicken feathers," in no regard comparable to heavenly demon, only I, had achieved the impossible by opening the sacred cave. In that moment, all the elders of the 9 holy demon sect were left utterly flabbergasted. This is impossible," one elder murmured, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. The occurrence was simply too absurd. Li Qiye smirked and casually stated, "That is because your ancestor was a chicken spirit, hence the phrase, 'a ground of chicken feathers.'" Of course, Li Qiye would not divulge the secret. Years ago, the lofty 9 holy sages had arrogantly refused Li Qiye and Apos' invitation. Yet this proud and formidable sect ultimately fell to Li Qiye, who transformed into a shadowy crow and suppressed them, compelling their true form to be revealed, stripping away their feathers, and mockingly dubbing them a ground of chicken feathers. Chapter 22, The Sacred Grotto, Part 2. Indeed, the esteemed 9 saints was a pheasant who cultivated the Tao and became one of the most formidable sages of his era. He once dominated the land, displaying his power with arrogance. However, he ultimately met his match in Li Qiye and agreed to serve as a protector for Emperor Mingren. "Celestial demons are supreme," was the 9 saints' motto, while a mess of feathers was a derisive remark made by Li Qiye. This concealed secret remains unknown to the world. This preposterous revelation left the elders of the 9 saints' demonic sect in disbelief. Generations of sect leaders and geniuses had pondered the ultimate meaning of celestial demons are supreme, only to discover that its true essence was a mess of feathers. Li Qiye's reference to their progenitor as a chicken spirit was considered highly disrespectful. However, upon reflection, the elders realized the validity of this assertion, as their ancestor, the 9 saints, did indeed originate from a pheasant. "Let's see what treasures your ancestor has left for you," Li Qiye remarked with a leisurely smile, disregarding the reactions of the 9 saints' demonic sect elders as he entered the sacred grotto. The elders, regaining their composure, promptly followed him into the grotto. Within the sacred grotto lay a single treasure chamber, filled with divine light and celestial radiance that dazzled the senses. The chamber contained suspended treasures, hidden celestial iron, divine stones, and ancient boxes containing precious scriptures, creating a mesmerizing display of vibrant colors. The old pheasant accumulated quite a collection. Li Qiye murmured, his gaze sweeping across the chamber. The 9 saints, as one of the most powerful sages of his time, had amassed an astonishing array of treasures throughout his life. "What did you say?" the Grand Elder, standing closest to Li Qiye, inquired. Li Qiye shook his head, replying, "Nothing. Just muttering to myself." However, his words aroused the Grand Elder's suspicion, as he found the 13-year-old boy to be exceedingly peculiar. "The azure dragon twin swords," an elder exclaimed, captivated by the sight of the treasures suspended within the chamber. "The demon-subduing pagoda, the 9-star river ladle, the sacred celestial wooden boat. These are all treasures recorded in our sect's annals." This is the Azurewood ancient secret," another elder exclaimed, astonished upon discovering a scripture on a bookshelf within the chamber. The elders of the 9 saints' demonic sect were momentarily overwhelmed, realizing that their founder had only passed down a portion of his treasures and techniques. Indeed, the 9 saints possessed a vast collection of treasures, acquired throughout his life and bestowed upon him by Emperor Mingren after he ascended to the mandate of heaven in recognition of his loyal service. Celestial Emperor Treasure. At that moment, the Grand Elder's gaze fell upon an ancient box resting on a jade table in the center of the chamber. Although the box was locked, it could not contain the aura of a celestial emperor emanating from within. Even though the celestial emperor treasure emitted only a wisp of its aura, it felt as vast as the heavens. This single strand of energy seemed to weigh down the firmament, causing the mandate of heaven to fluctuate, and all beings in the myriad realms to prostrate themselves in reverence. The elders of the 9 saints' demonic sect trembled with excitement at the sight of the celestial emperor treasure, a relic crafted by Emperor Mingren himself. "Do not forget, I get to choose a treasure first," Li Qiye reminded them, his words like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. The elders fixed their burning gazes upon Li Qiye, fearing that he would choose the celestial emperor treasure, rendering their dreams futile. Despite their intense stares, Li Qiye remained calm and composed, undeterred by the possibility of the Nine Saints' demonic sect reneging on their agreement. Even with all the elders present, he remained unfazed. Finally, the Grand Elder took a deep breath and declared, "The Nine Saints' demonic sect honors its word. Since His Majesty has agreed, we shall not break our promise." His words were laced with bitterness, as he spoke of the celestial emperor treasure. However, with the lunar sun demon emperor and amp, Apos, prior decree, they could not go back on their word. "It seems you possess some integrity," Li Qiye replied calmly. "I find myself somewhat admiring your lunar sun demon emperor." Li Qiye's audacious words left the elders speechless. Their demon emperor was a peerless talent, whose abilities surpassed those of others in the Great Middle Territory and even the entire imperial border. Yet, here was a 13-year-old boy casually claiming to admire their demon emperor. Such a statement would be met with derision if uttered by anyone else. The elders had witnessed Li Qiye's arrogance before, and could only remain silent in the face of his outrageous remarks. Clap, clap, clap. As the elders remained speechless, Li Qiye clapped 3 times. At his gesture, an ancient box flew into his hand. Without a second glance, Li Qiye tucked the box away, casually remarking, "It's just a celestial emperor treasure, why all the fuss?" With that, he turned and departed. The elders were momentarily stunned, both by Li Qiye's ability to summon the box with a mere clap and by his nonchalant attitude towards the celestial emperor treasure. To those with even a modicum of knowledge, such a treasure held immense significance. Yet, Li Qiye spoke of it with such ease, displaying a remarkable level of audacity. By the time the elders regained their senses, Li Qiye had already left. They busied themselves with cataloging the treasures and scriptures within the chamber, adding each item to the Nine Saints' demonic sect and amp, Apos, treasury. By the time the elders had completed their task, 3 days had passed. During this time, the Nine Saints' demonic sect had extended the highest level of hospitality to Li Qiye and his companions. On the 3rd day, Yuhi once again arrived to invite Li Qiye, carrying him back to the heavenly palace. Yuhi, the chief protector, had been reduced to a mere porter, but he harbored no resentment, recognizing Li Qiye's importance to the Nine Saints' demonic sect. Within the heavenly palace, the elders of the Nine Saints' demonic sect were assembled. Though the lunar sun demon emperor remained absent, the elders cast strange glances at Li Qiye, acknowledging his enigmatic nature. As Li Qiye took his seat, the lunar sun demon emperor's voice echoed once more, "I remain in seclusion and have not had the opportunity to meet young Master Li, which I deeply regret." The lunar sun demon emperor, a dominant figure in the Great Middle Territory, spoke with such deference to a 13-year-old boy. Such a display would undoubtedly shock the entire imperial border. "There will be ample opportunities in the future," Li Qiye replied calmly, maintaining his composure in the presence of the demon emperor. After a long silence, the lunar sun demon emperor and amp, Apos, voice resonated again. "What if young Master Li were to remain with the Nine Saints' demonic sect? Whatever the cleansing incense ancient sect can offer, the Nine Saints' demonic sect can provide as well." The elders remained composed upon hearing the lunar sun demon emperor's words, indicating that they had already discussed the matter. The words of the demon monarch left Li Qiye momentarily silent. Undoubtedly, in comparison, the Nine Holy Demon sect possesses a significant advantage over the lavish ancient sect. Today, the Nine Holy Demon sect has undoubtedly grown immensely stronger than the lavish ancient sect. For any cultivator, particularly the younger generation, the choice between the Nine Holy Demon sect and the lavish ancient sect would undoubtedly lean towards the former. Ultimately, Li Qiye smiled gently, shook his head, and remarked, "I appreciate the demon monarch's goodwill, but I must respectfully decline. I share a profound bond with the lavish ancient sect, and as its chief disciple, I shall remain loyal to it for life." Li Qiye harbored deep feelings for the lavish ancient sect. Although he later developed a disdain for the successive leaders of the sect, particularly the chief disciple of the Mingren immortal emperor, and had not returned to the lavish ancient sect since the emperor and amp, Apos, departure, it was a sect he had once built with his own hands. While it is true that the Nine Holy Demon sect is far more powerful today, there are pros and cons to both sides, and more importantly, he is indifferent to the prospect of rebuilding the lavish ancient sect. He had no intention of remaining in the Zhentian High City, nor could he envision himself staying with the Nine Holy Demon sect. His choice of the lavish ancient sect was rooted in his own reasoning. How could the mere lavish ancient sect possibly compare to my Nine Holy Demon sect? An elder of the Nine Holy Demon sect scoffed in dissatisfaction. It is indeed understandable that the elders of the Nine Holy Demon sect felt displeased. Today, they command the ancient Nyojiang kingdom, wielding authority over countless sects and royal houses, with many aspiring to join their ranks. Yet, despite the demon monarch personally inviting Li Qiye to stay, he chose to leave, which was a significant affront. In response to the elder's remarks, Li Qiye merely curled his lips and replied calmly, "True strength does not concern itself with the might of a sect. Genuine invincibility is not defined by one and oppos, noble or humble origins." Upon hearing these words, the elders of the 9 holy demon sect were momentarily taken aback. The calmness and unassuming tone of his words belied their profound confidence and dominance. Such declarations emanated from a mere 13-year-old boy. Yet Li Qiye's composure and poise did not resemble the boastful arrogance of an ignorant youth. Chapter 23. The Ninth Sacred Princess, Part 1. In the midst of the suffocating silence among the elders of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, Li Qiye spoke casually. "Since this matter is settled, let your successor come forth. In my eyes, no matter how extraordinary a talent may be, there is no need for pretentiousness." His words caused the elders to exchange glances. A 13-year-old boy dared to utter such audacious claims. Yet, the arrogance in his tone felt strangely justified, leaving them somewhat speechless. "Frost, meet young Master Li," commanded the Sun Monarch with authority. When the successor, Li Qiye, of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate appeared in the celestial hall, she instantly captivated those present. A peerless beauty graced the scene, her presence eliciting gasps of admiration. At the tender age of 19, she was a masterpiece of nature. With delicate brows resembling distant mountains, bright eyes akin to the moon, and lips painted a tantalizing scarlet, an enchanting vision. However, despite her stunning beauty, she exuded an icy demeanor, with a hint of haughty pride reflected in her expression. Clad in white, she resembled a cold plum defying the snow, radiating an imposing aura. Li Qiye, true to her name, was the pride of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the ancient Nyojio kingdom. Her innate abilities matched her beauty. She possessed a royal physique with an emperor-level lifespan. Even more remarkable was her divine fate, known as the Holy Fate. A young cultivator with such a regal body, imperial lifespan, and divine fate was an undeniable prodigy, excelling in physique, talent, and comprehension. It was only natural that such a celestial figure would be unwilling to marry Li Qiye, the chief disciple of the Qian ancient sect, who bore a mortal body, mortal lifespan, and mortal fate, especially considering the decline of the Qian ancient sect. Li Qiye, however, was not overly surprised by Li Qiye's extraordinary beauty or her impressive talents. Having traversed the vast expanse of time, he had encountered countless beauties throughout the ages. How many women could rival the likes of the Water Fairy Emperor or the Ice Feather Emperor in terms of talent and beauty? After a brief glance at Li Qiye, he nodded in acknowledgement. His initial words sparked a flicker of goodwill within her, yet his subsequent proclamation ignited her fury. Without a second glance, he calmly declared, "Be my wife? Not quite yet. With your holy fate, you would indeed make a fine sword attendant. Join me as my sword attendant." The audacity of Li Qiye's words not only incensed Li Qiye, but also left the other elders of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate indignant. Li Qiye was not merely their successor, she was their pride and hope. For Li Qiye to suggest that she serve as his attendant was an affront to their dignity. Before the elders could voice their outrage, Li Qiye leisurely remarked, "I do not wish to force your hand. Take your time to consider it. If you are willing, come find me at the Qian ancient sect." He cast another glance at Li Qiye before turning to leave. Li Qiye was left fuming, her icy countenance flushing with anger. She was a daughter of heaven, a favored child of fortune, possessing ample reasons to be proud. With her beauty and strength, she was the center of admiration wherever she went, with countless suitors vying for her hand throughout the Nyojio kingdom. Yet today, a mere 13-year-old boy dared to make such a preposterous demand of her, although he might appear somewhat endearing at that moment. Li Qiye embodied all that was detestable in her eyes. "You are exceedingly brazen," an elder of the 9 Sacred Demon Gate exclaimed, unable to contain their indignation. Their successor deserved to serve no one, especially not a 13-year-old boy. Opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. I have already provided you with the chance. Whether you grasp it is a matter of your own fortune, Li Qiye retorted, dismissing the elders and oppos words and glancing at Li Qiye once more before departing. Li Qiye's cheeks flushed with anger, her fury ignited by Li Qiye's audacity. She had encountered many arrogant individuals, but none quite like him. What was even more infuriating was that he was merely a child, 5 years her junior, speaking with an air of maturity that was utterly exasperating. "Your Highness, He has insulted our 9 sacred demon gate and must not be let off lightly. An elder protested vehemently. However, the Sun Monarch remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. A true dragon must eventually soar to the heavens. A divine phoenix will inevitably sweep across the land. Whether he is dragon or phoenix, we shall see. Upon returning to his residence, Nan Huiran hurried to Li Qiye, eager to inquire, "Senior brother, what is the status of your engagement with the princess?" In truth, even Protector Mo was watching Li Qiye with keen interest. Given the 9 sacred demon gate's high regard for him, and the fact that he had passed their examination, they believed there might still be hope for a union between Li Qiye and Li Shuangyan. Engagement? Li Qiye replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Nan Huiran. "I never said I would marry her. If she is willing, I could accept her as my attendant." Attendant? Nan Huiran stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Utterly astonished. Not only Nan Huiran, but even Protector Mo was taken aback by Li Qiye's audacity. Li Shuangyan, who was she? The successor of the 9 sacred demon gate. A generation's pride, and a princess of the ancient Niujiao kingdom, was renowned throughout the Middle Domain, with countless admirers. To suggest that she served as an attendant was something no one would dare to imagine. Have you lost your mind? If this were any other time, Protector Mo would have reprimanded Li Qiye, but now he found himself feeling dwarfed by the 13-year-old's presence, overwhelmed by the boy's uncanny aura. Merely a woman. Why make such a fuss? Li Qiye said dismissively. While Li Shuangyan was indeed worthy of cultivation, she paled in comparison to the ice feather emperor of yore. Li Qiye's brazen remarks left both Nan Huiran and Protector Mo speechless. Nan Huiran stared at Li Qiye in disbelief, unable to fathom the source of his confidence. Ultimately, after establishing a bond with the 4-symbol stone, Li Qiye's journey reached a satisfactory conclusion, and he prepared to return to the Xiyan ancient sect. During this time, the elders of the 9 sacred demon gate did not show their faces again, and Li Shuangyan also remained absent. Li Qiye had no interest in her plans. How shall we report back? As he prepared to depart for the Xiyan ancient sect, Protector Mo hesitated before asking Li Qiye, looking at Protector Mo with a relaxed smile. Li Qiye replied, "That depends on your choice. Will you stand with me, or with the elders?" Li Qiye's words sent a tremor through Mo Hufa's heart. Although he spoke with an air of composure, the implications of his statement were profoundly significant. Mo Hufa was no fool. As a protector, he had witnessed numerous formidable scenes. At that moment, Nan Huiran couldn't help but gaze at his master. He was a man of remarkable social finesse, adept at navigating the sentiments of others, perhaps even more so than his own mentor. In that instant, Nan Huiran realized that not only he but also his master stood at a crossroads of choice. Li Qiye's declaration signified that they could either align themselves with him or remain loyal to the 6 elder leaders. Despite their positions, one being the hall master of the outer sect and the other a protector, their status within the Xiang ancient sect was not trifling, especially for Mo Hufa, who was one of the 12 protectors, subordinate only to the 6 elders. The notion of a protector siding with a mere novice disciple seemed utterly absurd. Mo Hufa remained silent, but in that fleeting moment, Nan Huiran felt as though he had grasped a glimmer of hope, as if a door had swung open before his eyes. "Master," Nan Huiran inhaled deeply before softly calling out to Mo Hufa. The latter's heart quaked at the sound. As his disciple, Nan Huiran was well known to him. However, the situation appeared exceedingly implausible. How could a dignified protector pledge allegiance to a novice disciple? Such a notion was ludicrous, unless he were mad. "Your word is my command." Ultimately, Mo Hufa took a deep breath and made what would become the most significant decision of his life, a choice of monumental consequence. In that moment, he felt as though he had lost his sanity, as he, a protector, and his master, one of the 6 elders, were about to align themselves with a mere novice disciple, while concealing the truth of the circumstances at hand. Chapter 24, The Ninth Holy Princess, Part 2. Once exposed, the consequences would be akin to betraying one's master and sect. Such actions could only be undertaken by the deranged or the foolish. Mo, the law protector, felt an inkling of madness himself, yet an instinct compelled him to follow the 13-year-old boy before him, for he sensed boundless possibilities in their future together. This was merely an instinct. Nan Huiran felt a jolt within his heart. He was at a monumental crossroads in life. He understood the implications of his master's words. At the behest of his senior brother, he would charge through fire and water. Taking a deep breath, Nan Huiran spoke solemnly. Previously, he had addressed Li Qiye as a senior brother due to the constraints of sect rules. But today, this title bore an entirely different significance. A boy of merely 13 dared to provoke the 9 holy demon sect, to belittle its elders who could seal kings, and even to regard the demon emperor with disdain. Were it anyone else, such audacity would be deemed ignorance, arrogance, and a lack of self-awareness. However, witnessing Li Qiye traverse the heart-wrenching forest and vanquish the law protector made Nanhuiren realize that Li Qiye was neither ignorant nor arrogant. He was far from being presumptuous. This 13-year-old, hailing from the washing-face ancient sect, had slain the law protector of the 9 holy demon sect and reduced its princess to a mere maid. What immense audacity! From the moment he stepped into the 9 holy demon sect, he was already assured of his escape. Astute and perceptive, Nanhuiren pondered deeply in that fleeting moment. In the washing-face ancient sect, no matter how hard he strived to reach the pinnacle, he would only attain the rank of elder. Perhaps the emergence of Li Qiye would herald a breakthrough. With a gentle nod, Li Qiye acknowledged the allegiance of Mo and Nanhuiren, saying, "One day, you shall understand that today's choice is the most prudent decision of your lives." How should I report back? Mo mused. This marriage assessment involves too much. Even I feel somewhat out of control at this moment. Li Qiye smiled at Mo and replied, "Since Elder Yin has already spoken with you, I believe you are well prepared." This remark sent a shiver down Mo's spine. Indeed, before departing, the Grand Elder of the 9 holy demon sect had consulted him. In truth, the sect did not wish for the matter of the guardian deity to be disclosed. However, Mo had not directly acquiesced to Elder Yin's request. "I understand," Mo finally concluded, formulating a comprehensive narrative that would benefit both Li Qiye and himself. Ultimately, the three departed the 9 holy demon sect, escorted by Yuhi, the chief law protector, one of the strongest lords of the era. His personal farewell to Li Qiye and his companions was a rare honor for the washing-face ancient sect. The path opened, and the portal connecting the 9 holy demon sect with the washing-face ancient sect was established. As they stepped onto the familiar soil of their sect, Mo and Nanhuiren inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of their homeland, momentarily entranced. The events of recent days felt like a surreal dream, a fleeting fantasy that seemed too incredible to be true. Yet, it was not a dream. It had undeniably transpired. Upon their return, Mo, as the overseer of this marriage alliance, promptly reported to the 6 elders, while Li Qiye retreated to the lonely peak. Standing atop the peak, he gazed out over the expanse of the washing-face ancient sect, lost in contemplative silence. In the days of the immortal Emperor Mingren, the sect's territory had spanned millions of miles, with the essence of heaven and earth flowing abundantly. Regrettably, the washing-face ancient sect had now waned. It lacked the energy to guard its vast domain, resulting in a continuous contraction of its territory and a depletion of its celestial essence. Anyone standing upon this land could sense the thinning of the vital energies that once flourished. Today, the washing-face ancient sect resembled a flickering candle in the wind, or an aged elder on the brink of demise. Li Qiye could not help but sigh softly. He had not chosen the city of heavenly tranquility, nor the god of war hall, and even the 9 holy demon sect had not drawn his interest. Instead, he opted for the declining washing-face ancient sect. Throughout the ages, he had held disdain for the successive leaders of the washing-face ancient sect. Once, he had hoped for another disciple of immortal Emperor Mingren to lead the sect. Although that disciple lacked the talent of the eldest disciple, Li Qiye recognized their potential. Alas, upon awakening from his slumber, the sect fell under the dominion of the eldest disciple, leading it to embrace a rigid interpretation of the righteous path, fostering an atmosphere of hypocrisy. Li Qiye had always scorned those who deemed themselves the guardians of orthodoxy. Consequently, he had never returned to the washing-face ancient sect nor inquired about its fortunes. In this life, having reclaimed his body, he returned to the washing-face ancient sect. He had once nurtured the immortal Emperor Mingren and established the sect with his own hands. Today, he would rebuild the washing-face ancient sect, and one day, it would sweep across the realms, reigning supreme over the 9 worlds. Li Qiye stood on the lonely peak, lost in thought for a long time, contemplating myriad matters, unaware of Nanhuiren's arrival. "Senior brother, the elders wish to see you," Nanhuiren announced when he noticed Li Qiye had regained his senses. Li Qiye nodded and followed Nanhuiren to the ancestral hall, where all 6 elders awaited him. The atmosphere within the hall grew oddly tense and foreboding. Mo had already briefed the elders on the marriage alliance, albeit ambiguously. He only mentioned that Li Qiye had passed the assessment, emphasizing his journey through the heart-wrenching forest while glossing over his confrontation with Su Huan. Ultimately, he attributed Li Qiye's victory over Su Huan to mere luck. You have passed the assessment? The Grand Elder scrutinized Li Qiye, speaking in a grave tone. In truth, the 6 elders held little hope for this marriage alliance. Nonetheless, it was astonishing that Li Qiye had succeeded in the assessment, and even more remarkable that he had navigated the heart-wrenching forest. Yes, Elder. I believe it is time for my reward, Li Qiye replied with calm assurance, unfazed by the strange atmosphere. Rewards are indeed forthcoming. But there are matters that require your explanation, the Grand Elder stated solemnly. I am aware that Su Huan is among the elite of the younger generation in the 9 Holy Demon sect. His prowess comparable to that of our own home master. How could you, having just joined our sect and not yet entered the path of cultivation, possibly defeat him? Elder, martial arts are diverse, while techniques are straightforward. I cultivate the peculiar blade technique, which follows an unconventional path. A single flaw can lead to a fatal strike against the enemy. In the struggle for survival, the brave prevail, Li Qiye replied nonchalantly. Absurd. The imposing Elder Xiong rebuked coldly. A mere mortal dares to claim the slaying of a true Fate Realm Master. That is sheer arrogance and ignorance. Previously, Elder Xiong had been a supporter of Li Qiye, yet today he expressed his dissatisfaction with a sharp rebuke. A stark contrast to his earlier stance. Li Qiye cast a glance at Elder Xiong and remarked, Elder, what I speak is the truth. Just because others are incapable does not imply that I am as well. At this juncture, he turned to the 6 esteemed elders present and spoke with a calm demeanor. Honorable elders, today I return as a benefactor of the Xiong ancient sect. Should there be any doubts regarding my integrity, let it be known that the Law Guardian witnessed my actions firsthand, as did the members from the 9 Sacred Demon Gate. The elders were acutely aware that this marriage alliance was fraught with peril. Venturing into the 9 Sacred Demon Gate was akin to courting death. Yet, for the honor of the Xiong ancient sect, I chose to face that very death. Today, having returned as a benefactor, do the elders still harbor doubts about me? Is this the manner in which the Xiong ancient sect treats its benefactors? If so, it is truly disheartening. Who would be willing to serve the sect or risk their life for it thereafter? Li Qiye spoke deliberately, his tone measured and weighty. Prior to this marriage alliance, there was an agreement among us. Have the elders now chosen to renege on our accord? If so, I must declare that my induction into this sect was a grave mistake. We, the Xiong ancient sect, are a venerable imperial lineage. If the elders are untrustworthy, then what can we say about our sect's credibility? Your judgment of our sect's credibility is unwarranted. An elder retorted sharply, unfazed by the elder's ire. Li Qiye maintained his composure. Addressing the 6 elders, I risked my life to enter the 9 Sacred Demon Gate, achieving a fruitful outcome. If the elders honor the promise made that day and refrain from doubting the benefactor, I expect the rewards I rightfully deserve without the need for reproach. If not, then it is indeed my right to voice my grievances. My life was the price of this endeavor. He fixed a cold gaze upon the 6 elders. Such words bear weight. At this moment, one elder cleared his throat, his demeanor somewhat awkward. The Grand Elder then interjected, Qiye, we harbor no doubts about you. We simply find this matter rather peculiar. While Su Huan's incident may be understandable, I would like to hear your thoughts on the Chaos Heart Forest matter. As he spoke, his gaze intensified, as if attempting to peer into Li Qiye and Apos' very soul. Chapter 25, The Peak of Divine Crows, Part 1. At this moment, it was not only the Grand Elder but also the other 5 elders who were fixated on Li Qiye. If slaying Su Huan could be considered a miracle, as humans and steeds may stumble, one could argue that Su Huan and Apos' arrogance and lack of vigilance led to his successful ambush. However, traversing the Heart Disturbance Forest was an entirely different matter. All 6 elders were acutely aware that for millions of years, no disciple from the younger generation of the 9 Sacred Demon sect had ever crossed the Heart Disturbance Forest, unless they were of extraordinary wisdom. As the 6 elders stared, both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran could not help but quietly break into a cold sweat for Li Qiye. The Grand Elder spoke. The Heart Disturbance Forest is designed to disrupt one and amp Apos' mind. It is not a place to assess one and amp Apos' cultivation. As long as one and amp Apos' heart is resolute enough, one can pass through the forest, regardless of their cultivation level. In response to the Grand Elder and Apos' inquiry, Li Qiye replied leisurely, You, a mere mortal, cannot possess a heart more steadfast than that of a noble. Elder Xiong retorted coldly. Li Qiye merely raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, stating, Elder, The steadfastness of one and amp, oppos. Heart has no correlation with their cultivation level. High cultivation does not signify a firm heart. Throughout the ages, how many true immortals and sacred emperors have faltered due to a weak heart, ultimately leading to their own demise? You are ignorant and presumptuous. How dare you comment on true immortals and sacred emperors? Elder Xiang retorted sharply. Li Qiye, disinterested in further engaging with him, calmly remarked, "What I say is merely the truth. If you elders believe otherwise, you may seek verification from the 9 sacred demon sect." Elder Xiang's fury flared as he prepared to respond, but the Grand Elder coughed lightly, interjecting, "Let us set this matter aside. What news do you have regarding your marriage to Princess Li?" While the incident of killing Su Huan could be dismissed, traversing the heart disturbance forest was beyond comprehension. Even a sacred emperor could not accomplish this, let alone a mere mortal. However, in the eyes of the Grand Elder and the others, these details were trivial. What mattered was when the 9 sacred demon sect and the Xiyang ancient sect could unite through marriage. The Xiyang ancient sect required the backing of a powerhouse like the 9 sacred demon sect. This matter must be discussed with the 9 sacred demon sect. "It is not within my authority to decide," Li Qiye replied, losing interest in further discussion. "Very well," the Grand Elder conceded, recognizing that he could not compel Li Xuanyan to marry Li Qiye, as the Xiyang ancient sect lacked the standing to bargain with the 9 sacred demon sect. The Grand Elder nodded. "You have achieved great merit this time. According to our previous agreement, what is rightfully yours shall be granted." Upon hearing this, Elder Xiong's expression changed drastically, and he hastily interjected. Yet, the Grand Elder waved his hand gently, silencing Elder Xiong. The Grand Elder turned to Li Qiye and stated, "First, once you reach the body refinement realm, the sect will prepare a royal body ointment for you. Second, within the sect, you may choose one technique from the methods of life, body arts, or longevity techniques. Of course, you may select others, but you cannot exceed 3 techniques. Does this satisfy you?" "I agree, but I have one additional condition. The sect promised me 3 requests," Li Qiye nodded. The Grand Elder replied, "Agreed. Speak your mind." "I require a protective weapon. Therefore, I wish to select one treasure or true artifact from within the sect," Li Qiye stated firmly. The Grand Elder nodded. "You may choose one from the treasures or true artifacts in the lower 3 tiers. You may also select a longevity treasure." "Thank you, Elder." In the end, Li Qiye bowed slightly and then turned to leave. Huiran, accompanied Qiye, the Grand Elder instructed Nan Huiran as Li Qiye departed. After Li Qiye left, Elder Xiong spoke solemnly. "Ancient brother, this young man likely harbors ulterior motives. He may very well be a spy sent by the 9 sacred demon sect." "Why do you say that, Brother Chao?" An elder gently shook his head. "In my view, that seems unlikely. The 9 sacred demon sect is significantly more powerful than we can fathom today. With their control over the ancient Nujin kingdom, they have become an enormous entity. Why would they need to infiltrate our Xiyang ancient sect?" Brother Sun makes a valid point. Another elder added, "Does the 9 sacred demon sect even have any interest in our Xiyang ancient sect?" "Not necessarily. Perhaps the 9 sacred demon sect covets our imperial techniques, particularly the secret techniques of destiny," Elder Xiong replied gravely. Elder Xiong's words caused the other 5 elders to exchange glances, for they were all too aware of the situation within the Xiyang ancient sect. "I see no necessity for such apprehension," Elder Sun, the 4th among the 6 elders, shook his head. "Li Qiye holds the Xiyang ancient order. If he truly wished to seize our imperial techniques, he would simply ask for them. Would we not comply? Moreover, even if the 9 sacred demon sect did desire our techniques, should the sun-dominating demon emperor take action personally, I doubt anyone in our Xiyang ancient sect could withstand it." Elder Sun and Oppos' words rendered the other elders silent, for if the 9 sacred demon sect genuinely sought to claim their imperial techniques, they could obliterate the Xiyang ancient sect with ease. If the sun-dominating demon emperor were to act personally, who among them could stand in opposition? In reality, even if an elder from the 9 sacred demon sect intervened, the 6 elders would not stand a chance. "Ancient brother, I believe we must remain vigilant," Elder Xiong concluded solemnly. "This matter should be reported to the sect leader," the Grand Elder stated, his tone resolute, refraining from expressing further opinions. In response, Elder Xiong merely scoffed lightly, perhaps indicating dissatisfaction with the sect leader. The elders suspected that their senior brother might be a spy sent by the 9 sacred demon sect. After leaving the ancestral hall, Nan Huiran whispered to Li Qiye, "They are quite perceptive. I can easily discern their thoughts. Let them think as they wish." Li Qiye smiled lightly, shaking his head. The decline of the Shiyang ancient sect was not without reason, although the 6 elders held esteemed positions. Their cultivation levels were insufficient to match nobility, and more importantly, they could not stand their ground alone. At this point, Li Qiye inquired, "What of Elder Xiong?" He was supportive when I sought to become the chief disciple, yet his attitude now seems drastically different. "Be cautious around Elder Xiong," Nan Huairan replied, glancing around. The second elder, Chao Xiong, has long sought to contest the sect leader's position but has met with failure. He once attempted to have his disciple, Yingjin, become the chief disciple, but that too was rejected by the sect leader. He has not given up on his ambitions, even if he cannot become the leader himself. He wishes for his disciple to take the position. Moreover, Chao Xiong is backing from guest disciples. I understand. If I were a mere waste, becoming the chief disciple would yield no chance of becoming the leader. However, if I were to marry Li Shuangyan, that would change the equation, Li Qiye chuckled. Realizing why Elder Chao and Appo's attitude had shifted so dramatically, Nan Huairan nodded gently. Elder Chao has always been concerned about the sect leader, fearing the leader might recruit talented disciples. He has frequently consulted with several elders, hoping Yingjin would be appointed as chief disciple, yet the sect leader has consistently refused. And what of the sect leader? Li Qiye asked, intrigued. Since joining the Shiyang ancient sect, he had yet to meet the sect leader, Su Yongwang, who seemed almost like a ghostly presence. Nan Huairan shook his head. The sect leader has never resided within the sect grounds. He has always been cultivating externally. In truth, I have scarcely seen him myself. At this juncture, Nan Huairan, noticing the absence of others nearby, spoke in a hushed tone. There are rumors circulating within our sect that the sect master was coerced into leaving by the elders. The specifics remain unknown, but it is clear that the sect master seldom resides within the sect, and upon departing from our sacred grounds, he took along some guardians and hall masters. Li Qiye stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "It seems our sect is divided into several factions. The situation within the Shiyang ancient sect is more intricate than I had anticipated. There are whispers of 4 factions," Nan Huairan continued. "Some guardians and hall masters follow the sect master, while others align with Elder Xiong, who has long aspired to ascend to the position of sect master. Additionally, there exists a faction loyal to the Grand Elder. It is worth noting that the other 4 elders likely maintain a neutral stance." "Does the Grand Elder seek the position of sect master?" Li Qiye inquired. Nan Huairan shook his head, saying, "No one truly knows the Grand Elder's intentions. It is said that he may not support the sect master, yet he has never actively contested for the position. However, the Grand Elder wields significant influence within the sect. He oversees the enforcement squad and is known for his strictness, instilling a degree of fear in many disciples." With this insight, Li Qiye began to grasp the complexities surrounding the Shiyang ancient sect. He smiled quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. Shinya Peak stands as the cornerstone of the Shiyang ancient sect, a place that could be deemed a forbidden ground. Without the sect master and Appo's elders and Appo's consent, no disciple is permitted to ascend Shinya Peak. This peak, the highest and most significant of the sect, houses an ancient triangular courtyard that safeguards all the sect's martial arts secrets, treasured weapons, and rare divine stones. The guardianship of Shinya Peak is exceedingly stringent, with sentinels stationed every few steps, ensuring not even a mosquito can enter. The elite disciples of the Shiyang ancient sect guard this sacred site, and typically, 2 of the 6 elders take turns overseeing its protection. For the Shiyang ancient sect, Shinya Peak holds paramount importance. Indeed, all that the sect encompasses is preserved within its confines. There exists a legend surrounding Shinya Peak, recounting that before Emperor Mingren was destined to fulfill his heavenly mandate, he received divine guidance when a mystical crow descended from the heavens, alighting upon this peak. Inspired by this sign, Emperor Mingren established the Shiyang ancient sect in this very location. Chapter 26. The Peak of Divine Crows, Part 2. As Li Qiye listened to Nan Huairan recount the tale of the Peak of Divine Crows, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. The so-called Peak of Divine Crows was merely named by a few divine generals under the Mingren Immortal Emperor, in remembrance of his ominous crow. The triangular ancient courtyard atop the peak, though modest in size, was entirely shrouded in a deep black hue, resembling a creation forged from black iron, heavy beyond compare. In truth, the disciples of the Shiyang ancient sect throughout the ages have remained oblivious to the materials that constructed this ancient courtyard. Standing before the triangular ancient courtyard, Li Qiye gazed at its obsidian facade, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. Countless years had passed, Yet this ancient courtyard stood resolute, its mysteries far exceeding the imagination of the common folk. They could scarcely conceive of its origins. As Li Qiye pondered, his attention was drawn to a colossal divine shrine before the triangular ancient courtyard. To his recollection, this shrine had not existed when the courtyard was first constructed. Within the shrine sat a man of imposing stature, his age indiscernible. His wild hair and lengthy beard obscured his face, and he remained seated in the shrine, seemingly immobile for countless years, as wild grass had taken root upon him. The man had his eyes closed. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his breath, one might mistake him for a corpse. Yet, what was most astonishing was that his limbs were bound by thick iron chains. While others might overlook the significance, Li Qiye recognized the chains as being forged from black spider-cold iron, a rare and precious divine metal. What manner of individual warranted such confinement? And remarkably, the man appeared to accept his fate willingly rather than being coerced. Noticing Li Qiye's interest in the shrine's occupant, Nan Huiran spoke softly. This is the guardian of the triangular ancient courtyard. No one knows his true origins. Why is he locked here? Li Qiye inquired, his gaze still fixed on the man seated in the shrine with eyes shut tight. Nan Huiran shook his head. No one knows. It is said that within our Xiang ancient sect, no one holds the answer. Rumor has it he has been confined here for a very long time. Even my master is unaware of the duration. Some say he was a disciple of the sect, a sinner who committed a heinous crime, thus enduring this punishment. Li Qiye nodded gently, ultimately saying nothing as he and Nan Huiran entered the triangular ancient courtyard. Once they stepped inside, the man locked within the shrine suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant, his gaze was terrifying beyond measure, as if it could pierce through the ages and rend the chaos itself. A single glance from him could induce trembling even in the hearts of lords and immortals. However, after that brief moment, he promptly closed his eyes once more, as if nothing had transpired. From the outside, the triangular ancient courtyard appeared modest, but upon entry, it unveiled a vast expanse, covering thousands of acres. 3 majestic ancient towers converged to form this courtyard. Undoubtedly, its vastness belied the smallness perceived from without, for it was the product of unparalleled divine craftsmanship. Upon entering, Nan Huiran gestured towards various areas. To the left is the scripture pavilion. To the right is the armory pavilion, and at the back is the treasure pavilion. Each ancient tower houses the secret texts, treasures, and divine materials of our Xiang ancient sect. He continued, each tower is overseen by a guardian, ensuring that any disciple borrowing texts, treasures, or materials must have the guardian and Apos' approval. Turning to Li Qiye, he asked, which would you like to explore first? Let us begin with the scripture pavilion. Li Qiye replied casually, casting a brief glance at the 3 ancient towers. Upon entering the scripture pavilion, they found it bustling with activity. Presided over by 8 formidable disciples of the Xiang ancient sect, alongside a vigilant guardian. Once Li Qiye and Nan Huiran presented their elder and Apos' command, they were granted passage. Stepping into the scripture pavilion felt akin to entering a vast library, its expanse seemingly endless. Just observing the enormity of the pavilion conveyed the grandeur of the Xiang ancient sect's illustrious past. As they ventured deeper, Li Qiye and Nan Huiran realized they were not alone. Numerous disciples were diligently selecting their desired techniques and secret texts. Nan Huiran, being well-liked and adept in social interactions, greeted his fellow brothers warmly. Li Qiye, however, faced a different reality. Having recently joined the sect, he was met with disdain from many disciples. Despite the Xiang ancient sect and Apos' decline, being accepted into its ranks was a remarkable feat for an ordinary person. The situation was further complicated by the fact that he, an ordinary being, had ascended to the position of chief disciple, a title of considerable prestige, as he was the elder brother among all third-generation disciples. Countless talented disciples with noteworthy accomplishments aspired to this position but had never garnered the approval of the sect leader. Now, an ordinary individual had been bestowed with such a title, inciting resentment among many. Even if the disciples dared not question the elder's decisions, they certainly regarded Li Qiye with contempt. He was, after all, Li Qiye. Some disciples cast sidelong glances at him, akin to observing a peculiar creature. Whispers circulated about how he had somehow secured the revered ancient decree, a feat no other had achieved. Rumors escalated, suggesting that he had indulged in debauchery with the notorious Sanguiyi for 10 consecutive days and nights. Others, claiming to have inside knowledge, asserted that he had not only entertained Yi, but had also procured a pair of twin sisters for him, newcomers to the profession and companions for 3 years. Such tales grew increasingly outlandish, asserting that he had even rented the entire establishment for a decade, allowing Yi to revel in indulgence. Regardless of the variations of the rumors, one common thread emerged. Li Qiye had allegedly employed unscrupulous means to persuade Yi to willingly bestow upon him the Xiyang ancient decree. Chapter 27. Moon Whirlpool Yang Wheel. Part 1. How disgraceful it is for our Xian ancient sect to have such a shameless and worthless person as the chief disciple. A discontented disciple remarked. Another disciple curiously inquired, did he not go to the 9 holy demon gate for an assessment? How could he return so swiftly? Surely, he failed the assessment. With his ineptitude, how could he possibly succeed in the trials of the 9 holy demon gate? It's a mere daydream to think he could wed Princess Li of the Gunyo Jiang kingdom. Another disciple scoffed disdainfully. Of course, the matter of Li Qiye passing the assessment had not yet been disclosed by the 6 elders. They were unaware of the 9 holy demon gate and Apos' stance on the issue. Without the endorsement of the 9 holy demon gate, the elders dared not announce Li Qiye's engagement to Li Shuangyan, for if she were unwilling, it would tarnish her reputation and provoke the wrath of the Sun Demon Emperor, potentially leading to annihilation. Despite the murmurs among the disciples, Nan Huairan could hear them and felt somewhat awkward, yet he could not divulge anything about the 9 holy demon gate. Meanwhile, Li Qiye, the subject of their discussion, appeared utterly unconcerned, leisurely perusing the various secret manuals on the shelves. The shelves were lined with an array of manuals: the Tiger Roar Technique, Celestial Silkworm Longevity Method, Fiery Sun Wheel Art, Iron Bull Imperial Body Technique. Each manual varied. Some were original texts, others handwritten copies, and many were reproductions or stone inscriptions. The diversity was overwhelming. There were techniques for physical cultivation, methods to enhance vitality, and skills for offense and defense. This collection of manuals was remarkably eclectic, showcasing the illustrious past of the Xian ancient sect. Some were created by the sect and Apos' esteemed ancestors, while others were seized from different sects or lineages. Nan Huairan remarked to Li Qiye, if you wish to select a technique related to imperial arts, you must ascend to the 3rd floor. The manuals on the 1st floor comprise the most basic techniques, accessible to many ordinary disciples. Only those of higher rank, such as hall masters or distinguished disciples, may practice the techniques on the higher floors. Li Qiye was in no rush to choose a technique. He simply perused the manuals before him, as he already had a goal in mind. He browsed from the 1st floor to the 3rd, where he discovered a couple of imperial techniques, albeit they were peripheral and not the core techniques. As he explored, he noted that as he ascended, the number of manuals diminished significantly, with many shelves left empty. Some bore only names, indicating that they once housed certain techniques, but the manuals had vanished. Surely, not all of these manuals could have been borrowed. Li Qiye mused after surveying the 3rd floor. Nan Huairan shook his head, responding, it is said that our Xian ancient sect has lost a great many secret manuals. I've heard from my master that, in truth, we possess very few imperial techniques now. If we do have them, the core techniques number no more than 3. If they still exist, they are likely confined to the last 3 floors. If nothing is found there, our sect would merely be a name without substance among the imperial sections. The Mingren Immortal Emperor, who bore the heavenly mandate, created countless techniques throughout his life, especially after becoming an immortal emperor, even developing methods that could communicate with the heavens, including secret techniques of the heavenly mandate. Have they been stolen? Li Qiye pondered, as he understood that the manuals held by the Xian ancient sect far exceeded those created by the Mingren Immortal Emperor. They also included imperial techniques acquired from other lineages during past raids, as well as ancient arts from the primordial era, some even originating from the celestial demons, blood clan, stone folk, enchanting spirits, and other myriad races. I do not know for certain, Nan Huairan whispered. They say that 50,000 years ago, our unrivaled genius ancestors suffered defeat, leading to a calamity. Additionally, 30,000 years ago, a great event transpired, resulting in significant losses for our sect. There are rumors that our imperial techniques were sealed by the Patriarch in the last 3 floors, and others claim that we lost a vast array of techniques to the Holy Heaven sect. The Patriarch? Upon hearing Nan Huairan and Apos' words, Li Qiye remembered the genius of the Xian ancient sect from 50,000 years ago, but he had been too preoccupied at the time to pay much attention. Yes, the Patriarch. Nanhuiren's excitement was palpable as he continued. Legend has it that 50,000 years ago, the patriarch was the most likely successor to the Mingren immortal emperor. He was the strongest adversary of the void-treading immortal emperor. I've heard that during their contest for the heavenly mandate, they were evenly matched, each claiming 3 victories. Even the unparalleled talent of the void-treading immortal emperor fell to the patriarch 3 times. At that time, our sect had reached an unparalleled peak after the Mingren emperor, sweeping across the world, unchallenged even in the entirety of the human sovereign realm. As Nanhuiren spoke passionately of the patriarch, Li Qiye remained indifferent, stating, "Yet, in the end, it was the void-treading immortal emperor who bore the heavenly mandate." His words doused Nanhuiren and Apos' fervor like cold water, and he fell silent, eventually muttering, "I've heard that after his final battle with the void-treading immortal emperor, the patriarch never reappeared. Some say he perished in battle, while others believe he achieved enlightenment within our sect. Some elders even speculate that the patriarch took a vast number of our sect's imperial techniques, sealing them in the last 3 floors. Are there no imperial techniques in the middle 3 floors? Li Qiye inquired, glancing upward. With the elder's permission. His access was limited to the lower 3 floors. Nanhuiren looked up as well and shook his head. My master mentioned he had been there twice, but the manuals above could be counted on 10 fingers. Li Qiye merely shook his head in response. The Qian ancient sect had already become a name devoid of reality. As an imperial sect, its lack of imperial techniques rendered its status questionable, making its decline all too understandable. Ultimately, Li Qiye selected a manual on enemy subjugation and life protection from the 3rd floor, and from the 2nd floor, he chose a manual on longevity and vitality. In an inconspicuous corner of the lowest level, he unearthed a large number of manuals. Upon seeing the 120 volumes that Li Qiye retrieved from the lowest level, Nanhuiren was at a loss for words and quietly remarked, "Brother, these are merely martial skills, hardly noteworthy. Anyone in the sect can access them. Would you not prefer to exchange for other manuals?" "I have my own plans," Li Qiye replied, shaking his head confidently. Seeing Li Qiye's resolute demeanor, Nanhuiren ceased his objections and promptly assisted him in cataloging the manuals. In the past, Nanhuiren would have deemed Li Qiye as ignorant. For a cultivator to select over 100 volumes of martial techniques seemed like forsaking the essential for the trivial. However, his perspective had shifted. As Li Qiye and Nanhuiren approached to register the 120 martial arts manuals, all present disciples regarded him with incredulity, including the 2nd-generation disciple tasked with the registration, who looked at Li Qiye as if he were a creature of myth. The elder had stipulated that one could choose 3 manuals. A disciple responsible for the registration glanced at Li Qiye's token and finally declared, "I am aware of this. I have selected one technique for cultivating vitality, and another for prolonging life and nourishing blood. For the 3rd, I shall make no selection." Nanhuiren interjected, "All disciples of our sect may peruse these martial techniques. Thus, I should be permitted to borrow them, correct?" The several disciples in charge of registration exchanged glances, then turned to the seated protector, who, upon granting his approval, rendered their objections moot. One of the registrars examined the 120 manuals Li Qiye had brought forth and remarked, "The compendium of martial arts consists of 44 volumes. Miscellaneous techniques, 36 volumes, and iron skin and copper muscle, 40 volumes. At this point, the disciple regarded Li Qiye with a look of bewilderment. These martial techniques were all of the most inferior caliber. To say they were subpar compared to genuine Dao practices would be an understatement. Even within the realm of martial arts, these 120 volumes were equally inconsequential. The thick layer of dust accumulating on them testified to the fact that no one had ever perused these manuals. Upon hearing that Li Qiye had chosen an excessive number of martial techniques, the disciples gathered to borrow manuals erupted into laughter. "An ignorant fool. Even if you mastered every martial art in existence, you would still remain insignificant." One disciple scoffed. Another mocked, "Brother Wang, this illustrates self-awareness. Given his ordinary physique, wheel, and fate, how could he possibly cultivate the Tao? Perhaps he would struggle for a decade merely to grasp the foundational heart techniques. Thus, he wisely opts for the alternative of practicing martial arts." Chapter 28, The Lunar Vortex Sun Wheel Technique, Part 2, Within the Ancient Sect of Qian. The martial arts manuals housed in the scripture repository had been preserved for countless years. Over the ages, only a handful of disciples had perused these techniques, let alone comprehended all 120 volumes. In response to the mocking remarks, Li Qiye merely cast a cold glance at the speakers. which caused the nearby Huiran to break into a cold sweat, worrying for his fellow disciples, while others might be oblivious. He was acutely aware that when it came to killing, Li Qiye was utterly unflinching. Figures like Du Yuanguang and Su Huan had met their demise at his hands, making the current comrades seem trivial by comparison. At that moment, a second-generation disciple responsible for registration furrowed his brow and said to Li Qiye, "Martial arts should be sampled lightly. One ought not to overindulge." Li Qiye, appreciating the good intentions of the elder, smiled leisurely and replied, "The first technique I cultivated. The Qi blade technique is indeed a martial art with considerable power. Therefore, if I were to practice 300 to 500 techniques, I might become invincible in the world." This statement elicited a roar of laughter from those present, with one disciple chuckling. 300 to 500 martial arts may not make one invincible, but perhaps 3,000 to 5,000 might. He laughed derisively. The elder shook his head solemnly, stating, "Nonsense. Martial arts are but trivial branches. Mastering 1 or 2 is sufficient. Wasting time on over 100 volumes is a folly that leads to negligence in cultivation. Little uncle, he simply does not appreciate your good intentions. Why bother trying to enlighten him?" Chimed in a third-generation disciple with a smirk. "A fool is a fool. No amount of effort will change that." He cast a disdainful glance at Li Qiye. Martial arts were met with scorn by all. Cultivators rarely pursued them. Thus, Li Qiye's request for over 100 manuals seemed foolish to the onlookers. Nevertheless, the well-meaning elder had no choice but to register them for Li Qiye. Upon retrieving the second manual, the elder nodded approvingly, saying, "Now this is commendable. You have chosen well with Kunpeng's subtle 6 forms, which is a profound technique within our sect's imperial arts. Even as a minor technique, its profundity and strength are undeniable." The guardian seated nearby also nodded in agreement. "This technique requires diligent practice. Do not squander its renown. Kunpeng's subtle 6 forms is the foundational aspect of the core imperial art. Kunpeng's 6 transformations. Should you master this technique, it will provide an excellent groundwork for future cultivation of Kunpeng's 6 transformations, allowing you to achieve results with half the effort." Hearing such words, the other disciples could not help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. This was an imperial art, even as a minor technique. Its power far surpassed that of ordinary methods. Imperial arts, even the greatest sages' techniques, could not compare. Merely a fool. Imperial arts are so profound that even if Apos, Kunpeng and Apos, subtle 6 forms and Apos, consist of only 6 forms, he will never achieve mastery. A disciple sneered bitterly. Others expressed their discontent, unable to fathom why he should be allowed to cultivate imperial arts. However, under the fierce gaze of the guardian, they were compelled to silence. Li Qiye possessed a hand order recognized by the 6 grand elders, unless they were to question their judgment. The others could only watch with envy as he cultivated this imperial art. Finally, Li Qiye produced the last manual, which was ancient and worn, its pages showing no signs of wear despite countless readings. The lunar vortex sunwheel technique. Upon seeing this manual, the elder regarded Li Qiye with a puzzled expression. Glancing at the guardian furrowed his brow. Upon hearing the name of this technique, some disciples cast disdainful glances at Li Qiye, coldly remarking, "Another fool seeking quick success. In the realm of cultivation, where is there such a thing as instant achievement? Perhaps he wishes to become a genius overnight." Another disciple chimed in sarcastically, "Even if he practices the lunar vortex sunwheel technique, he cannot become invincible overnight. Genius is predetermined, as is folly. A fool will remain a fool, regardless of the speed of their training. This technique is best left unpracticed. It will ultimately lead to your downfall," the guardian advised. Shaking his head, "While it may accelerate initial progress, with your ordinary foundation, you would only reach the realm of robust life at best. Beyond that, you will find it impossible to continue with this technique." In the past, a prodigy with a saintly foundation also halted at the Tianyuan realm, ultimately harming himself and missing the prime years for cultivation. The lunar vortex sunwheel technique was notorious within the Shiyin sect for its promise of rapid results. In the initial stages, it propelled one's vitality forward, leading to swift advancements. However, once a certain threshold was reached, the technique would stagnate, rendering further cultivation impossible. Thus, it was known both as a technique of quick success and as a technique for the inept, with many talented disciples having attempted it only to fail. "Thank you for your guidance, guardian. I have my own discernment," Li Qiye responded with a smile, showing no concern for the guardian's warnings. Seeing Li Qiye's obstinate demeanor, the guardian let out a cold huff and closed his eyes, choosing to remain silent. To the Guardian, Li Qiye was merely a waste of potential, a mediocre being unworthy of further discussion. Had Li Qiye possessed exceptional talent, the Guardian would have certainly forbidden him from practicing such a technique. Ultimately, amidst the derision of the other disciples, Li Qiye carried away a significant collection of manuals, with Nan Huiran busily assisting him in transporting over 100 volumes back to the solitary peak. Upon their return, night had already fallen, prompting Li Qiye to suggest, "Let us select some treasures tomorrow." Nan Huiran readily agreed, though he was puzzled by Li Qiye's decision to acquire so many martial arts manuals. Mastering these 100 volumes would require at least 3 to 5 years, a seemingly absurd expenditure of time. Nevertheless, recognizing Li Qiye's confidence, Nan Huiran refrained from questioning further, saying, "With so many manuals, I will request a Qiankuan bag from the Outer Affairs Hall for you tomorrow. It will facilitate your travels." Li Qiye nodded, saying little more. Before Nan Huiran departed, he inquired, "What is the name of that elder in the scripture repository?" Nan Huiran promptly replied, "Chu Daily." He is originally a third-generation disciple, but due to his exceptional talent, he chose to remain at the scripture repository and was thus promoted to a second-generation disciple. Li Qiye smiled faintly, offering no further comment, and Nan Huiran took his leave. After Nan Huiran departed, Li Qiye closed the courtyard and prepared his writing materials, laying out the 120 martial arts manuals in an order incomprehensible to others. With a serious demeanor, Li Qiye meticulously organized all the manuals, then opened each one to the first page, transcribing a single character from each. He continued to the second page of each manual. Li Qiye approached each step with utmost care, for he alone understood that within the seemingly trivial manuals of martial arts fundamentals, eclectic techniques, and superficial skills lay a profound secret, one that he had personally concealed. In this world, what is the most formidable technique? Without hesitation, people would answer, the secret arts of destiny. Each generation of celestial emperors, upon receiving the mandate of heaven, would establish the secret arts of destiny, a mystical craft that connects with the divine and reaches the heavens, unparalleled in its might. Should there exist a power more potent than the secret arts of destiny, it is likely beyond the imagination of the common folk, or perhaps only known to the most ancient of beings. If any technique surpasses the secret arts of destiny, it must surely be the 9 great celestial texts. In the primordial era, there was a legend that before the heavens and earth were formed, the universe was as an egg, chaos giving birth to the primordial essence, which in turn birthed the 9 characters, leading to the creation of 9 treasures, inscribed with the 9 texts. These 9 texts are none other than the legendary 9 great celestial texts. Yet, throughout the ages, it is said that scarcely anyone has encountered the 9 great celestial texts or the 9 great treasures. However, Li Qiye is among the few who have glimpsed one of the 9 great celestial texts. In the primordial era, through an extraordinary twist of fate, Li Qiye, transformed into a shadowy crow, beheld one of the 9 great celestial texts, the body text. Subsequently, Li Qiye employed countless strategies and devoted immense effort, planning for 100,000 years, enduring trials and tribulations, ultimately securing the body text in his possession. Yet, it was precisely because of the body text that he faced even greater hardships. In the primordial era, countless individuals, including those of the celestial emperor rank, pursued him relentlessly. For even celestial emperors were consumed by desire for the body text. After acquiring the body text, Li Qiye contemplated its profound mysteries of the universe. As a result, even when unable to cultivate, he remained remarkably defiant against destiny. For this very body text later connected him with invincible figures such as the Sun-Eater Celestial Emperor and the Dominator Celestial Emperor. As for the Mingren Celestial Emperor, there is no need to elaborate, for he was personally nurtured by Li Qiye. Regarding the Mingren Celestial Emperor, many in later generations believed him to be a naturally born daytime body, a belief echoed even by the disciples of the ancient Xiang sect throughout the ages. Chapter 29, The 12 Immortal Physiques, Part 1. The diurnal celestial body. What a constitution. One of the 12 immortal physiques. It was deemed impossible for anyone to be born with such an innate endowment. Emperor Mingren's diurnal celestial body was cultivated, and the very technique he used originated from Li Qiye's physique codex. Li Qiye understood that the physique codex had been coveted throughout the ages. Consequently, he concealed it. Furthermore, he feared the potential loss of the codex and the erasure of his memories regarding its techniques. To safeguard against such an event, Li Qiye devised a method to perpetuate the secrets of the physique codex. He invested considerable effort in concealing the codex and appos mysteries within martial arts techniques that most cultivators would disregard. Li Qiye fragmented the secrets into 3 parts, embedding them within 3 unrelated martial arts manuals. These manuals comprised 120 volumes, encompassing tens of thousands of ancillary martial techniques. The secrets of the physique codex were hidden within, arranged in an order known only to Li Qiye, without his specific sequence. Even if one knew the codex was concealed within, extracting its complete essence would be impossible. At the time, Li Qiye had these 3 martial arts manuals, containing the codex's secrets, printed across 3 distinct eras, rendering them seemingly unconnected. Over these 3 epochs, Li Qiye printed over 100,000 copies of these manuals, which disseminated widely, extending beyond the human emperor realm to the other 8 realms. Although all memories of techniques were expunged from Li Qiye's mind, the correct sequence remained intact. Therefore, should he ever lose the original physique codex, he could still retrieve its essence from the martial arts compendium, miscellaneous martial arts techniques, and iron skin bronze tendons. Throughout the ages, no cultivator had thoroughly perused all 120 volumes of these martial arts manuals. Even those who practiced martial arts would rarely possess all 3 manuals simultaneously. The cleansing incense ancient sect possessed these 3 manuals, deliberately left behind by Li Qiye. He granted the sect an opportunity. Should a dedicated individual decipher his secrets, the sect might produce another figure like Emperor Mingren. Even if they failed to ascend to immortality, they might still manifest an immortal physique. Alas, few descendants of the cleansing incense ancient sect had ever examined these manuals, let alone attempted to comprehend their hidden depths. Consequently, the sect had not produced a second immortal physique since Emperor Mingren. Li Qiye devoted an entire night to meticulously extracting the essence of the physique codex from these 120 volumes of martial arts manuals, observing the written secrets. A contented smile graced Li Qiye and appos' countenance. He slowly perused the compiled secrets. As Li Qiye imprinted the codex and appos' essence upon his mind, the erased memories gradually resurfaced, and the complete, unblemished physique codex once again manifested within his consciousness. With the codex's complete secrets imprinted upon his mind, Li Qiye incinerated the transcribed incantations and mysteries. Having endured countless tribulations, Li Qiye understood the physique codex's immense value and the potential calamities that would arise should anyone discover its presence in his possession. Therefore, he retained the codex's secrets solely within his mind. In truth, the original physique codex was hidden by Li Qiye, and no one but he could ever retrieve it. However, Li Qiye was in no rush to recover the original, for it entailed more than just the secrets of the technique. Having recovered the essence of the physique codex, Li Qiye rested briefly before dawn arrived, and Nan Huiran promptly visited Li Qiye at the solitary peak. "Senior brother, I fear I cannot accompany you to the scripture depository today. The elders have dispatched me on a mission to report the matter of the marital alliance to the sect leader," Nan Huiran stated upon meeting Li Qiye. As a hall master and highly esteemed by the elders, Nan Huiran often bore the responsibility of conveying important messages. "Go then. I am in no hurry to select a treasure," Li Qiye responded with a gentle nod, seizing the opportunity to organize his techniques and manuals. After Nan Huiran departed, Li Qiye did not linger in slumber. He retrieved the Kuan-Ping Minor Intent 6 Forms Manual. Within the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, the Kuan-Ping Minor Intent 6 Forms held a revered position among the 3rd-generation disciples. It was a peripheral technique derived from an emperor art, and despite its status, its power was astonishing. Throughout the ages, immortal emperors had created remarkable techniques in emperor arts, encompassing longevity techniques for prolonging life, life-preserving arts for cultivation and combat, physique tempering methods for forging the body, and heaven-ordained secret arts that only those who bore the mandate of heaven could create. Emperor Mingren had created countless techniques throughout his life. Li Qiye was intimately familiar with Emperor Mingren's techniques, whether they were longevity methods, life-preserving arts, or physique tempering methods. Emperor Mingren was an immortal emperor nurtured by his own hand. Li Qiye had participated in the creation of most of Emperor Mingren's techniques, including the heaven-ordained secret arts. Although Li Qiye had the Black Dragon King erase all memories of techniques during his last slumber, he could still recover them. The Kuan-Ping Minor Intent 6 Forms corresponded to the core emperor art known as the Kuan-Ping 6 Transformations, one of the most potent life-preserving arts created by Emperor Mingren. Li Qiye did not know if the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect still possessed the Kuan-Ping 6 Transformations. He was currently unable to access the sect and Appos, core emperor arts, but he could use the Kuan Peng minor intent 6 forms to recover his memories of the Kuan Peng 6 transformations. Li Qiye slowly read and contemplated the Kuan Peng minor intent 6 forms. In reality, the Kuan Peng minor intent 6 forms comprised only 6 movements, barely qualifying as a life-preserving art for defense or offense. However, Li Qiye knew better than anyone that Emperor Ming Ren and Appos' Kuan Peng 6 transformations was created based on these 6 movements. In his youth, when Emperor Ming Ren was still young, Li Qiye, in his guise as a dark crow, had taken Emperor Ming Ren to observe the Kuan Peng from afar. Ultimately, Emperor Ming Ren distilled the Kuan Peng's essence into 6 movements, creating the Kuan Peng 6 transformations, which later became a renowned immortal emperor life-preserving art. As Li Qiye contemplated, the 6 movements of the Kuan Peng minor intent 6 forms slowly evolved within his mind. At times, the rock soared, shaking the heavens, its wings striking 3,000 miles. At times, the rock surged into the netherworld, its beak piercing the earth. At times, the rock plunged into the abyss, transforming into a giant Kuan, its tail thrashing, creating waves. Sometimes a rock, sometimes a Kuan. The evolution accelerated, and the distinction between rock and Kuan gradually blurred. Ultimately, a fish transformed into a bird, leaping into the heavens, treading upon the grand path. The transformation between Kuan and rock was as natural and complete as the alternation of day and night, resonating with the rhythm of the universe. With a resounding boom, the Kuan Peng crashed into the waves. In that instant, Li Qiye's entire body shuddered violently. The Kuan Peng, which had stirred up 10,000 feet of towering waves, vanished, and the colossal waves dissipated as well. Gradually, everything transformed into the essence of the Tao, which evolved into mysteries, operating the grand path. Finally, one by one, the memory runes that had been erased resurfaced within Li Qiye and Appos' mind. These memory runes were sometimes rocks, sometimes Kuns. With the boundless evolution of mysteries, the distinction between Kuan and rock disappeared, transforming into a complete Kuan Peng. A complete, unblemished Kuan Peng 6 transformations was finally imprinted upon Li Qiye and Appos' mind. Li Qiye could not help but rejoice. Effort did not betray those who persevered. He had finally recovered his memories of the Kuan Peng 6 transformations. He did not know how long it had been. But Li Qiye returned from the profound mysteries of the Kuan Peng 6 transformations. Unknowingly, he had immersed himself in this supreme life-preserving art for an entire day. Having comprehended the mysteries of the Kuan Peng 6 transformations, Li Qiye did not slacken or become complacent. He knew his own situation better than anyone else. Regardless of his constitution, longevity cycle, or destiny palace, he cannot be compared to those prodigies. Therefore, in his pursuit of cultivation, he must toil 100 times harder. On the path of enlightenment, he must be resolute and unwavering. Only thus can he embrace his celestial destiny and sweep across the heavens and the earth. As a mentor who has once personally nurtured an immortal emperor and guided countless luminaries, he possesses a profound understanding of the principles of cultivation, surpassing that of anyone else. Although his constitution, longevity cycle, and destiny palace may be lacking, he boasts a comprehensive set of cultivation concepts, which serves as his advantage. Li Qiye delved into the study of the moon whirlpool yang will technique, a method centered on the longevity cycle, aimed at extending life and nourishing the blood. Every cultivator, even the most ordinary mortal, possesses a longevity cycle. Any sentient being endowed with wisdom possesses 3 fundamental elements. First, constitution. Second, longevity cycle. And third, destiny palace. The constitution needs no elaboration. It is the vessel of life. Without a constitution, there is no life. Even the most common mortal possesses an ordinary body. The flesh and blood form is the finest vessel for life. As for the longevity cycle, there is an adage that states, trees have growth rings, and humans have longevity cycles. The longevity cycle is embedded within the body. However, it is not a tangible entity. It manifests as luminous rings that only cultivators can perceive. Upon practicing longevity techniques, the longevity cycle appears as a series of radiant rings behind the head, signifying the vitality and lifespan of the individual. For an ordinary person, if they are free from calamity from birth, the number of years they may live is determined by their longevity cycle. For instance, a mortal longevity cycle like that of Li Qiye, if he were to live as an ordinary person without engaging in cultivation or succumbing to unforeseen misfortunes, would allow him to live up to 60 years. The longevity cycle, constitution, and destiny palace all possess levels, ranked from low to high: mortal level, acquired level, innate level, imperial level, saint level, and immortal level. Although the levels of longevity cycle, constitution, and destiny palace are equivalent, one key difference exists: in principle. The levels of longevity cycle and destiny palace cannot be altered. They are innate. Only the constitution can be transformed through cultivation. For example, an innate constitution can be elevated to an imperial body through the practice of imperial body techniques. Chapter 30, The 12 Celestial Bodies, Part 2. The cycles of life and destiny are immutable. One is born with a predetermined longevity wheel and a royal decree that cannot be altered, no matter how formidable one becomes, even reaching the status of an immortal emperor. These truths remain unchangeable unless one embarks on the path of destiny alteration. The practice of cultivation, physical constitution, longevity wheel, and destiny palace are all indispensable, each holding immense significance. The constitution determines the quality of one's physique. The longevity will influences the vitality, while the destiny palace governs innate talent and comprehension. For instance, one born under the sacred wheel possesses vitality as vast as the ocean, allowing them to cultivate the same techniques at a pace far superior to others, with greater efficacy as well. Li Qiye immersed himself in the comprehension of the moon vortex sunwheel technique, gradually reclaiming its profound mysteries. In truth, the ancient sect of Xiyang preserved the complete manual of the moon vortex sunwheel. Yet Li Qiye's understanding and evolution of its principles far surpassed the teachings contained within. The moon vortex sunwheel has an extraordinary origin, indeed. Li Qiye invested countless efforts into this technique. During the early years of the myriad emperors, he once contemplated having Emperor Mingren cultivate this art, but ultimately, he relinquished that thought. In the ancient and wild eras, both humans and demons were frail beings, striving for survival as countless sages forged various techniques, culminating in a flourishing age. In that distant time, a remarkably gifted sage devised a rapid cultivation technique known as the moon vortex sun wheel, a genius whose brilliance was unparalleled. This technique could indeed yield swift results, harnessing the practitioner's vitality to propel their soul, swiftly enhancing their cultivation. However, the moon vortex sun wheel harbors a critical flaw. In its early stages, abundant vitality can act as an engine to drive the cultivation, but as one's cultivation strengthens, the personal vitality can no longer sustain the soul's cultivation. At that point, this leads to a stagnation of progress, and forceful cultivation could even result in reduced lifespan. During the ancient era, Li Qiye acquired this technique and shared it with numerous individuals, yet none achieved perfection in their practice. Li Qiye devoted immense effort to refining this technique, even inviting several immortal emperors, such as Emperor Xueshi, Emperor Mingren, and Emperor Tunri, to partake in its enhancement. It was only during the reign of the Black Dragon King that Li Qiye truly perfected the moon vortex sunwheel. Today, as he diligently studied the manual in his hands, the memories of its profound principles gradually resurfaced, revealing the erased recollections in his mind. In the end, Li Qiye's consciousness was filled with the complete essence of the moon vortex sunwheel. After studying the manual, he inhaled deeply. Although this process was brief, who could fathom how many lifetimes of effort Li Qiye had poured into mastering the moon vortex sunwheel? How many would know of the countless predecessors of the human race who had striven for its understanding? After leaving the manual at the Xiang ancient sect, many talented individuals attempted to practice this technique, yet none succeeded in achieving perfection. In his quest to comprehend the Kunping 6 transformations alongside the moon vortex sunwheel, Li Qiye dedicated 3 days and nights. As the third day passed without the return of Nanhuiren, he remained patient, choosing to stay atop the solitary peak and begin his cultivation. Li Qiye had meticulously organized the longevity and destiny techniques, and once all was prepared, he commenced his practice. In the realm of cultivation, he was immensely experienced. Despite his modest innate talent, no one could rival his depth of experience. However, even with the possession of such extraordinary techniques as the Kunping 6 transformations and the moon vortex sun wheel, he did not rush for immediate results. He understood that haste could leave hidden dangers along the long path of cultivation. Simultaneously practicing the Kunping 6 transformations and the moon vortex sun wheel, the two were unrelated and did not communicate with one another. The Kunping 6 transformations pertained to life preservation and combat, while the moon vortex sun wheel focused on longevity and vitality. One cultivated the destiny palace, while the other cultivated the longevity wheel. Both could independently flourish in their initial stages. Cultivation techniques can be categorized into 4 types. First, longevity and vitality techniques. Second, life-preserving and combat techniques. Third, body refining and marrow washing techniques. Fourth, destiny-bearing secret techniques. Additionally, there exists a type of technique referred to as foundational or universal techniques, which integrate vitality preservation, life protection, and body refining into one. Although these techniques are versatile, they are generally of a lower tier, possessing limited power, and mastering them is unlikely to lead to unmatched strength. There exists a hierarchy in techniques. For example, the progenitor of the 9 sacred demonic gate, the 9 sacred celestial demon, was an unparalleled sage whose creations are known as sage techniques. Similarly, the techniques of immortal emperors are referred to as emperor techniques or imperial arts. With identical physical constitution and innate talent, if different techniques are cultivated, the levels of achievement and cultivation are bound to differ. Those practicing imperial arts will surely surpass those engaged in sage techniques within the same time frame. As for destiny's secret techniques, they are beyond comprehension, carrying the weight of fate itself. Of course, techniques are not insurmountable. Without a resolute heart for the path, all endeavors are but fleeting illusions. Throughout the ages, countless talents have faltered while pursuing the transcendental arts, often leading to madness or failure. Many remarkable individuals, born with the potential to master emperor techniques, found themselves unable to forge their own destiny's secret techniques, becoming tragic figures in the annals of history. Li Qiye understood these profound truths better than anyone else. Thus, even with his vast array of secrets, he approached his cultivation with a steady and gradual mindset. As Li Qiye practiced both techniques, he felt the effects of the moon vortex sun wheel invigorating his longevity wheel. Gradually, luminous rings began to manifest behind his head, reminiscent of the growth rings of a tree, circulating in harmony with the movements of the longevity wheel, as vitality surged and ebbed within it. The flow of vitality mirrored the relentless current of a river, perpetually in motion. Vitality is the essence of health. A decline in vitality leads to aging, illness, and death. Li Qiye, born with a mortal wheel, possessed a weaker innate advantage in this aspect. His vitality could only be described as ordinary. Thus, as his longevity will circulated, his vitality flowed like a gentle stream, ceaseless and unending. In contrast, those with innate longevity or royal wheels would experience vitality akin to a torrential river. Especially individuals with sacred longevity wheels, whose vitality roared like the ocean. Li Qiye, with focused intent, activated the true formula of the Kunping 6 transformations, repeatedly striking at his destiny palace. Each individual possesses their own destiny palace, the true resting place of their fate, akin to the abode of the 3 souls and 6 spirits as per mortal understanding. The destiny palace resides within the mud palace cavity. As Li Qiye utilized the true formula of the Kunping 6 transformations, the palace began to emerge from the depths of the mud palace. When the destiny palace finally manifested, it radiated an ancient grace, glistening like jade. Li Qiye is but an ordinary being, his destiny merely exuding a faint luminescence. Were he to possess the imperial fate, his celestial palace would radiate a robust and elongated golden glow, a manifestation of unparalleled dominance. As a mere mortal, Li Qiye's inherent advantages pale in comparison to those of the exalted. With the celestial palace sealed and the soul in slumber, one must awaken the soul and commune with the life force to embark on the path of cultivation. Thus, the first realm for cultivators is the realm of knocking, which comprises 3 sublevels ascending in difficulty: first knock, second awakening, and blood surge. The first knock, as the name suggests, involves striking the door of the celestial palace to allow the true techniques of destiny to enter. This process of cultivation resembles a disciple of the Buddha, repeatedly bowing in reverence. Only through relentless effort and repeated strikes will the celestial palace respond and yield its entrance. Li Qiye, employing the method of the 6 transformations of the Kunping, persistently struck the door of the celestial palace, the resonant echoes of his knocks reverberating in his mind. Thud, 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 over and over again. With every strike, Li Qiye utilized his true techniques, losing count after thousands of attempts. Yet the celestial palace remained unresponsive. Despite this, he continued his relentless endeavor, striking time and again. For prodigies, especially those of the exalted fate, opening the door of the celestial palace is a trivial task, as their powerful soul resonates effortlessly. Legends speak of exalted ones who could open their celestial palace with a single knock. Such individuals belong to the pinnacle of genius. However, Li Qiye does not fall into this category, necessitating countless efforts to attain success. In truth, Li Qiye possesses alternative methods to forcibly open the door of the celestial palace. He could harness the power of the moon whirlpool solar wheel to channel all his vital energy, propelling the true techniques of the 6 transformations of the Kunping with the force of his blood vitality. With this overwhelming vigor, he too could breach the palace door in a single strike. However, Li Qiye refrains from such actions, for doing so would invite peril as a mortal. His vitality is inherently weak. Forcing it could jeopardize his life cycle and disturb his soul. Though this might expedite the cultivation process, it would lay a foundation of risk for future endeavors. Thus, Li Qiye diligently lays his groundwork, unwavering in his resolve, knocking upon the door of the celestial palace time and again. Whether it takes 10,000 or 100,000 attempts, he shall persist until the celestial palace responds. Writing, much like cultivation, is a step-by-step journey. Every vote is invaluable to Shaosheng, and thus, I implore you to support this work. Chapter 31, The 6 Transformations of Kunpeng, Part 1, Dong, Dong, Dong. Li Qiye persistently struck the door of his fate palace with the 6 transformations of Kunpeng, having lost count after countless thousands of strikes. Yet, the door remained unyielding, offering no response. For many cultivators, such circumstances would breed despair. To strike for such an extended period without success would suggest an abysmal aptitude. However, Li Qiye possessed an unwavering heart, resolute in his endeavor. Even if it took 1,000,000 strikes, he would continue until the door of the fate palace swung open. Finally, after 5 days and nights of relentless effort, a soft echo resounded, followed by the creaking sound of the door slowly opening. At last, through sheer perseverance, Li Qiye succeeded in opening the door of the fate palace. As the door creaked ajar, a surge of vitality emanated from within. However, as an ordinary being, Li Qiye's life force was limited. Had he been a genius, the vitality would have been monumental. In that moment, the true essence of the 6 transformations of Kunpeng surged into the fate palace, intertwining with Li Qiye's consciousness like a tidal wave. The expanse of the fate palace was boundless, an infinite vastness that appeared endless. At its center, the true essence of the 6 transformations swirled around a radiant sphere, its runes dancing in harmony with the luminescence as if attempting to awaken it. This sphere of light was what all referred to as the fate soul, also known as the 3 souls and 6 spirits, and more commonly, the true fate. It is the fundamental force that dictates one's destiny. Regardless of the being, true awakening of one's fate, the 3 souls and 6 spirits can only be achieved through cultivation. Only by awakening the true fate can one possess divine abilities, command the life force, connect with the myriad of existence, and defy the heavens. The 6 transformations of Kunpeng are a manifestation of fate, requiring the awakening of the true fate as its foundation for cultivating Li Qiye and Appo's path. Thus, the profound essence of the 6 transformations entwined with the true fate, continuously flowing like an unending stream. The runes, at times, transformed into soaring celestial birds, at times into great Kun, and at others into ethereal beings that defied categorization, merging seamlessly with the true fate. This ceaseless interaction caused Li Qiye's true fate to undulate like a vast ocean, radiating waves of brilliance. This process is known as awakening, representing the 2nd tier of the palace-knocking realm. Only when the true fate awakens can genuine cultivation begin. For a genius, especially those of royal or sacred lineage, awakening their true fate is often an effortless endeavor, sometimes achievable within half a day. Li Qiye, being an ordinary fate, could not compare to the talents of sacred or royal bloodlines. However, he remained unperturbed, approaching his cultivation with a tranquil mindset. He allowed the 6 transformations to flow without end, believing that one day, it would lead to the awakening of his true fate. Within the vast expanse of the fate palace, an immeasurable void spread before him, far beyond human comprehension. Even upon awakening his true fate, he would still find the entirety of the palace beyond his grasp. Though he could not perceive the entire palace at present, Li Qiye could still faintly sense other existences within. To the far east, he sensed a vast spring, though it was currently dry, with no water flowing forth. The life spring, one of the 4 symbols of the fate palace, is said to be the source of life force. In the far west, he felt the presence of a colossal furnace, yet it radiated no warmth. The life furnace. It is said that the great path is akin to a furnace, capable of refining all. Many believe this furnace to be the life furnace, the flame it burns derived from the true fate, also known as the soul flame. To the south, a towering tree reached for the heavens, standing within the fate palace, devoid of any life force, resembling a lifeless tree. The Tree of Life has long been a mysterious existence within the Fate Palace, said to connect heaven and earth, capable of seizing creation. To the north stood an immense pillar inscribed with countless runes, enigmatic and seemingly eternal. The life pillar, it is said, is the root of existence. Without it, all would cease to be. The four symbols of the Fate Palace, the life spring, life furnace, tree of life, and life pillar, these are the most profound mysteries of the world, the essence of the Fate Palace. Throughout the ages, countless sages have sought to comprehend the true mysteries of these symbols. A saying has circulated: whoever masters the true essence of the four symbols shall bear the heavenly mandate, achieve the status of an immortal emperor, and attain eternal life. Li Qiye allowed the 6 transformations to flow endlessly, engaging the cycle of the moon's spiral and sun wheel, reaching a state of profound mystery and wonder. Having just begun his cultivation, Li Qiye proceeded steadily, harboring no impatience, for he possessed absolute confidence in himself. His resolve was unshakable, impervious to external influences. Finally, after 10 days, Huiran returned. Upon his arrival, he immediately made his way to the solitary peak to find Li Qiye. Apologetic, he said, "Senior brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting. The sect leader has been in seclusion, and I could only report upon their emergence." "Such trivial matters are of no concern," Li Qiye replied calmly. Noticing Li Qiye and Apos' composed demeanor, Huiran pondered briefly before saying, "Senior brother, it seems the sect leader intends for our second senior brother to return." He added, "The second senior brother is a disciple of the sect leader." At the mention of the second senior brother, Huiran regarded Li Qiye with an odd expression but said nothing further. "What of the second senior brother?" Li Qiye inquired, glancing at Huiran, unperturbed. Huiran chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "To be honest, senior brother, I cannot quite explain it. You and Apos, understand once you meet him. His situation is rather unique." Li Qiye merely smiled, choosing not to delve deeper. To him, such matters were inconsequential. Regardless of the second senior brother's circumstances or intentions, whether to guide his cultivation or supervise him, it mattered not. For Li Qiye, the resolve to revive the Shan ancient sect was as steadfast as iron. No one could sway him. When the time was ripe, he would rebuild the sect. On this path, those who hindered his progress would meet with no mercy. Buddhas would be slain, gods would be vanquished. In the early years of the era of emperors, the Shan ancient sect was established under his hand, sweeping across the 9 realms. In this lifetime, he would again resurrect the Shan ancient sect in one day. He would lead it to conquer the 8 desolations and obliterate the realms of immortals and demons. His resolute steps could not be impeded by anyone. However, Huiran had grown accustomed to Li Qiye's calm demeanor. Even when facing the Sun Demon Emperor, his elder brother remained unfazed, and regarding his second brother, that was even less noteworthy. Huiran couldn't help but glance at Li Qiye again, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that Li Qiye had begun his cultivation. With surprise, he exclaimed, "Elder brother, you have already opened the gate to the Palace of Destiny. How long did it take you?" "Not long, merely 5 days and 5 nights," replied Li Qiye with leisurely composure. This statement rendered Huiran speechless for a considerable time. 5 days and 5 nights, and he deemed it not excessive? In any sect, if a disciple took 3 days and 3 nights to open the gate, they would undoubtedly be reprimanded by their masters as a fool, deemed irredeemable. As for 5 days and 5 nights, it was beyond words. If anyone learned that Li Qiye took such a time, he would surely become the subject of ridicule within the Xiang ancient sect. Even the least talented disciple of the Xiang ancient sect would only require around 3 days and 3 nights. Yet, here was Li Qiye, taking 5 days and 5 nights. Nevertheless, from Li Qiye and Apos' demeanor, it was evident that 5 days and 5 nights meant little to him. He spoke of it with an air of tranquility, as if it were as simple as dining. While other disciples might feel deeply inferior for taking 5 days and 5 nights, Li Qiye exhibited neither self-doubt nor arrogance. Such an ordeal was for him akin to a casual meal. Of course, Huiran could not believe Li Qiye to be a fool. Anyone who considered him so would truly be the fool, just like Du Yuanguang, Su Huan, and Su Hufa. Those who fancied themselves more astute than Li Qiye ultimately met their demise at his hands. Du Yuanguang and Su Huan were even dismembered by Li Qiye. Contemplating this, Huiran shivered involuntarily. To take 5 days and 5 nights, yet remain so composed. This seemingly foolish individual possessed an unparalleled confidence and an unshakable resolve. The mere thought of such a person was profoundly daunting. Ultimately, Nanhuiren dared not speak further and accompanied Li Qiye to select precious artifacts. Upon returning to the triangular ancient courtyard, Li Qiye and Nanhuiren held hands as they entered the armory pavilion, where they were greeted by the sight of an immense statue towering within the hall. Chapter 32, The 6 Transformations of Kunping, Part 2. Within the Hall of Hidden Weapons stands a statue that is neither of the revered founder of the Washing Face sect, the immortal Emperor Mingren, nor of any illustrious ancestor, but rather of a colossal crow. This magnificent crow stretches its wings as if to soar and shake the heavens. Yet, in its talons, it clutches 2 short blades, which are ordinary Chiman knives forged from mundane iron, lacking the qualities of treasured artifacts. These knives, worn with the passage of time, are rusted and appear as if they might shatter at any moment. Gazing upon the statue of this immense crow, Li Qiye found himself momentarily lost in thought, memories from the past resurfacing in his mind. The stance and movement of the crow were reminiscent of a time he had nearly forgotten, yet the immortal Emperor Mingren had not. Noticing Li Qiye's daze while observing the statue, Nanhuiren softly explained, "Senior brother, this is the legendary divine crow. It is said that our founder, in his youth, received guidance from the divine crow, which alighted upon this peak. Subsequently, our founder established the Washing Face sect here to honor the crow." Upon hearing Nanhuiren's words, Li Qiye merely smiled. The so-called divine crow referred to this very shadowy crow, the notion that it had descended upon this peak, prompting Mingren to establish the sect, was sheer folly. The decision to establish the sect here was driven by reasons known only to him. However, the statue and Appo's pose was indeed accurate during their first encounter. When Mingren was still a spirited young man, he had snatched the Chiman short knife from Mingren's grasp with a single claw. It was unexpected that Mingren, having achieved the status of a mortal emperor, still remembered that incident. "Let us proceed inside," Li Qiye said, regaining his composure with a faint smile, and entered the Hall of Hidden Weapons. Inside the hall lay numerous treasures and longevity artifacts. Particularly on the first level, there were thousands of weapons, though most were of lesser quality, primarily crafted from mundane iron and infused with divine metals. Even if there were treasures or longevity artifacts present, they were of relatively low rank. Weapons among cultivators are classified into 4 categories: ordinary weapons, longevity treasures, ordinary life weapons, and true life weapons. Ordinary weapons are typically wielded by novice disciples. They are abundant and merely fashioned from mundane iron combined with various divine metals. While such weapons may appear formidable in the eyes of mortals, they hold little significance for cultivators, as they cannot harness the power of the great Tao. Longevity treasures, distinct from weapons, serve the purpose of prolonging life and nourishing blood essence. It is customary for every cultivator to possess a longevity treasure, as it enriches their life wheel and enhances vitality. In battle, longevity treasures can also provide support, replenishing lost vitality. Both ordinary life weapons and true life weapons are essential to every cultivator. Ordinary life weapons, often referred to as life weapons or treasures, contrast with true life weapons, which are regarded as genuine artifacts. A cultivator may acquire multiple treasures throughout their life, even inheriting others' treasures. However, they may only possess one true life weapon, as it is intimately tied to their true destiny and is uniquely refined by themselves. Although true artifacts must be refined personally and accompany a cultivator throughout their life, their power is incomparable to that of ordinary life weapons. A true artifact of the same level can easily overpower an ordinary life weapon. On the first level of the Hall of Hidden Weapons, the inventory boasted thousands of weapons, including mysterious iron swords, cold moon blades, and flying star claws. Additionally, there were treasures such as the Mountain River Tower, Demon Suppression Wheel, and River Dragon Ruler. Furthermore, some true artifacts were present, including the Azure Gemstone, Crimson Blood Celestial Thread, and Radiant Sun Ink Pen. These treasures and true artifacts were of low rank, suitable only for third-generation disciples. Those who had achieved merit would ascend to the second level for selection. As Li Qiye walked among the weapons, he felt the chilling aura emanating from them, as well as the profound power exuded by the treasures and true artifacts. He browsed through these treasures, moving from the first level to the second, where he found all weapons to be either treasures or true artifacts, clearly of a higher caliber than those below. However, after inspecting the second level, he found nothing to his liking and ascended to the third level accompanied by Nanhuiren. Upon entering the third level of the Hall of Hidden Weapons, the disciples present, who were selecting treasures, found the situation intriguing. One disciple could not contain his disdain, exclaiming, "I went to South Iron Mountain and slayed a longevity essence beast, earning considerable merit to enter the second level for true artifacts. What right does he, a mere novice, have to enter the third level without achievements?" Indeed, access to the third level was restricted to disciples of significant merit or those of Hall Master rank. Li Qiye's recent entry into the sect yet immediate access to the third level incited their ire. "He possesses the Elder's Order," was the only response from the guard disciples to their grievances. As Li Qiye turned to regard the discontented disciples, he remarked leisurely, "If you have the ability, go question the elder. Whining here is hardly impressive." His words ignited a flush of anger among several disciples present. Their status among third-generation disciples was not insignificant. Yet they found themselves belittled by a perceived incompetent. "Let us see how long you can be arrogant. I will teach you a lesson one day," one disciple muttered through gritted teeth. Nevertheless, Li Qiye paid them no mind as he stepped into the third level, while Nanhuiren shook his head inwardly. Recognizing the folly of these disciples, who only judged by appearances, mistakenly believing Li Qiye to be a fool. Upon entering the third level, Li Qiye was met with a radiant light, waves of profound power rolling in like a tide. The treasures and true artifacts resonated with a melodic hum, as if each possessed a life of its own. Undoubtedly, the treasures and true artifacts in this hall were far superior to those below, each one carrying an impressive legacy. "Senior brother, the treasures and true artifacts here are of a higher grade than those below. The lowest grade in this level is of the longevity stage, with some reaching the heavenly origin stage, and even a few true artifacts of the god-nurturing stage," Nanhuiren eagerly explained to Li Qiye. "The rank of treasures and true artifacts correlates directly with the level of the cultivator who refined them. For instance, a cultivator of the longevity stage would possess treasures and true artifacts of that level. Behold, this is the 9-deer longevity wheel." Nanhuiren introduced a treasure to Li Qiye. This longevity wheel was refined from the essence of a 3,000-year-old iron deer. It embodies the advantages of the iron deer's essence, and using it to nourish one's life wheel will surely enhance the purity of one's vitality. "And this is the flying dragon celestial thread," he continued, displaying another treasure with pride. "This artifact was forged from the bones of a celestial beast comparable to the Huagai stage. It is said that this celestial beast was a two-headed dragon with wings. And once this artifact is cultivated to a certain level, it can invoke the laws of the celestial beast's bones. This is a fragmentary axe, forged from a piece of shattered star divine gold." Nanhuiren appears to be quite familiar with the treasures of this third level, introducing them to Li Qiye as if recounting cherished heirlooms. Observing Nanhuiren and Apos' evident excitement while he elaborates on the treasures, Li Qiye glances at him and remarks, "It seems you are well acquainted with this place." In response to Li Qiye and Apos' inquiry, Nanhuiren awkwardly chuckles a few times and whispers, "Every time my master visited, I shamelessly accompanied him, hence I have garnered some knowledge. I have only ascended to the 4th level once, accompanied by my grandmaster." Nanhuiren, adept in social graces, stands in stark contrast to his master, Hufa, and as one of the 6 elders, Elder's son holds him in considerable esteem. "What treasures lie on the upper levels?" Li Qiye casually inquires. "The comprises 9 levels, yet I am only permitted to the 3rd level. I have merely ventured to the 4th level once. The finest treasures there are of noble rank. Beyond that, I am uncertain," Nanhuiren replies with a rueful shake of his head. "Are there any celestial emperor treasures on the 9th level?" Li Qiye asks. Throughout his lifetime, Emperor Mingren crafted more than a single celestial emperor treasure, and to my knowledge, he left behind several to safeguard the Qian ancient sect, Nanhuiren explains. At this juncture, he glances around cautiously and lowers his voice, saying, "It is said that our Qian ancient sect no longer possesses any celestial emperor treasures, let alone the true artifacts of the celestial emperor." "None at all?" Li Qiye inquires. Taken aback, for Emperor Mingren bequeathed more than one celestial emperor treasure, even if the descendants of the Qian ancient sect were ungrateful or wasteful. It seemed implausible that they could squander all such treasures. Nanhuiren shakes his head and replies softly, "I am not privy to the specifics. In fact, even my master is unaware. It is rumored that during the battle against the Holy Heaven sect 30,000 years ago, our Qian ancient sect not only lost dominion over our ancient kingdom, which had persisted for millions of years, but also the last of our celestial emperor treasures. In the final 3 days leading up to the ranking, I kindly request your support through voting. Thank you." Chapter 33, The Qi Min Daggers, Part 1. The Celestial Emperor and Apos, treasured artifacts are not merely extraordinary relics for all cultivators. They represent the pinnacle of power even for the imperial sect of the Immortals. The immortal Emperor Mingren established the Xiyang ancient sect, leaving behind these sacred artifacts to provide protection and stability. However, after countless millennia, the once mighty Xiyang ancient sect finds itself devoid of even a single celestial artifact. At this moment, Li Qiye comprehended that the decline of the Xiyang ancient sect was not without reason. The loss of imperial techniques, the disappearance of celestial artifacts, and the absence of a rejuvenating leader have led to its downfall, a fate that is indeed unjust. Brother, will you choose a longevity treasure, a precious artifact, or perhaps a true weapon? As Li Qiye fell into a reverie, Nan Huiran inquired. However, after perusing the stock of weapons on the third floor, Li Qiye shook his head. None of the artifacts caught his eye. Instead, he had his sights set on a longevity treasure. Nan Huiran was perplexed as to why Li Qiye dismissed the weapons here. Although the third floor housed no supreme treasures for disciples of the Xiyang ancient sect, they were still objects of great desire. Even Nan Huiran himself coveted several artifacts from the third floor, yet he lacked the merits to exchange for them. Seeing Li Qiye emerge empty-handed, the disciples who had previously mocked him were still present. One of them, unable to contain his envy, remarked, "Oh, our esteemed senior brother possesses such lofty standards that he finds the mere third floor beneath his notice." "Ah, you're mistaken. Our senior brother's gaze is fixed solely upon celestial artifacts. Ordinary treasures hold no value in his eyes," another disciple retorted sarcastically. "Yet, one should take a good look in the mirror. How could a mere waste of space like him even be considered for the third floor?" It is a generous concession from the elders. Their blatant derision only caused Nan Huiran to frown, while Li Qiye cast a casual glance at them and calmly stated, "It appears you harbor quite a discontent towards me." "Humph. A mere waste of space has no right to be the senior brother of the Xiyang ancient sect." One disciple scoffed. "Regrettably, I am still the senior brother," Li Qiye replied slowly. "Since you dare to challenge my authority, it would be remiss of me as the senior brother not to break your legs." Upon hearing Li Qiye and Empress's words, the disciples straightened their backs and sneered. "Oh, our senior brother is here to impart some wisdom. As junior disciples, we must learn from the senior brother's esteemed skills." Their laughter echoed through the hall, filled with disdain. In their eyes, Li Qiye, a mere mortal, was someone they could easily overpower with a single hand. "Huiran, expel them," Li Qiye commanded, not even sparing them a glance. While others may not understand Li Qiye, Nan Huiran certainly did. He was acutely aware of the fates that befell Du Yuanguang and Su Huan. At this moment, he felt a wave of apprehension for these disciples. If Li Qiye were to unleash his wrath, they would surely meet a gruesome end. Upon receiving Li Qiye's order, Nan Huiran exhaled in relief. Without a moment and Empress's hesitation, he approached the offending disciples, surveyed them with an unyielding gaze, and declared, to show disrespect to the senior brother, "I must enforce the order. Nan, you." Some disciples seethed with anger at Nan Huiran and Empress's show of authority. One disciple, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed, "Brother Nan, you are esteemed among the elders. Pledging loyalty to a waste is beneath you." Before he could finish, Nan Huiran struck him away with a swift motion. Though his talents were not the most exceptional within the Xiyang ancient sect, as a disciple of Emo Hufa, it was an effortless task for him to discipline these common disciples. "You speak too much. A loose tongue can invite dire consequences," Nan Huiran admonished, sending the disciple flying. He then gestured for the others. "You all should join him. I wouldn't want anyone to accuse me of bullying the weak." Startled and furious, the remaining disciples charged at him, but Nan Huiran showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching them with a few well-placed kicks. While his actions appeared severe, he had spared them their lives. A mere few bruises were nothing compared to the fate that awaited them at Li Qiye's hands. For Li Qiye, eliminating a handful of ordinary disciples would be as effortless as a meal. The fate of the likes of Du Yuanguang and Su Huan, both prominent talents, served as a stark reminder of Li Qiye's merciless nature. As Nan Huiran dealt with the disciples, their shouts faded into silence. "I desire those 2 Qi Min daggers," Li Qiye stated, addressing the guardian at the entrance. The 2 short blades grasped by the divine crow. The guardian furrowed his brow at Li Qiye's request. The statue of the divine crow had stood for countless ages, and those 2 rusted short blades had remained untouched for eons. "Indeed," Li Qiye replied leisurely, "I specialize in Qi Min dagger techniques, and I find those 2 blades quite suitable for my needs." His request bewildered not only the guardian but also the other disciples present, who regarded him as if he were a madman. The short blades, mere relics of rusted iron, paled in comparison to the treasures of the third floor, let alone those of the first floor. Choosing those worthless blades over the third floor and Apos' offering seemed ludicrous. One could only conclude he was either mad or utterly ignorant of value. At that moment, Nan Huiran, having just dealt with the ordinary disciples, felt a jolt of realization. Li Qiye's sudden selection of the rusted blades reminded him of an earlier encounter with an inconspicuous firewood stick during a visit to the ancestral hall. Back then, even the 6 elders dismissed it as a foolish choice, yet that seemingly worthless stick had proven devastatingly effective against Su Huan. Now, as Li Qiye demanded the 2 short blades, Nan Huiran understood that this was not a whimsical decision. Rather, it was a deliberate choice. Perhaps one that had been in his mind since entering the armory. Nan Huiran, you dare strike me. I will report you to the elders, one disciple shouted, anger and fear evident in his voice after being thrown out of the armory. Silence. I will strike you until you learn your lesson, Nan Huiran replied, unfazed by the threat. At this moment, Li Qiye spoke with a casual tone. However, Nan Huiran immediately discerned an underlying anger in his words, as he was adept at reading the emotions of others. The moment Li Qiye uttered those words, Nan Huiran recognized the hostility contained within. Offended, he did not hesitate to deliver several resounding slaps to the face of his disciple. This action was not merely to save the disciple's life. He understood that Li Qiye was testing him. After Li Qiye spoke, he disregarded Nan Huiran entirely and addressed the guardian present. Elders, I trust you will permit me to select a weapon. I believe these 2 short swords will suffice. The guardian regarded Li Qiye as though he were an oddity. No matter how one looked at him, he did not appear foolish, yet he was committing such an absurd act. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, the guardian nodded and replied, very well. After all, these were merely 2 mundane iron short swords, not particularly valuable treasures. With the elder and Apos' decree in hand, it was entirely reasonable for him to receive them. Li Qiye personally retrieved the 2 short swords, while the guardian recorded the transaction, internally questioning Li Qiye's sanity for opting for these common blades over a plethora of exquisite treasures available to him. Ultimately, Li Qiye secured the 2 mundane iron swords and exited the armory pavilion. As he departed, he cast a glance at the ordinary disciples who were lamenting from their punishment at the hands of Nan Huiran and remarked coolly, you ought to thank Huiran for saving your lives. Should you harbor any grievances against me, feel free to lodge a complaint with the elders. However, if I am compelled to intervene again, the outcome may not be as favorable. The exposure of his thoughts left Nan Huiran feeling somewhat embarrassed, eliciting a few awkward chuckles. Meanwhile, the beaten disciples shuddered at the sight of the 13-year-old boy before them, who, despite his youth, exuded an aura of menace that belied his age, sending chills down their spines. Without further acknowledgement, Li Qiye turned and departed from the armory pavilion, making his way back to the solitary peak. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Blades, Part 2. Upon returning to the solitary peak, Li Qiye cast a sidelong glance at Nan Huiran and tossed him 2 common iron short blades, leisurely proclaiming, since you wish to observe, do so with clarity. Caught off guard by Li Qiye's insight, Nan Huiran felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could not fathom why Li Qiye had chosen these 2 mundane blades. His curiosity about their peculiarities was palpable, yet he hesitated to voice it. At that moment, as Li Qiye handed the blades to him, Nan Huiran abandoned his reservations and scrutinized the short swords meticulously. However, no matter how intently he examined them, he could discern no remarkable attributes. The 2 mysterious blades were rusted and worn, seemingly crafted solely from ordinary iron, leaving Nan Huiran utterly perplexed. Why had his senior brother selected these blades? Nan Huiran was convinced that Li Qiye had been drawn to these blades upon entering the armory pavilion. Li Qiye chuckled softly and remarked, if you could see through them, they would not have remained there for so long. What treasures are these? Nan Huiran inquired earnestly, unable to grasp the blade's enigmatic nature. Not treasures at all, Li Qiye replied with a faint smile. Merely 2 short blades forged from common iron. In terms of materials, they wouldn't Apos to even fetch a few ounces of silver. Yet, Li Qiye and Apos' words only deepened Nan Huiran and Apos' confusion. If these blades were truly so insignificant, why had Li Qiye chosen them? However, Li Qiye interrupted Nan Huiran and Apos' ruminations, stating, severing the weapons of kings and the treasures of sages is as effortless as slicing through tofu. How can that be? Ninhuayren exclaimed in astonishment. Kings were figures of great stature, and sages were even more exalted. It was said that the ancient sect of Xiong had not produced such individuals in 30 millennia. In response to Ninhuayren's shock, Li Qiye simply smiled, gazing at him with measured calmness. You are astute and perceptive. Accompany me, and I shall not neglect your potential. The treasures of emperors and sages are trivial. As long as you apply yourself diligently, I will guide you to master the core techniques of the imperial arts. Hearing this, Ninhuayren felt a tremor of excitement within. Such promises were beyond what his master, or even his ancestral elders, could guarantee, particularly since the core techniques of the Xiong sect had become exceedingly rare. Thank you, senior brother, Ninhuayren said, bowing deeply in gratitude, to which Li Qiye accepted with equanimity. After Ninhuayren departed, Li Qiye picked up the two mysterious blades. The common iron short swords possessed no distinguishing features. As he gently caressed the dull, rusted edges, a sigh escaped his lips. Past events could not be revisited. Even an invincible being like the Celestial Emperor would ultimately face the passage of time. Mingren, whom he had nurtured, was a paragon of strength. Yet he too had vanished into the annals of time. As Li Qiye polished away the rust, the blades still appeared unremarkable, their only charm being their ancient simplicity. He delicately traced the edges, slowly absorbing the chilling aura they exuded. Indeed, as everyone had asserted, these two blades were forged from common iron, practically worthless in material terms. Yet, these blades bore an extraordinary legacy. They were once wielded by the young Celestial Emperor Mingren. While their material composition was negligible, their significance lay in their connection to Mingren, who had never discarded them, cherishing them throughout his ascension to greatness. In moments of reflection, he would often caress these blades that had accompanied him in his youth. The Celestial Emperor, a figure of monumental stature, bore destiny upon his shoulders, commanding the cosmos and reigning over realms. The vigor and spirit of his era imbued these blades with an essence that transcended their mundane origins. Though crafted from common iron, they were anything but ordinary, for they contained the imperial aura of the Celestial Emperor. The true value of these blades resided not in their physical form or materials, but in the imperial essence they harbored. The essence of an emperor is a formidable force, and while these blades could not be compared to the artifacts of celestial beings, they surpassed treasures of kings and sages by leaps and bounds. A mere flicker of imperial essence could obliterate all. As Li Qiye caressed the blades, he sensed the latent imperial essence within, the ferocity concealed within their form. Of course, fully attuning to this essence would require time and skill, but Li Qiye remained patient, savoring the gradual connection to the imperial spirit embedded in the blades. In this world, who could understand the essence of the Celestial Emperor better than Li Qiye himself? Having nurtured Mingren, he was most familiar with the profundities of his imperial essence. In the days that followed, Li Qiye progressed steadily, practicing the techniques of the moon wheel and the Kuanping transformations. Each day, he delved deeper into the imperial essence within the mysterious blades. Despite being the chief disciple of the Xiong sect, Li Qiye remained largely unnoticed, with few inquiring about his progress, save for Ninhuayren and his master. Within the sect, he had become almost invisible, as the elders and peers alike showed little interest in his endeavors. The only frequent visitor to the solitary peak was Ninhuayren, who made it a point to visit whenever he had the time. In truth, all that Li Qiye needed was provided by Ninhuayren, from basic necessities to essential items such as the Qiankuan bag. Once, Protector Emo had come to offer guidance on Li Qiye and Appo's cultivation. However, upon seeing that Li Qiye appeared self-assured and in control, he wisely refrained from imposing his instruction. Finally, after 3 months had passed, one day as Li Qiye was deep in contemplation, a sudden jolt coursed through him. In that instant, his destiny palace erupted with radiant light, and his eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. At that moment, a remarkable transformation occurred within his destiny palace. In the eastern quadrant, a spring of life began to flow abundantly, its waters cascading like a gentle stream. In the western quadrant, flames erupted skyward as the life furnace ignited, fueled by the legendary soul fire, seemingly capable of refining all things in the three realms. To the south, a colossal life tree radiated with brilliance, its branches swaying as if awakened from slumber, exuding boundless vigor, reminiscent of a slumbering dragon stirring to life, filled with immeasurable strength. In the northern realm, a sudden sound of Tao reverberated at that moment. The pillar of life seemed to connect heaven and earth in an instant. The patterns on the colossal pillar appeared to come alive, swirling endlessly. At this juncture, Li Qiye felt an unmistakable awakening within him, as if something within him had stirred. Upon introspection, he sensed that the true essence within his life palace had opened its eyes, akin to a slumbering infant beholding the world for the first time. Awakening. The second level of the Nok Palace realm, awakening. After 3 months of diligent effort, Li Qiye's true essence finally awakened. The runes of the Kunping's 6 transformations exuded boundless joy, morphing into a majestic Kunping, sometimes circling the true essence, at other times merging with it, and occasionally leaping into the air like a fish breaching the surface. Li Qiye felt elated, inhaling deeply, for his true essence had finally awakened. A process that took him 3 months. For others, taking 3 months to awaken their true essence might not be a cause for celebration, as such a duration could be deemed rather foolish. However, for Li Qiye, it was indeed a moment of joy. Every journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and the awakening of his true essence marked a splendid beginning. Following this awakening, Li Qiye's joy was fleeting. He did not pause in his cultivation but pressed forward to the next level. He was acutely aware that his innate talents were lacking, yet he believed that diligence could compensate for this. As long as his heart remained steadfast and he persevered, he would surely reach the pinnacle, fulfilling his destiny and sweeping through the 9 realms. The slow bird flies first, and diligence can make up for deficiencies. Having witnessed countless years and observed numerous powerful individuals with average talents who ultimately succeeded through unwavering determination and hard work, as well as the tragedies of many geniuses who fell, Li Qiye understood better than anyone that innate gifts do not determine everything. As long as one's resolve remains unshaken and one perseveres, there will come a day to smile last, a day to ascend to greatness. Chapter 35. The Divine Body of the Prison Town, Part 1, Blood Surge, the final level of the Palace Knocking Realm, also known as the 3rd tier. As its name suggests, blood surge signifies the vigorous flow of blood energy, akin to a roaring river. When the first drop of longevity blood is refined, this stage is deemed perfected. Among practitioners, there exists a saying, a robust body nourishes blood, blood sustains longevity, longevity nurtures life, and life shapes the body. The vitality of life, longevity, and physical constitution are interdependent. None can exist without the others. A strong constitution augments blood vitality, and abundant blood vitality extends lifespan. The longer the lifespan, the more potent one's fate becomes. A robust fate, in turn, can forge a stronger constitution. Moreover, the life palace governs the wheel of longevity. While the wheel of longevity cultivates longevity blood, strong longevity blood fortifies the constitution, which protects the life palace. Regardless of whether it is the life palace, the wheel of longevity, or the constitution, the essential link among the 3 is blood vitality. However, as one's cultivation deepens, ordinary blood vitality cannot sustain a formidable constitution. The wheel of longevity, or the life palace, thus necessitating the refinement of blood vitality into longevity blood. For any practitioner, longevity blood is invaluable. Each practitioner and oppos, as longevity blood is forged through repeated refinement, serving not only as the essence of blood vitality, but also as a vessel of profound cosmic mysteries. Among practitioners, a saying circulates, 10,000 drops of blood yield 1 drop of longevity. 1 drop of longevity endows a myriad of lives. Individuals interpret this phrase differently, yet many comprehend it as follows. A single drop of longevity blood is condensed from countless drops of blood vitality. Furthermore, a drop of longevity blood from an immortal emperor could grant a mortal a lifespan of 10,000 years. While no one has dared to test the veracity of such a claim, it suffices to illustrate the extraordinary value of immortal emperor longevity blood. For many practitioners, reaching the blood surge tier is not particularly challenging. An average practitioner may achieve this in 3 to 5 months. Blood surge is cultivated through the longevity method of blood refinement, and Li Qiye is no exception. Radiance emanated from the back of Li Qiye and Oppos' head as cycles of luminous longevity wheels incessantly revolved. At this moment, a vortex unexpectedly formed within his longevity will alongside the circulation of blood vitality, with the blood energy surging forth like a furious geyser. Li Qiye and Oppos' constitution and longevity wheel were of the mortal level, and his blood vitality was not particularly potent. However, at this moment, the strength of his blood vitality rivaled that of a practitioner with an innate constitution and longevity wheel. The blood vitality surged like a relentless river, completing its first circulation in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the blood energy flowed within the cycle with increasing speed and urgency. transforming into a colossal vortex within Li Qiye and Apos' entire being, resembling a blood moon rising and falling within him. This is the marvel of the moon vortex yang will technique. It is both wondrous and fearsome, compressing blood vitality into an immensely powerful current. Yet, the wonders of the moon vortex yang will technique extend far beyond this. As it propelled the blood vitality, the true essence within the life palace immediately responded. In that fleeting moment, Li Qiye's true essence seemed to awaken entirely. Akin to a whale voraciously consuming the swirling blood vitality, driven by the moon vortex yang will technique, the true essence and Apos' absorption of blood vitality was rapid. As if a great whale were swallowing the energy. In an instant, the true essence radiated brilliance, causing the symbols of the Kunping 6 transformations to spring to life. The true essence inhaled the blood vitality, only to expel it like a massive whale, while the foundational symbols of the Kunping 6 transformations ground the surging blood vitality, refining the essence that emerged from the true essence, as if to make the blood vitality even finer and more exquisite. After undergoing the refinement of the foundational symbols, the blood vitality became more delicate, richer, and more translucent, then flowed back into the longevity wheel. Meanwhile, the true essence's absorption of blood vitality grew stronger, and the foundational symbols of the Kunping 6 transformations thrived, with each symbol appearing as tangible as a living creature, resembling small Kunpings soaring around the true essence, almost as if they possessed flesh and blood. This entire process unfolded so naturally and harmoniously, with everything operating in a seamless flow. The moon vortex yang wheel technique is a formidable longevity method and an astonishing art that transforms blood vitality into a powerful engine, propelling the foundational symbols within the life palace to forge ahead. For countless millennia, how many aspirants from the Shiyuan ancient sect have endeavored to master the moon vortex yang wheel technique? Regrettably, it has always harbored flaws and remains imperfect. Li Qiye devoted numerous years and immense effort to mend those imperfections. Without support from others, he would have been unable to rectify the flaws in the moon vortex yang wheel technique. This technique embodies the collective effort of countless ancestral sages, including immortal emperors like Mingren and Tunderai, as well as the Black Dragon King. After a day and night of circulating blood vitality, Li Qiye felt a heavy sensation, as if something substantial had fallen into his longevity wheel. In that instant, he felt invigorated and at ease. A faint radiance enveloped him, and his longevity wheel shimmered with an even brighter hue. Upon introspection, he discovered an additional drop of longevity blood within his longevity wheel. This drop of longevity blood was resplendent, crimson as flames, a breathtaking masterpiece of the heavens. Undoubtedly, Li Qiye had transcended the blood surge tier and entered the expanding territory realm. The cultivation tiers, ranked from low to high, are palace knocking, expanding territory, nurturing body, opening palace, enhancing longevity, true essence, canopy, nirvana, celestial origin, and nurturing spirit. Awakening the true essence within 3 months and condensing longevity blood in a single night is a feat that would leave others incredulous. Yet, this is the astounding nature of the moon vortex yang wheel technique. A genius may complete the awakening of their true essence within a day. However, to condense the first drop of longevity blood typically takes at least 10 days, even for prodigies. Yet, Li Qiye accomplished this in just a day and a night. A truly astonishing feat. It is precisely due to the miraculous nature of the moon vortex yang wheel technique that countless geniuses from the Shiyuan ancient sect have attempted to master it over the millennia, only to ultimately meet their demise. The following day, upon encountering Li Qiye, Nanhuiren was taken aback and exclaimed, "Senior brother, you have reached the expanding territory realm? Just entered the expanding territory realm last night," Li Qiye replied nonchalantly, recounting the fact with an air of indifference. Had it been anyone else, they would have been immensely proud of condensing longevity blood in merely a day and a night, a testament to their extraordinary talent. However, Li Qiye understood that this achievement was solely due to the moon vortex yang wheel technique, and thus felt no pride in it. Hearing Li Qiye's words left Nanhuiren momentarily stunned. "Senior brother, I remember your true essence had not awakened just a few days ago." "It just awakened 2 days ago," Li Qiye replied with calm resolve. Your true essence took 3 months to awaken. Yet you condensed your first drop of longevity blood in just a day and a night." Upon realizing the situation, Nanhuiren stammered in disbelief. Li Qiye merely smiled at Nanhuiren and Apos' words. Once Huiran regained his composure, he exclaimed in awe, "The moon vortex yang-will technique is indeed a supreme marvel. No wonder countless geniuses from our Shiyuan ancient sect have pursued it relentlessly." At this point, Huiran lamented, "Yet, the flaws in the moon vortex yang-will technique are also fatal. For millions of years, countless geniuses from the Shiyuan ancient sect have sought to rectify its imperfections. But no one has ever succeeded. The moon swirl yang-will technique can be regarded as a marvel, and its creator undoubtedly stands as one of the most extraordinary geniuses of all time. However, its flaws are not easily rectified. Had it not been for Li Qiye transforming into the Shadow Crow, achieving immortality from the primeval era to the present, and persistently striving to amend this technique, enlisting the participation of invincible celestial emperors such as the Mingren Emperor, the Sun-Eating Emperor, and the Black Dragon King, it would have been impossible to perfect this skill. Ultimately, Huiran found himself confronted with a question and softly inquired, "What realm does my senior brother intend to reach before exchanging for a new longevity technique?" Huiran understood that the moon swirl yang-will technique could not be cultivated to its ultimate form, as its inherent deficiencies could not be compensated. For practitioners, whether longevity or life techniques, it is generally advisable to maintain a singular focus on one foundational technique throughout their journey for greater advancement. While it is possible to switch longevity or life techniques midway, such transitions can leave substantial risks along one and opposite path. If the day comes when longevity wanes and calamities arise, these risks could prove fatal. Nevertheless, for many practitioners, such choices are often beyond their control, as few are fortunate enough to access the finest techniques from the onset. This journey necessitates accumulation. If a practitioner dedicates their entire life to mastering only one foundational longevity or life technique, their destiny may be limited unless they possess a powerful ancient imperial technique. Conversely, some individuals elevate a lesser technique to its utmost potential, ultimately transcending into the ultimate mysteries, thus becoming legends who traverse the realms. It is evident that Li Qiye's cultivation of the moon swirl yang-will technique leads Huiran to believe that he must eventually switch his longevity technique. Otherwise, he risks being consumed by it. Thus, Huiran cautioned Li Qiye, "Senior brother, it would be wise to change the moon swirl yang-will technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, upon reaching advanced realms, if one becomes ensnared, extricating oneself from its grip on one's vital essence will become exceedingly difficult." Chapter 36, The Divine Body of the Prison Town, Part 2. This scenario has transpired countless times within the Shiyang ancient sect. Many prodigies initially harbored the intention of cultivating the moon whirlwind yang-will technique to rapidly ascend through the early realms, only to find themselves ensnared by its influence, unable to liberate themselves from its grasp. The unique method of circulating blood energy through the moon whirlwind yang wheel is unlike any other. Consequently, the Shiyang ancient sect later forbade its disciples, especially those of exceptional talent, from practicing this technique, issuing a strict decree against it. "I have my own plans." Li Qiye chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. He could not divulge the true secret. If discerning individuals were to learn that he possessed the flawless moon whirlwind yang-will technique, the ramifications would be unimaginable. Huiran understood that Li Qiye was neither ignorant nor arrogant, yet he could not fathom the source of Li Qiye and Empress's unwavering confidence. He had come primarily to deliver news about the arrival of the second senior brother. Li Qiye nodded, refraining from further inquiries. In truth, he had never been particularly concerned about the second senior brother, the disciple of the sect leader Zhou Yonghuang. After bidding farewell to Huiran, Li Qiye immersed himself once more in his cultivation, believing that diligence can compensate for shortcomings, and that the diligent bird takes flight first. Although he had already acquired unparalleled techniques such as the moon whirlwind yang wheel and the Kunping 6 transformations, he could not afford to be the slightest bit complacent. The realms of expansion consist of 3 levels, ascending from the lowest. First, the foundational technique. Second, the absorption of vital energy. And third, the expansion of territory. Upon the completion of the palace opening realm, it signifies that both the foundational techniques of the life wheel and the fate palace have been solidified. At this juncture, one may continue to choose other techniques for cultivation, whether they pertain to life, longevity, or even secret arts for vanquishing foes, as well as physical techniques. Subsequent techniques are cultivated based on the foundational techniques. Hence, the first level is referred to as the foundational technique. Currently, Li Qiye is honing his skills in the extraordinary art of the Qijian blade technique. He is in no rush to practice other techniques. His immediate focus must be on refining his physical constitution, strengthening himself. For a cultivator, the strength of the life wheel and fate palace is far from sufficient. A robust physical constitution is equally essential. While the life wheel and fate palace are innate and unalterable, the constitution can be transformed and enhanced through cultivation. Constitutions are not uniform. The weakest is termed the ordinary body, while the most exceptional is known as the celestial body. From inferior to superior, they are classified as follows: ordinary body, acquired body, innate body, sovereign body, sacred body, and celestial body. Regardless of whether one possesses an ordinary body, acquired body, or innate body, these can be inherent. However, the celestial body cannot be innate, as it represents the pinnacle of all constitutions. Thus, it is unheard of for anyone to be born with a celestial body. In terms of constitution, the innate body serves as a watershed. Once someone is born with an innate body, it signifies the potential to cultivate into a sovereign body, sacred body, or even a celestial body. When it comes to constitution, an innate body can ascend to a sovereign body, sacred body, and eventually a celestial body through cultivation. However, the acquired body cannot achieve this. For instance, Su Huan's golden eagle body is classified as an acquired body, a formidable variant within the acquired body series. Su Huan and Apos, golden eagle body can be refined into a heavenly eagle body or even a divine eagle body through powerful physical techniques. Although the ultimate manifestation of his constitution may not necessarily be weaker than a sovereign body, an acquired body can never attain the ultimate state of a celestial body. Transforming the golden eagle body into a heavenly eagle body is termed enhancement, while an innate body advancing to a sovereign body is referred to as promotion. Innate bodies and sacred bodies come with various limitations. For example, the golden savage bull body within the innate body can be cultivated into the overlord body of the sovereign body. However, it cannot evolve into any other constitution, even those of the same rank. One's inherent constitution dictates the type of constitution one can cultivate into. This cannot be altered by techniques or physical elixirs. Yet, nature is wondrously enigmatic. Regardless of whether one possesses a golden eagle body or a golden savage bull body, not even the most extraordinary cultivation can transcend their inherent limitations. However, there exists one particular constitution that can, and that is the often disparaged ordinary body. The ordinary body can be cultivated into a heavenly eagle body, a golden savage bull body, and even, legend has it, into the fabled celestial body. Prior to cultivation, the ordinary body is unrestricted. Thus, when cultivating physical constitution, there are no limitations on the selection of physical techniques. In contrast, an acquired body inclined toward fire must practice fire-based techniques. If one were to choose water-based techniques, it would result in catastrophic flaws in their constitution. The ordinary body is not bound by such requirements. Prior to cultivation, anyone can select any physical technique. Of course, transforming an ordinary body into an acquired body or innate body is no simple feat. First, one must possess a sufficiently powerful technique. Second, unwavering perseverance is essential, requiring tenfold the effort of others. Third, an abundance of physical elixirs is necessary, with higher quality elixirs being preferable. Transforming an ordinary body into an innate body is an exceedingly arduous endeavor, demanding countless efforts and dedication. Individuals like Li Qiye, with an ordinary body and life, are likely to find few willing to invest effort in them. Such talent is often deemed a waste, whether in imparting physical techniques or refining with elixirs. Li Qiye is acutely aware of the formidable challenge in transforming an ordinary body into another constitution. However, his resolve remains unshaken. He possesses the body scripture, one of the 9 celestial scriptures coveted even by celestial emperors throughout the ages. Moreover, Li Qiye and Apos' determination is as unyielding as iron. If others have succeeded, he too can achieve success. The Mingren celestial emperor of the Xiang ancient sect was often regarded as a natural celestial body by many descendants. Li Qiye is well aware that such claims are utterly fallacious. The Mingren celestial emperor was nurtured by him, a fact he understands thoroughly. The Mingren celestial emperor, who possessed the daylight body, was neither an innate body nor a sovereign or sacred body. He was an ordinary body. This truth may be difficult for the Xiang ancient sect to accept, but it remains a fact. In his youth, the Mingren celestial emperor was indeed an ordinary body. In contrast, Li Qiye, transformed into the shadowy crow, wields the body scripture, one of the 9 celestial texts. He imparted the and amp, apos, yang and amp, apos, character from this scripture, ultimately leading the Mingren celestial emperor to cultivate into the daylight body, one of the 12 celestial bodies. Today, the secrets of the body scripture unfurl within Li Qiye and apos' mind. The profound mysteries contained within it surpass the understanding of anyone throughout the ages. The body scripture has enabled him to create countless legends. From the ancient times to the present, he has delved into the body scripture, especially during the era of the Black Dragon King, when he meticulously studied the scripture until he comprehended its depths. Only when he encountered issues with his state did he instruct the Black Dragon King to erase all mysteries related to the body scripture from his mind. The original body scripture consisted solely of 6 characters, which emerged from the primordial chaos. Through countless years of contemplation, Li Qiye ultimately unraveled all mysteries within this scripture. The 6 characters of the body scripture are yin, yang, hardness, softness, clarity, and turbidity. Though the body scripture consists of merely 6 characters, it encapsulates the ultimate essence of all beings and apos, constitutions. In a distant epoch, there existed the concept of the 12 immortal bodies. In truth, throughout the ages, few have known that the notion of the 12 immortal bodies originated from the Book of Body. The 6 characters within this tome, when cultivated to their utmost potential, would yield 2 distinct immortal forms for each character. However, an individual could only master one of these forms. For instance, the immortal Emperor Mingren was once imparted the character Yang by Li Qiye. The pinnacle of this character gave rise to 2 immortal bodies, the day body and the solar body. Ultimately, the immortal Emperor Mingren cultivated the day body, one of the 12 immortal bodies, embodying the profound essence of the day body. Through generations of exploration and countless epochs of contemplation, Li Qiye discerned that the Book of Body could cultivate any physical constitution. Yet, the ultimate and most formidable were the 12 immortal bodies. In times past, Li Qiye had bestowed the character Yang upon the immortal Emperor Mingren, and now, he had grasped the ultimate profundity of the 6 characters. However, this time, Li Qiye chose not to cultivate Yang, but rather the character Han. He had firmly set his sights on his goal, aspiring to cultivate Han to its utmost perfection. His ambition was to forge one of the 12 immortal bodies, the divine body of suppressing the abyss. Li Qiye understood that achieving the complete mastery of the divine body of suppressing the abyss would be an arduous journey. As any immortal body among the 12 could not be cultivated overnight, it would take no less than several hundred years, and potentially thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Nevertheless, with a heart as steadfast as iron, Li Qiye, despite being of ordinary constitution, remained confident that through perseverance, he would one day attain the divine body of suppressing the abyss. The mysteries of the Book of Body unfurled within Li Qiye and apos' mind, and the essence of the character Han, akin to a river, surged into his life palace. At that moment, Li Qiye's true life force pulsated with vitality, absorbing the essence of the character Han. Through the refinement of his true life, the mysteries of Han were seamlessly woven into his vital energy. Suddenly, Li Qiye felt a tremor throughout his body. In an instant, it seemed as if everything had slowed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 37, The Silence of the Butcher, Part 1. The Wheel of Life turned, resonating with the roar of blood. The moon swirl sun wheel technique is undoubtedly a rare and extraordinary skill, its essence swirling with potent life force. However, at this moment, as the runes of the character Han melded with Li Qiye's blood energy, it became heavy, akin to 1,000 pounds of force, causing the once surging vitality to slow. Yet, the marvel of the moon swirl sun wheel was far from negligible, influenced by the profound meaning of Han. The blood energy, though momentarily subdued, soon surged again like a powerful engine, propelling the wheel of life with a thunderous roar that reverberated through heaven and earth. In this instance, the blood energy, infused with the essence of Han, weighed heavily upon Li Qiye, yet under the exhilarating impetus of the moon swirl sun wheel, it surged forth like a rampaging dragon, fierce and unstoppable. This unbridled vitality tore through Li Qiye and apos' meridians, shattered his bones, and devastated his vital points, obliterating his very physical constitution in an instant. The overwhelming force of the blood energy caused Li Qiye to spurt forth a mouthful of blood, the agony overwhelming him, and in that fleeting moment, cracks began to appear all over his body, as if he were a shattered porcelain vase. The profundity of the Han character's essence was indeed more formidable than the world could fathom. Once the blood energy fused with this essence, it became extraordinarily dense and powerful. Under the reckless drive of the moon swirl sunwheel technique, this life force wielded the power to obliterate anything in its path, threatening to dismantle Li Qiye and Appos' very being in the blink of an eye. In an instant, his body was fragmented, his mortal form utterly unable to withstand such divine might. However, the essence of Hun was not solely intended to annihilate Li Qiye. If the essence of the body scripture were to conclude at this point, it would not be the supreme heavenly text that countless individuals have coveted throughout the ages, even drawing the attention of immortal emperors. Though Li Qiye and Appos' body was being ravaged by the destructive blood energy, reducing his sinews and vital points to ruin, amidst this devastation, the sounds of the great Tao resonated, and boundless profundities circulated within his life palace. His true life essence exhaled an endless stream of runes, invigorating his very being in a heartbeat. At this moment, within the life palace, under the influence of the Hun essence, a fountain of life surged forth, its waters cascading like a mighty torrent. In the blink of an eye, the furnace of life erupted with a soul fire that blazed as if igniting the heavens. The branches and leaves of the tree of life unfurled, showering the world with radiant vitality, and as the leaves fell, the very roots of the tree anchored deep within Li Qiye's life palace, binding his shattered form. The pillars of life connected heaven and earth, their intricate patterns, under the influence of the Hun essence, ceaselessly revolving, reaching into the celestial realms and probing the depths of the abyss. At this moment, the waters of life, the soul fire, the leaves, and the pillars, under the refinement of the Hun essence, coalesced into a murky chaos, enveloping Li Qiye and locking away his fragmented body. For a time, Li Qiye's internal blood energy felt as heavy as mountains, while externally, chaos sealed him in, as if he were encased in clay, suffering from both inside and out. The entire ordeal was excruciating. Yet, no matter how unbearable the pain, Li Qiye endured. In this state, the blood energy, infused with the essence of Hun, continuously tempered his body, while the chaos prevented his shattered form from disintegrating completely. The blood energy relentlessly battered Li Qiye and Appos' body, while the essence of Hun repeatedly ground away at his being. This process resembled a colossal hammer, smashing his form again and again. Yet the runic blood energy fused into his broken body, as the waters, soul fire, leaves, and pillars of life transformed the chaos into a reconstruction of Li Qiye and Appos' fragmented self. Had an outsider witnessed this scene, they would have been astounded. The fountain of life, the tree of life, the furnace of life, and the pillars of life. These four entities are revered as the four symbols of the life palace. Throughout the ages, countless sages have pondered the ultimate profundity of the four symbols, yet it is said that only an immortal emperor could comprehend their ultimate essence. And never has it been heard of anyone else grasping such profound truths. Yet today, a 13-year-old youth communicates with the four symbols of the life palace. An extraordinary feat indeed. In truth, throughout the eons, no one has traversed this path as far as Li Qiye has, not even the immortal emperors. He has devoted countless years to studying the body scripture, and is there anyone else who can grasp its profundities as he does? After countless trials and tribulations, and an unknown duration of torment, the pain rendered Li Qiye numb. The outcome was within his control, entering the ancient sect, choosing the moon swirl sunwheel technique, and practicing the body scripture, all part of his meticulous plan. Although he could cultivate the body scripture without the moon swirl sunwheel technique, only this technique could so recklessly drive the blood energy infused with the essence of Hun. He chose to cultivate the suppression of the abyss divine body, requiring the moon swirl sunwheel technique to drive his blood energy, which weighed heavier than mountains, not only to shatter his body completely, but to remold it anew. Time passed, and Li Qiye felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. The remolding was finally complete, his shattered form rejoined. After an indeterminate duration, he felt a profound sense of relief. The pain dissipated, and when Li Qiye opened his eyes once more, he found himself wholly intact. This sight would surely be hard for anyone to believe. Moments ago, his body had been in ruins, yet now he stood unscathed, a truly incredible transformation. The techniques of the body vary in their levels. Each method of body transformation is distinct. Yet none can match the body scripture in its thoroughness of complete disintegration and remolding. The entire process was wholly miraculous. As Li Qiye rose to his feet, a mere thought caused the stones beneath him to crack with a sound, fissures appearing in the pavement. He had not redirected his blood energy or employed any technique. It was merely the power of his physical movement that shattered the stones beneath him, and this was only the initial stage of his suppression of the abyss divine body. The character Hun, one of the 6 characters of the body scripture, when mastered in body techniques, leads to 2 celestial bodies, the suppression of the abyss divine body and the sky-shattering axe body, although both are supreme manifestations of the Hun essence. The suppression of the abyss divine body is immensely heavy. Once perfected into the legendary suppression of the abyss divine body, it possesses the ability to crush all. Its weight alone capable of shattering stars and earth. There is a saying, the suppression of the abyss divine body is immeasurably heavy, with a mere step. It can trample gods and demons. One can only imagine the sheer weight of the suppression of the abyss divine body. Conversely, the sky-shattering axe body embodies boundless strength. Once cultivated, tearing apart the heavens and engaging in combat with true dragons becomes an effortless task. Li Qiye resided upon a solitary peak, diligently refining his techniques. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. The moon whirlpool will technique was indeed extraordinary, propelling a remarkably heavy vitality that enabled Li Qiye to transcend 2 realms, the absorption of essence and the expansion of territory within that short span. Beyond the realm of territory expansion, there lay 2 additional levels, the absorption of essence and the broadening of one's domain. Within Li Qiye's cultivation, these 2 levels posed no challenge whatsoever. As he absorbed the essence, the moon whirlpool wheel set the life wheel into a frenetic spin. The weighty vitality surged forth like a roaring torrent, transforming into a colossal vortex, with the blood moon swirling within. This immense vortex of vitality voraciously drew in the essence of heaven and earth, and it was not solely the moon whirlpool wheel at work. The Kunpeng's 6 transformations also played a vital role. The Kunpeng's 6 transformations had already established a foundational path within the life palace, and this foundation resembled the Kunpeng, the largest creature in existence. When it opened its maw to consume the essence of heaven and earth, it could only be described as a gluttonous feast. In an instant, Li Qiye could devour all the essence of heaven and earth surrounding the solitary peak. Fortunately, this area was devoid of other individuals. Otherwise, they would surely be astounded by such a spectacle. The absorbed essence was integrated into his true fate. The more essence he consumed, the more formidable his true fate became. As his true fate grew stronger, so too did the foundation of his path, elevating his cultivation. Once his true fate had absorbed sufficient essence, it radiated brilliance, wielding immense power to tear apart the surrounding dense mists. This was the true fate's endeavor to expand its territory, to rend the fog and transform the vastness into its domain, a process known as territory expansion. Within a month, Li Qiye had astonishingly broken through the levels of essence absorption and territory expansion, leaving Nanhuiren utterly astounded. To achieve the realm of essence within such a brief period was nothing short of remarkable. Nanhuiren could not help but feel envious. Such a pace of cultivation could rival that of a genius. Unbeknownst to Nanhuiren, had it not been for Li Qiye's cultivation of the prison suppression divine body, which bore a vitality as heavy as 1,000 mountains, the speed at which the moon whirlpool will propelled his vitality would have been even more astonishing. Chapter 38, The Silent Butcher, Part 2. Despite his envy, Nanhuiren did not wish to become a victim of the moon's spiral sun will technique. It was well known that once one delved into this method, escaping its grasp became nearly impossible, ultimately rendering one useless. In response to Nanhuiren's astonishment, Li Qiye merely smiled and said nothing further. The next day, Li Qiye rose early as usual to practice his cultivation. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find someone standing silently outside. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, was clad in a simple garment, his face gaunt and beardless, with bright, piercing eyes. Despite his advanced age, he stood upright with remarkable vitality. "Good morning, senior brother," the old man said, bowing respectfully upon seeing Li Qiye. Li Qiye was momentarily speechless. Usually composed, he was momentarily frozen in disbelief. While it was reasonable for Nanhuiren to address him as senior brother, it was perplexing for a man of such age to refer to a boy of merely 13 or 14 as such. After a brief pause, Li Qiye regained his composure and replied, "Elder, you must be mistaken. I am not your senior brother." The old man glanced around before fixing his gaze on Li Qiye. "This is goofing, is it not?" "Indeed," Li Qiye responded honestly. Had it not been for the old man's remarkable vitality, he might have suspected he was dealing with a madman. "You are Li Qiye, the chief disciple of our Shiyuan sect," the old man continued. Faced with such a statement, Li Qiye could only comply. Yes, that is correct. I am Li Qiye. The old man smiled warmly and nodded earnestly. Then there is no mistake. Since this is goofing, and you are the chief disciple, you must indeed be my senior brother. Li Qiye was rendered speechless once more. He was now certain that the man was not mistaken. Yet the notion of a man in his 60s calling him senior brother felt utterly disconcerting. Apologies for my tardiness. Just then, Nan Huiran rushed in, panting slightly. Upon witnessing Li Qiye and the old man frozen at the door, he chuckled awkwardly before introducing them. Senior brother, this is our second senior brother. Second senior brother. This is, I know, he is the senior brother, the old man interjected confidently, cutting Nan Huiran off. Li Qiye stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. The old man smiled benevolently and introduced himself. Senior brother, my name is Tu Buyu, the second disciple under our master. You are the chief disciple of our Shi Yuan sect and the senior brother to all third-generation disciples. Tu Buyu's affable demeanor sent shivers down Li Qiye's spine. He wanted to exclaim, Good sir, I am but 13 or 14 years old. Do not feign youthfulness before me. After some difficulty, Li Qiye managed to invite his senior brother Tu Buyu inside. He then pulled Nan Huiran aside, eyeing him intently. What is going on here? How did a man in his 60s emerge as my junior brother? Nan Huiran struggled to articulate a response, finally saying, Senior brother, I did mention to you that the second senior brother would be returning soon. Li Qiye recalled that Nan Huiran had indeed mentioned this, but at the time, he had assumed that the master as second disciple would be merely in his 20s or 30s, perhaps in his 40s at most. Yet here stood a man who appeared to be in his 60s, and it left him quite perplexed. Senior brother, he is truly the second disciple of our master. Tu Buyu, Nan Huiran affirmed. In fact, there is only Tu Buyu as the disciple under our master. Li Qiye found himself speechless. He had yet to meet their master, Su Yong Wang, and now a senior brother who was 60 had unexpectedly appeared. Yet, this was reality, and he could not deny Tu Buyu as his junior brother. As the chief disciple, he must be addressed as senior brother by all disciples, regardless of their age. Are there any other disciples of such age in our Shi Yuan sect? Li Qiye inquired, glancing at Nan Huiran. The thought of being surrounded by elder disciples calling him senior brother was almost unbearable. Just him. Nan Huiran replied with a nervous chuckle. Hearing this, Li Qiye sighed with relief and approached Tu Buyu, asking, When did you return, and has the master arrived? In response to senior brother, I returned alone and just arrived today, Tu Buyu said earnestly, his warm smile unwavering. Li Qiye interrupted, Junior brother, at your advanced age. Such humility is quite distressing for me. In response to senior brother, I am 1,675 years old, Tu Buyu stated sincerely, still smiling. With a resounding thud, Li Qiye nearly lost his balance, nearly stumbling to the ground. Nan Huiran, too, was caught off guard. Could you repeat that? Li Qiye gasped, nearly choking on his own disbelief. A man over a millennium old was calling him senior brother while he appeared to be merely 13. Was there truly such an old junior brother? I am 1,675 years old, Tu Buyu reiterated, his tone still earnest and kind. Upon hearing this, Li Qiye shot a bewildered glance at Nan Huiran, who looked equally innocent, having believed Tu Buyu was merely in his 60s. Senior brother, are you all right? Would you like a glass of water? Tu Buyu inquired, noticing Li Qiye's astonished expression. Regaining his composure, Li Qiye interrupted Tu Buyu, exclaiming, Good sir, please refrain from calling me junior brother. If you continue, I shall be covered in goosebumps. I am but 13, while you are over 1,000 years old. Calling me junior brother will only age me further, and that is the crux of the matter. You are purposely trying to appear youthful before me. I am 13, and you are over 1,000. Do you wish to make me feel ancient? Am I truly that old? Huiran, do I seem that old? Li Qiye's frustration was palpable, causing Nan Huiran to burst into laughter. It was the first time he had witnessed Li Qiye, usually so composed, in such a state of exasperation. Yet, under Li Qiye and Apos' intense gaze, Nan Huiran struggled to suppress his laughter, finding it amusing that he had just learned of Tu Buyu and Apos' true age. Since it is your command, senior brother, no, I shall heed your wishes. Tu Buyu replied, remaining cheerful and accommodating. Li Qiye was quite pleased with Tu Buyu and Apos' willingness to adapt, nodding in approval. Your decision is wise and commendable, junior brother. Tu Buyu smiled in response, saying, In terms of wisdom and valor, I cannot compare to my senior brother. The words of Tu Buyu rendered Nan Huiran speechless. He prided himself on being adept at discerning people and Apos' thoughts, yet he had not anticipated that Tu Buyu could flatter even more skillfully than himself. It appeared that he had encountered a rival. Li Qiye chuckled. He certainly did not take it to heart. Tu Buyu was indeed an intriguing individual, one who had lived for over a millennium and could still address a mere 13 or 14-year-old as senior brother. Such a person was either exceedingly cunning or exceptionally interesting. Regardless, the true nature of such a character could not escape Li Qiye's discerning gaze. He had encountered countless individuals, and few could evade the scrutiny of his keen insight. Otherwise, he would not have cultivated an unparalleled being like the immortal Emperor Mingren. Li Qiye and Tu Buyu exchanged only a few hurried words before bidding him farewell. In truth, he was indifferent to Tu Buyu and Appos, as intentions for returning and had no desire to inquire further. These matters held little significance for him. His sole objective was to strengthen himself and to reconstruct the Shiyong ancient sect. Anyone who obstructed his path would meet with ruthless consequences. If Tu Buyu's emergence as a junior brother left Li Qiye both speechless and amused, the news brought by Nan Huiran the following day took him by surprise. On the second day, Nan Huiran, accompanied by his master, Emo Hufa, visited the solitary peak to deliver a message. Princess Li Shuangyan of the Nine Holy Demon Gate would arrive at the Shiyong ancient sect the following day. As the one responsible for the union between the two sects, Emo Hufa had been overseeing this matter, and the Nine Holy Demon Gate had sent word of Princess Li Shuangyan's visit directly to him. It was well that she would come. Clarity was preferable, but if not, it mattered little. Li Qiye was indeed surprised. He had assumed the Nine Holy Demon Gate would hesitate for a decade or so, yet here they were. Less than a year later, with Li Shuangyan coming to the Shiyong ancient sect. Of course, had the Nine Holy Demon Gate truly intended to wait a decade, they would have forfeited their relevance. By that time, he would have already amassed sufficient strength, rendering their support unnecessary. What he required were allies who provided timely assistance, rather than those who merely adorned his triumphs. Emo Hufa was reluctant to inquire directly of Li Qiye, so he signaled to Nan Huiran, who, under his master and Appos, as command, had no choice but to muster the courage to ask, "Senior brother, what if Princess Li were willing to stay at the Shiyong ancient sect? Would you truly allow her to serve as a sword attendant?" Chapter 39. The Princess Arrives, Part 1. In response to Nan Huiran and Appos' words, Li Qiye nonchalantly remarked, "Of course. Once spoken, there is no need for alteration." Nan Huiran exchanged a glance with Master Emo, his speech faltering as he stammered, But she is the heir of the Nine Sacred Demon Sect, the princess of the ancient Nyojian Kingdom. And so what? Li Qiye replied, his demeanor serene and unperturbed, as if the matter Nan Huiran spoke of held no significance. As for Nan Huiran and Master Emo, they were left at a loss for words. Such a casual dismissal required an audacious attitude and an extraordinary confidence. Li Shuangyan, the heir of the Nine Sacred Demon Sect, the princess of the ancient Nyojian Kingdom, one of the most talented figures of the age, with royal blood and a sacred destiny. What remarkable gifts she possessed. In terms of talent and beauty, Li Shuangyan's attributes were unparalleled in the central domain, and even across the entire realm of humanity. Throughout the central domain, the suitors vying for her hand could stretch from the eastern to the southern regions of the ancient Nyojian Kingdom. Yet, this extraordinary woman was regarded by Li Qiye merely as a sword attendant at his side. Should all the young elites discover this, it would surely incite a wave of envy and fury, with countless men desiring to eliminate Li Qiye. Ultimately, Nan Huiran and Master Emo were rendered speechless. They had witnessed Li Qiye and Appos' arrogance and confidence before, and could only sigh softly, relieved that they had not reported such matters to the 6 elders, lest they be left dumbfounded. Do the elders know? Li Qiye inquired of Nan Huiran. Master Emo shook his head, replying, "Not yet. I was to inform you first before reporting to the elders. Now, we have chosen to side with you over the 6 elders." This decision seemed utterly astonishing to outsiders. However, Master Emo had come to understand. Then report to the elders. Li Qiye nodded, showing little concern. Such matters were trivial in his countless years of existence. Though the world revered the 9 Sacred Demon Sect and Li Shuangyan, to Li Qiye, they held little significance. Li Shuangyan, while exceptional, could hardly compare to the ice feather immortal emperor of Ur. Upon leaving the solitary peak, Master Emo promptly conveyed the news to the Grand Elder. Upon hearing it, Elder Gu, the Grand Elder, was unable to remain seated. What? The princess is coming? His reaction was markedly more intense than Li Qiye and Appos' nonchalance. He sprang to his feet, visibly excited. After confirming with Master Mo, the Grand Elder began pacing the room, clearly overwhelmed with anticipation. This disparity made Master Mo inwardly sigh. While Li Qiye took the news lightly, the Grand Elder regarded it with utmost seriousness, clearly valuing the alliance with the 9 sacred demon sect. Eventually calming himself, the Grand Elder commanded, "Relay to Li Qiye that he must prepare to welcome Princess Li in the finest manner possible." "Understood," Master Mo replied, refraining from mentioning that he had already informed Li Qiye. "Send my orders to all elders and protectors, as well as every disciple within the sect, to greet Princess Li with the most grandiose ceremony. During this time, no mistakes must occur. Understood?" The Grand Elder said sternly. Master Mo acknowledged the command without further comment. Indeed, it was reasonable for the Xiyang ancient sect to value its relationship with the 9 sacred demon sect. Previously, he would have shared the same perspective. However, influenced by Li Qiye recently, Master Mo's views had shifted. As Li Qiye rightly observed, relying on the 9 sacred demon sect was not a sustainable strategy. Only by strengthening oneself could one secure a future. Of course, Master Mo also recognized that the Xiyang ancient sect currently lacked the capable leadership needed to revive itself. "Is the princess's visit an opportunity for a union between our sect and hers?" After issuing his commands, the Grand Elder could not help but inquire. He understood that the Xiyang ancient sect had weakened significantly. With the dawn of a new era, survival necessitated the protection of a formidable entity like the 9 sacred demon sect. Thus, he placed immense importance on this potential union. If it were to materialize, it would offer the Xiyang ancient sect additional security. That, I am uncertain how to articulate, Master Mo confessed. In truth, he had heard whispers from the elders of the 9 sacred demon sect. Had Li Qiye remained with them, his relationship with Princess Li would have been a foregone conclusion. Only the princess and the Lunri demon emperor were likely privy to the full extent of the situation, so Master Mo could only convey this much. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and spoke earnestly to Master Mo. "Relay to Li Qiye that during Princess Li's stay in our sect, he must ensure her utmost comfort and delight. If the opportunity arises, he should propose to her. Should he succeed in marrying her, the sect will reward him handsomely." The Grand Elder and Empress' directive left Master Mo momentarily speechless. In reality, Li Qiye had no intention of marrying Li Shuangyan. Even if she were willing, she could only serve as his sword attendant. Naturally, he could not disclose this sentiment to the Grand Elder. Had the Elder known Li Qiye's true thoughts, it would surely drive him to madness. Understood, Master Mo ultimately acquiesced. He would convey the Grand Elder's instructions to Li Qiye, but he knew well that Li Qiye would likely dismiss them with a laugh. Overnight, the news of Li Shuangyan's impending visit spread throughout the Xiyang ancient sect, igniting an unprecedented wave of excitement among its members. Particularly for the younger male disciples, this news was exhilarating. The princess of the ancient Nojong kingdom, the heir of the 9 sacred demon sect, a paragon of talent and beauty, many had never seen her visage, yet all had heard her illustrious name. Within the sect, the number of young male disciples smitten with Li Shuangyan was incalculable. In their eyes, she was a goddess of unattainable beauty. Upon hearing of her arrival, the male disciples erupted with fervor, with one senior brother exclaiming, "Li Fairy, truly, she is the unrivaled beauty of the central domain. 5 years ago, I briefly visited the ancient Nojong kingdom and caught a fleeting glimpse of her. She is the most exquisite woman I have ever seen. The arrival of the princess might present an opportunity for her favor." Another younger disciple dreamily mused, "In terms of talent and looks, I am also well regarded within the Xiyang ancient sect. If I could capture the princess and Empress' attention, my future would be assured, and I could rise to lead the sect without question." Excitement swept through the ranks of male disciples, many of whom took great care in their appearances. Particularly the more distinguished disciples adorned themselves in fine garments and precious accessories, hoping to catch a glance from the princess. On the following day, all disciples gathered outside the Dao platform, with the 6 elders in attendance. In addition to the elders, other protectors and hall masters present made this a grand occasion. Every disciple at this gathering arrived in splendid attire. Even the female disciples adorned themselves with vibrant decorations. Certainly, those who stand upon the Dao platform are the esteemed members of the Xiyang ancient sect. However, beyond the higher echelons, there are 2 individuals deemed worthy to stand upon the platform, prepared to personally welcome Li Shuangyan. One of these individuals is none other than Li Qiye, a prominent figure of the day, and the other is He Ingjian, celebrated as the prodigy of the Xiyang ancient sect. He Ingjian, in his 20s, possesses a strikingly handsome visage and a charismatic presence, exuding an air of confidence that indeed reflects his extraordinary talent. As the cherished disciple of the second elder, Chao Xiong, he is recognized as the most gifted among the disciples of the third generation of the Xiong ancient sect, his reputation well-deserved. Having devoted 20 years under Chao Xiong and Empress' tutelage, he has ascended to the Huagai realm at a remarkably young age, marking him as a true genius within the declining Xiong ancient sect. In years past, the second elder Chao Xiong harbored ambitions of seizing the position of sect leader, yet his aspirations were thwarted by the emergence of Su Yonghuang, leaving him bereft of opportunity. This matter has lingered in Chao Xiong's heart, a source of enduring regret. Presently, with Su Yonghuang's lineage extinguished, Chao Xiong is fervently nurturing He Yingjian, aspiring for him to ascend to the coveted position of sect leader. Despite his continual efforts to have He Yingjian recognized as the chief disciple, his endeavors met with rejection from Su Yonghuang and lack of support from the elder, thus becoming another grievance etched in his heart. Though Li Qiye now holds the title of chief disciple, Chao Xiong regards him as a mere mortal, unworthy of contention for the leadership position against his disciple, He Yingjian. Thus, as Li Shuangyin arrives at the Xiong ancient sect, Chao Xiong has expressly instructed his disciple, He Yingjian, to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he can garner Li Shuangyin and Empress' favor, the ascension to the position of sect leader would be well within reach, and at that juncture, neither the elder nor Su Yonghuang could impede his path. Consequently, He Yingjian has adorned himself with utmost care today, donning a magnificent robe that radiates ethereal light, accompanied by a pair of celestial boots that seem to float upon clouds. An ornate treasure belt encircles his waist, subtly resonating with the sounds of the Tao, while an array of other artifacts hang from him, exuding a formidable aura. Chapter 40. The Princess Arrives, Part 2. It appeared as though he was eager to display all his most formidable treasures, as if he feared others might not recognize him as the foremost genius of the Xiong ancient sect, not only endowed with immense power, but also possessing a plethora of powerful artifacts. In truth, he was not the only disciple adorned in such finery. Many others seemed equally intent on showcasing their possessions, as if anxious that their wealth and treasures might go unnoticed. Li Qiye, one of the protagonists of the day, observed this spectacle and could not help but shake his head, turning to the nearby Protector Imo and quipping, "Is this a circus? Everyone is dressed to the nines." Nan Huiran had not yet earned the right to stand among the foremost welcoming party. Only Protector Imo remained by Li Qiye's side. Upon hearing Li Qiye's remark, the usually taciturn Imo could only manage a dry chuckle. "Be serious," came the cold admonition from He Yingjian, who turned to address Li Qiye. "Princess Li is a distinguished guest of our Xiong ancient sect and must be received with the utmost decorum to avoid tarnishing our reputation." He cast a disdainful glance at Li Qiye as he spoke. At that moment, Li Qiye stood in simple garments, unadorned and humble, appearing entirely like an ordinary mortal. Initially, He Yingjian had stood in the same line as Li Qiye, but he soon deemed it beneath him to associate with such Empress, and moved forward. "The arrival of Her Highness the Princess is a great honor," one male disciple murmured excitedly, unable to contain his enthusiasm. He Yingjian paid no heed to such disciples, dismissing them as ordinary practitioners who dared to aspire for the princess's favor, an ambition akin to a toad desiring to eat swan meat. As for Li Qiye, in He Yingjian's eyes, he was a mere fool unworthy of such thoughts. Contemplating this, He Yingjian shot another scornful look at Li Qiye. Though the Xiong ancient sect had a long-standing agreement with the Nine Holy Demon sect, which theoretically allowed Li Qiye, as the chief disciple, to marry Li Shuangyin, He Yingjian dismissed this ancient pact entirely. To him, Li Qiye was no match for his prowess, and he believed that even with the agreement, Li Shuangyin would never deign to look at such and fool, and in He Yingjian and Empress's mind. As long as he had the chance to approach Li Shuangyin, he could surely win her favor. He held an unwavering confidence in his abilities, believing he was truly the finest talent of the Xiong ancient sect, not merely a figure of empty renown. Before Li Shuangyin and Empress's arrival, whispers circulated among the younger male disciples within the sect. One disciple inquired, "What brings the princess to our Xiong ancient sect this time?" "It is said that our chief disciple has a betrothal agreement with the heir of the Nine Holy Demon sect," an older disciple remarked thoughtfully. "Betrothal?" Upon hearing this, Another disciple cast a scornful glance at the unassuming figure of Li Qiye standing on the platform, regarding him as nothing more than a useless fool. How could he possibly merit Her Highness's attention? Scoffed another disciple. I suspect she has come to dissolve the engagement. A mere mortal like him is certainly beneath her notice. Regardless of her purpose, perhaps this offers us a chance to get closer to Her Highness, one disciple exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Li Qiye, however, remained indifferent to these discussions, feeling little interest in the unfolding events. He was willing to play along for a while, but soon his patience would wear thin. At that moment, a resonant sound echoed as the gate to the realm opened, shimmering with crystalline light. Finally, the portal between the Xiyang ancient sect and the 9 holy demon sects swung open, and out stepped a procession, led by none other than Li Shuangyan. Alongside Li Shuangyan were familiar figures to Li Qiye, including the chief protector Yu He and several elite disciples of the 9 holy demon sect. Li Shuangyan, clad in white, exuded an ethereal beauty that was as frigid as ice, her countenance imbued with an air of haughty elegance. An unparalleled beauty. Her visage rendered the sun and moon dull by comparison, captivating all who gazed upon her. Indeed, for many disciples of the Xiyang ancient sect, it was their first encounter with Li Shuangyan's true form. The moment they beheld her breathtaking beauty, countless disciples found themselves entranced, unable to regain their composure. Even the female disciples, upon witnessing Li Shuangyan and Empress' grace, felt their own beauty pale in comparison. He Ingjian, who prided himself on being the foremost genius, was struck dumb by the sight of Li Shuangyan. His heart raced, and he found himself momentarily dazed. At that moment, the 6 elders also showed signs of being moved. They had initially anticipated Li Shuangyan to arrive alone, never expecting the chief protector Yu He to accompany her. Yu He was a formidable figure, capable of commanding respect, and his presence lent significant prestige to the Xiyang ancient sect. Typically, even elders of the sect would not encounter Yu He during diplomatic missions to the 9 holy demon sect, making his visit to the Xiyang ancient sect a remarkable honor. The 6 elders quickly regained their composure and promptly led the protectors forward to offer their greetings. Princess Li and Protector Yu's presence graces our humble sect. It is indeed our honor. We apologize for any shortcomings in our reception, the elder proclaimed, bowing respectfully. Witnessing this, Li Qiye let out a soft sigh, reflecting on the decline of the Xiyang ancient sect. The 6 elders were unable to uphold their dignity, and it was disheartening to see such a once mighty sect reduced to servility. He reminisced about the days when he commanded the Xiyang ancient sect. When he and Mingren established its foundations, never had they been so subservient. He once led the sect in sweeping victories across the realms. What mattered the great sages or ancient deities who dared to obstruct the rise of the Xiyang ancient sect? In those days, even the heavenly demons or the blood clan had to bow before them, as did the favored spirits of heaven, across the vast expanse of the universe. Who had the right to make the Xiyang ancient sect grovel? The ancient elders exchanged pleasantries, and Li Shuangyan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Yu He stepped forward to converse with the ancient elders, engaging in polite discourse between the 2 sections. At that moment, Li Shuangyan and Empress' gaze fell upon Li Qiye. Despite her icy demeanor, there was an undeniable allure in her eyes. Yet, Li Qiye remained at ease, exuding a sense of tranquility and composure. As Li Shuangyan approached, Yu He and the other disciples followed closely behind. Countless disciples held their breath, many captivated by her presence. The elder felt a sense of relief. After all, Li Qiye had passed the 9 holy demon sect's assessment, and now that Li Shuangyan was approaching him, it marked a promising beginning. However, Ingjian, who had been momentarily stunned, regained his senses upon noticing Li Shuangyan walking in his direction. His heart surged with joy as the foremost genius of the Xiyang ancient sect. It was only fitting that he garnered her attention. He straightened his posture, displaying a confident, charming smile as he approached her. Witnessing this, many disciples of the Xiyang ancient sect felt envy and jealousy, yet they could not deny that he Ingjian, as the sect's leading talent, was deserving of such recognition from Li Shuangyan. I am He Ingjian, honored to meet your highness, he declared, bowing and striking what he believed to be the most graceful and charming pose. However, Li Shuangyan did not spare him a glance, walking past him directly to stand before Li Qiye, leaving He Ingjian momentarily frozen in disbelief. Young Master Li Shuangyan stood before Li Qiye, exchanging but a single sentence. One was a stunning beauty, while the other was utterly ordinary, seemingly worlds apart in their union. Despite Li Qiye and Amp, Apos, celestial allure, Li Qiye merely smiled with serene composure. Devoid of any pretentious demeanor, he casually nodded and remarked, "It would be best if one could come to an understanding." Of course, this statement was comprehensible only to a select few present. "You are fortunate to see the young master again." He stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "His Majesty sends his regards, hoping that the young master will find time to visit our sect. Upon his emergence from seclusion, he will personally extend a warm welcome." "Since the demon emperor has conveyed such sentiments, I shall not be remiss," Li Qiye replied with a casual smile, nodding. "Your visit to my Xiyang ancient sect requires no formality. Should there be any inconvenience, feel free to consult with Protector Mo or Nandwiren." He grasped the young master and Apos' words and nodded in acknowledgement towards Protector Mo and Nandwiren. However, this simple gesture sent a shiver down the spines of both Protector Mo and Nandwiren. Li Qiye and Apos' utterance had the power to transform many circumstances. Though Li Qiye had yet to provide them with any tangible benefits, his single remark had the potential to alter their standing significantly. Amidst the reception, led by the elders, Yuhi's position, even as the Grand Elder, paled in comparison to the noble Yuhi. Yet now, Li Qiye and Apos' words commanded Yuhi's compliance, implying that Protector Mo and Nandwiren could communicate directly with the chief protector of the 9 Holy Demon Gate. The implications of this shift were evident to any astute observer. A tremor coursed through Protector Mo and Nandwiren. Li Qiye needed only a single sentence to reshape their destinies, an unfathomable notion to others. At that moment, they could not help but feel grateful that their initial allegiance to Li Qiye had proven to be the wisest decision. Chapter 41. The Princess Must Be a Handmaiden, Part 1. At this moment, everyone was rendered speechless, including the 6 Grand Elders. Although they were known as the Elders of the Washing Face Ancient Sect, their status was merely based on their cultivation. Should they venture into the realm, they would only be able to claim the title of a noble. In contrast, Yuhi, as the chief guardian of the 9 Holy Demon Gate, commanded enough respect to be considered a king among kings, with the potential of being regarded as a true immortal. Before such a formidable presence, even the esteemed Elder Gu of the Washing Face Ancient Sect found himself diminished. In the realm, the distinction between a noble and a mere hero was stark. The 6 Grand Elders treated Yuhi with utmost reverence, yet today, Yuhi was showing profound deference to Li Qiye, an astonishing sight indeed. Even more remarkable was the fact that Yuhi had conveyed a message from the Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor, stating that should Li Qiye visit the 9 Holy Demon Gate, the Emperor would personally welcome him. Who was the Sun-Wheel Demon Emperor? A ruler of unparalleled might in the Middle Domain, dominating the present age. It was inconceivable for anyone from the Washing Face Ancient Sect, including the 6 Grand Elders, to have the privilege of an audience with the Emperor. Now, the fact that the Emperor would personally greet Li Qiye was nothing short of extraordinary. The other disciples could hardly fathom such an occurrence, left in a state of petrification. But what transpired next left them even more astounded. Li Qiye merely extended his left arm, and Li Qiye, with a cold gaze, did not utter a word. Instead, she gently wrapped her arm around his, appearing submissive as they departed together. "Guardian Yu, I shall not entertain you," were Li Qiye's parting words. To which the chief guardian Yuhi merely bowed in acknowledgement. This scene left everyone in shock, the 6 Grand Elders and the guardians alike, as well as all the disciples. Remained dazed for a considerable time. Amidst the collective astonishment, Li Qiye and Li Qiye returned to their solitary peak, to their quaint courtyard. Once they were alone, Li Qiye withdrew her arm from Li Qiye and Apos' hold. She cast a disdainful glance at him, her demeanor still haughty, and coldly remarked, "Are you satisfied now?" In response to her attitude, Li Qiye merely shot her a disinterested glance, comfortably settling into his chair, and without even sparing her another look, gently replied, "Do you truly believe I would be so vain as to rely on you for status in front of others? If the admiration of a group of ordinary cultivators could satisfy my vanity, then I, Li Qiye, would be a fool indeed. Allowing you to grasp my arm merely grants you a trifling favor." With a chilling gaze, he continued, "I have always been protective of those around me. I care for you as long as you remain by my side. Allowing you to hold my arm in public merely serves to enhance your reputation. As a sword attendant, when have you ever had the right to walk alongside me?" Li Qiye, trembling with indignation, felt her frosty visage flush with anger. Having come under orders to publicly accompany Li Qiye, she had already granted him considerable esteem. To hear such words from him today was infuriating. "I understand your pride," Li Qiye remarked nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by her fury. You likely came at the behest of the sun-wheeled demon emperor and harbor resentment within. It is only natural for one who considers herself a celestial beauty to look down upon a mere mortal like me. However, I extend my favor to you. Contemplate this. Today, I allowed you to walk alongside me, which is a favorable beginning. Should I one day sweep through the heavens? If you have not remained by my side, you shall find no place beside me. A mere 13-year-old boy spoke such audacious words. Words that even the most esteemed princes of ancient kingdoms would hesitate to utter. Yet, here stood Li Qiye, calmly proclaiming his dominion over the world. If another had spoken thus, they would be deemed arrogant and ignorant. However, as Li Shuangyan gazed at him, she could not discern any such foolishness in his demeanor. Li Shuangyan's presence here was not of her own volition. She had come at the command of the sun-wheeled demon emperor. Not only did the emperor have high hopes for Li Qiye, but even the sword elder of the 9 holy demon gate believed in his potential, persuading her to come forth. To Li Shuangyan, this was an unbearable humiliation. As the heir of the 9 holy demon gate and a princess of the ancient Neo kingdom, she was a paragon of beauty and talent, a true gem among mortals. Countless suitors pursued her. No matter how exceptional, none had ever captured her interest. Yet today, she found herself reduced to serving a mere mortal as a sword attendant. Her master, the sun-wheeled demon emperor, was a figure of immense talent, rising to prominence even in the twilight of destiny's collapse, a testament to his extraordinary capabilities. For such a formidable sovereign to show favor towards a mortal was baffling to her. Now, Li Qiye and Appos' words left her at a loss. Was she to be infuriated or impressed? If he were indeed arrogant and ignorant, one could argue that he was simply deluded. Yet, he did not appear so at all. Very well, if you consider yourself unparalleled, then prove it to me, Li Shuangyan, both furious and defiant, coldly declared. If you can truly accomplish this, then perhaps you possess some merit. Otherwise, you are merely dreaming. After a pause, Li Qiye turned to face her, regarding her with a calm demeanor, and replied, Proof? What is it that I need to prove? Li Qiye's brazen attitude only served to infuriate Li Shuangyan further. The fact that he was merely a 13-year-old boy, younger than her, yet spoke with such commanding authority, was utterly confounding. I possess a formation diagram. If you can decipher it, or even unveil a fraction of its mystery, then perhaps you have some skill. Unable to tolerate Li Qiye and Appos' arrogance any longer, she produced a fragment of ancient parchment, its surface etched with countless curves, symbols, constellations, and formation points. Despite its small size, it appeared to encompass the vastness of the universe. Any individual who gazed upon it would find themselves entranced, as if drawn into a mysterious realm where ultimate profundity reigned. Even those with extraordinary talent and wisdom would be unable to extricate themselves from its allure, as its secrets ensnared their very souls. Upon seeing the ancient parchment, Li Qiye felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. As he examined the intricate designs, he swiftly comprehended the entirety of the diagram. At that moment, a fragment of a memory long obscured resurfaced in his mind, one of his most profound recollections. However, this memory remained incomplete, revealing only a portion of what had been erased. This small fragment of memory was etched deeply within Li Qiye's consciousness. Regarding this complete memory, Li Qiye was disinclined to delve deeper or attempt to retrieve it, for no one understood it better than he did. Merely a fragment of the formation, he entered through the Viper Star, traversed the 9 mystical gates, retreated through the 8 lunar phases, transformed into the 9 stars, circled the celestial river, and re-entered the eternal path. At ease and composed, Li Qiye casually pointed and remarked, The essence of this fragment lies here, guarded by the myriad manifestations of nature, protected by 6 beasts and 4 immortals. The ability to dismantle this formation is exceedingly rare in this world. As he spoke, his tone was leisurely and confident, as if he were recounting cherished family secrets. To Li Qiye, this was not an unparalleled formation. It was merely an inconsequential technique. However, Li Shuangyan was utterly astounded, for she was well aware of the origins of this fragment. Its history was astonishing. Their 9 sacred demon sect and Appos' ancestor had merely obtained a piece of it. Yet, this fragment had stumped several generations of prodigious talents within their sect, who spent their lifetimes trying to comprehend its profound mysteries. Only in recent generations did their forebears, after extensive efforts, finally unravel the intricacies of this fragment. Despite this, Their 9 sacred demon sect had yet to successfully deploy the formation. In this lifetime, her master, the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor, had high hopes for her innate talents, wishing to see if she could refine this formation, which is why he transmitted the diagram to her. Moreover, half of her cultivation was related to formations. From a young age, she had begun her acquaintance with this formation. Yet it took her over a decade to fully grasp it, all under the guidance of the insights from their sect's ancestors. Li Qiye had once dreamed of the day when she could successfully deploy this formation, for its completion would certainly be earth-shattering, capable of vanquishing gods and slaying immortals. Nevertheless, she understood that with her current capabilities, it was utterly impossible for her to accomplish such a feat during this visit to the Qiye ancient sect. She brought along this formation, as the Wheel Sun Demon Emperor wished to witness just how extraordinary Li Qiye truly was, hoping to gauge him through this formation. Li Qiye could scarcely have imagined that the so-called unmatched fragment of the world's most formidable array would simply prompt Li Qiye to speak, as if recounting familiar tales. Without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 42. Even a princess can only be a maid. Part 2. Li Qiye couldn't help but harbor doubts about whether Li Qiye had encountered this formation before. However, she quickly dismissed such thoughts, for this fragment of the formation was a unique relic of the formation ancestor, a treasure that the 9 sacred demon sect had procured at great cost. It could be said that apart from the long-dead formation ancestor of antiquity, only the 9 sacred demon sect possessed knowledge of this fragment. Yet, after merely a glance, Li Qiye spoke of it with such ease, rendering this fragment insignificant in his eyes, merely a trivial technique. This left Li Qiye so astonished that she was momentarily speechless. She had spent over a decade unraveling the profound mysteries of this fragment. Moreover, she had the guidance of insights from several generations of sages from the 9 sacred demon sect. Yet Li Qiye, with just a fleeting glance, articulated the intricacies of this fragment. It was truly astonishing. This realization was incredibly disheartening. Even a genius could not so effortlessly unveil the secrets of such a formation. However, Li Qiye did so with nonchalance. Was there anyone in the world more talented than him? The shocking truth was, Li Qiye was not a genius at all. Li Qiye was unaware that Li Qiye had once possessed the entirety of this formation. Upon seeing this fragment today, the erased memories of that complete formation resurfaced in his mind. At that moment, Li Qiye beckoned to Li Qiye, speaking with an air of calmness and ease. Still dazed from her astonishment, she found herself instinctively walking to his side, her mind a blank as she could not recall how she had reached him. Before she could regain her composure, Li Qiye had pressed her onto his knee, showing no mercy. "What are you doing?" Li Qiye leaped up, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, letting out a shriek and glaring at Li Qiye, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Li Qiye merely clapped his hands, appearing unfazed, as if he had done something inconsequential, and slowly remarked, "As my maid, you must possess the awareness of a maid. I can indulge those around me, even a maid. However, remember this, do not provoke me. Do not truly believe that being a favored daughter of heaven grants you the right to act recklessly." Li Qiye was both furious and enraged. She was a favored daughter of heaven, the princess of the ancient Neogian kingdom, always held in high regard, with no one daring to disrespect her. Yet today, she had been humiliated by a mere boy. Such a disgraceful event made her shudder at the mere thought. "Go find a place to stay?" Li Qiye dismissed her with a wave of his hand, indifferent to her anger, speaking leisurely. "You, little man, remember this." Li Qiye finally exclaimed in frustration. For a moment, she had nowhere to vent her anger. She had always been exalted, akin to a star surrounded by moons, with countless young and talented individuals vying for her favor. However, today, Li Qiye treated her as inconsequential, dismissing her with a mere sentence and failing to even arrange accommodations for her, which drove her to fury. Li Qiye stormed off in indignation. She, a dignified princess and an 18-year-old maiden, had been so enraged by a 13-year-old boy that she felt as if she might bleed from her anger. An idea she found hard to believe. Do not even think about attempting to cultivate the slaughtering immortal emperor formation. At this moment, Li Qiye's voice rang out behind her, calm and composed. "The formation you hold is merely a minor fragment of the slaughtering immortal emperor formation, not even 1% of the entire array. If you forcefully attempt to cultivate it, you will perish within it. Even the original formation dared not claim mastery over this array. As for you, once your cultivation matures, I might consider offering you some guidance." His languid tone belied the audacity of his words. Who would dare to presume to instruct her, given her innate talent? Yet Li Qiye spoke without a hint of concern. This caused Li Shuangdian's body to stiffen momentarily. The slaughtering a mortal emperor formation was merely an ancient legend, with many believing it to be virtually non-existent. Yet for Li Qiye, it was as commonplace as the air he breathed. Li Shuangdian retained a flicker of pride within her heart, ignoring Li Qiye and huffing softly as she turned to leave. Li Qiye, however, remained indifferent to her feelings, silently seated, contemplating the slaughtering immortal emperor formation. For him, it was a topic he preferred to avoid. In the ancient dark era, countless lives had perished within this formation. The cost of its creation was immense. This formation was deemed unparalleled throughout the ages, yet it had been stained with the blood of many. From its inception, it was destined to be washed in endless bloodshed. For the sake of this formation, countless human sages had sacrificed themselves, including him. In the battles of the ancient dark era, many valiant souls had fallen within this formation, and many powerful warriors of humanity had been crushed by it. In those times, he commanded this formation, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. He could hardly recall how many had perished, including those extraordinary warriors who had once followed him. After that battle, how long had he remained in silence? Time could erase all. Time could soothe all wounds. Yet some memories could never be obliterated, eternally imprinted in the depths of the soul. With a gentle sigh, Li Qiye shook his head, rousing himself from the reverie of past sorrows. What was past was ultimately past. In this lifetime, he would return to the 9 realms to settle old scores for himself and for those who had perished alongside him. Li Shuangdian and Apos' arrival at the Xiang ancient sect was a momentous event, causing great excitement among the younger disciples, who were unable to sleep in their exhilaration. Likewise, the higher-ups of the sect placed immense importance on this matter. Within the Xiang ancient sect, only Li Qiye regarded it as inconsequential. For him, Li Shuangdian and Apos' presence was optional. If she chose to submit to him, she could become a valuable assistant. Even if she did not come, he could easily find a substitute. To Li Qiye, this was of little consequence. Li Shuangdian was infuriated that Li Qiye had not even arranged for her accommodations, leaving her seething with frustration. In a fit of defiance, she chose not to reside with him. Instead, she conjured a treasure tower, setting it upon a solitary peak, adjacent to his courtyard. Although she did not stay with him, she did not leave the solitary peak either. The arrival of Li Shuangdian and her party brought significant benefits to Emo Hufa and Nan Huiran, as they were entrusted with the responsibility of overseeing their itinerary. This was no trivial matter. As a prince, working alongside him would yield great advantages. More importantly, due to Li Qiye and Apos' words, the status of Emo Hufa and Nan Huiran within the Xiang ancient sect had changed dramatically. Yue specifically requested that Emo Hufa and Nan Huiran be assigned to this task, adhering to Li Qiye's wishes. This meant that in future communications between the Xiang ancient sect and the 9 sacred demon sect, Emo Hufa and Nan Huiran would become special envoys, able to communicate directly with Yuha. Previously, even the 6 great elders or the Grand Elder himself would not necessarily meet with Yuha, the chief protector. Today, however, Nan Huiran and Emo Hufa could meet him directly, signifying a closer relationship between the Xiang ancient sect and the 9 sacred demon sect. The status of Emo Hufa and Nan Huiran within the Xiang ancient sect had risen significantly. Emo Hufa and Apos' position could now be considered among the foremost of the protectors, while Nan Huiran's treatment evoked envy among countless 3rd and even 2nd-generation disciples. Li Qiye remained utterly indifferent to all of this. His sole focus was on solidifying his foundation of Tao, ensuring that no errors would mar its integrity. He refused to allow any imperfections in his Tao foundation, for he understood that only by fortifying it could he aspire to reach the pinnacle in the future. More than anyone else, he recognized that if his foundation were unstable or flawed, even the mightiest of powers would falter in times of tribulation, particularly when confronted with the inevitability of aging and calamity, which could prove fatal. Countless prodigies, in their youth, experienced meteoric advancements in their cultivation. However, due to an unsteady foundation or an insatiable desire for rapid success, they ultimately succumbed to their own deficiencies, vanishing into oblivion under the weight of mortality. Thus, Li Qiye held his Tao foundation to the highest standards. Even though he practiced the supreme technique of the Moon Whirlpool Sun Wheel, which could expedite his progress, he deliberately slowed its pace, repeatedly reinforcing his foundation. Had he not restrained his cultivation, he could have surged into the realms of longevity and true destiny. Yet, he chose to temper his speed, diligently solidifying his foundation. On the 7th day of Li Shuanggen's arrival, Li Qiye and she had little interaction. However, that morning, Nan Huiran arrived, accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Brother, this is Master Zhou, the head of the martial hall from the stone-washing peak," Nan Huiran introduced. Li Qiye glanced at Master Zhou, nodded slightly, and inquired, "What brings you here?" To Master Zhou, such a response appeared arrogant and disrespectful, causing discontent to brew within him. He huffed in annoyance, choosing not to respond further. Nan Huiran quickly interjected, "The elders have decided that you will temporarily take over Master Zhou's role in imparting teachings. Master Zhou has brought with him the list of disciples and their detailed records, and the elders hope you can commence teaching in 7 days." Master Zhou offered no further remarks, his displeasure towards Li Qiye palpable. As the head of the hall, he found Li Qiye and Appo's lack of respect intolerable. After leaving the records, he turned and departed, too irked to utter any words of guidance. Chapter 43, The Grand Elder and Appo's Strategy, Part 1. After the departure of Master Zhou, Li Qiye casually perused the roster of disciples at the Washing Stone Peak and Appo's martial arts hall, noting that there were a total of 300 disciples, with the longest serving among them nearing 5 years of tenure. After reviewing the list, he cast a sidelong glance at Nan Huiran present and inquired, "What is your perspective on this?" Nan Huiran chuckled awkwardly and replied, "In response to my senior brother, I dare not venture a presumptuous opinion. However, if you insist on my humble thoughts, I can only muster the courage to share a few." With a knack for diplomacy, Nan Huiran spoke with great tact. Having already allied himself with Li Qiye and thus firmly positioned in his camp, Li Qiye regarded him coolly and retorted, "If you channeled that cunning into your cultivation, perhaps your skills could ascend to another realm." This remark elicited further nervous laughter from Nan Huiran, who replied, "One's nature is innate. The kind of person one becomes is predestined. Enough with the circumlocution, share your insights." Li Qiye waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with Nan Huiran and Appo's verbal finesse. Recognizing that his nature was unlikely to change, in hushed tone, Nan Huiran continued, "I have heard whispers suggesting that the Grand Elder wishes for you to teach at the Jade Peak Martial Arts Hall, but the Second Elder insists that you should instruct at the Washing Stone Peak instead. Pray, elucidate the distinction." Li Qiye smiled, already feeling assured in his understanding. Though Nan Huiran was cautious not to flaunt his knowledge before Li Qiye, he earnestly articulated his viewpoint, saying, "The Second Elder wields considerable influence within the Washing Stone lineage. Brother He Ingjian is a product of this sect. Although Brother He is merely a third-generation disciple, he has long since stood shoulder to shoulder with the master-level uncles." Nan Huiran dared not elaborate too freely, knowing well that Li Qiye was no fool. His stratagems were far more formidable than anyone could imagine. "What of the factions among the 6 Grand Elders?" Li Qiye inquired with a smile. That Nan Huiran pondered momentarily, acknowledging that, as a third-generation disciple, he could not ascertain the intricacies of the 6 Grand Elders' dynamics. It is quite simple. It hinges upon whether the Grand Elder harbors ambitions for the position of sect leader. At this juncture, a gentle voice interjected as the second senior brother, Tu Buyu, entered the chamber. Despite being over 1,000 years old, he remained sprightly, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Do share." Li Qiye welcomed Tu Buyu and Appo's presence, unperturbed by his involvement. With a genial demeanor, Tu Buyu remarked, "Senior brother, within our Washing Yin ancient sect, in terms of influence, none surpasses the Grand Elder. He is a serious man, fair in his dealings, and more importantly, he is the direct disciple of the previous sect leader. By virtue of his qualifications, he is the most likely to ascend as the sect leader. Isn't our master the last generation's foremost disciple?" Li Qiye expressed surprise at Tu Buyu's assertion. Having believed that Su Yonghuang, as the sect leader, was the direct successor of the previous leader, Tu Buyu gently shook his head, smiling as he explained, "The situation with our master is rather unique, unlike that of the Grand Elder. Among the first-generation disciples, the Grand Elder has always been the most poised to inherit the leadership. In fact, among the 6 Grand Elders, apart from the Second Elder, Chao Xiong, the other 4 generally support the Grand Elder." "And what are the Grand Elder's intentions?" Li Qiye mused, stroking his chin. Tu Buyu shook his head, saying, "As for the Grand Elder and Appo's thoughts, only he knows. It is well known that Chao Xiong aspires to the position of sect leader. Yet the Grand Elder has never made his ambitions clear, even with the backing of other elders. Some positions are not resilient against the test of time. It appears that in recent years, the attitudes of the other four elders have begun to waver. Observing Tu Buyu, Li Qiye chuckled leisurely. With our master often away and my junior brother not present in the Washing Yin ancient sect, it seems our master and junior brother are quite well informed. This situation is indeed intriguing. Su Yongwang does not reside at the Washing Yin ancient sect yet possesses profound insights into its affairs. Nevertheless, Li Qiye remained indifferent to the Grand Elders and Su Yongwang's positions. His resolve to rejuvenate the Washing Yin ancient sect was unwavering. No one could impede his progress. Not even the nominal master, Su Yongwang. My brother jested, as disciples of the Washing Yin ancient sect, it is only natural to care for our home. Tu Buyu responded with a gentle smile. Upon Tu Buyu and Apos' words, Nan Huiran wisely fell silent, standing aside, for with over a millennium of life experience, Tu Buyu held greater authority on matters concerning the sect. Undoubtedly, Tu Buyu was a cunning old fox. Li Qiye regarded him with a knowing smile and remarked, "Since my junior brother has returned, you should be aware of our master and Apos' stance." Any intelligent individual could grasp the implication in Li Qiye and Apos' words. And he did not shy away from being direct. Tu Buyu maintained his unchanging demeanor, smiling as he stated, "Senior brother, you are the chief disciple of the Washing Yin ancient sect, representing our sect and Apos' honor. Your actions are your own decision, and our master will not interfere." What a masterful display of verbal sparring. Truly, a fox who has lived for over a millennium. This piqued Li Qiye's interest in Tu Buyu. If Tu Buyu had lived for over 1,000 years, one could only wonder about Su Yongwang's age and wisdom. Regarding Tu Buyu and Apos' words, Li Qiye simply smiled faintly, offering no further comment. Yet, he was not in a rush to act upon the overall situation in the Washing Yin ancient sect. Once his cultivation reached a higher realm, he would have his plans. After listening to Tu Buyu and Apos' insights without comment, Li Qiye instructed Nan Huiran, "Please bring me the techniques practiced by the disciples of the martial arts hall. I wish to examine their methods." Nan Huiran acknowledged promptly, hastening to comply without a hint of delay. However, before Li Qiye could review the techniques, he was interrupted by a disciple sent by the Grand Elder, who requested Li Qiye and Apos' presence. The Washing Yin ancient sect, once in command of over 1,000 main peaks, now only truly held dominion over 73. And even these were beginning to decline, their vital energies waning. As the Grand Elder, Gu Changlao, undoubtedly had the right to dominate a lineage's main peak. And the peak he occupied still possessed a relatively abundant vital energy. Within the hall, Gu Changlao received Li Qiye. For a third-generation disciple to be granted a private audience with the Grand Elder was an unparalleled honor for many of the younger disciples in the Washing Yin ancient sect. Li Qiye seated himself comfortably within the hall, exuding an air of ease, facing the Grand Elder without a trace of restraint, remaining relaxed and composed. The Grand Elder sat above, observing Li Qiye in silence, and Li Qiye reciprocated with his own silence, both waiting for the other to speak. After a lengthy pause, the Grand Elder finally broke the silence, gazing at Li Qiye with a soft sigh, saying, "Li Qiye, I find it increasingly difficult to comprehend you. If you are indeed an envoy from the 9 sacred demon sect, then your arrogance is quite pronounced." The Grand Elder's words bore a tone of straightforwardness. Li Qiye, however, merely smiled nonchalantly and responded, "What is your view, Elder? Do you suspect I am a spy for the 9 sacred demon sect? Whether this is true or not is beyond my sole determination," the Grand Elder replied, his gaze fixed upon Li Qiye, before finally stating solemnly, "What others think is insignificant. What do you think, Elder, about my assuming a teaching position at the Washingstone Peak?" The Grand Elder rose and approached the window, standing there in silence for what felt like an eternity, almost as if he had turned into a stone statue. After a prolonged moment, he regained his senses, gazing at Li Qiye, and finally spoke. "The affairs of the Xiang ancient sect cannot be solely dictated by me, especially in this current time. The stances of the other 4 elders have wavered." Li Qiye smiled faintly, recalling Tu Buyu's words, and he understood the Grand Elder's predicament. Although the other 4 elders had consistently supported the Grand Elder, even endorsing his ascension as the leader of the Xiang ancient sect, their support could not withstand the test of time. The Grand Elder's ambiguous attitude regarding the contention for leadership had left many in contemplation, while Chao Xiong harbored ambitious aspirations. It was evident that as time passed, the other 4 elders would inevitably be swayed. I have grown up within the Qiang ancient sect, and my master has bestowed upon me immense kindness. Ultimately, the Grand Elder spoke again, his voice heavy with gravity. Within the Qiang ancient sect, I, more than anyone else, dread the day when calamity befalls us. Li Qiye remained seated in silence, awaiting the Grand Elder and Empress's words. After a brief pause, the Grand Elder looked at Li Qiye and solemnly declared, "Our adversaries should not arise from within the Qiang ancient sect, but rather from external forces, such as the Holy Heaven sect." The Elder provided guidance, and Li Qiye nodded earnestly, his demeanor serious. The Grand Elder took a seat, letting out a gentle sigh as he continued. 30,000 years ago, we faced a catastrophic defeat against the Holy Heaven sect, retreating to our homeland and losing control over the entire ancient realm. Over these 30 millennia, many of the elder statesmen of our sect have passed away, and the decline of the Qiang ancient sect has become irretrievable. Despite our diminished state, we still possess treasures that the Holy Heaven sect covets. Although the Holy Heaven sect has refrained from taking action thus far, it is merely due to their reservations. If one day they discover that we have no hidden cards to play, it will surely herald the demise of the Qiang ancient sect. The battle between the Qiang ancient sect and the Holy Heaven sect had been recounted by Nan Huiran. In truth, even 50,000 years ago, when Li Qiye had transformed into the shadowy raven, he had known certain things about the Holy Heaven sect. However, at that time, his condition was far from ideal, rendering him disinterested in such trivial matters. Chapter 44. The Grand Elder's Scheme, Part 2. At this juncture, the Grand Elder gazed at Li Qiye and inquired, "Do you comprehend the essence of my words?" "Disciple is all ears," replied Li Qiye, a composed smile gracing his lips. A demeanor so tranquil that the Grand Elder found himself perplexed by Li Qiye's nonchalance. "We require allies such as the 9 sacred demon sect." The Grand Elder sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his voice as he added, "Thus, I hope you can marry Princess Li. As long as you can wed her, I will support you unconditionally." "Grand Elder, are you not concerned about inviting danger and ultimately being devoured by the wolf?" Li Qiye chuckled. The Grand Elder managed a bittersweet smile, shaking his head gently as he remarked, "Some matters are beyond the influence of a mere individual like myself. With that said, I am placing my wager on you. May this be a miracle." At this point, the Grand Elder's expression turned peculiar as he regarded Li Qiye, stating, "Many have long desired the ancient cleansing decree held by the Three Ghosts Lord, yet none have succeeded. However, the Three Ghosts Lord is willing to bestow it upon you." Mentioning the Three Ghosts Lord and the ancient cleansing decree elicited a chuckle from Li Qiye. He chose not to elaborate further, for the intricacies of this matter were beyond the grasp of others. Observing the Grand Elder, Li Qiye remarked with a smile, "If you are betting on me, why not place your wager on the sect leader? I have heard that the sect leader is the successor designated by the previous sect leader." On this topic, the Grand Elder remained silent, his attitude intriguing Li Qiye. What sort of person was Su Yongwang, the current sect leader of the ancient cleansing sect? What secrets lay beneath? This time, I propose that you assume the role of the one to impart teachings, hoping you can achieve some merit and one day have the opportunity to attend the higher echelons of the ancient cleansing sect. The Grand Elder shifted the topic, avoiding any mention of Su Yongwang. Li Qiye chuckled and replied, "The Grand Elder wishes for me to gain prestige, to ascend to a higher status, perhaps to become a protector or even a Grand Elder, thus befitting the identity of the 9 sacred demon sect and Empress's successor and the princess of the ancient Neojin kingdom." Li Qiye effortlessly discerned the underlying motives, leaving the Grand Elder momentarily stunned. Initially, he had little faith in Li Qiye, yet inexplicably, Li Qiye passed the 9 sacred demon sect's evaluation, causing the 6 Grand Elders to suspect he was a spy sent by the sect. However, the arrival of Li Xuanyin and Yu He's attitude forced the Grand Elder into contemplation. If Li Qiye were indeed a spy of the 9 sacred demon sect, the methods employed would be excessively ostentatious and brazen. More importantly, Yu He's demeanor did not seem feigned. This prompted the Grand Elder to reflect. If Li Qiye genuinely sought the imperial arts or the treasures of the ancient cleansing sect, possessing the ancient cleansing decree would eliminate the need for espionage. This decree had been willingly given to him by the Three Ghost Lord. If Li Qiye sought the imperial arts or treasures, the ancient cleansing sect would be powerless to refuse, unless they wished to forsake their ancestral teachings. In truth, the Grand Elder was acutely aware of whether the ancient cleansing sect possessed any imperial treasures and how many imperial arts remained. Within the ancient cleansing sect, I am among the oldest in rank, yet regrettably, my talents are limited, unable to reverse the decline of our sect, the Grand Elder said, looking intently at Li Qiye. I do not believe in miracles, yet I hope you can be one. Perhaps our ancestors do not wish to see the ancient cleansing sect perish. I dare not hope for your ascension of the sect, but I wish for you to leverage your relationship with the 9 sacred demon sect to preserve our legacy. Li Qiye chuckled lightly, saying, Grand Elder, your regard for me is truly overwhelming. Of course, the Grand Elder would not be swayed by Li Qiye's words. He bore no semblance of being overwhelmed, yet such matters were of little consequence now. Li Qiye smiled. It piques my curiosity that you place your wager on me and not on the sect leader. What might the reasoning behind this be? It was evident that the Grand Elder was reluctant to discuss Su Yong Wang, yet ultimately, he looked at Li Qiye and spoke earnestly, if your origins are dubious, then the sect leader's background is not something I am inclined to endorse. The Grand Elder's statement carried profound implications. Su Yong Wang was the previous sect leader and the designated successor of his master. Why then did the Grand Elder harbor such disdain for him? At present, who occupies the position of sect leader is of little consequence. We are on the verge of becoming a dilapidated house. There is nothing worthwhile to contend for in the leadership position. The Grand Elder clearly preferred to avoid further discourse on Su Yong Wang, stating solemnly, however, I do not wish for the second elder to ascend to the sect leader's position. The Grand Elder's sudden remark intrigued Li Qiye. Such sentiments are typically shared only among confidants. Yet, the Grand Elder divulged this to him. The second elder is not without merit. I have heard that in his youth, he displayed considerable talent. Second only to you among the elders, Li Qiye remarked leisurely. If Chao Xiong persists in his stance. The Grand Elder fell into silence for a moment before finally responding. If he were to become the sect leader, it would not be a grave matter. Alas, he has allied himself with Dong Shenlong. This could plunge our ancient cleansing sect into the abyss of destruction. His mind has been clouded by power. Dong Shenlong? Li Qiye expressed mild surprise. Is he not a guest elder of our ancient cleansing sect? I recall South Huiran mentioning this. The Grand Elder regarded Li Qiye and ultimately stated gravely, as the chief disciple, I hope you can shoulder the responsibilities of the ancient cleansing sect. I can disclose this to you. Dong Shenlong's position as our guest elder was not my desire. It was imposed by the will of the Baoshan Shanghua. I had no choice in the matter. Although Dong Shenlong does not hail from the Holy Heaven sect, he is a nobleman sanctioned by them. The Grand Elder insisted. There is no need for me to elaborate further. At this point, Li Qiye grasped the underlying reasons and smiled, gazing at the Grand Elder before finally articulating. Are you suggesting that you wish to use my hand to eliminate Dong Shenlong? I am aware your prowess alone cannot dispose of Dong Shenlong. The Grand Elder remained silent for a prolonged period before making a decision, looking intently at Li Qiye. However, he can. You may utilize Yu's strength to remove him. Grand Elder, this is a perilous endeavor, Li Qiye chuckled, now understanding the Grand Elder and Oppo's intentions. The Grand Elder lingered in silence for a while before finally sighing. I understand the risks of inviting danger. If we are to discuss peril, the Holy Heaven sect far surpasses the 9 sacred demon sect. 30,000 years ago, our ancient cleansing sect battled the Holy Heaven sect, resulting in the loss of our ancient kingdom. The Holy Heaven sect established the Baoshan Shanghua atop our ancient realm, although they did not annihilate us entirely. It was merely due to their own reservations at the time. Within this territory, the Holy Heaven sect will one day not tolerate our ancient cleansing sect. The 9 sacred demon sect, holding dominion over the ancient Nyojian kingdom, could indeed seek our destruction, but that would necessitate waging war against the Holy Heaven sect. In choosing the lesser of 2 evils, it was evident that the Grand Elder had made his choice, to incite the 9 sacred demon sect against the Holy Heaven sect. Li Qiye chuckled softly and ultimately remarked, I understand the Grand Elder's thoughts. These matters are not of paramount importance. What is critical for me now is the body essence. You previously promised to reward me with a portion of royal body essence. When might the sect fulfill this promise? Well, upon Li Qiye and Oppo's sudden mention of this matter, the Grand Elder appeared taken aback. Li Qiye continued, Grand Elder, for the primary ingredient of the body essence. I wish to specify the marrow of the Hell Iron Bull. I trust you have no objections? This will require some time. The Grand Elder felt quite embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. Li Qiye gazed at the Grand Elder and earnestly remarked, Surely, Elder, you do not harbor regrets? The Grand Elder responded with a solemn tone, What the sect has promised you will not be rescinded. However, in your quest for the marrow of the hell iron bull. You must be aware that, given the current capabilities of our Xiyang ancient sect, obtaining a beast bone from 10,000 years ago is no trivial matter. We indeed possess a royal body balm, yet it is not the marrow of the hell iron bull. I require the marrow of the hell iron bull, Li Qiye replied calmly. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Li Qiye and stated, I can procure the hell iron bull and Empress as marrow for you. I will persuade the other elders. However, the prerequisite is that you must marry Princess Li. Upon hearing this, Li Qiye let out a gentle sigh. Ultimately rising to his feet and responding with composure, Elder, I can govern my own affairs regarding women, be it a princess or a saintess, this poses no issue. As for the elders' concerns, allow me to assure you, should anyone wish to extinguish the Xiyang ancient sect under my watch, I shall ensure their utter annihilation. Furthermore, let me also declare that anyone who obstructs the rise of the Xiyang ancient sect, be they divine or demonic, shall face no mercy. With that, he turned and departed. The Grand Elder stood there momentarily stunned, taken aback by the audacity of a mere 13-year-old boy uttering such brazen words. Yet, at that moment, he did not perceive Li Qiye as foolishly arrogant. Rather, he found himself utterly unable to fathom the source of Li Qiye and Empress as confidence. What audacity could a mere child possess? Ultimately, the Grand Elder sighed softly. Over the years, he had diligently overseen the affairs of the Xiyang ancient sect, aware that its decline seemed irreversible. Yet, he still yearned for a miracle. Perhaps the arrival of Li Qiye was that miracle. Regardless of his current beliefs, he felt compelled to take a gamble. Time was of the essence, as the other four elders were increasingly dissatisfied with his ascension to the position of sect master. If things continued as they were, without the support of the other elders, the fate of the Xiyang ancient sect would be dire. Chapter 45. If you're unconvinced. I and Empress, LL beat you until you are part 1. Upon returning to the solitary peak, Li Qiye promptly summoned Nanhuiren and his master, Imohufa. Once both master and disciple arrived, Li Qiye inquired, what is the true origin of the sect leader? This matter piqued Li Qiye's interest. The Grand Elder was not the type to be envious of the capable, and it was evident that he harbored no ambition to vie for the position of sect leader. Why then did he hold such disdain for the leader, Su Yong Wang? Nanhuiren exchanged glances with his master, aware that he knew even less. He scratched his head and replied, well, I'm not sure. The leader was already in place before I joined the sect, and I could count the times I've seen him on my fingers. Li Qiye turned to Imohufa, who gently shook his head and stated, I, too, am unclear about the leader's background. In fact, very few within our Washing Face sect know the true origins of the leader. It is as if he appeared out of nowhere overnight. Someone can become the leader just like that? Li Qiye found such claims rather perplexing. Imohufa pondered for a moment before elaborating. When the previous leader was still alive, the Supreme Elder had not yet passed away. It is said that one night, the incumbent leader summoned the Ancient Elder, and it was then that the current leader emerged. At that time, the previous leader entrusted the Ancient Elder with the sect and designated the leader to oversee the Washing Face sect. Surprised by Imohufa's words, Li Qiye had initially assumed his master, Su Yong Wang, had always been a disciple of the Washing Face sect. It now appeared that this was not entirely the case. Could it be that my master was a secret disciple cultivated by the former leader and the Supreme Elder? Li Qiye asked. Imohufa shook his head, replying, we cannot ascertain the specifics. All we know is that after the Ancient Elder was summoned, he announced the new leader. In fact, not only Chao Xiong but also the other four elders strongly opposed this decision. Yet, the Grand Elder exerted considerable effort to persuade them. Ultimately, the Grand Elder personally intervened to suppress dissenting disciples and mid-level guardians. At that time, the previous leader was still alive, and the Supreme Elder had not yet passed. The Ancient Elder enjoyed considerable support from them, holding a high position within the sect. Many believed the Ancient Elder would succeed to the leadership. So the sudden emergence of a new leader took everyone by surprise. However, with the Ancient Elder backing the new leader and not seeking the position for himself, the four elders eventually acquiesced. Imohufa paused momentarily. Yet, the new leader is not well regarded. Li Qiye could easily envision the scene, a new leader springing up unexpectedly. Even with the support of the previous leader and the Supreme Elder and the Ancient Elder's personal suppression of dissent, the elders of the Washing Face sect must have harbored their own reservations. Imohufa nodded slightly, saying, not long after assuming leadership, the leader took a small group of disciples and established a stronghold in the borderlands, rarely returning. Following the passing of the previous leader and the supreme elder, the leader never returned to the washing-face sect. Li Qiye stroked his chin thoughtfully, wondering about the true origins of the leader. If one were to know the leader well, it would likely be Tu Buyu. Eventually, Imo Hufa murmured this. Li Qiye chuckled softly, shaking his head. It would indeed be strange if Tu Buyu could speak. It was evident that Tu Buyu was a trusted confidant of the leader, or else he would not have been sent back. Regarding the true origins of the leader Su Yongwang, Imo Hufa could provide no further insight. Li Qiye chose not to pursue the matter further and instead slowed his cultivation pace, directing his focus toward the teachings at the Washing Stone Peak and Empress Martial Hall. As a mentor, Li Qiye was exceptionally suited for the role. He had endured countless epochs and honed his skills over millions of years, having encountered an array of individuals. He had nurtured numerous formidable figures and subdued countless monarchs. Not only had he personally cultivated the Mingren immortal emperor, but even the Black Dragon King. A figure revered by 3 generations of immortal emperors was also nurtured under his guidance. For Li Qiye, educating a group of young disciples was an effortless task. However, he approached this responsibility with utmost seriousness. The reason was simple. Every individual he had cultivated had proven to be formidable, and he had no desire to tarnish his hard-earned reputation upon reclaiming his body in this life. Li Qiye possessed profound insights into the path of cultivation. In his eyes, innate talent was inconsequential, physical constitution irrelevant, and even the techniques themselves could be deemed unimportant. What truly mattered was an unwavering heart for the Tao, an insatiable thirst for knowledge, a heart that embraces all, and an unrelenting spirit of inquiry. These were paramount. If talent were lacking, diligence could bridge the gap. With earnest contemplation, even if one possessed little talent, while others might comprehend in a day, one could achieve understanding in 100 days, ultimately reaping rewards. With a heart that encompasses all, one could look beyond one and Empress' immediate circumstances and not be blinded by short-sightedness. Should the cultivation techniques be inadequate, one need only maintain a thirst for knowledge. Even the most ordinary techniques, when pursued with perseverance, could be mastered to their utmost limits, leading to the discovery of new realms. Throughout the ages, how many titans have emerged from the mundane techniques, discovering their own paths and forging their own greatness? The heart for the Tao is the essence of cultivation. Throughout history, innumerable ancient nations and sacred teachings have nurtured countless talents, yet those who ultimately ascended to the status of immortal emperors were not as numerous as one might expect. Li Qiye diligently reviewed the profiles of the 300 disciples at the Washing Stone Peak's Martial Hall, committing to memory the cultivation statuses of each disciple. Simultaneously, he meticulously explored the techniques offered by the Martial Hall. In truth, the techniques practiced by the 300 disciples were not extensive, as the longest serving among them had been in the sect for less than 5 years. Principally, they were not yet formal disciples of the Washing Face sect, and would only be acknowledged as such after passing the final assessment. The disciples at the Martial Hall were evenly split between genders, and the techniques they practiced were limited, totaling only a handful. Among these techniques were foundational methods created by the various sages of the Washing Face sect, with the oldest being the legacy of the Mingren immortal emperor. The most ancient techniques dating back to when Li Qiye was still known as Enya. These were relatively ordinary introductory techniques, not remarkable by any means. Yet they were all carefully selected foundational skills. While some of these techniques were ordinary methods that Li Qiye had introduced to the Washing Face sect, the others, though unfamiliar to him, were techniques he had encountered, contemplated, and researched over countless millennia. Even if all his memories of these techniques were erased, his perspective on them was far beyond what others could compare. His insights into any technique could be deemed profound and enlightening. In addition to the techniques practiced by the Martial Hall, Li Qiye also explored more techniques from the first and second floors of the scripture repository. Although he did not cultivate these techniques himself, he aimed to find suitable methods for the disciples of the Martial Hall. The Grand Elder hoped that Li Qiye would achieve merit, thus granting him special permission to review these techniques. As a mentor, Li Qiye indeed proved to be a responsible figure, not merely seeking to gain prestige by showcasing these 300 disciples. Since he assumes the role of a mentor, he will steadfastly uphold his responsibilities until the end. This is the essence of Li Qiye and Empress' character. He would never tarnish his illustrious name by his own hand. In preparation for imparting knowledge, Li Qiye has made ample arrangements, possessing the utmost confidence in his ability to teach this group of disciples. In his view, by the time the assessment day arrives, not a single disciple will falter due to inadequate performance and fail to become an inner disciple. The lineage of Shishir Peak holds significant influence, particularly due to Chao Xiong and Apos' prominence within it. For instance, the Pavilion Master Zhou stands firmly in support of Chao Xiong. However, such challenges hardly pose a threat to Li Qiye, regardless of Chao Xiong and Apos' substantial sway. Li Qiye remains assured in his capability to maintain control over the Shishir Peak lineage. This is simply not an issue for him. The Martial Arts Hall of Shishir Peak, situated within the expansive Shishir Valley, is characterized by its intricate edifices and interwoven courtyards. The disciples residing within the valley are all newcomers, each with less than 5 years of experience, totaling 300 individuals. When accounting for the servants responsible for daily affairs, the population of Shishir Valley exceeds 400. Early in the morning, Li Qiye entered Shishir Valley. Naturally, Pavilion Master Zhu would not lend assistance to Li Qiye. However, Nan Huairan proved to be meticulous and considerate. As it was Li Qiye and Apos' first day of teaching, upon his arrival in the valley, Nan Huairan gathered the 300 disciples at the Martial Arts Hall. 300 male and female disciples convened in the training ground of the hall, their eyes collectively fixed upon Li Qiye. He surveyed the gathered disciples, noticing an almost equal division of genders among them. The eldest among them was scarcely 18, while the youngest appeared to be around 13. Li Qiye himself was merely 13 or 14, tasked with imparting wisdom to these 300 disciples, which caused Nan Huairan to harbor concerns regarding Li Qiye and Apos' ability to command their attention. Yet, observing Li Qiye seated with an air of tranquility in a lofty position, despite his youth, he exuded the demeanor of a master. Witnessing Li Qiye's confidence, Nan Huairan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, as the 300 disciples gathered, challenges soon emerged. Among them, some expressed their dissatisfaction with Li Qiye, even in light of his title as the chief disciple. Chapter 46. If you are unconvinced, I shall beat you into submission. Part 2. What can someone younger than me possibly teach us? Wouldn't that hinder our cultivation? In less than a year, I will be undergoing an assessment, and if I fail to become an inner disciple, I would have to wait another 5 years. A dissatisfied disciple voiced his concerns. There were too many disgruntled disciples. Another disciple chimed in, expressing his grievances. Indeed, we have fallen into misfortune. A person younger than us has been thrust here to impart teachings. This is truly an affront. A mere mortal, utterly devoid of talent, can become the chief disciple. This is a disgrace to our esteemed Xiang sect. A gifted disciple spat disdainfully. Hush, Brother Luo, be careful not to let him hear you. A disciple cautioned, tugging at the senior. In truth, prior to this, the hall master had subtly indicated that making things difficult for Li Qiye was of little consequence, and no one would come to his defense, which emboldened the disciples of the martial arts hall even further. So what if he hears? The disciple known as Brother Luo raised his voice, declaring, he is just a useless fool. What is so remarkable about him? Even if he has managed to cling to the coattails of the 9 sacred demon gate, it should not impede our cultivation. What have we toiled for these past few years? It is to pass the assessment and become inner disciples. If we are to be hindered by a good-for-nothing, then all our efforts would have been in vain. Yes, indeed. Many disciples echoed in agreement. We cannot allow our hard work over the years to be wasted on a worthless individual. We must drive him away and find another master. In an instant, dozens of disciples rallied together, creating a cacophony of dissent. Observing this scene, Nan Huairan furrowed his brow, intending to intervene, but was halted by Li Qiye. Drive away this useless fool. He is unqualified to impart teachings to us. The chorus of voices grew louder. Indeed, a newcomer who has barely entered the sect dares to lecture us? A disciple scoffed, what a joke. Brother Luo proclaimed loudly, exactly. He lacks the skills to teach us and dares to do so. This is nothing short of a profound humiliation. If he wishes to instruct us, he must first defeat us. This may not be wise. A timid female disciple with large eyes interjected, provoking our master is a grave offense. Bah, provoking our master? He must first be worthy of the title. Brother Luo retorted loudly. Indeed, if he lacks the qualifications to be our master, how can he discuss imparting teachings? Let alone provoking our master? Many disciples expressed their agreement, indicating Brother Luo's significant standing among them. Seeing the crowd's fervor, Li Qiye slowly rose and descended to confront the disciples. He surveyed the assembly and spoke with calm assurance. So, it appears you are quite dissatisfied with your elder brother. At this moment, Li Qiye took the initiative to speak, and the disciples abruptly fell silent, exchanging glances. Regardless of the situation, Li Qiye was, after all, the chief disciple sent by the elders. Dissatisfied? I am quite open-minded, Li Qiye said with a smile. His smiling demeanor sent an involuntary shiver down Nenhuiren and Empress' spine, evoking an unsettling image of a colossal beast revealing its menacing fangs while eyeing a flock of sheep. At that moment, many disciples turned their gaze toward Brother Luo, who was undoubtedly their anchor. Many looked to him for guidance. Brother Luo, confident in his stance, boldly stepped forward. He, being around 16 or 17 years of age, looked down at the younger Li Qiye and sneered, "Indeed, we are not convinced. You are merely a newcomer, lacking the qualifications to instruct us." Humph. If a worthless fool is to be our teacher, it will ruin our future. What is your name, junior brother? Li Qiye, surprisingly unperturbed, continued to smile. Brother Luo, looking down haughtily at Li Qiye, replied, I am Luo Fenghua. If you seek revenge, come at me. Upon hearing his name, Li Qiye chuckled softly. He had perused the roster and was well aware of Luo Fenghua, who had been in the sect for nearly 4 years and had achieved a commendable level of cultivation. Aside from you, how many others among you harbor discontent toward me? Li Qiye inquired with a smile. Luo Fenghua surveyed the other disciples, declaring, If you are dissatisfied, so be it. It is no great matter. We are not cowards. We should unite and expel this fool for our own sake. If we allow a good-for-nothing to instruct us, it will destroy the fruits of our years of labor. Should any punishment arise, let it fall upon me. I will bear it. Luo Fenghua's words were quite stirring, displaying a semblance of leadership. Indeed, our rights must be fought for. Under Luo Fenghua's rallying cry, many disciples were swayed and began to stand together. In no time, nearly 100 disciples rose in solidarity, some shouting, a person younger than us, who entered the sect later, has no right to instruct us. Immediately leave the Washing Stone Valley. Yes, leave at once. The chorus echoed as other disciples joined in fervently. The clamor escalated, and even those who had remained silent before found themselves swept up in the fervor of the crowd. It seems you are quite displeased with me. In response to their dissatisfaction, Li Qiye continued to smile. However, this is the decision of the elders, is it not? Since you are unsatisfied, I am inclined to heed your demands. What sort of individual do you believe is qualified to instruct you? The crowd stirred restlessly, and Li Qiye remained calm, appearing open to discussion, which momentarily left the group of adolescents in a state of confusion as they lacked a clear answer, turning instead to Luo Fenghua for guidance. Luo Fenghua, the one they looked to, stepped forward with a smirk. It is not difficult to be our master, at the very least. One must be superior to us to earn that right. If one cannot surpass us, what authority do they have to teach? So, you wish to compete with me? Li Qiye replied with a smile, gazing at Luo Fenghua. Luo Fenghua, adopting a defiant stance, stated, Indeed, if you can defeat me, then you may teach us. Humph. If you cannot, do not blame me for being ruthless. I show no mercy to my enemies. When the time comes, do not be surprised if I leave you writhing on the ground. I will break every rib in your body. This may not be appropriate. The large-eyed female disciple timidly protested. A friendly sparring match would suffice. Let us not take it too far. Li Qiye shook his head, smiling. I believe Brother Luo has a point. If we are to engage, let us do so earnestly. Very well, let our abilities determine the victor. Luo Fenghua announced boldly, I will fight you. Li Qiye, still smiling, replied, Since you wish to battle, I shall accompany you. As he spoke, he slowly drew out the snake-hitting staff from his waist and said, as the senior brother, it would and Oppos, be proper for me to strike first. You may proceed. Humph. Utterly lacking in self-awareness, Brother Luo has already reached the realm of palace opening, and yet this fool dares to challenge him with nothing more than a wooden stick. Someone scoffed upon witnessing Li Qiye draw his staff. Meanwhile, Nenhuiren shook his head, sensing that someone was about to face dire consequences. Even a master like Su Huan had been sent sprawling by the snake-hitting staff. One could only imagine the fate of the current Luo Fenghua. What an arrogant fool. For Li Qiye to brandish a mere wooden stick was a profound humiliation for Luo Fenghua. With a loud roar, he opened his mouth and unleashed a sword, a weapon of relatively low grade. As the sword emerged, it hummed and transformed into a torrent of sword shadows, launching an attack at Li Qiye with a technique called Star Sword Vast River. With a resounding crash, Luo Fenghua's sword was immediately sent flying by Li Qiye's staff. Another thundering blow sent Luo Fenghua reeling, stars dancing before his eyes as he was struck hard in the face. blood staining his visage. He had no chance to evade the snake-hitting staff. Bang, bang, bang. Li Qiye showed no mercy, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes, knocking Luo Fenghua to the ground amidst his cries of agony. Li Qiye's assault was particularly ruthless, leaving Luo Fenghua's head and face drenched in blood. Ultimately, when Li Qiye ceased his assault, Luo Fenghua lacked even the strength to scream, reduced to mere groans of pain. Beneath the realm of heavenly origin, one could only expect to be beaten before the snake-hitting staff. Nanhuiren Kuden and Appos, help but feel pity for Luo Fenghua. Even Su Huan had been left searching for his teeth after such a beating. Li Qiye had indeed shown restraint in his actions. At that moment, all the disciples stood in stunned silence, their strongest, Luo Fenghua, now covered in blood. You all come forward and join in. Li Qiye, wielding the snake-hitting staff, pointed at the few disciples who had first echoed Luo Fenghua's sentiments, speaking coolly. However, witnessing Luo Fenghua's fate, the disciples involuntarily recoiled in fear. Does anyone still have tickets for the Dream Cup? Please cast your votes. Chapter 47, The Transmission of Doctrine and Instruction, Part 1. Come forth. Li Qiye's gaze turned icy as he coldly declared, Since you dare to challenge my authority, you shall experience the consequences of such defiance. What is there to fear? He stands alone, while we are many. A bold disciple shouted, brandishing his treasured weapon as he charged forward. Let us all advance, with one taking the lead. The courage of the others swelled, and they unsheathed their weapons, rushing forward. However, numbers mattered little. Before the might of the serpent-whipping staff, cultivators below the heavenly origin realm were destined to be mere punching bags. The dozen or so disciples were akin to small snakes encountering their natural predator. As Li Qiye struck, they were met with the staff's brutal force, bloodied and fell to the ground. Li Qiye showed no mercy to this rebellious group, delivering a thorough beating, even to those lying on the ground. His ferocity sent shrieks of agony echoing through the air, leaving the disciples bloodied and incapable of rising. All of you, come here. Li Qiye pointed his staff at the remaining disciples, speaking with an air of indifference. Master, we did not rebel, stammered a timid female disciple with large eyes. I know, Li Qiye replied coolly. My first lesson is simple. Anyone can provoke me, but you will witness the fate that befalls those who do. Without waiting for their response, he charged forward, sweeping them aside with his staff. In truth, Li Qiye had already reached the embodiment realm. Many disciples were inferior to him, and even without the staff, he could have subdued them. He surged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep, swiftly knocking over more than half of them. Run! Someone, struck by fear, turned to flee. Yet, as they attempted to escape, they were tossed back by Nanhuiren. There was no escape. When one tried to resist, they were met by the staff, landing them on the ground. For those who had not rebelled, Li Qiye and Appos' strikes were slightly less severe, simply knocking them down rather than leaving them bloodied like their more defiant peers. Ultimately, all 300 disciples, without exception, found themselves prostrate on the ground, pale and shaken. The serpent-whipping staff was their nemesis. Even without visible wounds, its impact resonated deep within their bones. The staff served as the finest tool for disciplining unruly disciples, a rarity in the world, which explained why Li Qiye employed it to teach the likes of Mingren and his companions a lesson. The entire training ground was filled with anguished cries, as all disciples lay defeated. Those who dared to resist, particularly Luo Fenghua and his group, were mercilessly beaten, their skin torn and their bodies battered. After adequately chastising the rebellious disciples, Li Qiye leisurely returned to his elevated seat, surveying the fallen disciples. With a calm demeanor, he declared, I welcome challenges against me, but consider the repercussions. Today and Appos' first lesson is merely an appetizer. In the future, my methods will be far less lenient. I shall not cease until your bones are broken. Looking at the scattered disciples, he continued, As your master, I will take responsibility for your education. For those stubborn enough to resist, fret not. I will ensure you submit. Otherwise, be content to play the part of obedient disciples. In my presence, you shall learn. No matter your talent, I will shatter that arrogance. If you are a dragon, coil. If a tiger, crouch. Otherwise, I shall dismantle your pride. The disciples lay there, unable to rise, too frightened to retort. Thus concludes today and Appos' first lesson. With a faint smile, Li Qiye added as he departed, Of course, if you are dissatisfied with me, feel free to lodge a complaint. However, remember, those who do so shall be treated accordingly. Indeed, that very afternoon, the head of the sect, Zhou, paid a visit. Upon meeting, he coldly stated, "As an instructor, your primary duty is to impart doctrine. The disciples of Xiantian will one day become the pillars of the Xianga sect. Should anything happen to them, if you are displeased with me, take it up with the elders," Li Qiye interjected, unfazed. "How I choose to teach is my own affair, and I require no external guidance. If Zhou has no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." Zhou was momentarily taken aback, his anger palpable as he trembled. "Master Zhou, please leave," Li Qiye said, dismissively, showing no further interest in their conversation. Fuming, Zhou clenched his teeth, ultimately managing a cold smile. "Very well, we shall see how your disciples fare during the assessment." As Zhou departed, Li Shuangyan emerged from the shadows, casting a cold glare at Li Qiye. "Do you not fear the enemies you are making?" "Skill does not equate to invincibility," Li Qiye replied, meeting her gaze calmly. "To kill is not a difficult endeavor. It depends solely on the worth of the target." Speaking of killing, Li Qiye chuckled lightly in the Xianga sect. "No matter how many there are, I can slay them all." Li Shuangyan regarded him with icy disdain. "So you are quite confident. But do not forget, you are my sword attendant. It is your duty to protect your master." Li Qiye was disinclined to engage in such dialogue, merely reminding her. This infuriated Li Shuangyan. Her face flushed with anger. Despite her steady resolve over years of cultivation, she had frequently found herself exasperated since meeting Li Qiye. Ultimately, as a woman of exceptional standing, she took a deep breath, calming herself. "Accepting me is not a trivial matter. At least, you must provide a compelling reason for my allegiance." The beaching body. One of the 24 royal physiques, a commendable constitution, Li Qiye observed, his demeanor composed. "Remain by my side, and in time, I shall guide you. With diligence. Achieving the pure body is not beyond your reach. What grand ambitions you possess, the pure body." Li Shuangyan glared at him, her voice icy. "Do you understand what it means? One of the 12 celestial bodies. Throughout the ages, few have attained such a physique. The sacred body technique I currently practice is already among the pinnacle of physical arts." Li Shuangyan, born with a royal physique, had ample reason to be proud. The beaching body was exceedingly rare, one of the 24 royal physiques. Presently, her mastery of physical techniques was among the highest in the world. However, transforming her beaching body into the Yuqing body would require considerable time. The Yuqing body, one of the 18 sacred bodies, possessed immense power and should not be underestimated. Without further ado, Li Qiye summoned the longevity wheel, a halo of light revolving behind his head as blood energy surged forth. In an instant, he delivered a powerful kick toward Li Shuangyan. Li Shuangyan's expression changed dramatically as she swiftly raised her delicate hand, wielding a silver shield to block Li Qiye's kick. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom. Beneath that single strike lay the weight of 1,000 mountains, an unimaginable force. For Li Shuangyan, however, this was no trivial challenge. With a sharp crack, the silver shield shattered under the sheer pressure of his kick. Though she managed to absorb the blow, she was forced to take a step back, shattering the stone tiles beneath her feet. Instantly, her complexion paled. The force of Li Qiye and Empress's kick was not derived from mystical powers or brute strength, but from sheer weight, an overwhelming and unadulterated mass. It felt as though one of Li Qiye and Empress's legs bore the weight of countless mountains, capable of shattering the very fabric of the earth. Such a feat seemed impossible. Given his still nascent cultivation, he could not possibly possess such a burdensome leg. The title of heavenly prodigy suited her well. Her ability to withstand the full weight of that blow was indeed remarkable. Li Qiye cast a calm glance in her direction and remarked, "The Jade Purity Sacred Heart technique you practice was obtained from the martial god hall, correct? A commendable martial art." With that, he turned and walked away. For a long moment, Li Shuangyan stood speechless, profoundly shaken. Since their first encounter, Li Qiye had always appeared enigmatic, shrouded in mystery. Yet today, the sheer weight of his kick left her in awe. She believed that his cultivation could not possibly exceed the foundational level. Yet the weight of his leg had left her astounded. She sensed that it was neither the power of the Tao nor mere physical strength, but an extraordinary mass. A human leg could not possibly possess such weight, at least not one of ordinary nature. Why, then, was Li Qiye and Empress's leg so incredibly heavy? This thought sent a tremor through her mind. Were it a case of an exceptionally dense physique, various types could explain it, such as the innate Titan body or the imperial body of the demon suppression type, or even the sacred body known for its prison suppression. Yet, it was evident that Li Qiye was neither an innate body nor an imperial body, let alone a sacred body. If he were truly born with such an imperial or sacred physique, it would be impossible to conceal from the eyes of others. Chapter 48. The Passing of Knowledge, Part 2. The only possibility is that Li Qiye has mastered an unparalleled body technique. The weight of that kick left an indelible impression on her, and recalling Li Qiye's words sent a tremor through Li Shuangyin's mind, leaving her momentarily lost in thought. The following day, Li Qiye reappeared at the martial arts hall, seated at a high position. The courtyard was filled with 300 disciples, and a profound silence enveloped the space. It was uncertain how many disciples had been intimidated by Li Qiye the day before. They had all been knocked to the ground and mercilessly beaten. The pain of those blows lingered in their minds, causing involuntary shudders even in recollection. Remarkably, despite being soundly thrashed, the pain inflicted did not damage their bones, and many disciples were fortunate enough to escape serious injury as Li Qiye had shown mercy. Nevertheless, the fear instilled in them was palpable, and when Li Qiye surveyed the crowd, many disciples felt their hearts race, avoiding his gaze. I see some brave junior brothers and sisters are willing to lodge complaints against me, Li Qiye remarked with a smile. However, I wonder if any of them possess the courage to step forward. At that moment, the disciples exchanged glances, their hearts pounding at the sight of Li Qiye and Appo's cheerful demeanor. One must take responsibility for their actions. I shall be the one to file a complaint against you. Luo Fenghua boldly stepped forward. Though the salve on his face marred his handsome features, Li Qiye descended from his elevated seat, his smile unwavering as he regarded Luo Fenghua. I have always admired those with courage. You are undoubtedly someone I respect, junior brother Luo. However, challenging my authority comes with consequences. Will you be crawling back today, or will you require assistance to return? As he spoke, he slowly withdrew the snake-whipping staff. The sight of Li Qiye's smile and the staff in his hands caused the color to drain from the faces of all the disciples present, regardless of gender. Relying on treasures is no proof of skill, Luo Fenghua retorted, his complexion pale but his stance firm. If you possess true prowess, let us spar. It was evident even to the dim-witted that the seemingly inconspicuous wooden staff in Li Qiye's hand was no ordinary object. You truly wish to spar? Li Qiye inquired with a smile directed at Luo Fenghua. Luo Fenghua, filled with trepidation at Li Qiye's smile, steeled himself and declared, Indeed, if you can best me, I shall have no complaints. Since you are so eager to engage, I shall oblige, Li Qiye responded with a grin, retracting the staff. As your senior, it would be inappropriate for me to strike first, so please, allow me to extend the courtesy to you. Seeing Li Qiye return the staff to its resting place, Luo Fenghua felt a surge of relief. He summoned his sword and proclaimed, Very well, let us begin. He assumed a defensive stance, fully aware of the prior encounters. Not bad, Li Qiye noted, observing Luo Fenghua's careful posture. In an instant, he summoned his vitality, and with a swift kick, sent Luo Fenghua flying 3 yards, his sword shattering upon impact as he coughed up blood. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Luo Fenghua had suffered a broken rib. As he collapsed, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. The divine body of the prison was what Li Qiye had cultivated, the most formidable body technique in existence. And one could only imagine the force behind that kick. All disciples stood frozen in shock. Among the 300, Luo Fenghua was among the most talented. Yet he had failed to withstand even a single blow from Li Qiye. I can only conclude that you lack the capacity to endure even a fraction of my strength. Yet you dared to provoke me, Li Qiye remarked slowly, retracting his foot. He had shown restraint with that kick. Had he truly unleashed his full power, Luo Fenghua would have met his demise. Beside them, Nan Huiran shook his head slightly, recalling how just 6 months prior, their senior brother had been untrained. Even the likes of Du Yuanguang and Su Huilong had been effortlessly dispatched, and now that he had trained, Luo Fenghua was merely courting disaster. Without Li Qiye's prompting, Nan Huiran rushed to revive Luo Fenghua, mending his broken bones and applying healing ointment before carrying him back to his quarters. It seems that employing the snake-whipping staff to teach you a lesson is the safest course of action, Li Qiye mused. Extracting the staff once more and pointing to a disciple. You, step forward and show me what you are capable of. Master brother, I did not file any complaints. I swear to the heavens, I absolutely did not. The disciple, upon being singled out, turned ashen with fear. Li Qiye nodded seriously. I understand you did not complain. But today and Appo's lesson remains the same. You will be soundly thrashed. Of course, you may attempt to flee, but should I catch you, the consequences will be tenfold worse than yesterday. You would do well to heed my warning. The disciple, left with no choice, steeled himself and stammered, "Master brother, please show mercy. Seeking mercy from me is futile. Exert yourself instead. Strike with all your might. The initiative lies with you," Li Qiye replied with a smile. Swinging the staff, the disciple had no choice but to brace himself for the encounter. In a flurry of movements, he could not withstand even 2 strikes from Li Qiye before being sent crashing to the ground. The staff inflicting pain yet sparing him from bleeding, though the agony was still palpable. You. Li Qiye pointed at several others, commanding, "Step forward." In a matter of moments, all 300 disciples found themselves once again on the ground, writhing in pain. Regardless of their sincerity, the suffering was deeply felt, penetrating to the very marrow of their bones. Though blood was not shed this day, the torment endured was still excruciating. These children are beyond redemption, Li Qiye sighed, shaking his head before turning to leave. On the 3rd day, Li Qiye made his appearance once more, summoning the 300 disciples to the courtyard again. To his surprise, Luo Fenghua, who had suffered a broken rib the day before, was present, having endured 2 harsh beatings. The disciples now regarded Li Qiye with the same dread as one would a specter. The memory of the snake-whipping staff lingered as a nightmare they could not shake. This reaction was understandable. Even the invincible warriors who had once followed the Mingren immortal emperor had experienced their own share of fear and pain in their youth. And even after ascending to greatness, the recollection of those days brought forth a myriad of emotions. The content of today's lesson remains the same. You will be thrashed, Li Qiye declared with a smile as he approached. At his words, the disciples trembled, having already faced his wrath twice. The prospect of enduring another beating sent them quaking in their boots. Who will be the first to step forward? Li Qiye inquired, his gaze sweeping over the assembled 300. Many disciples involuntarily recoiled, unable to suppress their fear. Ultimately, it was Luo Fenghua who stepped forward first. He boldly proclaimed, "I shall take on this challenge." As he spoke, he brandished a colossal shield, having wisely brought it along in hopes of deflecting Li Qiye's serpent-slaying staff. His courage was commendable, and there was a hint of cleverness in his approach. Li Qiye nodded appreciatively, a smile gracing his lips. However, despite his valiant efforts, Luo Fenghua could not escape the fate of a thorough beating. If the serpent-slaying staff could be thwarted by a mere shield, it would hardly warrant Li Qiye retrieving it from the depths of the ghost forest. This encounter left Luo Fenghua battered and bloodied, lying helplessly on the ground in excruciating pain. Li Qiye's blows were merciless, instilling terror in the hearts of all the disciples, who dared not voice their indignation. While cleverness was present, it was misplaced. A touch more wisdom would serve them better. This lesson is to encourage you to think more critically, Li Qiye remarked with calm composure. On this day, all disciples faced another brutal lesson at the hands of Li Qiye, who was even more ferocious than the previous day, with many left bleeding and unable to rise. As the 4th lesson commenced, Li Qiye casually stated, "The subject of today's class remains the same, delivering punishment. Who shall volunteer first?" At this moment, the disciples and Appos' expressions shifted dramatically, retreating several steps in unison, none daring to step forward, not even the once courageous Luo Fenghua. I will." At last, a youth of around 18 emerged. He bore an honest demeanor, yet his physique was remarkably robust. "What is your name?" Li Qiye inquired, recognizing the young man from previous encounters. Each time the others sought to evade punishment, this particular disciple exhibited remarkable tenacity, facing the blows head-on and making valiant attempts to rise after each fall. His indomitable spirit had left a lasting impression on Li Qiye. The disciple scratched his head, responding earnestly, "Reporting to senior brother, my name is Zhang Yu. Why do you choose to stand forward first?" Li Qiye asked with a smile. "Well, regardless of whether senior brother is pleased or displeased, we are bound to be punished. Since evasion is futile, I might as well face it head-on," Zhang Yu replied. His words slightly stammered. Note: promotional content has been omitted to maintain the narrative and Appos' integrity. Chapter 49, The Most Ruthless Instruction, Part 1. In this chapter, Li Qiye delivered a brutal beating to Zhang Yu, who, among the 300 disciples, was regarded as one with relatively shallow cultivation, having entered the sect a year or 2 earlier than most. Despite his limited prowess, Zhang Yu exhibited an unwavering tenacity akin to that of a steadfast ox. As the whip struck him repeatedly, pain coursed through his body, rendering him nearly incapable of standing. Yet, Zhang Yu persisted, rising time and again, fully aware that his resistance was futile. Each time he stood, he was inevitably brought back down by Li Qiye and Apos' relentless blows. Li Qiye, intentionally testing his resolve, continued to strike Zhang Yu, each blow inflicting unbearable pain without drawing blood. Where others might have succumbed to the ground, Zhang Yu repeatedly stood, defiantly facing the onslaught. The sound of the whip resonated through the air, causing many disciples to shudder in fear, their faces paling at the perceived severity of Li Qiye and Apos' actions toward Zhang Yu. Unlike previous encounters where Li Qiye ceased after knocking a disciple down, this time he seemed determined to push Zhang Yu to his limits. Ultimately, Zhang Yu fell, unable to rise again. Though uninjured, he trembled with pain, his body convulsing, cold sweat streaming down his pale face, testament to his suffering. Witnessing his plight, many disciples trembled in fear, with several female disciples unable to bear the sight. Li Qiye glanced at the crumpled Zhang Yu with an air of indifference and remarked, "If I were displeased, I would and Apos' resort to venting my frustrations on insignificant figures such as yourselves. Furthermore, should I choose to do so, I could devise countless cruel methods to torment you at any moment." These words were directed not only at Zhang Yu but also at all present disciples. After the brutal encounter with Zhang Yu, Li Qiye casually pointed at another disciple, instructing him to step forward. The chosen disciple, trembling in fear, complied under the weight of Li Qiye and Apos' intimidating presence. "Do you understand why I strike you?" Li Qiye asked, a smile upon his lips. To the trembling disciple, that smile appeared more terrifying than that of a demon. Stuttering, he replied, "Why yes, we offended the senior brother." "Incorrect," Li Qiye retorted with a grin. "Resist if you wish," and with that, he brought the whip down upon the disciple. The disciple cried out in anguish, and Li Qiye continued his assault on another, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. A cacophony of wails echoed through the valley as one disciple after another fell victim to Li Qiye and Apos' merciless strikes. "Do you comprehend why I am punishing you?" Li Qiye pressed, mercilessly attacking another disciple until he surrendered, covering his head and accepting the blows. "No, I don't know," the disciple lamented, offering numerous answers, none of which would appease Li Qiye. "Each blow from the senior brother shatters our weaknesses, or perhaps the senior brother is testing the flaws in our techniques." A timid voice finally emerged. Upon hearing this, Li Qiye abruptly halted, turning toward the source of the voice, a female disciple with large, timid eyes. Recognizing her, he saw her demeanor indicated she was not one of boldness. As Li Qiye and Apos' fierce gaze fell upon her, she instinctively stepped back, her palms sweating, while her fellow female disciples expressed concern, gently tugging at her. "Step forward," Li Qiye commanded with a smile directed at the trembling girl. The scene was somewhat amusing, as Li Qiye was merely a boy of 13 or 14, while the girl appeared older. Yet, in his presence, she moved forward as though a lamb facing a ravenous wolf. "Why do you think I strike you?" Li Qiye inquired, still smiling, while the girl stood pale and hesitant. Fearful, she took another step back, reinforcing the image of Li Qiye as a bully tormenting gentle maidens. Finally, summoning her courage, she whispered, "I believe the senior brother's every strike is meant to expose our flaws, perhaps as a test of our techniques." Upon uttering this, she cast a brief, uncertain glance at Li Qiye before quickly lowering her gaze, clearly intimidated. Just as she feared Li Qiye would erupt in anger, he instead asked leisurely, "What is your name?" "Supe," she stammered, feeling a chill as Li Qiye's gaze bore into her. Despite being older, she felt as though a primordial beast had fixated upon her. "Supe." "Junior sister," Li Qiye replied with a smile. "I have good news for you. You guessed correctly." The gathered disciples were momentarily taken aback, while Supe felt a surge of joy at having narrowly escaped disaster. "From this moment forth, you shall lead the 300 disciples of Washstone Valley," Li Qiye declared, adding, "But now, it is your turn to act." His sudden appointment left all disciples in shock, Supe included, though her astonishment stemmed from the latter part of his statement. "Senior brother, I guessed your question correctly. Does that not exempt me from punishment?" Supe managed to say, her courage wavering. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes, still smiling. "You guessed correctly, indeed, but I never stated I would spare you. I pride myself on being fair. I treat everyone equally." To Supe, that smile appeared more fearsome than any wolf. Ultimately, Supe had no choice but to muster her courage to resist. As she prepared to strike, she timidly requested, "Senior brother, please don't hit my face." A woman's desire to maintain her beauty is inherent, even among cultivators. Though Li Qiye's whip could leave no scars, being struck to the point of swelling would be a torment for any young woman. "I may consider it," Li Qiye said with a grin, yet his whip was already aimed at her face. Shui Pei was taken aback, swiftly stepping through the palace gates to evade the strike of the snake whip aimed at her face. However, the whip pursued her relentlessly, as if it were an insatiable parasite. In sheer horror, Shui Pei repeatedly employed the ancient footwork of the Xiyang sect to escape, yet she found herself cornered by Li Qiye's relentless pursuit. If you continue to flee, do you dare to believe I won and Oppos, turn your face into that of a pig? Li Qiye and Oppos' voice, reminiscent of a demon, reverberated ominously. This declaration terrified Shui Pei into submission. She could no longer evade. With a fierce shout, she pivoted to confront her adversary, her long sword sweeping horizontally at Li Qiye. With a resounding thud, Li Qiye and Oppos' whip struck mercilessly against Shui Pei and Oppos' delicate shoulder, causing her to wince in agony, tears streaming down her face as if her very shoulder might shatter. The technique "a sword sweeps away dust" was potent, but if its force diminished even slightly, it would be rendered ineffective. This move was, as its name suggested, unyielding and dense. Li Qiye's whip struck again with brutal force against Shui Pei's shoulder, drawing her closer to tears. Yet, Li Qiye maintained a mocking smile, indifferent to her plight. In this life and death struggle, one must not only possess meticulous attention to detail but also audacious courage. In a narrow encounter, the valiant prevail. Your heart is as clear as a mirror, perceptive and discerning, yet you lack the tenacity to fight to the bitter end. Li Qiye was not merely critiquing Shui Pei's deficiencies in technique. He was also illuminating her shortcomings in battle. With pain coursing through her, Shui Pei steeled herself for another assault, releasing a fierce cry as her sword danced like the sea, retaliating against Li Qiye's cold rebuke. With another thundering impact, Li Qiye mercilessly struck her at her waist. Speaking softly, this move soared vast as the sea lacks the grandeur it requires. It hinges on the essence of vastness, the righteous spirit. With each successive blow, Li Qiye shattered Shui Pei's vulnerabilities, meticulously instructing her. Your and Oppos, southern swallow returns to nest, and Oppos is well practiced, yet do not grow complacent. You are still a fraction short in execution. Should you refine it further, you could seamlessly transition past your flaws. Li Qiye had meticulously studied the techniques and practices of all disciples of the Shishir Valley. Indeed, the methods practiced by the 300 disciples were limited, largely derived from those Li Qiye had imparted during his time at the Xiyang sect, with some techniques even crafted for the cultivation of the immortal Emperor Mingren. Chapter 50, The Most Ruthless Teaching, Part 2. Having studied these techniques, no one in the world comprehended or mastered them better than he did. Shui Pei endured over 20 strikes from Li Qiye, ultimately succumbing and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Only then did Li Qiye relent. Next, Li Qiye casually pointed to another disciple, a smile playing on his lips. In a flurry, the other disciples soon found themselves in the same predicament, one after another falling to the ground, unable to stand. Inspired by Shui Pei's awakening, as Li Qiye mercilessly struck his students, the others were keenly observant of every blow, the recipients of the punishment remembering each hit. Now, every disciple yearned to discern the flaws in their techniques. Some sought to rectify their weaknesses, hoping to avoid such brutal punishment in the future, while others wished to seize the opportunity to identify their shortcomings and elevate their prowess. Though Shui Pei's revelation had stirred the crowd, not every disciple was capable of perceiving the faults in their moves. Even those who recognized their flaws often struggled to amend them. Unlike Shui Pei, the other disciples faced only Li Qiye's relentless strikes without any guidance. In the end, all disciples lay defeated on the ground, their wails echoing through the air. Li Qiye, casting a fleeting glance at them, said with an easy smile, "Today's lesson concludes here. You shall have 3 days of respite to reflect, lest you repeat the same foolish mistakes in the next class." With that, he turned and left. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Qiye reappeared in the training grounds of the Stone Washing Valley. He surveyed the 300 disciples before him and leisurely declared, "Today's lesson remains unchanged. It is time for you to endure another round of strikes." His words caused many disciples to shift uncomfortably, for the memory of Li Qiye and Oppos' relentless blows lingered painfully in their minds. The agony of being struck was a torment not easily forgotten. Li Qiye examined the 300 disciples with a smile, asking, "Will you step forward to face me, or shall I come to you?" "I shall be the first to challenge you, senior brother," came the bold declaration from Luo Fenghua, who had taken the lead before but approached this challenge with a newfound seriousness. Luo Fenghua, gifted among his peers, held a proud disposition. Initially, He had resisted Li Qiye's authority, but after enduring a brutal beating that left him broken, he finally grasped the gravity of Li Qiye's strength. With Su Pei and Empress' awakening ringing in their ears, many disciples had taken the past 3 days to reflect deeply on Li Qiye's strikes. Though painful, the lessons learned were invaluable, and many had identified their own weaknesses. Luo Fenghua, having benefited greatly from this introspection, realized the depth of Li Qiye's intentions. Unbeknownst to him, his attitude toward Li Qiye had shifted considerably. Li Qiye, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, "Though your arrogance is a bit excessive, it does not render you ignorant to the point of foolishness." Embarrassed, Luo Fenghua lowered his gaze and earnestly requested, "Please guide me, senior brother." "Begin," Li Qiye replied, his voice steady as he readied his snake-striking staff. With a fierce shout, Luo Fenghua unleashed his attack, his movements swift and fierce, reminiscent of a soaring eagle or a powerful dragon. However, as soon as his strike initiated, it was met with Li Qiye's staff, sending him reeling. Stars dancing in his vision, his nose bruised and teary-eyed. Li Qiye's strikes were merciless. With each blow, he emphasized the harsh reality of combat. In battle, it is a matter of life or death. Every move must be decisive. As he delivered another punishing blow, he admonished, "You foolishly complicate this technique with unnecessary variations, diminishing its lethal efficacy." Luo Fenghua, quick to adapt, transformed his approach, channeling raw power into a more straightforward execution. Yet, despite his improvement, Li Qiye remained relentless, landing a harsh strike that left him reeling. In mere moments, Luo Fenghua found himself on the ground, the pain of the strikes mingling with a sense of enlightenment. "Next," Li Qiye announced, showing no mercy as he moved on to the next disciple. An older disciple stepped up, but as he launched his attack, Li Qiye swiftly countered, bringing him to his knees. "Too slow," Li Qiye observed, striking again, forcing the disciple to evade. In the ensuing chaos, Li Qiye expertly highlighted each disciple and Empress as shortcomings, ensuring that every strike served as a lesson. Throughout the day, he relentlessly challenged each of the 300 disciples, each left battered yet enlightened. Despite the pain, many of them felt a profound sense of growth from their trials. In the following days, Li Qiye continued his rigorous training regimen, and surprisingly, the disciples bore their fates with acceptance, some even relishing the opportunity to learn, knowing that the immense pain would yield significant rewards. Li Qiye's approach to imparting knowledge has left a profound impression on his 300 disciples. Under the severe discipline of Li Qiye, it is nearly impossible for these disciples to overlook their shortcomings. The lessons derived from their suffering resonate deeply within them. Although his methods are undeniably brutal, each disciple has reaped substantial benefits, particularly in terms of mastering the intricacies of their techniques. Within just a few days, they have grasped the true essence of their craft. The errors they made during their training were rectified through Li Qiye's rigorous corrections. Remarkably, many disciples have exhibited notable progress in this short span, especially those like Luo Fenghua, who possesses considerable talent. Under Li Qiye's guidance, Luo Fenghua has comprehended the true nature of his martial arts, and thus, after only a few days, the transformation in each of his movements is exquisite and graceful. Despite the harshness of Li Qiye's teachings, the disciples at Washi Valley hold no grievances against him. Even those who initially dismissed him, such as the more capable Luo Fenghua, have come to respect him profoundly. While Li Qiye and Empress' methods may be severe, the wisdom imparted is of genuine substance, and every disciple has gained immensely. In stark contrast, the previous instructor, Master Zhou, seldom resorted to reprimands. His teachings were delivered in a brief, collective manner, akin to a rote memorization of techniques, leaving the onus of comprehension on each disciple. With 300 students, each possessing varying talents and insights, the outcomes of their training diverged greatly, leading to significant misunderstandings and misapplications of their arts. Now, with Li Qiye's individualized instruction, each disciple receives tailored guidance to address their specific flaws. This has provided them with a clear path for their training and a deeper understanding of the subtleties of their techniques. Consequently, within a mere few days, many disciples have begun to glimpse the threshold of mastery, with some even stepping into a more profound realm of understanding. This has filled the hearts of numerous disciples with joy, for in just a few days under Li Qiye's tutelage, they have achieved more than in years of self-exploration. As the day draws to a close, I invite you to lend your support to Shaosheng by casting your votes for recommendations and dream cups. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 51. The Celestial King's Teachings. Part 1. As Li Qiye imparted his wisdom in the Washing Stone Valley. The higher echelons of the Shan ancient sect convened a clandestine meeting, attended solely by the 6 esteemed elders. The assembly was presided over by the chief elder, Elder Gu, who, seated at the head of the table, surveyed his fellow elders before solemnly stating, "Today, we gather to discuss the matter concerning the imperial body ointment." Upon hearing the chief elder's words, the remaining 5 elders exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. Among the elders, it was universally acknowledged that Elder Gu held the highest standing in terms of both qualifications and achievements. Furthermore, he was the direct disciple of the previous sect leader, making his position unparalleled within the sect. While it was often rumored that the current sect leader, Su Yonghuang, was a protege of the former leader, the 6 elders were well aware that this was merely a fade. Among the elders, only Chao Xiong harbored ambitions for the leadership, while the other 4 were acutely aware of their limitations in terms of cultivation, accomplishments, and status, understanding that Elder Gu was the rightful heir to the position. We had promised Qiye that if he could successfully unite with the 9 sacred demons sect, we would bestow upon him the imperial body ointment, Elder Gu continued, his gaze fixed on the 5 elders. The other elders remained silent, though Chao Xiong felt a surge of discontent within him. Should Li Qiye indeed ally himself with the 9 sacred demons sect, it would significantly jeopardize his disciple He Yingxian's aspirations for the leadership position. Chao Xiong had his own schemes. Even if he never ascended to the role of sect leader, he wished for his disciple to take the mantle in the next generation. However, the unexpected emergence of Li Qiye posed a formidable challenge. Should Li Qiye marry Li Shuangyan and wield the influence of the chief disciple, it would be nearly impossible for anyone, including sect leader Su Yonghuang, to contest his rise. Elder Sun, ranked 4th among the elders, stroked his long beard and nodded, affirming, "This matter is indeed within our agreement. Since Qiye and Appos' union has been established, granting him the imperial body ointment is only fitting." By voicing his support for Li Qiye, Elder Sun inadvertently revealed his inclination towards the young man. His support stemmed from the fact that his disciple, Imo Hufa, had unexpectedly become the envoy between the Xiyan ancient sect and the 9 sacred demons sect. Imo Hufa, though not Elder Sun and Appos' most promising disciple, had become integral in communications with the 9 sacred demons sect, relaying messages from their chief protector, Yuhi, given Yuhi's esteemed status within the ancient realms. This newfound connection elevated Imo Hufa and his fellow disciple, Nan Huiran, within the Xiyan ancient sect. The sect possesses another portion of the imperial body ointment, Elder Gu stated, prompting a hush among the other elders, while Chao Xiong winced inwardly. This particular supply had been preserved since the tenure of the previous sect leader and had never been utilized. Although Elder Gu had earned the right to claim it long ago, he hesitated, believing that, due to his age and diminishing potential, using it would be a waste. If even Elder Gu was reluctant to use the ointment, the other elders felt even less entitled to claim it. In the minds of the 6 elders, the future of the sect lay in the hands of exceptionally gifted disciples who could be entrusted with the imperial body ointment for their cultivation. Now, however, it was to be granted to Li Qiye, a decision that met with tacit approval from the other 4 elders, though it left Chao Xiong feeling bereft, as he had hoped to reserve it for his disciple, He Yingxian's future cultivation. Nonetheless, Li Qiye requested to substitute the primary ingredient, the beast essence, with that of the Hell Iron Bull. "I have already contacted the auction house, and they have a specimen of Hell Iron Bull essence that is roughly 90,000 years old, which can be considered equivalent to 100,000 years. However, they require an additional 1,000 pieces of ancient Saint Jinjing as part of the exchange," Elder Gu stated. The other elders gasped at this revelation, with Elder Qian, the 3rd-ranked elder, exclaiming, "Brother, the Hell Iron Bull is an exceedingly rare celestial beast, and its essence commands a staggering price on the market. Such a request is outrageous." Elder Gu nodded calmly. "The seller is willing to trade, but we must meet their demand." Chao Xiong seized this opportunity to voice his concerns, stating emphatically, "The matters of the sect should not be dictated by a mere 3rd-generation disciple. It is preposterous for him to negotiate under such circumstances." Elder Wu, the 6th elder, urged Elder Gu, "Brother, granting the imperial body ointment is already a tremendous favor from the sect. Li Qiye, as a 3rd-generation disciple, should recognize the gravity of this blessing. Moreover, our stocks of ancient Saint Jinjing are dwindling. Parting with 1,000 pieces would nearly exhaust our reserves." The other elders turned their gazes towards Elder Gu, their expressions revealing their apprehensions. Seeing this, Chao Xiong felt a surge of triumph, believing he was well on his way to thwarting Li Qiye's ambitions. 1,000 Jingbi is hardly worth it, remarked the third elder. There is no denying that the four elders hold the Grand Elder in high esteem in their eyes. As well as in the perception of the entire Xiong ancient sect, he occupies a position of unparalleled significance, virtually unassailable. However, over the years, circumstances have shifted. The elders have long harbored the hope that the Grand Elder would take the helm of the Xiong ancient sect, as they inherently harbor a disdain for the current sect leader, Su Yongwang. In their minds, the ideal leader is none other than the Grand Elder. Yet, the Grand Elder has never expressed any intention regarding the leadership position, and as time passes, the other elders cannot help but feel disheartened. Particularly in recent years, the Grand Elder has exhibited signs of despondency, having lost the vigor of his former self, which has further unsettled the elders. In contrast, Chao Xiong, the second-ranking elder among the six, has never relinquished his aspirations for the leadership role. His close association with the guest elder, Dong Xinglong, has raised concerns among the other elders, as Chao Xiong is not their preferred choice for the leader. Nevertheless, should a decision arise in the future between Su Yonghuang and Chao Xiong, the elders find themselves in a quandary, especially with Chao Xiong and Apos' repeated overtures of goodwill. The four elders have begun to waver in their convictions. Today, when the Grand Elder broached this topic, Chao Xiong seized upon the implications, causing the four elders to feel a stir of uncertainty within. Just as Chao Xiong sensed an opportunity, the Grand Elder's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, and in an instant, his imposing presence surged, radiating brilliance. At that moment, he seemed to transform, exuding an air of grandeur and authority, imbued with a regal potency. The Grand Elder, after all, is a figure of great renown, having been the longest serving among the six elders, with profound mastery. His sudden display of majesty struck a chord of reverence among the other elders, who felt the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. At this juncture, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. My esteemed junior brothers, your objections are indeed valid. However, you are all acutely aware of the prevailing circumstances. The 9 holy demonic gates hold paramount importance for our Xiong ancient sect, and likewise, Li Qiye is crucial to our survival. Without him, the 9 holy demonic gates would cease to exist. Therefore, I have summoned you all here to deliberate on this matter. Chapter 52, The Sage King's Teachings. Part 2. The words of the Grand Elder resonated with a commanding authority, leaving no room for dissent. His tone was no longer inquisitive. Once he spoke, the elders were compelled to acquiesce. The forcefulness of the Grand Elder's stance sent a tremor through Elder Wu and the others, and even Chao Xiong's expression darkened in response. Over the past 2 to 3 years, the support from the 4 elders for the Grand Elder had wavered. Yet his sudden assertiveness today evoked memories of the past when the Grand Elder had once been the stalwart leader of the Xiong ancient sect. In those days, he wielded his influence with an undeniable vigor. Chao Xiong, who had harbored ambitions regarding the sect leader position, now found himself reconsidering his earlier dismissiveness towards the Grand Elder, whose spirit had seemed to fade with age and disappointment. However, this resurgence of strength from the Grand Elder made it clear that he remained a pillar of the Xiong ancient sect. The first to voice support for the Grand Elder's decision was Elder's son, the Master of Protector Mo, who stated, "If my brother believes in cultivating Li Qiye, I stand by his choice." Elder Sin pondered for a moment before agreeing, expressing hope that Li Qiye would not disappoint their efforts. Elder Wu, after a brief silence, declared, "This time, I concur with my brother and Apos' decision." In an instant, all 4 elders had rallied behind the Grand Elder and Apos' resolution. The approval was not due to Li Qiye's merits, but rather the Grand Elder's renewed vigor, which hinted at his enduring ambition to shoulder the responsibilities of the Xiong ancient sect once more. Chao Xiong had previously been scheming to prevent Li Qiye from acquiring the coveted royal elixir, yet this unexpected turn of events left his plans in disarray, leaving him momentarily stunned and filled with resentment. In the Shishir Valley, Li Qiye had relentlessly trained the 300 disciples for over 10 days, significantly rectifying their flaws in cultivation techniques. By now, the disciples had come to respect Li Qiye, even the proud Luo Feng who acknowledged his superiority. Shui Pei, who appeared timid yet perceptive, had become the eldest sister among the disciples. Although she was notably older than Li Qiye, her lack of assertiveness was evident. Under Li Qiye and Apos' rigorous training, he not only corrected her techniques, but also nurtured her resolve, bolstering her confidence. As half a month swiftly passed, Li Qiye ascended the platform. This time, he was accompanied not by Nan Huairan, but by Li Shuangyan. Her presence was no longer a novelty to the disciples, who had grown accustomed to her as the granddaughter of the 9 sacred demonic sect and a princess of the ancient Nyojiang kingdom. Li Shuangyan, though initially bewildered by Li Qiye and Empress' unorthodox methods of instruction, was increasingly impressed by his ability to pinpoint the disciples' and Empress' flaws with precision. It became clear to her that the snake stick was indeed a remarkable tool, yet it was not solely responsible for Li Qiye and Empress' profound understanding of the techniques. Though the techniques practiced by the Shishir Valley disciples were not exceptionally profound, mastering the intricacies of multiple disciplines was no trivial endeavor. Many foundational spells originated from the hand of the Mingren immortal emperor, and the simplicity of these techniques belied their profound nature, making true mastery a formidable challenge. It was astonishing to witness a 13 or 14-year-old boy, untrained in these techniques, grasp their true essence so effortlessly. As Li Qiye stood before the assembled disciples, he announced, "Today's lesson will delve into the fundamental principles of the Biloxan method, one of the most basic heart methods of the Xiang ancient sect. 1/3 of you have practiced this method. Those who have not may choose to refrain from attending." Shui Pei, the leader of the 300 disciples, blurted out in surprise, "Brother, isn't today's lesson supposed to be about enduring punishment?" Li Qiye smiled at her, teasing, "What's this? Has our junior sister grown addicted to being beaten? Is it discomforting to go a day without it?" No, not at all." Shui Pei's face flushed red as she hurriedly denied it. The unexpected announcement from Li Qiye caught the other disciples off guard. After enduring days of rigorous training, they had grown somewhat numb to the pain. Nonetheless, all 300 disciples remained, captivated by his words. They had come to trust Li Qiye, recognizing that his insights into their flaws were invaluable, and his teachings would undoubtedly be enlightening. At this moment, they forgot the many facts that Li Qiye had joined the sect later than them, possessed lesser innate talent, and was younger. Unbeknownst to them, Li Qiye had become their elder brother and the foremost disciple of the Xiang ancient sect in their hearts. When Li Qiye began his discourse, the disciples listened intently, enraptured by his eloquence. Not only the 300 disciples, but even the so-called genius Li Shuangyan found herself absorbed, struggling to regain her focus. The Biloxan method, though a fundamental and commonplace heart method that facilitated longevity and vitality, was widely practiced within the sect. This method was not shrouded in secrecy. Even novice disciples could share it freely, as it was merely an introductory technique. Such rudimentary techniques were abundant in the central domain and often dismissed by disciples of various sections. However, today, as Li Qiye expounded upon the Biloxan method, it transformed into something extraordinary, captivating his audience and elevating their understanding. What might have been perceived as a mere elementary technique, under Li Qiye's interpretation, became a comprehensive guide to cultivation. Indeed, the Biloxan method, while simple, encapsulated the essence of humanity's relentless pursuit along the path of enlightenment. This art of cultivation has its roots in the primordial and vast ancient era, a time when myriad races groped along the endless paths of existence. It can be said that the Bai Luo heart method is one of the earliest forms of cultivation initiated by the sages of the human race. Although this technique may appear rudimentary, it serves as an excellent introductory practice, embodying a harmonious and balanced essence, ideally suited for establishing a solid foundation. In those days, when Li Qiye and the Mingren immortal emperor founded the Xiang ancient sect, he imparted this heart method to numerous disciples. However, as the Xiang ancient sect later acquired imperial techniques and profound arts, few disciples were inclined to study such a basic method. Presently, only those who have yet to join a sect are willing to learn this technique, largely due to a lack of alternatives. After Li Qiye expounded upon this profound principle, many disciples found themselves in a state of deep contemplation. Li Shuangyan was the first to regain her senses, and upon doing so, she couldn't help but shiver in astonishment. She gazed incredulously at Li Qiye. The Bai Luo heart method, such an ordinary and unremarkable technique, was something she had glanced at previously. For a talent of her caliber, this foundational method had seemed straightforward enough to grasp in a single reading. Yet, after listening to Li Qiye's elaboration, she realized just how superficial her understanding had been. Under Li Qiye's interpretation, this seemingly simple introductory technique transformed into a comprehensive guide to the path of cultivation. Such profundity and insight were nothing short of astonishing. Even her master, the Sun Demon Emperor, would likely struggle to convey such intricacies. Moreover, Li Qiye's insights were not mere regurgitations. The essence of this heart method, as articulated by him, suggested that he had attained the stature of a grandmaster in its practice. Little did Li Qiye know that after Li Qiye perused the Bailuo heart method, he had regained the memories associated with it. The essence of this heart method is not solely derived from Li Qiye's interpretations across generations. It also encapsulates the collective wisdom and dedication of countless ancestors from the primordial era. Li Qiye merely synthesized the profound principles inherent in this technique. In the past, this cultivation method was regarded as one of the essential introductory techniques of the Xiang ancient sect. Several of the mightiest divine generals under the Mingren immortal emperor had once practiced it. However, as the Mingren immortal emperor embraced his destined role and the Xiang ancient sect acquired imperial arts, later generations of disciples scorned the study of this heart method. Due to an engagement last night, I was unable to post the third chapter. I am now providing that chapter to make up for the missed update. Chapter 53, The Sea of Yin and Yang, Part 1. In this chapter, Li Qiye imparts his teachings, leaving Li Qiye utterly astonished. The profound intricacies of the Biluoxan method astound her, and as Li Qiye elaborates on several fundamental heart methods of the Xiang ancient sect, his words flow like a melodious stream, gradually evolving from simplicity to complexity, enchanting all who listen. His discourse, akin to celestial flowers cascading from the heavens, captivates Li Qiye, instilling in her an unparalleled sense of awe. Li Qiye and Appo's elucidation of the basic heart methods leaves an indelible mark on her mind, refreshing her perspective. Although these concepts are rudimentary, they reveal a depth of understanding that, at her current level, she struggles to articulate, much less grasp the profound meanings Li Qiye conveys. This revelation strikes her with profound shock. As a gifted individual of royal lineage, Li Qiye possesses extraordinary talent and aptitude, earning her a prominent place among the elite. Yet, in terms of insight into the principles of Tao and the nuances of the profound, she finds herself outpaced by Li Qiye. Such an occurrence seems astonishing when it happens to an ordinary individual, yet when it pertains to Li Qiye, it appears utterly natural. Li Qiye cannot help but marvel at her inability to fully comprehend Li Qiye's capabilities. Initially, she believed her master, the Lunri demon emperor, favored Li Qiye due to the incident involving the 4 stone figures. However, it becomes evident that her assumptions were far too simplistic. Li Qiye's extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous leaves her in a state of bewilderment. A boy not much older than 13, possessing an ordinary constitution and fate, possesses an unfathomable depth of understanding that defies belief. It is nothing short of miraculous. As Li Qiye's teachings approach their conclusion, he first addresses the deficiencies in the techniques practiced by the disciples of Shishir Valley, subsequently guiding this unruly group to a state of discipline. He imparts wisdom to establish a solid foundation for their cultivation, ensuring they do not err in the fundamental heart methods, as such mistakes could adversely affect their lifelong practice. Throughout history, many cultivators have believed that mastering the most exceptional techniques would lead them to the pinnacle of their journey. This belief is not only held by numerous practitioners but also by many ancient legacies and esteemed mentors. However, Li Qiye, having endured the test of time, possesses unparalleled insights into the nuances of teaching and guiding others in their understanding of the Tao. In Li Qiye's view, the initial step in cultivation is not about pursuing extraordinary techniques, but rather about acquiring a correct understanding of the principles of Tao and achieving a comprehensive grasp of fundamental truths. If one begins their path with misconceptions, it becomes exceedingly difficult to rectify them later, thereby impacting their entire perspective on cultivation. The final task for Li Qiye is to assess the foundational practices of the 300 disciples of Shishir Valley. The limitations of their basic heart methods, though somewhat simplistic, make significant errors unlikely. Nevertheless, Li Qiye remains vigilant, inspecting each disciple meticulously. Through his unique perspective on the interplay between constitution, lifespan, fate, and Tao heart, Li Qiye emerges as an unparalleled master in this domain. His keen insights allow him to provide precise evaluations for each disciple's foundational practices. As he conducts his evaluations, Luo Fenghua takes the lead, stepping forward with exuberance. Previously, he held the most dissenting opinions of Li Qiye, but now he stands among those who revere him. Having studied under the guidance of the sect leader for years, he finds Li Qiye's teachings, offered in mere days, to surpass all prior instruction. Under Li Qiye's direction, Luo Fenghua displays his lifespan wheel, fate palace, and constitution, allowing for a thorough examination. Li Qiye notes, "Your cultivation is thorough, with no significant flaws in your foundation. Though you exhibit a slight impatience in your foundational practices, moving forward, tempering your eagerness and adopting a gradual approach will serve you well. Do not solely focus on your immediate progress. Cultivate a broader perspective. Pleased with Li Qiye and Amp, Oppos, S appraisal, Luo Fenghua departs with a sense of joy. You possess a night owl constitution with a foundation that leans towards agility. In your future cultivation, prioritize techniques associated with avian creatures and rapid advancements. While you exhibit strength, do not neglect the gentle aspects. As one with a fate palace, it is crucial to seek a balance between pursuing higher realms and fully realizing the potential of your constitution. Li Qiye continues to meticulously assess each disciple's foundation, offering incisive recommendations. Li Shuangyan, remaining by his side, is moved by the clarity of his insights. This moment opens yet another door for her understanding. Previously, she esteemed Li Qiye's exceptional talent, but now his profound comprehension of cultivation transcends mere technical mastery. Such insights require the accumulation of time and experience, attainable only through traversing the long and arduous path of the Tao. While she would expect such wisdom from her master, the Lunri Demon Emperor, given his extensive journey, it is astonishing to witness such depth from a mere boy of 13 or 14. The final disciple to present himself for evaluation is Zhang Yu. Approaching with a humble demeanor, he nervously rubs his hands and speaks softly. Master, brother, do I have issues with my cultivation? Zhang Yu has been a disciple longer than Luo Fenghua and is among the longest serving of the 300. Despite his older age, his progress has lagged inexplicably behind. This is not due to a lack of effort. In fact, he is one of the most diligent disciples. However, his stagnation has rendered him more withdrawn and silent, leading others to perceive him as lacking in talent. Even the sect leader has ceased to guide him, leaving him to navigate his path alone. As Zhang Yu presents his lifespan wheel, fate palace, and constitution to Li Qiye, it is evident that his lifespan wheel appears clouded, his fate palace unstable, though his constitution resonates with a faint bovine sound. Upon observing Zhang Yu's situation, Li Qiye felt a profound sense of compassion. He gazed at Zhang Yu and inquired, "How did you come to practice the Amp, Oppos, water marsh longevity technique and Amp, Oppos? Was this method of longevity chosen by you?" Zhang Yu scratched his head, replying, I. The Hall Master mentioned that I possess a postnatal constitution, specifically the water buffalo physique. Thus he selected the water marsh longevity technique for me, believing it would harness the aqueous essence of my blood. What an obvious choice. Li Qiye scoffed, declaring, "You are leading yourself astray. While it is true that you possess a postnatal constitution, it is not that of a water buffalo. You are endowed with the chaotic ox physique. A postnatal constitution does not ascend to the realms of the imperial, sacred, or celestial bodies as an innate constitution can. However, this does not imply that it is inherently weak. The postnatal constitution has its own unique path of cultivation and evolution. For instance, the water buffalo physique can undergo rigorous physical training to evolve into the formidable Kuei ox physique, which, when perfected, can even outshine sacred bodies. Chaotic ox physique? Is such a constitution truly existent? Zhang Yu was taken aback, having never encountered such a term before. It indeed exists, Li Qiye responded matter-of-factly, and your physique embodies it. In truth, the chaotic ox physique is exceedingly rare and holds great potential. Li Qiye scrutinized him and remarked, "You have embarked on the wrong longevity technique. Should you persist in this path, you will find yourself stagnating." What should I do? Zhang Yu and Amp, Oppos, S face drained of color, momentarily rendered speechless. Li Qiye instructed, "Start anew and cultivate the Amp, Oppos, emerald spiral heart technique, and Amp, Oppos. This foundational heart method is balanced and harmonious, integrating aspects of life cultivation, longevity, and physical training. It is most suited to you. But, the assessment is less than a year away." Zhang Yu exclaimed in alarm. Li Qiye regarded him calmly and said, "Which is more important, the assessment or your future path? Even if you do not pass this time, you can always try again. If, in 10 years, you wish to restart your foundational path, you may find that you have missed your prime opportunity. Contemplate this carefully." At that moment, several disciples cast sympathetic glances at Zhang Yu. After 5 years of arduous cultivation, the prospect of starting over was daunting, an outcome that few could accept. To begin anew meant that his 5 years of dedication would seemingly be in vain. Most would hesitate to relinquish their progress. Missing this assessment would entail waiting another 5 years, a prospect that few would willingly endure. A new day, a new beginning. The call went out. Chapter 54, The Sea of Yin and Yang Blood, Part 2, Zhang Yu and Amp. Oppos. As complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, fully grasping the stakes involved. After 5 years of dedication, the prospect of it all being abruptly destroyed felt akin to having labored in vain. If you cannot make a decision at this moment, take your time to ponder it and return once you have clarity, Li Qiye stated, not imposing his will. Ultimately, one must carve their own path. Lacking such resolve renders the pursuit of a steadfast heart mere empty rhetoric. I shall destroy it. I will cultivate the Biluoxan method. As soon as Li Qiye's words fell, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and resolutely declared his determination. Li Qiye merely nodded, offering no further commentary, and turned to Li Shuangren, instructing her to dismantle his foundational practices and rebuild from the ground up. Today, Li Shuangren heeded Li Qiye's words without hesitation, executing his command without delay. Upon inspecting the foundational practices of all disciples, it was evident that the vast majority faced no significant issues. However, Zhang Yu's predicament stood out as the most severe. After thoroughly assessing the foundational practices of every disciple, the situation fell into a steady rhythm. Li Qiye began to relinquish control, allowing the disciples of Shishir Valley to pursue their cultivation independently. With solid foundations, clear principles, and correct methodologies, the subsequent journey lay in the hands of each disciple. Having reached this juncture, Li Qiye had guided the disciples of Shishir Valley into the realm of cultivation. He no longer provided constant support, allowing them to forge their own paths, while occasionally taking time to impart teachings and share wisdom. After countless years of trials and tribulations, having even nurtured celestial emperors, Li Qiye understood better than anyone that regardless of innate talent, if a disciple is not granted the freedom to grow independently, they would ultimately fail to stand on their own. Only through enduring hardship can one witness the beauty of the rainbow. With this newfound freedom, Li Qiye redirected his energy towards his own cultivation. In truth, to better teach the disciples of Shishir Valley, he had significantly slowed his own progress. Now, Li Qiye had reached the blood layer stage of the body cultivation realm, and he was on the verge of entering the refinement stage, making this an opportune moment for another round of body refinement. At this moment, Li Qiye produced an ancient box. If Li Shuangren were present, she might recognize it as the very box he had retrieved from the sacred cave of the 9 Holy Demon Gate. In truth, even the elders of the 9 Holy Demon Gate, including the Sun-wheeled Demon Emperor, were unaware of the treasures contained within this box. It puzzled the Sun-wheeled Demon Emperor that Li Qiye chose this enigmatic ancient box over the treasures of the celestial emperors. What could possibly be hidden within? Traditionally, when a disciple reaches the blood layer stage of body cultivation, the sect bestows upon them a longevity treasure. However, the Xiang ancient sect had fallen into decline, with limited reserves. Should they distribute longevity treasures even to those who had yet to enter the fold, the sect would surely exhaust its stockpile. The primary function of longevity treasures is to extend life and nourish blood vitality. They are among the 2 most prized possessions for cultivators, alongside life-protecting artifacts. Life-protecting artifacts, whether treasures or genuine artifacts, serve primarily to safeguard life and combat enemies. In most instances, they are utilized solely on the battlefield. In contrast, longevity treasures are indispensable at all times. A single longevity treasure can prolong a cultivator and Oppos' life, enhance their blood vitality, and even refine their life essence. In the midst of battle, longevity treasures can prove invaluable when blood vitality wanes and life essence diminishes. They can be activated to quickly replenish lost vitality or to unleash one and amp Oppos' latent energy, thus augmenting combat prowess. Li Qiye opened the ancient box, revealing 2 droplets that resembled blood pearls, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one could sense that these droplets contained boundless blood vitality, akin to 2 vast seas of blood. Moreover, further scrutiny revealed a distinction between the 2. Within one droplet, a golden sun appeared to rise, while within the other, a divine moon seemed to float, ever fluctuating. Cradling these seemingly inconspicuous blood pearls within his palm, Li Qiye sighed softly, as memories of the bloodshed from years past surged forth. In those days, the Mingren celestial emperor had achieved the Tao, bearing the mandate of heaven, commanding countless divine generals, and sweeping across the heavens and earth with unparalleled might. The battlefield that Mingren celestial emperor initially chose to fulfill his destiny was none other than an ancient, colossal burial ground fraught with peril. At that time, Li Qiye, as the Yin Crow, felt his own stability wavering. Yet, he yearned to witness the inaugural battle of the Mingren Celestial Emperor, for such a moment is profoundly significant for any celestial emperor, an opportunity to temper their destiny. Li Qiye had selected a burial ground of ancient, colossal dangers for Mingren Celestial Emperor. Though he did not personally lead the charge, he bore witness to the cataclysmic clashes that shattered the very heavens and earth, eclipsing the sun and moon. That battle shattered the starry firmament and extinguished myriad realms. Ultimately, the Mingren Celestial Emperor boldly plunged into the depths of the burial ground. Among the spoils of that fateful encounter lay the ancient box before him. As Li Qiye neared a state of slumber, he had wished for Mingren Celestial Emperor to refine the Yin and Yang blood sea into a longevity treasure of his own. However, the Mingren Celestial Emperor, imbued with heavenly mandate and absolute confidence in his own longevity treasure, already extraordinary beyond compare, was reluctant to squander such a treasure. Thus, he bestowed it upon the 9 holy sage, who had contributed most significantly to the battle, as a token of commendation. After Li Qiye fell into slumber, he did not inquire further about the matter, believing the 9 holy sage had transformed the Yin and Yang blood sea into his own longevity treasure. Only upon opening the sacred cave did he learn that the 9 holy sage had never utilized this treasure. When Li Qiye opened the sacred cave, he realized that the remarkable item the 9 holy sage had referred to when entrusting the 9 holy demon gate to him was indeed the Yin and Yang blood sea. As Li Qiye cast the 2 droplets of the Yin and Yang blood sea into the wheel of longevity, he felt an overwhelming surge. In that instant, it was as if 2 vast seas of blood submerged his wheel of longevity, flooding his entire being with radiant crimson light. The potency of the blood vitality erupting from the 2 seas was staggering, threatening to shatter Li Qiye and Empress' wheel of longevity and destabilize his life palace, causing even his flesh to tremble under the immense pressure as the unparalleled blood vitality sought to obliterate his corporeal form. In that perilous moment, the genuine divine body that Li Qiye cultivated finally erupted forth, resonating with the thunderous echoes of divine laws. Reminiscent of chains of divinity being pulled from the depths of hell, each chain weighed millions of pounds, suppressing the overwhelming blood vitality with a formidable force, channeling it into Li Qiye and Empress' flesh and compressing it within the confines of the genuine divine body. Meanwhile, within the fateful palace of Li Qiye, the Kunping, transformed through the 6 transformations, manifested as an enormous entity. The Kunping opened its maw, voraciously consuming an immense tide of blood essence. As if it could engulf the boundless seas themselves, the foundational essence transformed into the Kunping, absorbing infinite blood energy, which in turn nourished the true fate. In that moment, the brilliance of true fate within the palace shone resplendently, a sight most spectacular. Under the relentless suppression of the moon vortex sun wheel and the god body of suppression, the 2 seas of blood within Li Qiye and Empress' longevity will eventually settle into tranquility, intertwining as one, reminiscent of the yin-yang disk, with one side representing yang and the other yin, akin to the eternal dance of the yin-yang fish amidst the sea of blood. At this juncture, the yin-yang sea of blood nourished Li Qiye and Empress' longevity wheel, fortifying his blood essence, while the flowing essence cleansed every sinew and bone within him, permeating to his very marrow, bestowing upon him a sensation of rebirth. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qiye had already ascended to the level of body tempering, utilizing the yin-yang sea of blood to refine his essence and purify his god body of suppression, thus elevating his physical constitution to new heights. The yin-yang sea of blood flowed ceaselessly within the longevity wheel, appearing tranquil at this moment. Yet, Li Qiye understood that with his current cultivation, he could not harness even a fraction of the blood essence's might. Should he truly unleash the full power of the yin-yang sea of blood, it would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. A blood surge that could reach the heavens, causing both gods and demons to tremble. As Li Qiye concluded his practice, he was unaware that Li Shuangyan stood outside the door, her exquisite eyes fixed upon him. "What kind of demonic technique are you practicing?" At this moment, Li Shuangyan was profoundly moved. She had been meditating in her own tower when an unparalleled surge of blood essence had suddenly erupted, only to be swiftly suppressed. Though this fluctuation lasted but a fleeting moment, it was not lost on the perceptive Li Shuangyan. She sensed that the disturbance emanated from Li Qiye. The abrupt surge of blood energy was so startling that it led Li Shuangyan to question whether Li Qiye had indeed cultivated a form of demonic technique. "Do I need to practice a demonic technique?" In response to Li Shuangyan's inquiry, Li Qiye merely smiled and replied calmly. Li Shuangyan gazed at him in astonishment for a moment, ultimately refraining from further questions, before turning and departing. Chapter 55, The Furnace God, Part 1. In the pursuit of enlightenment and the quest for knowledge, Li Qiye and Apos, days unfolded with a serene and orderly cadence. A month had swiftly passed, and the long-absent Nan Huairan re-emerged, accompanied by the vigilant Mo Hufa. During this interval, while Nan Huairan had been away on diplomatic missions for other sects, Li Qiye bore no resentment. However, Mo Hufa and Apos' presence alongside him was somewhat unexpected. "Ah, Master Brother, your foresight and profound insight are truly remarkable, grasping the essence of the great Tao and the mysteries of the sacred arts." Upon seeing Li Qiye, Nan Huairan rubbed his hands together, a broad smile illuminating his face. Li Qiye cast a glance at him and retorted, "Since you are here to work beside me, spare me the flattery. Speak plainly, and do not beat around the bush." Nan Huairan's face flushed slightly, yet he maintained his composure, demonstrating his adeptness in social graces. He cheerfully stated, "I seek your guidance, Master Brother, to enlighten me regarding my path." Li Qiye scrutinized Nan Huairan, then turned to Mo Hufa, and replied nonchalantly, "This is your idea, isn't it, Mo Hufa?" Caught off guard by Li Qiye and Apos' direct observation, Mo Hufa and Apos' face reddened, and he managed a strained chuckle, saying, "I merely wish to hear your esteemed insights." In truth, during the time Li Qiye had been expounding on teachings, Nan Huairan had been abroad, while Mo Hufa remained within the sect. Mo Hufa, having overheard Li Qiye and Apos' discourses, was profoundly moved. The seemingly ordinary Biloxan method was expounded upon in a manner so profound that even his master could not articulate such grandiloquent principles. Having benefited immensely from Li Qiye's teachings, Mo Hufa was eager for further enlightenment, yet felt hesitant to approach Li Qiye directly due to his reticence and lack of social finesse. Thus, upon Nan Huairan's return, he had urged him to seek guidance. Nan Huairan, eager to smooth over the unease, chimed in, "My master said that you delve into lofty principles, so I have gathered the audacity to solicit your wisdom." Li Qiye, without sparing a glance for Nan Huairan, fixed his gaze upon Mo Hufa and remarked coolly, "Since we are comrades, you may speak your mind without reservation." With that, he ceased any further prattle and regarded the two of them. Mo Hufa grasped the underlying meaning of Li Qiye's words. He and his master were among the first to pledge allegiance to Li Qiye, and during the visit of Yuhi, Li Qiye's single utterance had elevated their standing. Now, hearing Li Qiye express similar sentiments, even Mo Hufa, despite his simplicity, understood the implications. "What you cultivate is the xixia skill, a lesser technique of the imperial arts, is it not?" Li Qiye inquired, gazing at both Mo Hufa and his disciple. "Indeed." Mo Hufa nodded earnestly. "I have ascended to the Tianyuan realm today, but refining my Tianming Yuan Shun is quite arduous." Although Mo Hufa and Apos' innate talent was not the highest among guardians, his relentless training had allowed him to reach the Tianyuan realm. Yet, a lesser technique remains just that. Refining the Tianming Yuan Shin is undeniably challenging, Li Qiye acknowledged. The Tianyuan realm is a watershed in the cultivation journey. Advancing further can be more daunting than ascending to the heavens. In this realm, comprehension and innate talent are crucial, as are the methods and resources at one's disposal. Li Qiye explained, "Xixia skill is a lesser technique derived from the core imperial art Zhang Shiri Gong created by the Mingren immortal emperor. Upon reaching the Tianyuan realm, should one cultivate Zhang Shiri Gong, it would be akin to the meeting of dragons and tigers, the harmony of water and fire, enabling one's Tao to soar. If the sect possesses Zhang Shiri Gong, I would certainly opt for that." Mo Hufa chuckled dryly, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. "Master Brother, you may be unaware, but according to my master, the sect Zhang Shiri Gong is severely incomplete. It is fraught with peril, and no one dares to cultivate it lightly. To pursue higher realms, my master switched to another profound method within the sect after reaching the Tianyuan realm," Nan Huairan interjected. Upon hearing this, Li Qiye fell silent for a moment. The Apos, Zhang Shiri Gong, and Apos, a creation of the Mingren immortal emperor, possessed immense power, yet it had been lost to the Xian ancient sect. In truth, it would not be difficult for Li Qiye to restore his memory of the Zhang Shiri Gong. He need not consult the fragmented scrolls. By comprehending the xixia skill, he could effortlessly retrieve the memory of the Zhang Shiri Gong. However, for the time being, He had his own plans and could not present the Ziyang Shiri Gong to Nan Huairan and his disciple just yet. Ziyang Shiri Gong, Li Qiye said with a composed smile. I dare wager that within a year, you shall learn the complete Ziyang Shiri Gong. As for you too. He turned his gaze toward Imo Hufa and his disciple. Smiling as he continued, the Zixia skill is without flaw. Prior to this, I observed your auras. Imo Hufa, your foundation is solid, while Nan Shidi, yours is somewhat shallow. Continue to cultivate this skill, and once your foundation is firm, you may then practice Ziyang Shiri Gong. This will undoubtedly yield exponential results. Li Qiye's words left Nan Huairan and his disciple in a state of astonishment. The confidence with which Li Qiye spoke was striking. They could not fathom why he was so assured that they could master the complete Ziyang Shiri Gong within a year, especially since the Xian ancient sect possessed no complete version of the technique. Were it anyone else, they would dismiss such claims as mere boastfulness. But having witnessed Li Qiye's remarkable abilities, Imo Hufa and Nan Huairan did not doubt him. They were left pondering how Li Qiye would procure the complete Ziyang Shiri Gong. Li Qiye addressed the bewildered Imo Hufa and his disciple. Though Imo Hufa has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, there is still a method to overcome it. While practicing and Appos, Zixia skill, and Appos, absorb the morning sun and the evening haze, harnessing the essence of the dawn and the energy of twilight. By refining the solar essence and evening haze within the vital energies of heaven and earth, you can transform it into longevity blood. This is an alternate shortcut for the Appos, Zixia skill, and Appos, and both of you can practice it. If it were a technique left behind by the sect or created by the Mingren immortal emperor, none would be more familiar with it than Li Qiye. Even without recovering the memory of Appos, Zixia skill, and Appos, he understood how it was crafted. Let us give it a try. Imo Hufa and his disciple agreed to Li Qiye and Appos' advice. Indeed. Within a few days, although Imo Hufa did not appear, Nan Huairan rushed in with excitement. He joyfully exclaimed to Li Qiye, Master brother, this is truly astonishing. Following your method, my progress has been remarkable. A day of practice surpasses what I would normally achieve in 5 or 6 days. How did you conceive of such a method, having never practiced and Appos, Zixia skill and Appos? Such results left Nan Huairan in disbelief. In fact, his master felt equally incredulous. The outcome had left both of them profoundly shaken. With merely a few pointers from Li Qiye, they had discovered a path previously unknown to them. It was merely a matter of calculation, Li Qiye replied with nonchalance. Nan Huairan could hardly believe in mere calculations, deeming it impossible. Nevertheless, he remained immensely impressed. This method of cultivation, unknown even to his master, raised questions about how Li Qiye possessed such knowledge. Yet, knowing Li Qiye's temperament, he refrained from pressing for more information. Having provided guidance to Nan Huairan and his disciple, Li Qiye did not anticipate that within less than a month, Imo Hufa would introduce yet another seeker of wisdom to him. This individual is none other than the revered master Imo and Appos' mentor, Elder Son, one of the 6 esteemed elders. Elder Son, a prominent figure within the Xiyang ancient sect, holds a position of great authority and is recognized for his formidable prowess. It is indeed an inconceivable notion that a distinguished elder of such caliber would seek counsel from a 3rd-generation disciple of the sect. Recently, however, Elder Son has encountered some challenges in his cultivation. As a devoted disciple, Master Imo was eager to alleviate his master and Appos' concerns and immediately thought of Li Qiye. Naturally, Elder Son found this idea to be utterly absurd. Had it been in the past, he would have dismissed Master Mo's suggestion without hesitation. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Master Imo and Appos' status has changed significantly, and Elder Son has grown more protective of him than ever before. Master Imo shared with Elder Son the subtle techniques of cultivating the Zixia art. Upon trying them out, Elder Son was astonished to find immediate results. Ultimately, under Master Imo and Appos' encouragement, Elder Son humbly made his way to the solitary peak to consult with Li Qiye. Despite Elder Son and Appos' arrival, Li Qiye remained composed. Although Elder Son harbored some discontent, he chose to endure it. After all, even the heir of the 9 holy demon gate and the princess of the Gu Niu Jiang kingdom heeded Li Qiye's words, leaving Elder Son with little room to maintain an air of superiority. Li Qiye examined Elder Son's longevity wheel, fate palace, and constitution. After his analysis, he remarked, Elder, your foundational cultivation is quite solid. However, during your earlier ascension to the Nirvana realm, your singular focus on success left minor flaws in your foundation. Transitioning from the Zixiao art to the great sage techniques at the Tianyuan realm should pose no insurmountable challenge, even if the integration of the two techniques is not entirely seamless. During times of longevity decline and peril, it is unlikely to be fatal. Upon hearing this, Elder Sun was taken aback. Initially, he had regarded Li Qiye as a mere last resort, a desperate attempt to salvage his situation. Chapter 56, The Furnace Deity, Part 2. In this chapter, Li Qiye astutely articulated the current predicament he faced, leaving those around him in a state of astonishment. During his ascension to the Nirvana realm, he had pursued perfection but inadvertently left behind minor flaws, details he had never disclosed to anyone. To think that Li Qiye could discern the intricacies merely by observing his foundational essence was indicative of an extraordinarily keen insight. Such perspicacity and acumen were not attributes typically found in a mere 13 or 14-year-old youth. Even among the elders, few possessed such sharp vision. Were they to encounter someone of equal prowess, they could not simply ascertain another's lifespan or fate with a mere glance. This level of insight required considerable time and a profound cultivation level to develop. Yet, the boy before them was evidently not one of those seasoned individuals. While Elder Sun was still reeling from the shock, Li Qiye cast a glance at him and remarked, "Elder, you possess the red refining body, also known as the red serpent body. You aspire to cultivate your physique into that of the red dragon body, correct?" Elder Sun, taken aback by Li Qiye's words, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. With a wry smile, he admitted, "I was indeed contemplating it." As a practitioner with a postnatal constitution, he was naturally endowed with the red serpent body, yet he yearned to elevate it to the highest form, the red dragon body. The crux of the matter lay within the elder's furnace deity. Li Qiye, with an air of confidence, stated, "Your furnace deity?" Upon hearing this, Elder Sun shook his head vehemently, dismissing the notion. "That is impossible. My furnace deity has been with me for several centuries, accompanying me through countless alchemical endeavors since I attained my current state. It has never posed any issues." Li Qiye calmly remarked, "Elder, your constitution is fiery and vigorous. Yet you also harbor a consuming energy that sometimes overwhelms your blood and bones, is it not? Should you doubt my words, I invite you to present your furnace deity for my examination." At this, Elder Sun was visibly shaken. Though he had not uttered a word about his condition, Li Qiye had effortlessly unveiled it, leaving him in a state of disbelief. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Sun retrieved his furnace deity, which resembled a fist-sized three-headed serpent, each head poised and ready to strike. "I have encountered many furnace deities of this kind," Li Qiye remarked with a smile as he accepted the three-headed serpent furnace from Elder Sunday. "Every alchemist must possess a furnace deity. Even those who are not alchemists often keep one by their side. In layman's terms, a furnace deity serves as the alchemical furnace. Yet, for mortals, these are constructed from mundane metals, while the cultivator and apos elixirs are imbued with spiritual essence, necessitating a furnace deity forged from ethereal materials. The furnace deity, in truth, is a naturally born elixir furnace possessing a spirit or even a soul. This is why cultivators refer to their alchemical furnaces as furnace deities. The origins of furnace deities are steeped in myth, with one theory suggesting that during an ancient and untraceable epoch, furnace deities were divine beings summoned by immortals to ignite the flames of alchemy. However, such claims are often met with skepticism. A more widely accepted theory posits that furnace deities are formed from the essence of heaven and earth minerals, plants, and the vital energies of nature, which, after enduring the trials of thunder and fire, coalesce into a precious furnace, ultimately becoming what cultivators refer to as a furnace deity. Thus, each furnace deity is a treasure wrought from the earth's essence, infused with a primal fire source, through the nurturing of cultivators or alchemists and the offering of spiritual herbs. The furnace deity develops a repository of medicinal ingredients, allowing for the alchemical creation of vital elixirs and longevity potions. Li Qiye scrutinized Elder Sun's three-headed serpent furnace and, placing his hands upon it, declared, "Open." As he spoke the incantation, the three-headed serpent furnace transformed, expanding from its original size to that of a grand furnace, now occupying the entire table space. The furnace was adorned with three ethereal serpents, each a manifestation of the essence of heaven and earth, which appeared almost lifelike. As the furnace exhaled waves of heat, the serpents released fragrant aromas of medicine. This was Elder Sun and Apos, furnace deity, which had undoubtedly been instrumental in the creation of countless elixirs and potions over the years. The heat emanating from the furnace is a testament to the fire source within, Li Qiye noted, and the aromas signify the quality of the medicinal repository. The quality of the elixirs produced is significantly influenced by this repository. Li Qiye continued his observations, adding, Elder, this furnace is inherently imbued with fire energy, a common source. You often augment the fire with earth fire to bolster its potency and have introduced various spiritual herbs to cultivate its repository. However, it seems to me that the herb you have fed it the most is the inflamed kite grass. Am I correct? How did you know? Elder Sun was visibly taken aback. Just a simple deduction, Li Qiye replied nonchalantly, continuing to peer into the furnace. Yet, it is evident that of late, you have not been supplementing it with inflamed kite grass. If I am not mistaken, you have recently introduced fire dragon grass into your furnace deity. Is that not so, Elder Sun? You, how could you possibly know? Elder Sun stammered, astonished. This was due to the recent qualitative leap he had achieved in his cultivation, preparing to transition to the red dragon body, for which he had purchased fire dragon grass at a high price to fortify his repository. Many cultivators, even those who are not alchemists, carry a furnace deity with them because the inherent fire source within can be enhanced through the feeding of fire seeds. Each furnace deity is typically nourished with a plethora of spiritual herbs, and the essence of these herbs is stored within, forming a medicinal repository. The right furnace deity can be immensely beneficial to a cultivator. For instance, a furnace deity imbued with solar fire can greatly assist a cultivator of the lesser yang body, one of the 24 imperial physiques, in refining their own constitution. Moreover, the medicinal repository within the furnace deity can enhance one's constitution, replenish vitality, and even heal ailments. Given the myriad advantages a furnace deity offers, it is no surprise that even those who are not alchemists keep one close at hand. For Elder Sun, being a renowned alchemist and one of the two prominent alchemists of the Qian ancient sect, it was only natural for him to possess a furnace deity. Typically, an alchemist would not readily disclose the types of spiritual herbs they nourish their furnace deity with. Yet, Li Qiye, with just a glance, was able to discern the exact herbs Elder Sun had utilized, which left him in a state of awe. Such profound knowledge of medicinal properties and the intricacies of furnace deity refinement was remarkable. Li Qiye, however, did not respond directly to Elder Sun and Appos' astonishment. Instead, he stated, the issue lies precisely here. Indeed, while fire dragon grass can be beneficial for cultivating the red dragon body, your furnace deity has been nourished predominantly with inflamed kite grass for centuries, leading to a significant accumulation of medicinal essence within its repository. Introducing fire dragon grass, which embodies a vigorous yang energy, could disrupt the delicate balance and, if the situation escalates, could damage your esteemed furnace, ultimately compromising the quality of your alchemical creations. Moreover, your constitution has always been nurtured by this precious furnace, and you have become accustomed to the essence of fire. Now that this furnace suddenly emits the vigorous yang energy to nourish your constitution, it immediately suppresses your fire and obstructs your vital energy. Li Qiye spoke eloquently, as if he were a grandmaster in this field. Not only did this leave the nearby protector Mo speechless, but even Elder Sun was similarly astonished. Eventually, Li Qiye calmly remarked, Elder Sun, as one of the two esteemed alchemists of the Qian ancient sect, you ought to understand that an alchemist must not only focus on their own alchemical prowess but also provide ample care for their furnace spirit. The innate fire source of the alchemical spirit and the type of fire essence cultivated thereafter are profound disciplines. Furthermore, once the alchemical spirit is formed, the subsequent infusion of spiritual herbs and elixirs is critically related to the nature of the alchemical repository, whether it be life elixirs or body ointments. The quality of these creations does not solely depend on the alchemist and Appos' skill, but is equally influenced by the quality of the furnace. Moreover, the properties of the furnace's fire source, the essence of the alchemical repository, and the compatibility of the materials used in the elixirs are of utmost importance. Li Qiye continued, the art of harmonizing medicinal materials with the furnace spirit is an intricate science that requires prolonged dedication. Only by treating one and Appos' furnace spirit as a second life can an alchemist truly be deemed competent. Elder Sun was left in awe by Li Qiye and Appos' profound insights into the furnace spirit. At this moment, the disciple before him no longer resembled a mere 13 or 14-year-old novice. Instead, he appeared as a master of alchemical arts, articulating the knowledge of furnace spirits with remarkable clarity, far from the ramblings of an inexperienced youth. What should be done now? Unbeknownst to him, Elder Sun had been completely captivated by Li Qiye's words, and without realizing it, he found himself asking Li Qiye for guidance. Li Qiye smiled and replied, Elder Sun's concern is not grave. It can be easily resolved. I suggest that Elder Sun cease the infusion of fire dragon grass. If you truly aspire to cultivate the red dragon body, I recommend that you consider the Iha fire tree. Its medicinal properties are closely aligned with those of the inflame kite grass, yet it possesses a higher level of efficacy. More importantly, the Iha fire tree is more compatible with the red dragon body. Chapter 57. Apothecary, It's Just an Interest, Part 1. Ultimately, Elder Sun adopted Li Qiye's suggestion to cease the feeding of the fire dragon grass and instead purchased the E-River fire tree at a high price for the same purpose. Indeed, a month later, Elder Sun arrived at the solitary peak, brimming with excitement, forgetting entirely his status as an elder. With the exuberance of a youth, he exclaimed, It worked. It truly worked. My blood flows smoothly now, and the efficacy of the apothecary and Oppos' medicine has significantly increased. In response to such results, Li Qiye merely smiled. When it came to matters of medicinal properties, the alchemy god, and the path of medicine, he considered himself second to none, and it was likely that no one dared to claim the first position throughout the ages. Li Qiye and Oppos' nonchalance moved Elder Sun deeply. If any other disciple were to receive such praise from an elder, they would surely be overjoyed. However, to Li Qiye, such commendations were merely commonplace. Did you ever practice the path of medicine upon joining the Xiang sect? Elder Sun's curiosity was piqued, and he felt a newfound appreciation for talent. At that moment, he thought of the Grand Elder, who had been despondent in recent years but suddenly became fervently supportive of Li Qiye. It seemed that Li Qiye was indeed worthy of cultivation. Prior to this, they had underestimated him, or perhaps for this disciple, the mundane body, the earthly wheel, and the essence of life were inconsequential. Li Qiye chuckled softly, stating, I have merely perused a few texts. It is not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning? Elder Sun was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Qiye and Oppos' understanding of medicinal properties and his insights into the alchemy god were truly exceptional. Even he felt inferior. Elder Sun could not help but remark, if you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, you might consider delving into the path of medicine. With your comprehension of medicinal properties, I hold great expectations for you. You may very well become the second apothecary god. Elder Sun was profoundly optimistic about Li Qiye. He believed that even if Li Qiye were deemed a failure in cultivation, should he choose to pursue the path of medicine, he would undoubtedly emerge as a genius in that field. The name of the apothecary god, a familiar one, brought a smile to Li Qiye and Oppos' face. Elder Sun, noticing that Li Qiye might not be familiar with the apothecary god, quickly elaborated. The apothecary god is regarded as the progenitor of our apothecaries. Most of the rules governing alchemy and medicine were established by him. It is even said that the title of alchemy god was designated by him. In the primordial era, he was the one who laid down a complete system for alchemy and medicine. His contributions to the path of medicine are unparalleled. One could say he is among the most accomplished figures in medicinal arts throughout history. As Elder Sun spoke of the apothecary god, a nostalgic smile graced Li Qiye's face. He was all too familiar with the apothecary god, as he represented a cherished memory. That old fellow was indeed a genius in the art of medicine. A fact Li Qiye acknowledged regardless of the passage of time. Li Qiye chuckled at the mention of the apothecary god, which reminded him of certain years in the primordial era, a period worth reminiscing. During that time, he had led the old fellow deep into the 9 realms, traversing various burial grounds and celestial lands. In those years, they had made countless attempts at refining elixirs and concocting medicines, creating numerous alchemical techniques and formulating many extraordinary medicinal recipes, as well as cultivating many soul herbs that others could scarcely imagine. It was a time filled with vigor, characterized by innovation, experimentation, and exploration of the unknown. In the subsequent years, as the shadowy figure of the Een Crow, he had calculated the heavens countless times, assassinated titans on numerous occasions, and washed the heavens and earth in blood without remorse. Yet, few years could evoke nostalgia in him as much as that bygone era. In those days, the quest for knowledge overshadowed the days of bloodshed and conflict. Throughout history, both apothecaries and cultivators have regarded the apothecary god as the pinnacle representative of the medicinal path. This is not solely due to his unparalleled achievements in the field, but more importantly, because he established a comprehensive system for the path of medicine, laying an immortal foundation. In truth, for countless ages. Few were aware that the foundation of the path of medicine was not solely laid by the apothecary god. The system of medicine was not solely devised by him. In this narrative, there existed an unrecognized Crow, whose contributions to the innovation and establishment of the medicinal system were immense. One could assert that without this Crow, there would be no apothecary god, yet this secret remains unknown to future generations. Reflecting on those years, Li Qiye couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. If there was any regret, it was that he had lost the memory of the world and Empress's most precious pharmacopoeia. Since that memory was erased, he had never been able to retrieve it. The reason was simple. He had not revisited that pharmacopoeia, not even in its fragments. As he pondered this matter, Li Qiye shook his head lightly. That old fellow was indeed a madman. After achieving the status of apothecary god, he had once advised him to seek out a worthy disciple to pass on his legacy. Little did he know that the old fellow had gone mad, leaving behind numerous invaluable recipes and texts for posterity, yet he had inexplicably neglected to pass down that coveted pharmacopoeia. Li Qiye was certain that this old madman had done so deliberately. He had intentionally refrained from passing down that pharmacopoeia. While Li Qiye reminisced about the past, his moment of distraction led elder son to mistakenly believe that Li Qiye yearned for the apothecary god. He thought he had stirred something within Li Qiye's heart. How about transitioning to the path of medicine? If you are willing to do so, I shall impart all that I have learned to you. In the future, you will undoubtedly become the most remarkable apothecary in the history of our Shiyang sect. Ascending to the status of elder or even the sect leader will be a mere formality. Elder son could not help but encourage Li Qiye, for he recognized the potential within him. In truth, if it were any other disciple who heard that an elder intended to take them as a disciple, they would be overwhelmed with excitement, eager to bow and pay their respects. However, Li Qiye and Empress's response was rather subdued. With a smile, Li Qiye replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, elder. The path of medicine is merely an interest of mine, a source of amusement." Li Qiye and Empress's words left elder son speechless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Were it anyone else, they would surely think Li Qiye was speaking boastfully. At that moment, however, elder son was merely exasperated. Feeling that Li Qiye was squandering his innate talents, elder son was truly beside himself. He felt as if he might explode with frustration. Yet, he restrained himself, ultimately adopting a benevolent demeanor as he said, "Think it over carefully. If one day you come to a decision, feel free to seek me out." In response to elder son's goodwill, Li Qiye simply smiled. Seeing Li Qiye's attitude, elder son could only sigh and depart. In truth, elder son had not given up hope. A few days later, Protector Mo also appeared at the solitary peak. Upon seeing Li Qiye, Protector Mo hesitated, struggling to find the words, and after much deliberation, he managed to say nothing of substance. "Elder son sent you to persuade me to pursue the path of medicine, didn't and Oppos?" Li Qiye deduced with a smile. Sensing Protector Mo and Oppos' reluctance to speak, Protector Mo felt a bit awkward and forced a chuckle, finally saying, "My master has this intention, but whether to pursue it or not is entirely your own decision. No one dares to compel you." In truth, Protector Mo was well aware that Li Qiye was a person of strong opinions. He simply could not refuse his master and Oppos' request. "The path of medicine is merely a source of amusement for me. I will ponder it when I have time," Li Qiye remarked with a smile. Having anticipated this outcome, Protector Mo did not press the matter further and went to respond to his master instead. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have swiftly passed. The 300 disciples of the Washing Stone Valley no longer require much of Li Qiye and Oppos' concern regarding their cultivation. Meanwhile, Li Qiye and Oppos' own Tao cultivation has reached a state of consummate perfection within the realm of body nurturing, and having attained this pinnacle, he has now ascended to the 3rd tier of the body nurturing realm, baptism. This tier holds immense significance for cultivators, particularly for those gifted disciples with innate bodies and imperial physiques, as it represents a pivotal opportunity for their first body forging. The baptism tier demands more than mere cultivation. To refine one and Oppos' physique, the essence of body elixirs is paramount. Generally speaking, for cultivators, the higher the grade of the body elixir, the more beneficial it is for body forging. However, various constraints exist throughout the cultivation process. For instance, a cultivator with an innate body is best suited to select an innate body elixir for their first forging, as it allows for easier absorption of the elixir's essence and is more compatible with their physique at this initial stage. In the Washing Stone Ancient Sect, Most disciples find themselves without options when they reach this juncture. They must resort to postnatal body elixirs. The rationale is simple. Due to the sect's decline, financial limitations prevent access to higher-grade innate elixirs, leaving only the favored disciples of the elders with such privileges. Li Qiye calculated that the time had come for him to forge his body with elixirs, prompting him to seek out the Grand Elder. In truth, he could have begun this process much earlier, but he had chosen to delay it to stabilize the yin and yang blood essence within his life wheel. Upon meeting the Grand Elder, the elder was taken aback and astonished upon hearing Li Qiye and Apos' intentions. Looking at him, the elder inquired, "Have you truly reached the baptism tier of the body-nurturing realm?" Calculating the time, it had been less than a year since Li Qiye had joined the Washing Stone ancient sect, and he had astonishingly achieved the baptism tier. Such an accomplishment would be regarded as extraordinary in any sect. It is noteworthy that Li Qiye is of mortal body, mortal wheel, and mortal fate, rendering this feat seemingly impossible. Once the Grand Elder regained his composure, he gazed at Li Qiye and asked, "Are you cultivating the Moon Whirlwind Yangwell technique?" Chapter 58, The Apothecary, Merely an Interest, Part 2. The extraordinary talent possessed by Li Qiye could only be attributed to his cultivation of the Moon Swirl Yangwell technique. Should he reach such a level within a year? Indeed, this matter is no longer a secret within the Shiyin ancient sect, and Li Qiye had nothing to conceal. Stating it calmly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder fell silent for a moment. If it were any other disciple, he would have surely advised against practicing such a technique. However, did Li Qiye have any other choice? With a mortal body, mortal wheel, and mortal fate, regardless of the chosen method of cultivation, the outcome would likely remain similar. Eventually, the Grand Elder spoke. "The materials for the Imperial Body Ointment have been prepared by the sect. However, you must prepare yourself, aside from the main ingredient. The other materials have an age of over 100,000 years, with some reaching 11 or 12,000 years. The main ingredient, the beast essence of the Hell Iron Bull, is slightly under that mark, falling just short of 100,000 years. Thus, you must be mentally prepared for the potency of this ointment." At this juncture, the Grand Elder added, "For this ointment, the sect has exerted its utmost effort. I hope you do not disappoint us." In truth, it was more accurate to say that the Grand Elder had gone to great lengths for Li Qiye. He had invested heavily to ensure that Li Qiye could marry Li Shuangren. Li Qiye chuckled softly, for he was also mentally prepared. Given the decline of the Shiyin ancient sect, gathering the materials for an imperial body ointment was already a commendable feat. The Grand Elder paused, then continued, "There is another rather troublesome matter, the apothecary. Within our sect, there are two individuals who excel in the art of pharmacology, Elder Chao and Elder Sunday." As he spoke, the Grand Elder looked at Li Qiye and remarked, "In terms of pharmacological prowess, Elder Chao surpasses Elder Sunday. Elder Sun can refine the body ointment 6 times without issue, but 7 times may be taxing. Elder Chao, on the other hand, should manage 7 refinements without difficulty." Li Qiye smiled, knowing that Elder Chao would not be inclined to refine the ointment for him. The Grand Elder preferred not to dwell on this matter, only stating, "Elder Sun is quite willing to refine the ointment for you, but he cannot guarantee its efficacy. Do not worry about the refinement of the body ointment. Allow me to handle it," Li Qiye confidently proposed. It was expected that Elder Chao would be unwilling to assist him, and he had no intention of seeking his favor. "Very well," the Grand Elder conceded, seeing Li Qiye's unwavering confidence. "I will instruct the disciples to prepare the materials for you. Whenever you decide to begin the refinement, simply inform me, and I shall have the materials delivered to you." After expressing his gratitude to the Grand Elder, Li Qiye returned to the solitary peak. "Senior brother, it's bad. It's terrible." Before he could reach the solitary peak, Nan Huiran rushed down, his face pale with urgency. Accompanying him were a few disciples from the Stone Washing Valley, all with similarly distressed expressions. "Has the sky fallen?" Li Qiye quipped, glancing at Nan Huiran. "No, the sky hasn't fallen," Nan Huiran replied hastily. "But your courtyard has been dismantled." "My courtyard has been dismantled?" At this revelation, Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Who possesses such interest to dismantle my courtyard?" The sudden narrowing of Li Qiye and Apos' eyes caused a shiver to run through Nan Huiran and the other disciples. His seemingly benign smile appeared more sinister than that of a demon. "It was senior brother He Ingjian," Su Pei whispered to Li Qiye. "Senior brother. It is said that his senior brother is pursuing Li Xianzi," one disciple boldly interjected. Although the disciples of the stone-washing valley were originally from the washing stone peak, the 300 disciples now stood firmly allied with Li Qiye. I also heard that his senior brother presented gifts to Li Qiye. Senior brother. His senior brother is a genius of our Shiyin ancient sect. He poses a formidable rival for your affections, another disciple voiced their concern. In that moment, the disciples spoke in unison, sharing their worries for Li Qiye, especially given that He Yingjian was a prodigy and a favored disciple of Elder Chao. He possessed good looks, talent, influential connections, and a noble lineage. While the disciples of the stone-washing valley hoped for Li Qiye to win the heart of Li Shuangyan, they couldn't help but worry about the formidable competition posed by He Yingjian. A formidable rival? Li Qiye found this amusing, a smirk forming on his lips. Nanthuiren cautioned. Senior brother, it is important to note that He Yingjian has received Elder Chao and Amp. Apos, tacit approval, even strong support. While overt conflict can be avoided, one must remain vigilant against hidden attacks. Understanding Li Qiye and Apos' true capabilities, Nanthuiren did not believe He Yingjian could truly be considered a rival. After all, Li Qiye had boldly challenged the 9 holy demon sect, so what could He Yingjian possibly pose as a threat? Let us see how my strongest rival dismantles my courtyard. Li Qiye said nonchalantly, as though the destruction of his courtyard were of little consequence. Upon arriving at the solitary peak with Nanthuiren, a resounding crash echoed as they witnessed He Yingjian directing several disciples in the demolition of Li Qiye and Amp, Apos' courtyard, which was already in disarray. By the nearby treasure pavilion, Li Shuangyan observed with a cool demeanor, saying nothing. Li Qiye, you've arrived just in time, He Yingjian declared, raising his chin. From today onwards, you will relocate to the Little Spring Peak. He Yingjian spoke in an authoritative tone, as if Li Qiye had no choice but to obey. Why must I move to the Little Spring Peak? Li Qiye surveyed the dismantled courtyard, still wearing a cheerful smile, seemingly unperturbed. He Yingjian, growing impatient, coldly replied, I said you must move. There is no need for needless chatter. Starting today, I shall reside on the solitary peak. This shabby courtyard is an eyesore. Once it's cleared, I intend to construct a divine pavilion here. He Yingjian dismissed Li Qiye, adopting a self-satisfied grin as he turned to Li Shuangyan, saying, the solitary peak offers a splendid view of the entire Shiyin ancient sect. It is indeed a wise choice for you to reside here. I am fortunate to be your neighbor, allowing us to exchange insights on the Tao and explore profound mysteries, a truly delightful tale. This was not the first time He Yingjian had pursued Li Shuangyan since her arrival at the Shiyin ancient sect. Each attempt had been met with indifference, as Li Shuangyan had no interest in entertaining him. Frustrated by his lack of success, He Yingjian resolved to move to the solitary peak, hoping to draw closer to Li Shuangyan, for as the saying goes, a close neighbor is the first to reap the rewards. He Yingjian's public declaration left Nanthuiren and the others feeling quite displeased. The marriage contract between Li Qiye and the senior brother was a well-known fact within the Shiyong ancient sect. Now, in front of Li Qiye, He Yingjian was audaciously pursuing Li Shuangyan, blatantly disregarding Li Qiye and Apos' presence. As for Li Shuangyan, she regarded He Yingjian with an expression of incredulity. As if he were a fool. How could someone so ignorant of his own limitations dare to provoke Li Qiye? This was nothing short of a death wish. During his time at the Nine Saints Demon Gate, even her master, the Lunri Demon Emperor, held Li Qiye in considerable esteem. What was He Yingjian? A mere nobody. In comparison, as He Yingjian flaunted himself before Li Qiye, the latter could not help but chuckle. Of course, he was aware of He Yingjian and Apos' pursuit of Li Shuangyan. He held unwavering confidence in the woman by his side. Such trivial matters hardly warranted his concern. Now that He Yingjian had the audacity to approach him, he merely smiled pityingly at the man and turned to Li Shuangyan, asking, are you just going to watch your courtyard be dismantled? Is this not an internal affair of your Shiyong ancient sect? To his surprise, Li Shuangyan responded with a serene smile, a beauty that could captivate nations. Her mere smile left He Yingjian utterly entranced. When he regained his senses, he was immediately filled with jealousy. He had attempted to approach Li Shuangyan several times, but she had never shown him any warmth, let alone a smile. This instant admiration for her only intensified his animosity towards Li Qiye. What are you still doing here? Leave at once. Is Gufeng a place for you to linger? From now on, Gufeng shall be my sanctuary for cultivation. Should you dare to trespass here again, you will face the consequences as dictated by our sect and Apos' rules. At this moment, He Yingjian and Apos' expression turned cold as he issued his reprimand. While Li Qiye remained unruffled by such words, Nan Huiran and the others were seething with indignation, particularly Nan Huiran. Goofing had been allocated to Li Qiye by the elders. Now, He Yingjian was brazenly usurping Li Qiye's mountain and dismantling his abode, even threatening him with sect rules. This was utterly arrogant and intolerable. Chapter 59, Conspiracy, Part 1. The solitary peak was designated for the elder and Empress' first disciple to reside. Nan Huiran indignantly spoke on behalf of Li Qiye. Upon hearing Nan Huiran's words, He Yingjian cast a cold glance at him and icily replied, "I am now reclaiming the solitary peak. Do you have any objections?" He paused for a moment and continued, "Nan Huiran, you are considered clever within the sect. Do not squander your future by associating with a worthless fool. Following such a dimwit will only hinder your progress in the Shiyin ancient sect." He Yingjian and Empress' words were not merely mockery. They carried a veiled threat. Yet, Nan Huiran, adept in navigating complex social waters, was well aware of the underlying implications. Firm in his convictions, he responded without hesitation. "There is no need for my senior brother to worry. The elder brother is a paragon of the Shiyin ancient sect, and I shall follow him without question." In the face of He Yingjian's blatant attempt to undermine him, Nan Huiran stood resolute. He Yingjian snorted disdainfully. Li Qiye, indifferent to the machinations at play, simply glanced at He Yingjian and declared, "Out of respect for our shared lineage, I offer you a chance to restore the demolished courtyard. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to rise again by tomorrow." Li Qiye's words instantly chilled He Yingjian's demeanor, igniting a flicker of murderous intent within him. With a derisive laugh, he retorted, "You are utterly deluded. Do you truly think you are the elder brother of the Shiyin ancient sect? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? With you and your ragtag group, you presume to challenge me? A bunch of buffoons, how dare you oppose me?" He cast a scornful glance at Li Qiye and Nan Huiran. He Yingjian and Empress' contempt provoked a surge of anger in Su Pei and the others. His words were not just an insult to Li Qiye but to them as well. Seeing He Yingjian's obstinacy, Li Qiye dismissed him with a turn, saying, "What? Where an Empress? You just boasting about how I wooed an Empress? Be able to rise tomorrow? Why are you trying to flee now? You cowardly fool." He Yingjian sneered as he observed Li Qiye and Empress' retreat. "Throw him off the mountain and beat him until his parents can and Empress' recognize him. If you don't and Empress' restore the courtyard. Break his third leg." Li Qiye refrained from engaging in further banter with He Yingjian and instead approached Li Shuangyan's precious tower, instructing her. He Yingjian, upon hearing Li Qiye and Empress' command, erupted into laughter, finding it the most amusing joke in the world. He doubled over, tears almost streaming from his eyes as he mocked. "Who do you think you are? Do you believe you are the demon emperor or the human sovereign? You dare to act imperiously towards Fairy Li. This fool. I will take care of him for you." However, before He Yingjian could finish his sentence, Li Shuangyan stepped forward, regarding him with an expression of sheer incredulity, and coldly stated, "I offer you an opportunity to act." Instantly, He Yingjian's laughter froze, his expression transforming into one of utter shock, more exaggerated than if he had consumed something vile. He stood there, rendered speechless. With a resounding thud, as He Yingjian struggled to comprehend the situation, Li Shuangyan struck him, sending him flying from the solitary peak. A series of anguished cries echoed from below, unmistakably indicating that Li Shuangyan and Empress' strike had been sufficiently severe. At that moment, the other disciples who had been involved in demolishing the courtyard stood frozen in shock. Li Shuangyan and Empress' swift reprimand of He Yingjian left them utterly petrified. Even Su Pei and the other disciples from the Shishir Valley exchanged bewildered glances. Although Li Shuangyan had been seen in Li Qiye and Empress' company for days, conversations between them had been scarce. They had assumed her presence stemmed from a potential alliance, but they never imagined that the illustrious Fairy Li, the princess of the ancient Neo kingdom, would heed their elder brother's commands. Such a revelation was nearly unbelievable. What was the Nine Sacred Demon Gate? And what was the current standing of the Shiyin ancient sect? Li Shuangyan's status was beyond imagination. Even the elders of the Shiyin ancient sect could not compare to her. For someone of her stature to follow the orders of their elder brother was inconceivable. As Li Shuangyan dealt with He Yingjian, Nan Huiran, fiercely loyal to Li Qiye, chuckled coldly and surveyed the other disciples involved in the demolition. "Why are you still here? Are you waiting for us to handle you? Do not overstep your bounds. Thinking that by clinging to Elder Chao's influence, you can act with impunity is folly. Do you truly believe you can provoke our elder brother's might? You are short-sighted. Even in the presence of the demon emperor, our elder brother is a distinguished guest. Do not assume that having a backer grants you the audacity to challenge him. Our elder brother is merciful and does not hold grudges against you. Otherwise, no matter what support you seek, it would lead to your demise. Nan Huiran was not simply adept in social maneuvering. He was acutely aware of what needed to be said and done. His seemingly blustery words were not only directed at those demolishing the courtyard, but also served as a warning to Su Pei and the others present. The disciples involved in the demolition regained their senses, shivering in fear. Without a word, they discarded their tools and fled. Their master was already being beaten as if he were a pig, and even if they were granted tenfold courage, they would not dare provoke the might of Li Qiye. While Su Pei and the others were still in a daze, Li Shuangyin elegantly descended before the precious tower, having swiftly dealt a harsh lesson to He Yingjian. For someone of her caliber, it was a trivial matter. Despite He Yingjian and Apos' reputation as a genius of the Xian ancient sect, he paled in comparison to Li Shuangyin, a paragon of excellence. Those who obstruct my path shall face no regard for sect affairs. Remember your duties. Those who stand in my way, regardless of who they are, shall face no mercy. Upon Li Shuangyin's return, Li Qiye cast a glance at her and remarked. Li Qiye's words left Su Pei and the other disciples utterly baffled, while Nan Huiran felt a jolt of realization. Although Su Pei and the others were unaware of the underlying context, Nan Huiran understood. Li Qiye had previously demoted Li Shuangyin to the status of a servant. Now, with his directive, it became clear to him. Such a revelation was nothing short of shocking. Who was Li Shuangyin? The princess of the ancient Neo Kingdom, the heir of the 9 sacred demon gate. Yet today, she merely served as the sword attendant to their elder brother. As Su Pei and the others remained bewildered, Li Qiye turned and entered Li Shuangyin and Apos' precious tower. His voice, as always, emanated with a calm demeanor. This time it was your oversight. I shall temporarily reside in your fragrant chamber. You are to guard my path from the side chamber. Li Qiye's words incited a mix of anger and frustration within Li Shuangyin. Ultimately, she merely stamped her foot and entered without uttering another word. This scene left Su Pei and the other disciples utterly stunned. It was perhaps the most domineering display they had ever witnessed. Li Shuangyin, in their eyes, was an exalted figure, a goddess of her time. The princess of the ancient Neo Kingdom, schooled by the demon emperor of the Wheel Sun, and blessed with a celestial fate. Each of these attributes was enough to astound anyone. A figure like Li Shuangyin, wherever she went, was always surrounded by admiration. Yet today, even this celestial figure could only serve in the side chamber for their elder brother. Such a scene was overwhelmingly impressive, a display of dominance that even the human sovereign could not surpass. Within the opulent chamber of Li Shuangyin, Li Qiye reclined comfortably upon a splendid bed. Casting a glance at the visibly displeased Li Shuangyin, with his hands cradling the back of his head, he spoke nonchalantly. I am aware of your discontent. However, you have indeed neglected your duties. As my sword attendant, you ought to comprehend your responsibilities. Should you feel that I am unworthy of your allegiance, you are free to depart at any moment. Such matters should not be forced. A reluctant commitment bears no sweetness. Li Shuangyin met his gaze but fell into silence, uttering not a word. Since you choose silence, I shall assume you wish to remain, Li Qiye remarked with composure. He then shifted the conversation, instructing her to convey a message to the Sun Demon Emperor. I require a pharmacist, one of exceptional skill. I shall inform my master. But the selection of the envoy is beyond my purview. After a considerable pause, Li Shuangyin's temper subsided. As a woman of noble lineage, she was still adjusting to her role, and with her anger quelled, she confronted her own thoughts anew. I believe the Sun Demon Emperor will have his insights on this matter. Li Qiye smiled, concluding the discussion and drifting into a peaceful slumber. This scene left Li Shuangyin in a quandary. Was she more infuriated or simply speechless? This boy, scarcely 13 or 14, exuded a dominance unmatched by any man she had encountered. Today, he had commandeered her splendid bed, slumbering contentedly as if it were his right. Such audacity was entirely unfamiliar to her, and to add to her incredulity, this audacious individual was significantly younger than herself. Indeed, by the following day, the small courtyard had been restored to its former glory, indistinguishable from its previous state. He Yingjian, having been thoroughly bested by Li Shuangyin, found himself unable to rise. Leaving his master, Chao Xiong, seething with unexpressed rage, he had envisioned his disciple ascending to great heights alongside someone of Li Shuangyin's caliber. Yet never did he anticipate that his most esteemed pupil would not only fail to garner her favor, but would also end up incapacitated by her hand. Such a predicament incensed Chao Xiong to the point of bloodshed. What could he do when his disciple was bested by the heir of the 9 sacred demon sect and the princess of the ancient Nojiang kingdom? Confront Li Shuangyan for retribution? Chapter 60. The Conspiracy, Part 2. Such matters would instill fear in even the boldest of hearts. Not only would Chao Xiong hesitate, but the entire Xiang ancient sect would think twice before offending Li Shuangyan. To incur her wrath would be tantamount to challenging the formidable 9 Saints Demon Gate, a colossal force that one would seek to avoid at all costs. Curse be the situation. Chao Xiong could not help but mutter under his breath. His talented disciple had failed to capture Li Shuangyan's attention, yet the seemingly worthless Li Qiye had somehow won her favor. This was utterly confounding. The only plausible explanation for this anomaly was that Li Qiye was a spy for the 9 Saints Demon Gate. Yet even this theory seemed absurd, more improbable than Li Shuangyan's peculiar fondness for him. If the 9 Saints Demon Gate had dispatched such an ordinary individual to infiltrate the Xiang ancient sect, it would indeed be a farce. Furthermore, if Li Qiye were a spy, he would be the most incompetent one imaginable. Who had ever seen a spy so brazen? Chao Xiong himself could not believe that Li Qiye was a spy for the 9 Saints Demon Gate. It was merely a tactic to undermine him. If Li Qiye was not affiliated with the 9 Saints Demon Gate, then what could explain Li Shuangyan and Apos' inexplicable favor towards him? Was it truly due to a marriage alliance between their families? Or could it be that Li Shuangyan genuinely harbored affection for Li Qiye? Such questions gnawed at Chao Xiong and Apos' mind, leaving him perplexed. His countenance darkened, and eventually, he made his way to a designated area within the Xiang ancient sect. Atop one of the main peaks, known for its abundant spiritual energy, the hall was not occupied by the elders of the sect or its guardians, but rather by the esteemed guest elder, Dong Shenglong. The title of guest elder exists in many sects and kingdoms, a position typically bestowed upon individuals who enjoy the benefits of the sect while remaining uninvolved in its internal affairs, only stepping in when assistance is required. Dong Shenglong held the unique position of being the sole guest elder of the Xiang ancient sect. Inside the ancient hall, a palpable aura of nobility permeated the air, dissuading outsiders from approaching. Dong Shenglong, clad in azure robes, exuded an imposing presence, radiating an aura of immense power. He was undeniably a formidable noble, one of considerable experience. His prowess surpassed that of the 6 elder members of the Xiang ancient sect. At this moment, Dong Shenglong and Chao Xiong shared a table for drinks. Though Chao Xiong maintained a demeanor of caution and respect, Chao Xiong seems to be quite restless of late, remarked Dong Shenglong, pouring wine for him. Despite his noble status, he appeared approachable. However, the depths of his gaze harbored a chilling intensity. Chao Xiong silently savored the fine wine, choosing not to speak. He had come with a purpose. Yet he preferred to wait for Dong Shenglong to make the first move. Are you concerned for the sect's leadership, Chao Xiong? Dong Shenglong continued to pour wine, his smile betraying a foreboding chill in his eyes. Although Dong Shenglong occupied the position of guest elder, he himself hailed from an illustrious background. The title of noble was not self-proclaimed. It was bestowed upon him by the kingdom of Baoxing. Emerging from a noble family intricately linked to the sacred heaven sect, Dong Shenglong's lineage boasted significant power, far surpassing that of the present Xiang ancient sect. Dong Shenglong and Apos' role as guest elder was not a mere invitation from the Xiang ancient sect, for they were adversaries. 3,000 years prior, when the Xiang ancient sect fell into decline, the sacred heaven sect had launched an offensive, resulting in the loss of countless ancient territories and the demise of nearly all the sect's upper echelons. Following this conflict, the Xiang ancient sect was left in shambles, while the sacred heaven sect established the kingdom of Baoxing atop the ruins of the fallen sect. As a noble of the kingdom of Baoxing, bestowed with the title of noble by the emperor, it was inconceivable that the Xiang ancient sect could summon him as their guest elder. He was appointed by the emperor of Baoxing, and the Xiang ancient sect had no grounds to refuse such an esteemed figure. In their current weakened state, they had no choice but to treat him with reverence. Dong Shenglong's tenure as guest elder carried its own mission, so he maintained a low profile within the sect, rarely venturing out and refraining from meddling in their affairs. This demeanor earned him a degree of acceptance from the sect's guardians and elders. Initially, Chao Xiong, as an elder of the Xiang ancient sect, harbored animosity towards Dong Shenglong, similar to his peers. However, he was also discontented with his own unfulfilled ambitions for the sect's leadership. In the past, the succession of the leadership had been a matter of hierarchy. The previous leader would either pass the mantle to the eldest elder or to him. Yet, inexplicably, a figure named Su Yongwang had emerged, resulting in Chao Xiong's loss of the leadership position. Years had passed, and Chao Xiong had relinquished hope of ascending to the leadership. Instead, he placed his aspirations upon his disciple, He Yingjian. This desire led him to attempt on multiple occasions to elevate He Yingjian to the position of chief disciple. Yet progress had been frustratingly slow. This outcome left Chao Xiong despondent and thwarted in his ambitions. Amidst this turmoil, Dong Xinglong extended an olive branch, fostering a closer rapport between them, allowing Chao Xiong's hostility to diminish significantly. Dong Xinglong had hinted on several occasions that he and his powerful backing could assist Chao Xiong in attaining the leadership of the Xiang ancient sect. Such overtures from Dong Xinglong stirred Chao Xiong and Empress's interest. He was well aware of the formidable influence behind Dong Xinglong, yet he also understood what was expected in return. Should he align himself with Dong Xinglong, achieving the leadership would be within reach. However, this allegiance would come at a cost, one that would signify betrayal of the Xiang ancient sect and its ancestral legacy. Although Chao Xiong harbored ambitions for leadership and was tempted by Dong Xinglong and Empress's overtures, as an elder and a native disciple of the Xiang ancient sect, he found himself grappling with an internal conflict. Betraying the sect and its forebears weighed heavily on his conscience. Dong Xinglong, however, was patient. The Xiang ancient sect had already declined. Its treasures would eventually fall into his grasp. He had ample time. Should Chao Xiong choose to ally with him, it would be even more advantageous. As Chao Xiong remained silent, sipping his drink, Dong Xinglong merely smiled, a smile that did not reach his eyes. The sect leader's absence does not require my concern. Finally, Chao Xiong set down his cup and spoke. Dong Xinglong smiled again, his expression as devoid of warmth as ever. Chao Xiong is a venerable elder of the Xiang ancient sect, deserving of respect for his dedication. As an elder, you should possess clarity regarding the current state of the sect. Chao Xiong had come seeking precisely this acknowledgement from Dong Xinglong. He regarded him and humbly responded, I am but a dullard. I implore you, Dong Xiong, to offer your guidance. Dong Xinglong smiled, though his smile did not reach his eyes, and remarked, Brother Chao, while the Nine Sacred Demons sect claims to be here for the union of the two factions, have you ever considered that they might be here for certain treasures of the Xiang ancient sect? Perhaps. Brother Chao did not respond directly. In truth, he was well aware of the implications. Dong Xinglong was unperturbed by Chao Xiong and Empress's posturing. What he feared was that the fish would not take the bait. As long as the fish bit, everything would fall into place. Did he truly think Chao Xiong would remain indifferent? Have you considered, Brother Chao? The reality is that the ultimate protector of the Xiang ancient sect will still be the Baoxing imperial kingdom. The Nine Sacred Demons sect is far removed, merely seeking their own interests, while the fate of the Xiang ancient sect is likely of no concern to them, Dong Xinglong stated earnestly. A union between the two factions may not necessarily be a bad thing, Chao Xiong replied slowly. Dong Xinglong smiled, with deeper meaning in his words. Of course. From my personal standpoint, I have no objection to your union. It is indeed a joyous occasion worthy of congratulations. Should the union truly materialize, in my view? If your esteemed disciple, He Yingjian, were to marry Princess Li, it would be nothing short of perfection. Unfortunately, my own disciple is not the chief disciple. At this moment, Chao Xiong spoke slowly. Unions do not always require the chief disciple, do they? The fish bites the hook, Dong Xinglong chuckled, confident that Chao Xiong could not escape his grasp. He cheerfully remarked to Chao Xiong, although there is a marriage contract between the two factions. What if the chief disciple were to encounter an unforeseen mishap? Or if the chief disciple of your Xiang ancient sect were to commit a grave sin? What do you mean by that, Brother Dong? Chao Xiong's gaze sharpened as he asked. With a smile, Dong Xinglong replied, Brother Chao, some individuals, upon achieving a modicum of success, may become arrogant and overstep their bounds, committing acts contrary to sect rules. Would you not agree? For instance, if your chief disciple, Li Qiye, were truly to err, the Xiang ancient sect ought to handle the matter justly. Such a harmful element must be dealt with, for the sake of the sect. Chao Xiong's expression tightened, yet he remained silent for a long while. Dong Xinglong observed him, and finally, he spoke gently. Brother Chao, since you think of me in times of difficulty, I shall certainly lend my support. Whatever thoughts you have, do not hesitate to act upon them. Should the heavens fall, I shall be here to share your burdens. Brother Dong, Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Chao Xiong responded with a respectful fist salute as he rose. After Chao Xiong departed, Dong Shenglong smiled softly and murmured, "Once you board this ship, I doubt you will remain loyal to the Xiong ancient sect. Ah, Chao Xiong, it seems you wish to contend with the old master, but you must still rely on me." Chapter 61. The Display of Divine Might, Part 1. After imparting a lesson to Jian, Li Qiye anticipated a period of tranquility, but trouble soon knocked at his door. Senior brother, trouble has arisen." As Li Qiye was engrossed in quiet meditation within the small courtyard, Luo Fenghua and several disciples rushed in, their expressions fraught with panic. The disheveled appearance of Luo Fenghua and his companions, marked by bruises and signs of a recent altercation, spoke volumes of their plight. Noticing their distress, Li Qiye furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has transpired?" "Zhou the Hall Master has returned to the Washing Stone Valley. He is looking for trouble and has been reprimanding us," another disciple chimed in, succinctly narrating the events. This morning, Zhou the Hall Master, who had been absent from the Washing Stone Peak, unexpectedly returned to the Washing Stone Valley. He summoned 300 disciples, initiating a thorough inspection of their training. Previously, Zhou had merely adhered to customary teachings, often leaving hastily after his lectures. His interaction with the disciples was minimal, and he had never shown particular favoritism toward any individual. Thus, the disciples were initially unfazed by his sudden inspection, considering it a customary evaluation of their progress. However, when Zhou began scrutinizing their practices, his demeanor drastically shifted. He denounced one disciple for straying into dangerous practices, criticized another for flawed techniques, and chastised yet another for their reckless choice of cultivation methods. The most severely reprimanded was Zhang Yu, who had discarded his previous foundational training to undertake the Bailuo heart method, inciting Zhou to deliver a particularly harsh reprimand. Many other disciples, including Luo Fenghua, who dared to voice dissent, also faced Zhou's wrath. The disciples of the Washing Stone Valley unanimously acknowledged that Li Qiye's teachings were far more profound than Zhou's. Under Li Qiye's guidance, many had made significant advancements in their cultivation, some even experiencing breakthroughs after prolonged stagnation. Consequently, they held Li Qiye in high esteem, especially the talented Luo Fenghua and his peers, who recognized the value of his teachings. When Zhou attempted to belittle Li Qiye's teachings, Luo Fenghua and others could not suppress their objections, resulting in further punishment from Zhou. This turn of events quickly alerted the astute Luo Fenghua and his companions that something was amiss. Zhou, who had previously shown little interest in reprimanding them, was now behaving erratically, indicating that he was not merely testing them but was on a quest to provoke Li Qiye, with the disciples serving as collateral damage. Seizing the moment while Zhou was distracted, Luo Fenghua and his companions discreetly approached Li Qiye to report the situation, suspecting that Zhou had deliberately allowed them to escape. Upon hearing their account, Li Qiye and Appos' gaze sharpened, and a cold smile graced his lips. He had no grievances with Zhou, and logically, there was no reason for Zhou to seek him out, especially since the evaluation of the Washing Stone Valley and Appos' disciples was not his responsibility. More importantly, with the impending alliance between the Washing Yin ancient sect and the Nine Holy Demon Gate, Li Qiye held a pivotal role. Even a mere protector of the sect would hesitate to antagonize him. If Zhou had suddenly decided to confront him without external influence or backing, it was unlikely he would have had the audacity to do so. "Let us see what storms our esteemed Hall Master can stir," Li Qiye remarked, stretching leisurely with a smile. Luo Fenghua and the others, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly followed him to the Washing Stone Valley, accompanied by Li Shuangyan. Despite Li Qiye's seemingly jovial demeanor, Luo Fenghua and his companions felt a palpable tension. They were not naive and had begun to sense the undercurrents of conflict within the higher echelons of the Washing Yin ancient sect. Upon their arrival at the Washing Stone Valley, they indeed found Zhou in a furious tirade, with the disciples too intimidated to speak, many visibly injured. As Li Qiye and his group entered, the other disciples turned to him, seeking salvation. "What nonsense have you been teaching?" Zhou bellowed as soon as Li Qiye arrived, not allowing a moment for a response. "As a senior brother, you have led your ignorant disciples astray with heretical teachings, dragging them into the depths of evil. Such seduction of disciples is unforgivable." Before Li Qiye could utter a word, Zhou hastily accused him. "What are you?" Li Qiye, indifferent to Zhou's tirade, replied languidly, "If you know what is good for you, leave my domain. You have no authority to dictate here." His opening words were as audacious as they were brazen, leaving Zhou momentarily stunned. having anticipated a retort from Li Qiye. He had prepared numerous arguments to condemn Li Qiye, but the latter's first response was an unapologetic insult. Impudent! Zhou regained his composure and roared, "As a disciple of the Washing Yin ancient sect, you are committing a grave offense, rebelling against your master and betraying the sect." "You talk too much," Li Qiye interjected, drawing forth his snake-beating staff and striking it down with force. "Foolish wretch!" Zhou, enraged by Li Qiye and Appo's aggression, retaliated with a powerful grasp, underestimating Li Qiye as nothing more than an inept disciple. He believed it would be an effortless task to subdue him. However, the outcome was utterly unforeseen. In the blink of an eye, Zhou found himself on the ground, battered by a relentless barrage of strikes from Li Qiye and Appo's staff. Bloodied and bruised. Among the 36 hall masters of the Washing Yin ancient sect, Zhou possessed mediocre talent and skill, merely a practitioner of the Huagai realm. Below the Tian Yuan realm, any cultivator would find themselves at the mercy of Li Qiye's staff. Zhou, a prominent figure within the sect, could no longer endure the pain. Letting out a howl of agony as he lay on the ground, contorted in suffering, bloodied and bruised, particularly his face, which bore the marks of Li Qiye's ferocious assault. Witnessing this display of might left all disciples of the Washing Stone Valley in shock. Zhou, as a hall master of the Washing Yin ancient sect and a mentor to the third-generation disciples, had never been subject to such humiliation. Moreover, the hall master Zhou has already attained the formidable realm of Huagai, yet he was still mercilessly beaten by Li Qiye, rolling helplessly on the ground. After being struck by the snake whip, hall master Zhou was left utterly defenseless. At that moment, the disciples of the Washing Stone Valley couldn't help but shiver. Having been so ruthlessly whipped, they realized that their plight was entirely justified. Especially since even a master like Hall Master Zhou had been reduced to a state akin to that of a lifeless snake. "Protective law, save me!" Hall Master Zhou cried out in desperation. "Impudence! What are you doing?" Just as Hall Master Zhou called for help, a sharp reprimand echoed through the air, and a sizable contingent stormed into Washing Stone Valley with great fervor. The sudden arrival of this formidable team included not only ordinary disciples, but also 3 hall masters, a protector, and notably, He Ingjian among their ranks. This patrol enforcement team from the Xiang ancient sect appeared in Washing Stone Valley at a most opportune moment. Furthermore, this patrol enforcement team was extraordinarily opulent for the Xiang ancient sect. Alongside the regular enforcement disciples, the presence of 3 hall masters and a leading protector, with the Ingjian, the highest commander of the younger generation, within their ranks, was indeed a sight to behold. Should this team uncover any wrongdoing by the disciples, being apprehended on the spot by 3 hall masters, a protector, and a prodigy like He Ingjian would render any possibility of self-justification utterly futile. The evidence would be as solid as iron, leaving no room for claims of innocence. Protector, Li Qiye has acted beneath his station, murdered his superior, and conspired against me. He seeks to rebel against the sect and betray his masters. At this moment, Hall Master Zhou lay bloodied on the ground, lamenting his plight. Witnessing this scene, Luo Fenghua and his companions, though young, were not lacking in intelligence. Particularly the astute disciples among them quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Instantly, a chill ran down their spines, and cold sweat broke out as they realized that Hall Master Zhou, drenched in blood upon the ground, was now at the mercy of Li Qiye, who was apprehended on the scene by the enforcement team led by Protector Hu. Chapter 62. The Display of Divine Might. Part 2. Within the enforcement team, there stood a guardian, 3 hall masters, and the esteemed He Ingjian among the third-generation disciples as witnesses. In such circumstances, the distinction between right and wrong had become inconsequential, even if Li Qiye spoke eloquently. He could not absolve himself of the charges of betraying his master and slaying his elders. Alarmingly, Guardian, who was the eldest disciple of Elder Chao. The 3 hall masters present were undoubtedly aligned with Elder Chao's faction. Recalling the events of a few days prior when they had reprimanded He Ingjian, Luo Fenghua and the others instantly recognized the perilous trap laid before them, and they could not help but break into a cold sweat for Li Qiye. At this juncture, it seemed that even plunging into a river would not cleanse him of his alleged crimes. The disciples of the enforcement team rapidly encircled Li Qiye, led by none other than He Ingjian. Defiance against authority, betrayal of one's master, treachery against the sect, death was the only sentence. He Ingjian fixed a cold, menacing gaze upon Li Qiye, his eyes trembling with lethal intent. Li Qiye smirked slightly. Before he could make a move, Li Shuangyan let out a cold snort and stepped forward. The moment she emerged, her aura surged like a phoenix awakening from slumber, instantly enveloping the surroundings in an icy chill. As Li Qiye stepped forward, He Yingjian involuntarily shuddered, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Despite being a prodigy of the Shiyang ancient sect, he felt utterly dwarfed in comparison to her. It wasn't just He Yingjian who trembled. Even the 3 hall masters and guardian who felt a chill run down their spines. After all, she was a descendant of the 9 sacred demons and the princess of the ancient Nojung kingdom, a figure of great renown throughout the vast central domain. Princess Li, this is an internal matter of our Shiyang ancient sect. We hope you will reconsider your involvement in our affairs, guardian Hu said, licking his lips. Emboldened by the backing he had, Li Qiye and Apos' eyes turned icy, her intent as sharp as a sword. She clearly had no qualms about opposing the Shiyang ancient sect. At that moment, Li Qiye chuckled, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Since someone insists on my presence, I shall step forward and speak a few words. If I don't shed a drop of blood, others might mistakenly believe me to be a virtuous saint. Shuangyan, step back. Li Qiye cast a cold glance at Li Qiye, uttering not a word as she took her place behind him. The sight of Li Qiye yielding to Li Qiye only fueled He Yingjian's jealousy, his heart burning with envy. In his eyes, Li Qiye was a celestial being. Yet she had never spared him a glance, instead choosing to heed the words of a perceived fool. Stepping forward, Li Qiye regarded He Yingjian with a smile. No matter your schemes or the support you have behind you, having reached this point, if I do not eliminate a few individuals, do you truly think I am a mere soft target to be toyed with? Betrayers shall be executed. Attack and slay this traitor, He Yingjian barked, commanding the encircling disciples of the enforcement team. Traitor, do not resist. The enforcement disciples, encircling Li Qiye, shouted in unison, swiftly summoning their treasured weapons to strike him down. Each disciple attacked with fierce intent, their treasured blades aimed not at capturing Li Qiye alive, but with the intent to kill him on the spot. However, the moment Li Qiye and Apos' eyes turned cold, he leaped into action, soaring into the air like a great rock, evading the onslaught of weapons with astonishing agility. With a thunderous roar, Li Qiye's movements defied the very limits of strength. In that fleeting moment, he resembled a colossal fish, sending waves crashing as he flicked his tail. The sheer force of his presence overwhelmed the enforcement disciples, who were unable to withstand such a mighty wave, causing them to spew blood and be thrown back by the impact. As Li Qiye unleashed his mastery of the Kunping's 6 transformations, the 3 hall masters and guardian who felt their gazes narrow in shock. Although this technique was a lesser imperial art, comprehending its ultimate essence required decades of cultivation, even for the most gifted of disciples. As he soared, the transformation between the heavenly rock and the great fish was seamless, a feat that was nothing short of terrifying. Li Qiye, having sent the enforcement disciples flying, landed gracefully, casting a glance at He Yingjian and inquiring, "Will you face me alone? Or will you summon the hall masters and guardian to join you? Do not be arrogant. Even if you comprehend the ultimate essence, it is but a trivial skill." He Yingjian retorted, his gaze icy as he declared, "Today, I shall show you what true mastery is." With that, he unleashed 36 heavenly gang swords, forming a formidable sword array that radiated a deadly aura, instantly trapping Li Qiye within its confines. Upon witnessing the formation of the 36 heavenly gang sword array, Luo Fenghua and the others were left utterly astounded. This array was crafted by an ancient sage of the Shiyang ancient sect, a technique of immense power. The disciples of Shishir Valley had never anticipated that He Yingjian, as a 3rd-generation disciple, possessed the qualification to wield such a technique. Li Qiye and Apos' gaze sharpened as she scrutinized He Yingjian and Apos' sword array. Being an expert in this field, she recognized that He Yingjian had yet to grasp even a fraction of the array and Apos' potential, yet its might was still formidable, as it was indeed an ancient sage-level formation. Trapped within the sword array, Li Qiye smiled as he swiftly maneuvered, evading the sharp blades of the 36 swords. Wielding his Qimeng knives, he unleashed them with a series of resounding clashes, striking the vulnerabilities of the 36 heavenly gang swords. This scene left the 3 hall masters and guardian Hu in disbelief. The Qimeng knives, forged from ordinary iron, showed no signs of damage upon clashing with the treasured swords, an utterly unfathomable occurrence. Earthly binding of the heavenly gang. Upon witnessing this, He Yingjian roared in fury, unleashing the lethal strike of the sword array. In an instant, sword lights cascaded down like a torrential sea, roaring as they descended, tearing through anything that came into contact with them. The force was such that even Li Qiye's flesh could not withstand it, let alone any corporeal form. Just as the sword lights were about to shatter Li Qiye's body, a fist-sized Kunpeng materialized above him, leaping high as if it soared into the heavens. In that fleeting moment, Li Qiye's speed became astonishingly swift. As the sword lights descended, he leaped like the Kunpeng, escaping the grip of the 36 heavenly gang sword array. The heavens shifted. With the Kunpeng's 6 transformations, he dashed out of the sword array, and Guardian Hu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale with shock. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye was before He Yingjian, the gleam of the Qiming knives flashing as he struck from both sides, aiming for He Yingjian's head. True to his reputation as a genius of the Shiyong ancient sect, He Yingjian's face changed dramatically. With a swift response, he enveloped himself in divine armor, preparing for the imminent confrontation. With a resounding thud, the divine armor adorning He Yingjian was of significant origin, yet, beneath the might of the Qiming blade, it was cleaved asunder. A chill swept through He Yingjian's neck as blood trickled down, narrowly avoiding the severance of his head from his body. Had it not been for his divine armor, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. This close call left him greatly alarmed. Observing the dire situation, the 3 hall masters shouted in unison, springing into action. Each wielded their treasured artifacts, launching direct strikes towards Li Qiye. These 3 hall masters were no mere novices. They were formidable cultivators of the Huagai and Yebai realms. In that fleeting moment, Li Qiye's fury surged, his murderous intent radiating like a fierce tempest. With a thunderous roar, the wheel of life manifested, and his blood essence surged forth like a vast ocean, exuding a destructive force. Such overwhelming vitality caused Li Shuangyan to pale in astonishment. In that instant, Li Qiye unleashed a kick, employing the simplest of techniques, yet embodying unparalleled ferocity. With that singular kick, the cosmos trembled, and the heavens and earth quaked, eliciting wails from gods and demons alike. The weight of his kick was as if it bore the might of countless mountains. With a series of explosive impacts, the 3 treasured artifacts were shattered in an instant, reduced to mere fragments under Li Qiye and Empress' strike, as though they were made of paper. Having witnessed such a display for the second time, Li Shuangyan's expression shifted dramatically. She was now certain that Li Qiye had cultivated an unparalleled celestial body through his divine arts. The 3 hall masters, their faces drained of color, swiftly repositioned themselves to evade Li Qiye's terrifying kick. However, Li Qiye's divine body was adept at seizing opportunities. While the hall masters managed to avoid the kick, they could not escape the grasp of Li Qiye and Empress' Kunpeng's 6 transformations. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before them as if soaring through the skies. The rapidity of this transformation left the hall masters aghast. They recognized the technique, but found it was too late. Li Qiye and Empress' kick shot forth like the stinger of a scorpion, swift and merciless beneath the mastery of the Kunpeng's 6 transformations. The kick resonated like a chorus of thunder, and the hall masters stood no chance of evading its velocity. This exhilarating chapter is a thrilling read. Those who find it enjoyable are encouraged to show their support. Chapter 63, The Battle God Technique, Part 1. A chilling scream escaped the lips of the 3 hall masters, accompanied by the horrifying sound of bones shattering. The onlookers were gripped by an unsettling fear. Without a doubt, with a single strike, the bones of the 3 hall masters had been utterly crushed. The sound of their bones fracturing sent shivers down the spines of all present. A powerful figure at the Huagai realm could not withstand a single kick from Li Qiye. How terrifying that kick must have been. The town prison divine body. Li Shuangyan and Empress' face paled, and she murmured to herself. In that moment, she comprehended the supreme celestial body that Li Qiye was cultivating, one of the 12 celestial bodies. The town prison divine body. The weight of the town prison divine body could crush gods and demons alike, suppressing and obliterating all laws upon its emergence. It is essential to realize that for a mortal body to cultivate a supreme celestial body is nearly impossible unless one possesses unparalleled celestial body techniques. Throughout the ages, there have been celestial emperors who crafted supreme celestial body techniques, yet for a mortal body to cultivate such a body would likely remain unachievable. Undoubtedly, Li Qiye's town prison divine body had already taken shape. Its perfection was merely a matter of time. This implied that the body technique Li Qiye practiced surpassed even the celestial emperor and Empress' techniques. What kind of body technique could that be? As Li Shuangyan pondered this, her complexion turned grave. She understood the implications. The town prison divine body and Empress' weakness was its slow speed, yet the Kunpeng is the swiftest creature in existence. Li Qiye compensated for the town prison divine body and amp, Opos, as shortcomings with the Kuanping and amp, Opos, S6 transformations. The combination of the Kuanping's 6 transformations and the town prison divine body was an existence of unimaginable terror. Li Qiye and Opos, S body was akin to the most domineering and violent weapon in the world. At that moment, while Li Qiye dealt a fatal blow to the 3 hall masters, He Ingjian, having narrowly escaped disaster, launched a surprise attack against him. The 36 Heavenly Gang sword formation sought to slay Li Qiye, with sword rays cascading forth, obliterating all in their path. However, like a Kuanping, Li Qiye instantaneously leaped out of the sword formation, he whose method of defense was rendered useless. Having witnessed this technique before, he knew that only the Grand Elder of the Xiyang ancient sect had practiced it. This was the most powerful imperial technique of the sect. Li Qiye and amp, Opos, S speed was blinding, and He Ingjian could not evade in time. In a flash, 2 gleaming blades pierced through him, pinning his body to the ground. Despite wearing divine armor forged from divine gold, the blades pierced through it as if it were mere parchment. He Ingjian cried out in agony as he was impaled to the ground. You haven't even grasped a tenth of the sword formation's mysteries, and you think you can trap me? Li Qiye smirked lightly, his gaze sharp as he prepared to strike down He Ingjian. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, and blood surged violently. Suddenly, Hu Hufa attacked from behind, aiming to pierce through Li Qiye's chest with a single strike. However, this attempt was thwarted by a hand that dispersed the attack, forcing Hu Hufa to stumble back a few paces. The one who intervened was not Li Shuangyan, but the amiable and smiling Tu Buyu, who had appeared at some point beside them. As a guardian, Hu Hufa's surprise attack on a disciple was a serious breach of conduct. No matter the circumstances, Tu Buyu maintained his cheerful demeanor, he remarked. With a fierce shout, Hu Hufa unleashed his power, emitting a long howl as he summoned a treasure pagoda. As the pagoda appeared, an aura of boundless hostility enveloped the surroundings, its roar reminiscent of a hellish realm. With a thunderous crash, the pagoda unleashed waves of law that formed a colossal vortex, swirling with intricate runes that entwined into a formidable formation capable of subduing all beings and seizing countless souls. As a formidable figure of the Tian Yuan realm, Hu Hufa and amp, Opos, S might was palpable. His presence marked a watershed moment for cultivators. Hu Hufa and amp, Opos, S demon suppression technique is quite impressive. Tu Buyu mused with a smile as the sound of swords resonated. In an instant, he transformed, becoming a domain of sword intent, exuding the aura of a war god. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the heavens, his sword sweeping aside the stars. Under this sword strike, the world trembled, and though Tu Buyu wielded no sword, the sword intent suffused the very fabric of existence. The battle god technique. Upon witnessing Tu Buyu's display, Li Qiye's smile faded, his gaze fixating intently on Tu Buyu. In fact, when the battle god technique was unleashed, Li Shuangdan's expression shifted dramatically. She recalled a legend concerning the Xiyang ancient sect. Hu Hufa's demon suppression technique was a formidable holy emperor technique. Although the Xiyang ancient sect had declined and lost its imperial arts, it still retained a wealth of ancient sages, holy emperors, and great virtuous techniques, remnants of a sect that once dominated an ancient kingdom for countless years. The battle god technique against the demon suppression technique was a foregone conclusion. Indeed, Tu Buyu's cultivation was not to be underestimated. With a resounding crash, Tu Buyu, though unarmed, unleashed the battle god technique, rendering Hu Hufa's pagoda ineffective. The descending pagoda was sent flying by a single strike, and Hu Hufa was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the sword intent, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. In that fleeting moment, Li Qiye sprang into action, moving like a Kuanping, unmatched in speed. As Hu Hufa plummeted from the sky, Li Qiye appeared directly above him. In an instant, he unleashed a kick, striking Hu Hufa hard, who was already gravely injured from Tu Buyu's earlier assault. Li Qiye's speed was too swift for Hu Hufa to react, leaving him with no time to summon his treasures for defense. In that split second, all Hu Hufa could do was raise his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself, akin to a celestial king attempting to hold up a tower. With a resounding crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed, and without a doubt, his defensive posture crumbled under the force of Li Qiye's kick. A scream of agony escaped Hu Hufa and Opos' lips as he felt the brutal impact. When he crashed to the ground, the earth trembled violently. Hu Hufa had been ruthlessly smashed into the ground by Li Qiye and Opos' kick, leaving him utterly defeated, his body grotesquely contorted, nearly reduced to a pulp. The town prison divine body, a supreme celestial body, when fully realized, could instill fear in gods and demons alike. Even while Li Qiye and Apos' divine body had yet to reach perfection, its weight could be measured in billions of pounds. Hu Fa and Apos' misfortune was profound. As a Tian Yuan realm expert, he met his end at the hands of a disciple at the Yuntai realm. There was no greater misfortune for a warrior than this. Even though Li Qiye embodied the town prison divine body, it was not necessarily an easy feat to slay him. However, Hu Fa encountered the enigmatic Tubuyu, who severely wounded him before Li Qiye struck. He had little strength left to fight back, making his demise all but inevitable. Why bother? Li Qiye remarked. Having slain Hu Fa effortlessly, a bemused smile on Tubuyu and Apos' face as he shook his head, yet he did not intervene further. At that moment, everyone present felt a tremor in their hearts. Whether it was Luo Fenghua or the other disciples of the Shiyong ancient sect, they shivered internally. Although Li Qiye had often taught them harsh lessons, even leaving them battered and bruised, they had never witnessed such a terrifying display of killing intent. Now, as Li Qiye effortlessly dispatched 3 hall masters and a guardian, wielding such ruthless methods, he bore no resemblance to an ordinary 13 or 14-year-old boy. The act of killing Hu Fa seemed trivial as he approached He Yingjian, who was pinned to the ground, blood pooling around him. Until now, He Yingjian remains perplexed as to why he, a master of the illustrious Huagai realm, was defeated by a mere disciple who had not even completed a year of training. Clearly, Li Qiye's cultivation level pales in comparison to his. Yet, he found himself utterly outmatched. Often, the disparity in cultivation cannot be bridged merely through techniques. Even if one has mastered imperial arts, it is impossible to vanquish an opponent of the Huagai realm. However, Li Qiye is an enigma beyond what other practitioners can comprehend. He has grasped the ultimate principles of the Kunpeng's 6 transformations. The sword formation is commendable. If you could comprehend an additional 30%, perhaps you could truly ensnare me. Alas, you have yet to grasp even 1%, and here you are, parading before me. It is merely a path to your own demise, Li Qiye remarked. A serene smile adorning his face as he regarded He Yingjian. You, do not act rashly. My master is an elder. You. At that moment, He Yingjian was paralyzed with fear, never anticipating such a dire outcome. With 3 hall masters and his senior protector present, he believed that dispatching a mere disciple like Li Qiye would be a trivial task. Before He Yingjian could finish his protest, a sharp crack echoed, and Li Qiye had already severed his head, granting him no chance to scream. Even if your master is a human emperor, I shall not hesitate, Li Qiye declared, casually tossing aside He Yingjian's head, wiping his hands with nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, the disciples of the Shishir Valley felt their legs weaken. In their eyes, Li Qiye had become a veritable deity of death, having slaughtered 3 hall masters, killed a protector, and decapitated He Yingjian, all without a flicker of emotion. They understood the gravity of killing hall masters and slaughtering protectors, a grievous crime. Yet, to Li Qiye, such acts seemed trivial. Shall I personally escort you out of the Shishir Valley? Li Qiye inquired with a charming smile directed at the enforcement team disciples, exuding an endearing demeanor. Faced with that disarmingly charming smile, the enforcement team disciples trembled uncontrollably. This was no ordinary 14-year-old boy, but rather a ruthless killer. Without needing Li Qiye to utter another word, they scrambled away in fear from the Shishir Valley. Chapter 64. The God of War Technique. Part 2. Even the prostrate Master Zhou, inexplicably infused with a surge of strength, managed to roll and crawl his way out of the stone-washing valley. Senior brother, you must flee. After the disciples of the law enforcement team had fled alongside Master Zhou, Luo Fenghua, and the others regained their senses, suddenly realizing the gravity of their actions. To have slain a master and butchered a guardian was a grave sin, one that could lead to death in any sect or lineage. Flee. Why should we flee? Li Qiye replied nonchalantly, appearing as if he had merely completed an insignificant task, rather than having just taken 4 lives. But you killed Guardian Hu and the others. Luo Fenghua and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. It was in this moment they grasped the true meaning of a ruthless individual. Luo Fenghua's heart raced, grateful that when he had provoked the senior brother previously, there had been no repercussions. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unimaginable. The senior brother, having dispatched the guardian and master with such ease. Killing a mere disciple was trivial in comparison. This is self-defense, not murder, Li Qiye remarked with a smile. The disciples of the stone-washing valley were rendered speechless. Facing imminent doom, It seemed as though the senior brother regarded the situation as though nothing had transpired. At this juncture, Li Qiye turned to Tu Buyu and finally said, "A remarkable technique indeed." It was quite a surprise for him to learn that Tu Buyu had cultivated the god of war technique, a cherished memory. "I dare not compare. In comparison to the celestial techniques of my senior brother, my skills are but trifles," Tu Buyu replied with a warm smile. Li Shuangyan's brows furrowed. Perhaps the disciples of the washing ancient sect had forgotten this art, and it was possible that they had never even heard of it. Yet, she recalled a legend. One that spoke of the Mingran celestial emperor practicing the god of war technique in his youth, a tale that suggested this technique had accompanied him throughout his life. Moreover, it was said to be an ancient and renowned art, exceedingly formidable. However, for reasons unknown, after ascending to his destined role, the Mingran celestial emperor did not pass this technique down. None of his disciples had ever practiced it. Even his own secret techniques were shared with his disciples, remaining within the washing ancient sect. Yet the god of war technique was left untransmitted, a puzzling matter for many. Regarding Tu Buyu and Apos' ambiguous attitude, Li Qiye merely smiled and said, "Whether it be the god of war technique or the two-god technique, what matters is not the art one practices, but rather, do not obstruct my path, otherwise I shall show no mercy." "You speak too harshly, senior brother." Tu Buyu hastily replied, "You are wise and mighty, a prodigy of heaven. I have always looked to you as my guiding star. At your command, I would brave any peril." Even the disciples of the stone-washing valley were left speechless by Tu Buyu and Apos' flattery, for although he was significantly older than Li Qiye, he did not hesitate to shower him with compliments. "I had thought no one could surpass Huiran in the art of flattery. Yet it appears he has met his match today," Li Qiye mused, casting a glance at Tu Buyu. In truth, the veracity of Tu Buyu and Apos' words held little significance for him. Li Qiye and Apos' remark did not provoke Tu Buyu and Apos' ire. He continued to wear a gentle smile, shrouding his true intentions in mystery. "Traitor, you shall pay with your life." At that moment, a furious roar echoed throughout the stonewashing valley. As a colossal hand descended from the heavens, capable of reducing everything within the valley to dust, Chao Xiong had arrived. His fury ignited upon hearing of his disciple and Apos' demise. Upon reaching the stone-washing valley, he immediately aimed to strike down Li Qiye. In that instant, Chao Xiong resembled an enraged lion, his overwhelming presence suffocating all around. With a mighty swing of his hand, an immense force surged forth, capable of shattering the entire valley. A true powerhouse. Even a mere stomp from him could cause the earth to tremble. Chao Xiong's hand crashed down, leaving the disciples of the stone-washing valley pale with terror, their faces devoid of color. The wrath of this titan could unleash rivers of blood. With a commanding shout, Li Shuangyan, standing beside Li Qiye, sprang into action. In an instant, she stood resolute, akin to a blooming lotus, her petals shining brilliantly. More astonishingly, the magnitude of her petals was such that they could support the heavens, their expansion capable of spanning the vastness of the realm. With a resounding crash, without any visible movement, she effortlessly halted Chao Xiong's massive hand, rendering it incapable of descending further. Li Shuangyan, possessing the innate pure blue body, had perfected her cultivation. Now, she had also achieved a degree of mastery over one of the 18 holy bodies, the Jade Pure Body. Her perfected pure blue body had ascended to the Jade Pure Body, and with its emergence, she stood like a blossoming lotus, an astonishing force that repelled Chao Xiong and Apos' strike. "Princess Li, this is merely the washing ancient sect purging its ranks. Do not interfere." With his disciple slain, how could Chao Xiong not be enraged? Though he did not dare to confront Li Shuangyan directly, his words carried weight. Yet, Li Shuangyan said nothing, her stance akin to that of a lotus in full bloom, standing firm against Chao Xiong. This rendered his face flushed with rage, his body trembling. Even as a formidable figure, he remained no match for Li Shuangyan. This was not a reflection of Chao Xiong's weakness. Rather, who was Li Shuangyan? She was the direct disciple of the Sun Demon Emperor, a princess of the ancient Nyojiang Kingdom, a paragon of the Middle Domain. Not only within the Middle Domain, but across the entire realm of humanity. She was renowned among the younger generation. The 9 sacred demon gates are indeed as formidable as their reputation suggests. At this moment, a cold voice resonated, and a figure stepped forth, causing celestial bodies to shift. His aura enveloped the stone-washing valley, his regal might piercing through the atmosphere like a blade, inflicting pain upon all. The disciples of the stone-washing valley were struck with awe. One disciple cried out in shock. The guest elder, Dong Shenlong, known as the foremost figure of the washing ancient sect, a seasoned noble, commanded respect. His appearance elicited gasps from many. In the washing ancient sect, a noble was nearly invincible, and a seasoned noble like Dong Shenlong, bestowed with the title by the Emperor of Humanity, was even more formidable. As Dong Shenlong stepped forward, the heavens resonated with his presence. The ground beneath him transformed, intertwining into a grand tapestry of laws, channeling the majestic energy of the washing ancient sect towards Li Shuangden. A force akin to a tempest, shaking the very foundations of the valley. Li Shuangden and Apos, eyes narrowed, her delicate hand moved with grace, akin to a phoenix slaying a dragon. With a single strike, she countered Dong Shenlong and Apos' formidable attack, causing a resounding explosion that reverberated throughout the valley, splitting the ground wide open. Dong Shenlong and Apos' gaze turned icy. He immediately recognized he was facing a worthy opponent. This revelation astonished him. At such a young age, Li Shuangyin had already reached the level of a noble. Such talent was truly terrifying. Dong, what brings you here? A deep voice resounded, and as the words fell, 5 figures descended from the sky, led by the Grand Elder and 4 other elders. The Grand Elder had arrived. Dong Shenlong retracted his advance, speaking slowly. Old brother, the traitor of your sect is fierce. I merely sought to assist your sect. Chao Xiong had rushed over upon receiving reports of his disciples and Apos' plight, and the Grand Elder, aware of the severity of the situation, joined forces with the other elders to respond. At this moment, Li Shuangden retracted her aura, the lotus dissipating. Chao Xiong, with a fierce shout, proclaimed, Traitor, you shall pay with your life. As his words echoed, he aimed to strike at Li Qiye. However, Li Qiye did not even bat an eyelash at Chao Xiong and Apos' attack. However, the Grand Elder abruptly obstructed Chao Xiong, solemnly stating, Junior brother Chao, do not be hasty. Let us hear what Qiye has to say. The elder continued, Brother, to rebel against authority, to slay the Hall Master and extinguish the protectors, is an egregious crime against our lineage. What more needs to be said? Such a traitor must be executed to cleanse our sect. Chao Xiong retorted furiously. The Grand Elder maintained his grave demeanor. Junior brother Chao, the truth will be discerned, and the sect shall deliver its verdict. Since he has committed a grave transgression, why must you rush to take his life? It would be prudent to await the judgment before executing him. Ancient brother interjected, this boy is not only ruthless and devoid of compassion. He has harmed his fellow disciples and conspired with outsiders, betraying our sect with nefarious intentions. Every day he poses a greater risk to the Shiyang ancient sect. At this moment, Dong Shenlong fanned the flames of discord, asserting, when has it been the prerogative of outsiders to meddle in the affairs of the Shiyang ancient sect? Such matters should remain within the bounds of our own sect. As the storm brewed, Li Qiye, the very focus of this tumult, appeared unfazed and languidly remarked, the affairs of the Shiyang ancient sect are not for you to comment upon. If you are wise, you will remain silent. Li Qiye's gaze fixed on Dong Shenlong. Unmistakably, a blatant provocation. His words sent a wave of trepidation through Luo Fenghua and the others. This was a catastrophic escalation, first slaying the Hall Master and protectors, and now antagonizing a noble guest. The fear left them speechless, contemplating if their senior brother sought to escalate matters even further by offending Dong Shenlong. If I am an outsider, then what of Princess Li by your side? Dong Shenlong's eyes turned cold, exuding an intimidating presence as he coldly proclaimed, You, young one, conspire with outsiders and harbor treacherous intentions, yet you dare to speak so brazenly. Who is this old fool to prattle before me? Li Qiye, visibly displeased with Dong Shenlong's demeanor, countered, the alliance between the Shiyang ancient sect and the 9 Holy Demon Gate is hardly a secret. Princess Li is indeed an integral part of our sect. Is it that our union has incited panic in the Holy Heaven sect, prompting you, this old fool, to sow discord between our 2 factions? It seems evident that you are manipulating the traitors within the Shiyang ancient sect, aiming to sabotage our alliance. Chapter 65, Turning Clouds and Raining Part 1, Nonsense, Utter Nonsense, Slanderous Accusations. In response to Li Qiye's words, Dong Shenlong's eyes glinted fiercely as he exclaimed. Li Qiye remained unfazed, addressing the Grand Elder and the other 4 elders. Elders, what I speak is the truth. If our Shiyang ancient sect were to ally with the 9 Holy Demon Gates, who would be the most unwilling to see such an outcome? To sabotage the union of the 2 sects, The most direct and effective method would be to execute me on false charges. Allegations of betraying our masters or acting against the hierarchy are mere fabrications intended to disrupt our union. Such petty schemes were trivial for Li Qiye, who had lived for countless years. With Dong Xinglong's appearance, he became nothing more than a living target. Elders and guardians. It seems that those who wish to betray the Xiang ancient sect are not me, but others who seek to align themselves with the likes of the Holy Heaven sect. Intending to conspire from within and harm our disciples, Li Qiye stated leisurely. At that moment, as the commotion escalated, other guardians rushed to the scene. And soon the high-ranking members of the Xiang ancient sect had gathered in the Shishir Valley. Traitor, you slander your own kind. Your crimes are unforgivable. 1,000 deaths cannot atone. Xiao Xiang's face flushed with rage as he bellowed, attempting to charge forward but was blocked by the ancient elder. Brother, do you intend to protect this traitor who harms our brethren? Xiao Xiang shouted angrily. The Grand Elder, Gu Tai's Ho, coldly replied, Junior brother. All the elders and guardians are present. The right and wrong of this matter will be judged by all. Why the haste? The Grand Elder was not foolish. The situation was suspicious, and it was clear that Dong Xinglong would not arbitrarily implicate himself. At that moment, the Grand Elder's expression hardened. Li Qiye interjected calmly, Chao Elder, your eagerness to silence me suggests a collusion between you and Dong. Are you both conspiring to undermine the alliance between our sects? Elders and guardians, the truth is evident. And discerning loyalty from treachery is but a matter of clarity. Scoundrel, you shall not escape justice. Dong Xinglong's voice boomed, his presence radiating authority as he advanced toward Li Qiye with an imposing aura. Dong, please conduct yourself with dignity. At this moment, the Grand Elder's gaze sharpened, emanating a palpable murderous intent, transforming the usually conciliatory Grand Elder into a formidable figure. Dong Xinglong and Empress' prestige grew, the sound of his voice resonating like thunder, as his formidable artifact hovered above him, unleashing a terrifying roar that struck fear into the hearts of the guardians and elders. With a cold snort, the Grand Elder's vitality surged, akin to the thunderous beating of a giant drum, as a mythical creature, the Kunping, erupted from his palace of life, spreading its wings to obscure the heavens, asserting its dominance over the earth, and releasing an overwhelming royal aura. Indeed, the Grand Elder Gu Taiho was a royal figure, astonishing all disciples and even shocking his fellow elders, as Chao Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. The Grand Elder approached Dong Xinglong with deliberate steps, his Kunping looming above as if ready to tear the earth asunder, making all beings tremble in reverence. No one anticipated that the Grand Elder had been concealing such power. Everyone had presumed him to be merely a formidable individual, perhaps at the pinnacle of strength, yet they had not fathomed that his true might lay in royalty. At this moment, Dong Xinglong's countenance shifted, sensing a threat from the Grand Elder, who practiced imperial techniques, particularly the formidable Kunping 6 transformations, one of the most powerful arts left behind by the Mingren Immortal Emperor. This was the core imperial technique of the Xiang ancient sect, posing a significant threat to Dong Xinglong. Well, Brother Gu, you have indeed kept your talents hidden, and I have misjudged you. Today, it seems I have overstepped my bounds, Dong Xinglong remarked, his demeanor darkening as he turned to leave. He was a wise man, recognizing that the situation had turned against him. Remaining would only entrap him further, so he chose to retreat. Chao Xiong's expression darkened as he realized the Grand Elder's concealed strength had forced Dong Xinglong into retreat, shifting the balance unfavorably for their side. Someone appears to be anxious and has fled, Li Qiye remarked, his demeanor unruffled. The sudden reversal left Luo Fenghua and the others astounded, witnessing firsthand what it meant to turn the tide and outsmart a formidable opponent. They finally recognized that their master brother was composed and unafraid of his adversary's might. Traitor, you betray your masters and ancestors, daring to speak recklessly and slanderously. Chao Xiong roared. Today, I shall seek justice for the fallen disciples. Li Qiye looked at Chao Xiong and slowly replied, Chao Elder, betray my masters and ancestors? I have never committed such acts. To accuse without evidence is a coward's tactic. Are you fearful that your schemes will be exposed, hence your eagerness to silence me? You scoundrel! With your words, I could slay you right now. Chao Xiong shouted, launching an attack toward Li Qiye. Junior brother, calm yourself. The Grand Elder Gu Taiho shouted, finally unleashing his wrath, his royal aura suppressing Chao Xiong. Under the pressure of royal might, Chao Xiong's gaze narrowed, yet he remained defiant. Master brother, are you truly intent on protecting this scoundrel? Allowing a disciple who harms his peers and betrays his masters to go unpunished will only breed discontent among our disciples and bring disgrace upon our sect. Li Qiye chuckled. Chao Elder, you assert that I harm my brethren and betray my masters. Pray tell, how have I harmed my peers? If not, then you are using your position as an elder to frame a disciple, driven by your own ambitions. Li Qiye countered with cleverness, prompting the elders and guardians present to exchange glances, for they sensed the complexity of the situation. Dong Shenlong and Empress' appearance here was already a subtle indication. Ah, such a sharp-tongued scoundrel. Chao Xiong sneered. Even if you are eloquent, it cannot erase the facts of your slaughtering 3 hall masters, murdering Guardian Hu, and killing Jian. The evidence is indisputable. Are these not acts of harming your brethren? The deaths of the 3 hall masters, Guardian Hu, and He Jian were their own doing. I merely acted in self-defense, Li Qiye replied calmly. Indeed. Brother Gu, you see, in the face of irrefutable evidence, he still dares to argue. Chao Xiong declared to the Grand Elder Gu Taizhou. The Grand Elder turned to Li Qiye, his voice serious. What transpired? Why did you kill the 3 hall masters? Guardian Hu and He Jian. With an innocent expression, Li Qiye responded, Elder, it was an act of self-defense. Guardian Hu and the enforcement team suddenly appeared in Shishir Valley and attacked me with intent to kill. I had no choice but to defend myself. Their accusations echo those of Chao Elder, claims of acting against the hierarchy and betraying our masters. This is clearly a conspiracy. Nonsense. Chao Xiong and Empress' face flushed with rage as he shouted. According to reports from the enforcement team, it was Hall Master Zhou who sought help, prompting Guardian Hu to bring the team into Shishir Valley. You scoundrel. With a heart as venomous as a serpent's, plotted treachery and, once exposed, sought to silence those who knew. Indeed, Elder and Guardians, the facts are as stated. At that moment, Master Zhou, who had been hiding behind Chao Xiong, emerged and exclaimed, Li Qiye seeks to harm me. I cried out for help. And Protector who came with the law enforcement disciples to rescue me. Little did I expect this villain, with a heart as venomous as a serpent, to slay Protector Hu and his companions. Is this true? Ancient Taisho regarded Li Qiye and spoke in a somber tone. At that moment, the elders and protectors exchanged glances. It seemed implausible that an ordinary disciple like Li Qiye would attempt to murder Master Zhou. Li Qiye chuckled softly and replied languidly, Elders, I am unaware of what harm truly means. If we speak of intent to harm, how could Master Zhou still be alive? If I could slay Protector Hu, would it not be trivial to eliminate him as well? I spared his life, and the disciples of the Stone Valley witnessed it firsthand. I merely sought to teach Master Zhou a lesson. I did not anticipate that he would be such a simpleton, unable to best a mere disciple of the body refinement realm. His lack of skill cannot be attributed to me. Such nonsense. You are clearly a spy sent from another faction, concealing your true abilities, with ulterior motives. Once discovered by Master Zhou, you sought to eliminate him to silence him. Chao Xiong stated sternly, Elder Chao, you are slandering me. Li Qiye responded with a smile. Ask the disciples of the Stone Valley why I sought to teach Master Zhou a lesson. In my view, he is likely being manipulated by others to frame me. As the senior disciple of the Stone Valley, I have been diligent and devoted countless efforts to imparting teachings. Yet, Master Zhou insists that I pass on heretical practices, claiming I am introducing demonic doctrines into the Yin ancient sect. Such an insult to my hard work. How could I possibly endure it if I possess even an ounce of pride? You are the one who has imparted heretical practices to the Yin ancient sect. I acted to prevent my disciples from falling into the demonic path under your influence. Master Zhou asserted emphatically. Li Qiye laughed, saying, whether it is the demonic path or not, we all know in our hearts. A single individual may lie. But the 300 disciples of the Stone Valley cannot possibly all be deceitful. If I truly imparted demonic doctrines, the elders and protectors may well inquire of the disciples. Upon hearing Li Qiye and Empress' words, Ancient Taisho looked at the disciples present from the Stone Valley and casually called upon one to ask, what teachings has the senior brother imparted to you? Chapter 66, Turning Clouds into Rain, Part 2. In response to the elder, the disciple said, Master Brother did not impart new techniques to me. He merely illustrated the Biluoxin method I practiced upon my initiation and corrected the flaws in my moth sword technique. Elder Gu Taizhou spoke in a grave tone. Recite the principles of the heart method that Master Brother taught you. The disciple, unwilling to be negligent, diligently recounted the heart method and the corrections shared by Li Qiye. Hearing this, Elder Gu Tai's Ho was visibly moved, and the other elders present were equally shaken, astonished by the revelations. Is this truly the heart method taught by Master Brother? Elder Gu Tai's Ho could scarcely believe it. Esteemed elder, I would never lie. It is indeed the truth, the disciple replied earnestly. Skeptical. Gu Tai's Ho randomly selected several disciples among the 300 present. Their descriptions of the techniques and their deficiencies astonished both Gu Tai's Ho and the other elders. This is not merely a foundational heart method, it embodies the essence of a grand principle. Elder Qian, one of the 6 elders, exclaimed incredulously. Elder Wu, equally astonished, remarked, I have studied the Bilowaxan method for over a millennium, reading it countless times, yet I never imagined it could be comprehended in such a profound manner. This must be the ultimate essence of the Bilowaxan method. Elder Sun supported Li Qiye, stating, if this is deemed heretical, then what we practice must be true heresy. It seems no one else can elucidate the foundational heart method with such profundity and grandeur. This was not the first time Elder Sun had witnessed Li Qiye's extraordinary talent. Yet hearing such an interpretation left him deeply impressed. He championed Li Qiye more than any other elder. Many of the other elders were rendered speechless by the depth of understanding Li Qiye displayed in the foundational heart method. A level of insight they had not achieved even after centuries of cultivation. They realized that what they had previously understood was merely the surface of the foundational techniques. If only I had comprehended the Bilowaxan method to such an extent in my youth, I would need nothing else in my lifetime. One protector lamented. After a long silence, Gu Tai's Ho regained his composure. Everyone was aware that Li Qiye was an ordinary mortal, yet he had expressed such profound insights that it was hard to believe. Even a prodigy might struggle to reach such heights. Is this truly the essence you have grasped? Gu Tai's Ho asked, still incredulous, gazing at Li Qiye with deep emotion. Li Qiye smiled and replied, Esteemed elder, this is merely a small insight of mine, a trivial understanding, hardly worthy of being called profound. Gu Tai's Ho was left speechless. To deem such an interpretation as trivial was to suggest that even the term and genius and fell short of describing him. It was nothing short of monstrous talent. Master Brother, it seems we have overlooked a true genius. 7 Knights' comprehension is astonishing, another elder remarked. Recently, I encountered some difficulties in my cultivation. And it was 7 Knight who provided invaluable guidance. Hearing Elder Sun's words, the other protectors and elders were equally moved, finding it hard to believe. Rumors had circulated that one and as constitution, lifespan, and fate were not the only measures of a person and as worth. I had always dismissed this as nonsense, but today, it appears the ancients were not mistaken, Elder Qian reflected. Elder Wu, one of the 6 elders, turned to Hall Master Zhou, saying, if this is truly heretical, then it seems no righteous path exists in this world. Surely you cannot be so confused. This sudden reversal of circumstances caught Hall Master Zhou off guard. It is not merely confusion, it may be a conspiracy. For Hall Master Zhou, the importance lies not in what I imparted, but in eliminating me, Li Qiye remarked pensively. Gu Tai's Ho and S gaze sharpened, his presence commanding Hall Master Zhou and S attention. Hall Master Zhou, what is the meaning of this? The heart method Li Qiye has elucidated is an invaluable asset for the declining Xiyang ancient sect. I am determined to protect him, regardless of the circumstances. I have come to realize that his alliance is of utmost significance. Hall Master Zhou stumbled over his words. Glancing at Chao Xiong for support, Chao Xiong, sensing the tide turning against them, said sternly, Hall Master Zhou is misguided, unable to see the intricacies of the techniques. Punishment is warranted, but this traitor is guilty of heinous acts, killing 3 Hall Masters, Hu Protector, and Jian Heir. Such transgressions cannot be forgiven. For Chao Xiong, today was a double loss. Not only had he failed to eliminate Li Qiye, but he had also lost 2 of his disciples, especially He Yingjian, who was meant to inherit his legacy. The loss of such a valued disciple made his heart bleed. If I truly conspired against you, I would deserve 100 deaths. Alas, I am but a victim of deceit. Hall Master Zhou recklessly accused me of bringing heretical teachings into the Xiang ancient sect. And then Hu Protector suddenly arrived with a squad of enforcers to execute me without granting me a chance to defend myself. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. How coincidental it all seems, as if they wished to eliminate me entirely. Why did Elder Chao and Old Dong arrive together? You both came before the other elders, intent on killing me without discernment. Is this not a clear attempt to silence me? Elder Chao, have you conspired with the Holy Heaven sect? Betraying your own sect and colluding with outsiders is a capital offense. Li Qiye spoke with a calm confidence, leaving the disciples of Shishir Valley dumbfounded. Master Brother effortlessly turned the tide, orchestrating events with a terrifying acuity. His wisdom was boundless. Li Shuangyan, who had been a silent observer, felt deeply moved. Li Qiye and Oppos' actions had been unrestrained and casual, and now he spoke with ease, reversing the situation as if it were mere child and Oppos' play. This left her in awe. At this moment, Li Shuangyan realized that Li Qiye was far more than just enigmatic. Today, she witnessed his cunning prowess, a true master of manipulation. Even Tu Buyu, who had remained silent, could not help but show a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Having lived for thousands of years, he was deeply moved by Li Qiye and Oppos' actions. In truth, such petty schemes were trivial to Li Qiye. In the past, he had orchestrated grand designs on a global scale. Foolish creature, facing imminent demise. Yet you speak so boldly. Chao Xiong trembled in anger. This plot had been his design, but now it had been turned against him by Li Qiye, leaving him utterly flummoxed. Chao Shidi, this situation is fraught with ambiguity. To label Seven Knight a traitor at this juncture is excessively hasty. At this moment, the Grand Elder Gu Taizhou spoke coldly. His greatest fear was witnessing Chao Xiong and Dong Shenglong together, yet the answer was now painfully evident. Not only the Grand Elder Gu Taizhou, but even the other elders and protectors could not help but lean toward Li Qiye and Oppos' side, though lacking evidence. They dared not voice their suspicions. Could my senior brother truly believe the words of this despicable creature? Chao Xiong, infuriated to the point of spitting blood, realized that his meticulous plans were at risk of unraveling, compounded by the tragic fate of his two disciples. This incident was fraught with uncertainty. Gu Taizhou remarked coldly. Lacking evidence, he could not accuse Chao Xiong of colluding with Dong Shenglong, yet his dissatisfaction was palpable. This is outrageous. Hu Protector and the others died in vain, Chao Xiong declared vehemently. At this juncture, he played another card, speaking in a grave tone, even if Hall Master Zhou is confused. The fact remains that this vile creature is conspiring against us. He has illicitly learned the Kunping's 6 transformations. The declaration of having stolen the and Oppos' Kunping's 6 transformations and Oppos' stirred the protectors and elders present. The Grand Elder Gu Taizhou and Oppos' expression tightened as he fixed his gaze on Li Qiye. The and Oppos' Kunping's 6 transformations and Oppos' was the core imperial technique of the Xiyang ancient sect and the only complete imperial art left by the sect. The matter was of great significance and could not be treated lightly. Is this true? Gu Taizhou inquired, his voice low and cautious as he regarded Li Qiye. What is the Kunping 6 transformations? Li Qiye responded innocently. Elders, do not be deceived by him. At this moment, Hall Master Zhou, seeing a glimmer of hope, exclaimed, I witnessed him escape from Yishirji's 36 heavenly sword array using Tianbian, without a doubt. Is this what the elder refers to? At this time, Li Qiye summoned a Kunping from his palace. The palm-sized Kunping appeared strikingly lifelike. As the Kunping leaped, runes shimmered, and with its gentle movements, the stars seemed to shift, enveloping onlookers in an otherworldly sky. Each transformation of the Kunping was unfathomably profound, leaving even the elders unable to comprehend its mysteries. Today, due to certain matters, I have completed my updates. I mistakenly thought yesterday was Sunday, and thus it was delayed. Today, however, it remains the same. I kindly ask for your votes and support. Chapter 67, The Art of Kunping's 6 Transformations, Part 1. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the elders and guardians present changed dramatically. The Kunping and Oppos' 6 transformations was a sacred technique known only to the Grand Elder, Gu Taizhou, within the illustrious Xian ancient sect. When Gu Taizhou first undertook this practice, it was under the direct approval of the previous sect leader, with the unanimous consent of the esteemed elders. Aside from Gu Taizhou, the 5th elder, Elder Zhou, had mastered the initial 3 transformations of the Kunping's 6 transformations, having once sacrificed his life for the sect's glory, earning the privilege to study its first 3 transformations. In the current era of the Xian ancient sect, the Kunping and Oppos' 6 transformations represented a core secret, strictly guarded. Even the elders were prohibited from accessing the sacred texts without the collective approval of their peers. The technique was stored in the most secure and confidential location within the sect, known only to the 6 elders. The moment the technique was revealed, Gu Taizhou was visibly shaken. As the one who had mastered the entirety of the Kunping's 6 transformations, he understood its intricacies better than anyone else. He was astounded to see the movements of the Kunping above Li Qiye's head, for they were executed with such profound mastery that it suggested Li Qiye had surpassed even his own understanding, a notion that was nothing short of astonishing. It is vital to recognize that the Kunpeng's 6 transformations is among the most formidable imperial techniques of the Qian ancient sect, steeped in profound depth. Gu Taizhou had devoted several centuries to comprehending its 6 transformations, never daring to claim he had grasped its true essence. Yet, here stood a mere novice adept in its mysteries. How did you come to master the Kunpeng and Apos' 6 transformations? Gu Taizhou and Apos' gaze bore into Li Qiye, turning fierce, even harboring a hint of malice. Previously, he had resolved to protect Li Qiye at all costs, but now that it appeared Li Qiye had learned the Kunpeng's 6 transformations, if this knowledge were acquired through clandestine means, it would be a grievous offense against the sect. Without needing the elders' consensus, he would be compelled to eliminate Li Qiye. For Gu Taizhou, while there might be room for negotiation regarding the unauthorized learning of other techniques, the Kunpeng and Apos' 6 transformations was non-negotiable. Being of paramount importance to the Qian ancient sect, Chao Xiong, sensing a shift in power, eagerly urged, "Elder brother, this boy cannot be spared. Every moment we allow him to linger increases the peril to our sect. Li Qiye, how did you acquire the Kunpeng and Apos' 6 transformations?" Gu Taizhou pressed. Disregarding Chao Xiong's interjection, his voice grave and commanding. Li Qiye chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, "Is this technique you speak of the Kunpeng and Apos' 6 transformations? Stop pretending, elder brother. Seize him and subject him to rigorous interrogation." Chao Xiong fanned the flames of tension. "Silence!" Gu Taizhou roared at Chao Xiong, his presence akin to that of a lion, exuding an undeniable authority. As the eldest brother, his stature commanded respect. Chao Xiong's countenance faltered at Gu Taizhou's outburst, and even the other elders felt the undeniable weight of his authority. "Li Qiye, I ask again, how did you master the Kunpeng's 6 transformations?" Gu Taizhou's voice was a low growl, a clear indication of his growing anger. "This matter begins with the Kunpeng's minor 6 forms," Li Qiye replied slowly. Undeterred by Gu Taizhou and Apos' imposing demeanor, he paused for effect before continuing. "On the day the elders permitted me to practice the Kunpeng and Apos' minor 6 forms, and Apos, I diligently perused the sacred text. However, while engrossed in my understanding, I inadvertently fell asleep. In that slumber, I dreamt of an elderly man who claimed a connection with me and thus imparted a technique akin to the Kunpeng and Apos' minor 6 forms, and Apos. I cannot say what this technique was. But now, upon your inquiry, I realize its name." Li Qiye recounted his tale with such conviction that it left the guardians and elders incredulous. What utter nonsense! Does such a preposterous notion exist? Receiving teachings in a dream. Only a child would believe such folly. Chao Xiong scoffed. Ignoring Chao Xiong, Gu Taizhou fixated on Li Qiye, his tone grave. What did this elderly man look like? I cannot recall the details very clearly from the dream. Li Qiye feigned contemplation, finally describing the visage of the immortal Emperor Mingern. No one could portray the immortal Emperor Mingern better than he, and his few words vividly conjured the Emperor and Apos' image. Upon hearing Li Qiye's description, the Grand Elder and his companions felt a tremor of recognition. Though the sect possessed a statue of the immortal Emperor, it could not capture his true essence as effectively as the secret portrait painted by the Emperor himself. This portrait was more than mere art. It encapsulated the Emperor's profound imperial aura, serving as a protective talisman for the sect against formidable foes. The use of this imperial essence was not to be taken lightly, as frequent invocation would diminish its potency. Hence, the sect refrained from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. As the 6 elders had all beheld this portrait, the indelible impression of their forebears' majestic presence lingered in their minds. Now, Li Qiye and Apos' vivid description of the Emperor and Apos' grandeur led them to ponder if perhaps the ancestor truly had imparted a dream to him. Dismiss the other disciples. Only the guardians and elders shall remain. No one is permitted entry without my command. Gu Taizhou issued this edict. Once the disciples withdrew, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension, as all the high-ranking members of the Qian ancient sect gathered in solemnity. Gu Taizhou, as the Grand Elder, had sealed the area, forbidding any approach. "Recite the Kunpeng and Apos' 6 transformations as you recall it from your dream for Elder Zhou and me to examine," Gu Taizhou commanded gravely. "Elder brother, You cannot genuinely believe such absurdity. Xiao Xiong protested vehemently. This boy must have surreptitiously learned our Kunping's 6 transformations. Gu Taizhou cast a discerning glance at Xiao Xiong, stating, "Who besides the 6 of us knows the location of the secret texts? To access that place, Xiao, you are aware of the entire procedure. Without our consent, could anyone else gain entry? Unless a great sage intervenes with overwhelming force, who could extract the texts? We know the truth of their existence. Indeed, if that place were compromised, our sect would be in grave danger. As it stands, it remains secure. Do you truly believe Li Qiye could have pilfered the Kunping's 6 transformations from there? Unless you insinuate that our Grand Elder has secretly transmitted this technique to him." Elder Sun interjected solemnly. "I would not dare," Xiao Xiong retorted, disgruntled. Even if he wished to imply such a thing, it was utterly implausible, and the other elders would not entertain such an accusation. Ultimately, Li Qiye transcribed the foundational principles of the Kunping's 6 transformations, enriching it with his own profound insights. The transcribed heart method is only accessible to the Grand Elder and Elder Zhou, with the latter permitted to view only the initial 3 transformations. Upon witnessing it, both Grand Elder Gu Taizhou and Elder Zhou were profoundly moved. This was not merely the complete Kunping 6 transformations heart method. The profound insights contained within far surpassed their own comprehension. To reach such a level of understanding was beyond their capabilities, and it was likely that even their previous Grand Elders would have struggled with it. Achieving such a realm and accumulating such knowledge could very well indicate an ascent to the status of a great sage. At that moment, both the Grand Elder and Elder Zhou were struck with astonishment. Could it truly be that the ancestor had delivered a dream to Li Qiye? How else could one explain this phenomenon? The elders present, witnessing the unfolding drama, exchanged glances, grappling with the notion that dream transmission might indeed be possible, an idea so preposterous that it stretched the bounds of their belief. "What else did your dream ancestor convey?" Gu Taizhou inquired, looking intently at Li Qiye. Li Qiye pondered for a moment before responding. Yes, the old man also mentioned that I bear a great responsibility. The future revival of the Xian ancient sect rests upon my shoulders. He indicated that if I wished to learn other, more profound techniques, I should summon him using related methods, and he might appear in my dreams. Absurd. How dare you claim the revival of the Xian ancient sect rests with you? Xiao Xiong interjected with disdain. "Please, continue." Gu Taizhou interrupted Xiao Xiong, addressing Li Qiye with a serious tone. Li Qiye scratched his head thoughtfully and said, "As for the related techniques, I find myself rather perplexed. Thus, I have been troubled lately, unable to summon the old man. It should be said that it pertains to the ultimate techniques of imperial arts." Elder Sun interjected eagerly. "If you cultivate the and Appos, Kunping minor intent 6 forms and Appos, he may impart to you the Kunping 6 transformations. If you practice other ultimate imperial techniques, he might even share with you core imperial arts. This is utterly ridiculous." Xiao Xiong scoffed coldly. "Son, do you genuinely believe such absurdities? This sort of nonsense is only credible to a 3-year-old child. Such claims are unprovable. He can assert whatever he wishes.